Chapter 1. East Sea in the village of Seymour. At the OneHeart Dojo, a group of children lined up in 2 rows within the dojo's sword hall, vigorously wielding bamboo swords against the air. The friction between the bamboo swords and the atmosphere emitted a series of soft, whooshing sounds. In the backyard of the sword hall stood a magnificent cherry blossom tree. Beneath its boughs, on the verdant lawn, lay a young boy of about 11, with silver hair. A book rested on his face, an unremarkable sailor's logo. Gentle spring breeze wafted through, causing delicate cherry blossom petals to dance gracefully in the morning sunlight, glistening with the dew that had yet to evaporate. Suddenly, a voice pierced this idyllic scene. Kouta, why are you slacking off again? From a corridor leading from the sword hall to the backyard emerged a girl of roughly 10 years, clad in a white t-shirt and loose shorts. She held a bamboo sword in her hand. Her deep blue hair swayed like waves upon the sea, stirred by the gentle air. The girl approached Kouta, gazing at him with a smile illuminating her face. Observing his prolonged stillness, she widened her bright, mirror-like eyes, her cheeks adorably plump with youthful innocence. With a loud complaint, she exclaimed, "Honestly, Kouta should be training." Her expression was reminiscent of a lively goldfish. Upon hearing her call, Kouta languidly wrapped his hand around his head, hesitated, and then reluctantly lifted the book, shielding his eyes from the sunlight, revealing his charming and delicate face beneath. Though the early spring sun was warm, it remained somewhat blinding, causing Kwota's eyes to remain closed. He yawned widely, his eyes barely opening a slit as he softly murmured to Guina, "Oh, it's you, Guina. This weather is splendid. Let me sleep a little longer, just a little longer," he added, closing his eyes once more. The warmth of the sun was so inviting that he instinctively rolled over. Guina observed Kwota's languid demeanor, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Pouting, she squatted beside him, grasped his hand, and shook it vigorously. "Kouta, wake up! Why have you been so lazy lately? You used to train with such fervor." Kouta, without even opening his eyes, replied lazily, "I don't know, maybe it's that time of the month. I just don't want to move." Kouta. Guina forcefully shook off his hand, clenched her fist, and lightly tapped him a few times. "Can't you speak plainly? I've hit a plateau lately, and effort seems futile. So I consulted Master." "What did Father say?" Guina inquired with curiosity. "He said, once you comprehend, the breakthrough will come naturally." Kwota's brow slightly furrowed. "Is it truly so easy to comprehend, akin to mere idle chatter? I have recently been contemplating how to break through my limitations." "Does that mean you are on the verge of attaining the realm of the Swordmaster?" Guina gazed at Kouta, her face aglow with delight. How impressive indeed. Then, as if a thought struck her, her expression shifted from joy to concern. "Hey, Kouta, when will I ever become a Swordmaster? My father always says female swordsmen have shortcomings and can never be the strongest." As she spoke, she grasped Kouta's arm tightly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of defiance as she declared, "I understand what shortcomings are, but I refuse to accept it." Sensing Guina's emotions, Kouta turned his body, lying flat and opening his eyes. His irises shimmered with a silvery mist, surrounded by swirling nebulae, reminiscent of the starry sky in the night, profound and imbued with mystery. It was a sight that captivated one irresistibly. His already handsome features, paired with those extraordinarily beautiful eyes, rendered him strikingly attractive. Kouta regarded Guina with a flicker of compassion in his gaze. He extended his right hand, smoothing her furrowed brow, his warm palm resting atop her head, gently tousling her hair. Then, with a voice imbued with conviction, he declared, "Of course, Guina will undoubtedly become the strongest female sword master in the world." He met her eyes, the nebulae swirling within his, as if to impart a surge of inspiration into her heart. "Promise me." "Guina, what?" "Do not waver. Do not despair. You need only to forge ahead with unwavering resolve with my presence. You shall become a sword master, even the strongest in the world. You will too. I believe it." As she gazed into Kouta's profound eyes, a smile gradually returned to Guina's lips. She slowly leaned down, resting her head upon Kouta's chest, listening to the rhythmic and powerful beating of his heart, gradually alleviating the confusion within her. "Kouta, having you is truly wonderful then." With unwavering determination, she affirmed, "I promise." Kouta lifted his gaze towards the sun on the horizon, his eyes half closed, revealing a sense of nostalgia. It had been nearly 5 years since he traversed into this world, and to this day he had yet to comprehend how he arrived here, once an ordinary programmer on Earth, namely Shao Kahn. He had grown up in an orphanage, a solitary and introverted individual with few friends. During university, he became enamored with the world of anime, blissfully embracing the life of a contented otaku. Now in his 30s, he possessed a car and a home, yet remained devoid of hair and a partner. He had intended to strive diligently to find a girlfriend, But who could have anticipated awakening adrift upon the ocean? His comfortable mattress was gone. His spacious 120-square-meter apartment was lost. His aspirations of finding a girlfriend had vanished. Even his body had transformed into that of a 5-year-old child who knows what emotions he experienced at that time. All that is certain is that he still feels a lingering dread. It is unclear which benevolent deity took pity on him, allowing his body to undergo a transformation upon his arrival. In this world, his form has become akin to that of an entity existing in a different dimension, enveloped by layers upon layers of spatial barriers, preventing the ocean's depths from reaching him. Thus, he drifted upon the sea for a full 2 days, fortunately. During this time, he encountered no predatory sea creatures. Just as he was on the brink of fainting from hunger, he was discovered and rescued by Zoro, who was out at sea on business. Upon his arrival at the OneHeart Dojo, the language barrier led him to momentarily believe that he had traversed into ancient Japan, as everyone around him conversed in Japanese. For an avid fan of the two-dimensional realm, he possessed some familiarity with the language. Phrases like Yamada, Ikura, and the like were within his grasp. Having spent nearly a year in this new world, he gradually learned the local tongue and finally grasped the reality of his situation. To his astonishment, he had found himself in the world of One Piece, which explained why he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with Zoro. As for the extraordinary ability linked to his transformation, it was indeed peculiar. His body unconsciously radiated layers of space that seemed to be impervious to dissipation. To this day, he remains unaware of the exact number of spatial layers enveloping him. Suffice it to say, there are infinitely many. These layers of space are not merely conventional, they possess the capacity for infinite extension. The closer one gets to him, the more layers of space one encounters, resulting in an illusion of proximity that belies the actual distance. What appears to be within arm's reach is, in truth, a vast chasm. This phenomenon is precisely why he did not sink upon his arrival initially. He mistook it for a bubble, rendering him too frightened to move while adrift at sea. Due to the unique nature of his physique, he designated it as spatial physique when he first arrived at the OneHeart Dojo. His inability to control his abilities meant that no one could touch him, causing quite a stir within the dojo, making him feel like a circus attraction. Over the ensuing years, he gradually mastered some aspects of his power, allowing him to retract the layers of space surrounding his body, enabling others to make contact, and alleviating his solitude. The ability to retract also allowed for the potential to project outward. By expanding the space, it could transform into a domain-like area. As the layers of projection increased, so did his control, albeit at the cost of greater exertion of both physical and mental energy. Theoretically speaking, within his spatial domain, he could freeze everything at will, contingent, of course, upon the strength of the target. To compare the force required to freeze an elephant versus that needed to freeze an ant is undoubtedly disparate due to the spatial nature of his physique. He effortlessly perceives the surrounding spatial nodes, enabling him to traverse these points for instantaneous movement as easily as one walks. Initially, his consciousness could only perceive the nodes within the spatial realm and could not extend beyond it. Thus, he relied on his eyes to locate spatial nodes for his teleportation. However, everything transformed after the awakening of his observation haki. It remains uncertain whether this transformation stemmed from a mutation of his body that enhanced his spirit or from the peculiar combination of his youthful 5-year-old body and 30-year-old soul. Within a year of arriving in this world, he naturally awakened his observation haki. Since the awakening, he discovered that his spirit could attach itself to the observation haki, allowing him to breach the confines of his spatial domain and perceive nodes beyond it. This advancement rendered his instantaneous movement more convenient, swifter, and with a broader range. After all, the limitations of visual distance hindered unrestricted teleportation, whereas the combination of observation haki and spirit imposed far fewer constraints. With his spatial physique in the world of One Piece, he believed that as long as he was aware of something, no one could harm him. Of course, this only provided a means of defense should his offensive capabilities falter. He would find himself helplessly watching his adversaries, unable to protect those around him, since his teleportation did not allow for the transport of others. Moreover, these were known abilities. Who could say what unknown powers lurked in the vast ocean that could potentially harm or even kill him? Thus, despite possessing seemingly invincible abilities, he felt a profound lack of security. The only way to bolster his confidence was through relentless training to enhance his physical strength. In this world brimming with miraculous powers, there existed another force available to all, capable of elevating individuals to their zenith: the power of haki. With the potential of his mutated physique, he was confident that he would soon awaken his armament haki with ease. He noticed that his body was perpetually growing stronger, as if boundless in its potential. As he matured, This transformation only intensified the exhilarating sensation of limitless enhancement captivated him deeply, instilling within him the belief that he would one day stand atop this world, truly fearless of any person or circumstance. Kana, came the voice of Jingshiru from the dojo. I'm coming. Guina promptly replied, lifting her head from Sta's chest and responding to the dojo. She quickly rose to her feet and made her way into the dojo as I returned to his thoughts, turning to gaze at Kuna's retreating figure, listening to the clamor within the dojo, alongside the immature yet distinctively audacious challenges. Echoing around Hima, peculiar smile played upon his face. He gradually rose to his feet, brushing off the petals and fallen leaves from his attire, and bent down to retrieve the bamboo sword and book that were leaning against a nearby tree. He then placed the bamboo sword into the sword rack beside him and set the book down carefully with his hands cradling his head. He strolled towards the sword dojo. An interesting fellow has arrived in the Ixin dojo. Within the sword hall, silence reigned. The apprentices filled the corners of the room, their breaths held, gazing strangely at the center of the dojo. Opposite Guina stood a brash young boy with green hair, clutching 2 bundles of bamboo swords in his arms, and even biting down on a few more. Surely, this lad doesn't believe that having more swords makes one stronger. Among the apprentices, Kouta sat cross-legged, lazily leaning against the wall. He observed Zoro with a broad smile on his face. So, this is Zoro? He was quite adorable as a child. It must be delightful to bully him later. With that thought, Kouta couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding crowd stared at Kouta, bewildered by his sudden outburst of laughter. That green-haired brat is amusing, but there's no need to be so dramatic. Little did they know, Kouta was contemplating the future. Hearing the laughter, Zoro turned to glare at Kouta, his brow furrowed in discontent. His instincts told him that the fellow was laughing at him. Hey, you over there, the silver-haired brat. Kouta glanced around, pointed at himself, and inquired of Zoro, are you calling me? Yes, you. Stop looking around. What are you laughing at? Do you want to fight? Kouta waved his hands dismissively. You all carry on. I merely recalled something amusing. He then covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking, clearly stifling his laughter. Zoro glared at Kouta, a flicker of anger in his eyes. That silver-haired fool is definitely laughing at me. Once I deal with this woman, I shall make him aware of my prowess. Kayashiro, exasperated, cast a glance at Kouta, adjusted his glasses, and addressed Guina and Zoro. Now, let us prepare to begin. Bow to the altar. Guina and Zoro both turned to face the altar, bowing respectfully. Upon turning back, Guina disdainfully glanced at Zoro. Gripping the hilt of her sword, she swiftly charged towards him. In her eyes, Zoro appeared too immature, likely incapable of withstanding even a single strike. In the blink of an eye, Guina had already reached Zoro, feeling the sharpness looming above him. Zoro had no time to retreat, even a step. He could only cross his arms, raising the sword above his head in hopes of blocking the impending blow. Just as he managed to parry the first strike, another followed immediately, this time with even greater force, sending him flying and scattering the bamboo swords across the ground. Damn it, he swiftly rose to his feet, swiftly retrieving 2 bamboo swords, positioning himself sideways with one hand forward and the other back, embodying the stance of a dual-wielding swordsman. Observing Zoro's posture, Guina's face displayed an odd expression. Have you studied the art of dual-wielding swordsmanship? Not at all. Today is the very first time I've wielded a bamboo sword, Zoro exclaimed, his eyes wide and voice raised in fervor. How infuriating. I am indeed formidable, and I shall grow even stronger. How could I possibly be bested by a woman like you? With that, he lifted his swords, charging toward Guina with a fierce roar. Ah! Guina regarded Zoro, who appeared as a wild beast. Gripping her sword firmly with a swift motion, she stepped forward and executed a rapid downward strike. Forward slash. Zoro was caught off guard, and the sword struck his forehead. The crisp sound of the bamboo sword could be heard outside the dojo. Zoro rolled his eyes and stood frozen in place. Then with a bang, he fell to the floor. The apprentices watching around the dojo gasped as they saw Zoro on the ground. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Next to Kouta, an apprentice with a crew cut shrank back, his mouth twitching wildly, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. It seemed he had experienced the same thing. Why didn't he dodge? Next to the crew cut boy, a kid with sausage lips frowned, looking confused. There's no way that kid could dodge Guina's sword. On the other side of Kouta, a chubby guy with glasses pushed up his frames with trembling hands and replied calmly, yeah. The kid with sausage lips nodded repeatedly. In the dojo, besides Kouta and the master, no one could dodge Guina's sword now, let alone this green-haired kid. Kouta looked at these 3 guys and smiled. These 3 kids were the ones he was most familiar with at the Yishin dojo, apart from Jinchuru and Guina. The crew cut boy was named Arrow. The kid with sausage lips was named Atu, and the chubby guy with glasses was named Ahua. These three guys had been beaten up by Guina since they were little, so they could empathize with Zoro's situation. Now that Zoro was here, they probably wouldn't have to spar with Guina anymore. Just then, the senior standing by as the referee shouted loudly, "1 point, that's enough." Guina looked at Zoro on the ground and said coldly, "This kid is like a wild beast, only knowing how to charge forward." "Hey, Guina." Jinchiro looked at his daughter with a sense of helplessness. Clearly a novice, tried to use 2 swords. "You still have 10 years to go." Guina was full of disdain for Zoro's swordsmanship. Suddenly, Kouta teleported next to Guina and patted her head. "All right, Guina." Kouta's teleportation had appeared. "Yeah, every time I see it, I think it's so cool." Seeing Kouta suddenly appear next to Guina, who had just been beside him, Ahua jumped up excitedly and then ran toward the center of the dojo, while the others slowly gathered around. Upon seeing Kouta, Guina's indifferent face immediately broke into a smile. The 5 years of being together had made her very reliant on Kouta. Even though he was only a year older, he acted exceptionally mature, like an adult, being both a brother and an object of admiration. She held Kouta's hand and said, "Kouta, this kid knows nothing, just charges forward." Kouta looked at Guina with a strange smile. "You'll see how troublesome this guy can be later. There will come a time when you'll be the one with a headache." He then turned to Zoro, crouched down, and extended his right hand, with his middle and index fingers pointing at Zoro's forehead. In a slightly pretentious voice, he said, "Young man, work hard and chase after Guina from now on." After saying that, he stood up and smiled at Gongshiro beside him. "Master, this junior brother has great potential. Damn it, don't talk among yourselves. I will definitely defeat you." Zoro had woken up when Kouta appeared. However, when this guy pointed his finger at his forehead, he couldn't move at all for some reason. It wasn't until Kouta's finger left that he could control his body and let out a loud shout. "Damn it, you guys wait for me." Guina peeked out from behind Kouta and looked at Zoro, speaking indifferently. "So, how about another match?" Zoro forced himself to gather his spirit, stood up shakily, first brushed off the dust on his body, and then replied loudly, "A loss is a loss." He is not someone who can't afford to lose. Gung Sailang smiled and looked at Zoro, asking, "So, straightforward good. Then I will join your group. Any objections?" "None." Listening to Zoro's answer, Gung Sailang squinted his eyes, revealing a satisfied smile. Zoro turned his head, widened his eyes, and said firmly to Guina, "I will practice hard, and then I will definitely defeat you." Then his gaze turned to Kouta. "And you, just wait for me. Once I beat this woman, I will come for you, remember that." Is this guy an idiot? He can't even beat Guina and dares to boast and challenge Kouta, Arrow thought, looking at Zoro in surprise. Gung Sailing looked at Zoro, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Ambitious. Kouta looked at Zoro's cute demeanor and couldn't help but pinch his face, saying, "Wow, you want to surpass me? Then you better work hard from now on, or you might spend your whole life trying to do it." Kouta muttered, "How scary," but his face wore a mischievous grin. "What's your name?" Although he already knew Zoro's name, he couldn't help but tease him. "Damn it, don't treat me like a child, touching me at will." Zoro pushed Kouta's hand away, glaring defiantly at him and shouting, "Remember this, my name is Roronoa Zoro. I'll just call you little Zoro from now on." "Damn it, I said not to treat me like a child," Zoro shouted in frustration. If he weren't still recovering his strength, he would have wanted to charge over and land a sword strike on Kouta's smug face. "Don't think just because you're handsome, I won't hit you. Kouta, let's go train. We've wasted too much time today." At that moment, a cold voice came from behind. It was Guina. Kouta turned to look at Guina, who seemed about to explode, and shrugged helplessly. Guina is great at everything, but she relies on him too much. Seeing him pay so much attention to Zoro, she actually got jealous. He had no choice but to walk to the backyard with his hands behind his head. All right, our little Guina is already feeling jealous." Guina quickly caught up, tilted her head to look at him, and said with a slight blush, "Who is jealous? I just think we shouldn't waste time like this." When they reached the door, Kouta stopped, turned his head to look at Zoro. "Hey, Zoro." Hearing Kouta's call, Zoro looked up in confusion and asked, "What's up? If you want to get stronger quickly, just keep up." After saying that, Kouta turned and walked out the back door, thinking about how he could bully. No, it's training Zoro, and that makes him feel comfortable all over. Guina turned back, gave Zoro a disdainful glare, and quickly followed Kouta. Meanwhile, the little friends in the sword dojo were in an uproar, staring at Zoro with amazement, as if they were trying to see a flower blooming on him. Tao looked at Zoro and exclaimed, "You're so lucky. You actually get to train with Kouta." Feeling the gazes around him, Zoro looked puzzled. Is silver hair really that amazing? Of course, Kouta had only been at the dojo for a few days, but could defeat everyone except the master. And Kouta's strange ability. When he first arrived, we couldn't even touch him. As for Guina, after training with Kouta for about a year, she could defeat the adults in the dojo. Yeah, it's been almost 4 years now. I wonder how strong Kouta and Guina are now. The apprentices looked at Zoro, their faces showing envy. After all this time, only Guina has been able to train with Kouta. What qualifications does this newly arrived green-haired kid have? They certainly know that their qualifications are lacking. Can that green-haired little brat really do it? All right. What are you all doing gathered here? Hurry up and go train. At this moment, Gung Siling walked over. He smiled and stared at the apprentices, saying loudly, "It's not that K can't take you. It's that his training methods also require talent. If you don't have the talent, it will be pointless to go." "Yes, master." After hearing K Suk's words, they all went back one by one to pick up their bamboo swords and started practicing. Are those two guys really that strong? I also want to work hard to become stronger. Zoro looked at K Suk, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He shouted arrogantly at Gung Siling, "Hey, uncle, since I've joined your ranks, what techniques are you going to teach me?" Gung Siling twitched his mouth at Zoro's address, realizing he was dealing with another troublemaker. He then raised his hand and knocked Zoro on the head. "From now on, you should call me master, got it?" "Ouch, that hurts." Zoro quickly squatted down, hugging his head as the previous sword wound still hurt. He raised his head and saw Gung Siling's hand about to rise again, and hurriedly shouted, "Yes, master." Gung Siling withdrew his hand with satisfaction and looked down at Zoro, saying, "I will only teach you the knowledge of swordsmanship. As for training, that depends on you. In the future, besides learning swordsmanship from me, you should train with Kouta during the rest of your time. Don't be fooled by his age. He's actually quite formidable." "Really that formidable?" Zoro murmured as he looked at Gung Siling. "Yes, very formidable." A glimmer of nostalgia flashed in Gung Siling's eyes. "He is truly a monster. I wonder if Kouta's abilities come from a devil fruit. If his abilities are from a devil fruit, it's strange that he isn't afraid of seawater. And his physical fitness has improved too rapidly over the past few years. I wonder how far he can go in the future." He looked down at Zoro, who was also a monster. With such determination and physical abilities, it would be difficult not to become stronger, not to mention the void. Gung Shiro squinted his eyes, and the smile on his face never faded. These two monsters are both his disciples. He shook his head gently and said to Zoro, "Go find Kouta." With that, he gave Zoro a meaningful glance. After hearing Gung Shiro's words, Zoro paused for a moment, then ran towards the backyard with determination on his face. "Let me see if your training method can really make me stronger quickly. If not, I'll definitely chop you down." As Zoro walked through the courtyard, the first thing he saw was a huge cherry blossom tree. Passing through the cherry blossom tree, he reached the back door. Outside the back door, there was a row of black weight plates lined up, ranging from large to small, with the smallest being about the size of a basin and the largest towering over him by 3 or 4 times. As he passed by the Iron Mountain, he saw Guina, sweating profusely, swinging a metal rod, with a weight plate hanging at the front that was about her height. Hey! From her bulging veins on her arms, one could feel the weight of the barbell. Inside, Kouta was doing handstand push-ups with his bare upper body, supporting himself with his hands. Above his feet was a barbell loaded with weight plates on both sides. "Hey, is this how you train?" "It's nothing special," Zoro thought as he confidently walked forward, observing Kouta and Guina's training. "What is this? This is just normal training, right? If this is all it takes to get stronger, then I can definitely defeat Guina soon." However, when he got about 5 meters away from Kouta, it suddenly felt as if he had fallen into the deep sea, surrounded by an endless pressure from all directions, especially on his back. It felt like an incredibly heavy burden had suddenly been added, try to push him down bit by bit. This little pressure? How could it possibly defeat me? He was roaring in his heart, his eyes wide open, with a trace of bloodshot in his eyeballs. He raised his head and stared intently at Guina, gritting his teeth. Trembling legs, taking one slow step forward after another. It took him nearly 10 minutes to cover just a few meters. Guina glanced indifferently at Zoro before continuing her sword practice. Kouta had once told her that in this world, although women are naturally at a disadvantage compared to men in terms of physicality, the key to victory does not necessarily depend on strength. Sometimes, technique and speed are also crucial for winning. As long as you take down the enemy before exhausting your stamina, that is victory. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but accelerate her sword movements. Guina's glance deeply stimulated Zoro. He lifted his head, staring at Guina with fighting spirit. I must surpass her. Although he didn't know what was going on in this place, training in such an environment should make him stronger quickly. Relax, take a deep breath. He slowly squatted down and began doing push-ups with his hands on the ground. Since standing was difficult, he would train lying down. Kouta looked at Zoro, whose face was contorted from exertion, and could only admire his incredible willpower. After all, he was Zoro. If an ordinary person entered his spatial domain, they wouldn't even be able to lie down, let alone train. This space was his domain, and he could now control it to extend a radius of 5 meters. Within this spatial range, the more layers extended outward, the stronger the control, allowing for space compression to increase pressure, and of course, it could also reduce pressure to enable flight. 9,999, 10,000. Kouta silently counted the numbers and stopped. With a soft bend of his knees, he pushed up, tossing the barbell aside, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then he jumped back up with all his strength, landing steadily beside the barbell. Looking at Zoro, who had already fainted from exhaustion, he picked up the towel from the barbell plate, wiped the sweat from his face, and retracted the domain. Guina, who was resting with her eyes closed nearby, suddenly felt a lightness in her body, knowing that Kouta had finished training. She quickly picked up the bamboo sword from her legs, stood up, and said to Kouta, "Kouta, let's start today as sparring. Wake Zoro up first." As the domain dissipated, Zoro's breathing gradually stabilized. However, judging by his appearance, he might not wake up for a while, so Kouta had to help. Kouta casually draped the towel around his neck, walked over to Zoro, bent down, grabbed the back of his collar, and lifted him up as if he were carrying a sleeping green-haired person. He then turned and walked toward a nearby creek. Guina, seeing the direction Kouta was heading, already knew what he was going to do. She quickly jogged to catch up. "Kouta, he will definitely challenge you later." "No, I will tell him it was you." Kouta turned to look at Guina, teasingly saying, "It doesn't matter. He can't beat me anyway." Guina looked at Zoro with confidence. She certainly had her reasons for confidence. In the entire Simorziji village, her swordsmanship had received recognition from everyone except her father. You can't underestimate Zoro. His willpower and determination will never lose to yours. After spending time together today, I could feel his determination and saw his beast-like willpower. Guina looked at Kouta firmly and said, "I promise you that I will become the strongest female swordsman in the world. Only then can I always be by your side." Hearing Guina's words, Kouta was taken aback. For so many years, it was Master Gung Soreo and Guina, who cared for him like family, that gradually erased his confusion, hesitation, and fear. This trust and bond were so clear at that moment. Yes, this is not an anime world. This is a world with flesh and blood, ideals, and dreams. A living world. He had always been trying to integrate into this world, but ultimately felt that he was missing just a little bit. Now he understood that what was missing was the bond. Only with bonds in this world, having a family, and a spiritual belonging could he truly fit in. Only then can he fully integrate into this world. Otherwise, he will forever be a wandering soul. At this moment, he clearly feels a force surging from the depths of his heart, breaking through a realm he has always wanted to enter but has never been able to. He gently closed his eyes, and his spirit radiated outward. At that moment, he could feel that the entire world seemed to come alive. The stream, the woods, the chirping of birds, the ocean, the clouds, the sunlight. Everything was so vivid. Is this the realm of a swordsman? Ha ha ha. This kind of enlightenment made him laugh uncontrollably, and his laughter echoed throughout the entire back mountain, startling the birds flying all around. His emotions infected Guina beside him, who looked at Kouta and also revealed a gentle smile on her face. Although she didn't know why Kouta suddenly laughed, she could feel from his laughter that he was happier than ever before, a happiness that had never appeared on him before. In the front yard of the sword dojo, Kyushu, who was meditating on a grass mat, suddenly opened his slightly squinted eyes wider upon hearing the laughter from the backyard. It seems this child has finally resolved his inner turmoil. He nodded, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and walked outside. It looks like in a few years this child will have to go out to sea. I need to prepare a gift for him. Kouta stopped laughing and looked at the stream in front of him. He swung his right hand back and then threw Zoro forward with force, tossing him away. Go! Zoro traced a not-so-graceful arc in the air and fell into the water with a splash. As soon as he hit the water, Zoro woke up, flailing and shouting angrily. Who threw me into the water? Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Watching Zoro flail around, Kouta turned to Guina and smiled. Doesn't he look like a drowned dog? Ha ha. Guina placed her hands on Kouta's right shoulder, remaining silent, but her squinting eyes and her violently trembling shoulders betrayed her. Damn it. You two wait for me. Zoro glared angrily at the two on the shore. Kouta straightened up, exchanged a glance with Guina, and turned to Zoro with a smile. All right, come up and continue training. After saying that, he turned and walked with Guina toward the training ground. Watching the two distant figures, Zoro slapped the water's surface hard with both hands, splashing water everywhere. He vented for a while before heading towards the shore. Hey, wait for me. The voice drifted far away. In the morning, on the sandy beach of Shimmajiki village, Kouta's playful voice and Zoro's angry shouts could be heard from afar. 121, 121. Zoro, you need to speed up. Wusai. Looking at Guina's figure ahead, Zoro hugged Kouta's legs tightly and ran forward faster. Kouta was currently riding on Zoro's neck, applying pressure with his domain. This was something Zoro requested himself, but with the condition that he had to carry him during morning runs. Seeing Zoro below him, he couldn't help but increase the pressure. Come on, put in more effort. Zoro. Guina's figure is almost out of sight. Hearing Kouta's gloating voice, Zoro felt a weight on his shoulders. Gritting his teeth, he wiped the sweat off his forehead with his right arm, took a deep breath, and roared as he charged forward at an even faster speed. As he exerted himself, the others struggled to keep up. Ehua looked at Zoro, who was rushing past, and gasped, damn, Zoro has really improved a lot this year. Yeah, he is now the strongest among all the boys, except for Kouta, and even the adults can't beat him, Atao said, turning her head to wipe the sweat from her forehead, sighing as she looked at Ehua. Suddenly, Iluo, who was running at the back, sped up to Ehua's side, frowning as he said, it's a pity we can't train with Kouta. There's nothing we can do. We can't handle that kind of pressure. The little guy who was running ahead also slowed his pace. Yeah, this guy is just like Guina back then. He has surpassed everyone in the dojo in no time. The senior leading the run turned his head to scold the little guys discussing behind him. All right? Stop comparing yourselves to Zoro. You all know how much he trains. Hurry up and keep up. Yeah, we can't compare to him. He's like a beast. The little guys nodded in agreement, looking admiringly at the figures of Zoro and Kouta in the distance. Yes. Then they shouted and made an effort to run forward. At the end of the beach, after turning a corner and going in, there was a small harbor, with the salty sea breeze mixed with the smell of fish blowing towards them. This was the only harbor in Shimajiki village, due to the creek flowing into the sea. The coastlines on both sides were indented, forming a natural harbor, making it a place for the village's boats to dock. Unfortunately, Shimajiki village's location on this small island was quite remote, and there were hardly any large ships passing by. The last time Kouta saw a big ship pass was several months ago. Despite the early hour, with the sun just peeking out, the dock was already bustling with activity, as the fishing boats that had set out early in the morning had returned. In the harbor, about 10 small fishing boats were anchored, each with sturdy men unloading baskets of fish and shrimp. Kouta retracted his aura, looked at Zoro, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath, and lifted his foot to kick him in the rear. Get up, acting like a dead dog at this level. When will you surpass Guina? He turned to Guina, who was watching them from the side, and said, right, Guina? Yes. Guina replied playfully, looking at the goofy Kouta. Her words could slightly provoke Zoro. He had really improved quickly this past year, at least faster than she did back in her day. As she grew older and her body began to develop, she could clearly feel her progress slowing down. This forced her to spend more time training for strength. As for swordsmanship, over the past few months, as she gradually let go of her fixation on gender, she felt that her application of sword skills became more effortless. Kouta, hearing Guina's response, looked at her increasingly gentle and playful cheeks and smiled with satisfaction. Just to be clear, he wasn't a pervert and wasn't into any kind of nurturing. As for the culprit behind Guina's death, the whetstone, he had already thrown it into the sea, and the attic was sealed off. When it would be reopened depended on Guina's situation. Anyway, the dojo was big enough, with plenty of empty rooms. It was ridiculous that someone could fall to their death from just climbing a few meters of stairs. He once suspected that this might be a play put on by Yasip and Guina. Unfortunately, it wasn't, at least until he crossed over. There was no more news about Guina in either the manga or the anime of One Piece. He left to see what good seafood was available today. He pulled Guina and walked towards the dock. Wait for me. A slightly out-of-breath voice came from behind. It was Zoro. As they entered the harbor, they could hear many merchants and fishermen haggling. These merchants were the bridge connecting the villages, carrying information and goods between them. Most of these people were villagers from the mountain settlements on the island, transporting fish and shrimp back to the mountains and bringing fruits and wild game down from there. Both sides made a profit. Kouta and the others headed straight for the largest fishing boat. It was the largest relative to the other fishing boats, but it was still just a small sailboat about 10 meters long and a few meters high. This boat belonged to the Isen Dojo, primarily responsible for purchasing food from other islands, but it also occasionally went out to fish. The burly men busy on the boat saw Kouta and the others approaching and quickly turned to shout into the cabin, "Uncle Iku, Kouta and the others are here. All right, I'll be right out." An old man with white hair and a goatee appeared from the cabin, holding a large fish basket. Upon seeing the old man, Kouta quickly jumped onto the boat, walked up to him, and took the fish basket, turning to place it at the edge of the boat. The old man gently wiped his hands on the apron in front of him, then pulled out a pipe from his waist and filled it with tobacco. He then fished out a lighter from his pocket, rolled the wheel, and with a click, lit the tobacco. The old man leaned against the railing of the boat, lifted the pipe, squinted his eyes, and began to smoke deeply. He slowly raised his head, looking through the smoke at Guina, who had followed Kong up. With a nostalgic look, he joked, "Guina, you're really starting to look more and more like your mother." Guina quickly stepped forward, leaning on Kong's back, and peered over his shoulder to look at the fish baskets on the deck. "Uncle Iku, did you catch anything today?" Before Iku could answer, Zoro, who had just climbed onto the ship, rushed in front of them and pulled open the lid of the fish basket. Looking inside, they saw the basket was filled with plump, robust lobsters. As soon as the lobsters saw the light, they tried to scramble out all at once. However, stacked on top of each other, they couldn't manage to escape. "What the heck? More lobsters, I'm sick of them." Zoro tossed the lid aside and shouted at the lobsters in the basket. Iku, watching Zoro's loud outburst, immediately raised his hand and punched him on the head. "You little brat, isn't it enough to have lobsters to eat? This is the most delicious ingredient around here." Yeah. Zoro, why are you so ungrateful?" Seeing Iku getting angry, Kong and Guina quickly took a step back and nodded vigorously. "Ouch, that hurts." Zoro squatted on the ground, covering his head with his hands, and shouted at the two who had stepped aside, "Hey, you two guys really lack loyalty. Last time, who was it that said they were sick of lobsters?" Iku's face, which appeared dim and bright through the smoke, turned to Guina, who quickly shook her head to indicate she hadn't said anything. His gaze then turned to Kouta, who shrugged and said seriously, "Uncle Iku, don't you know me? How could I possibly say something like that?" After saying this, he turned to meet Zoro's angry eyes and winked at him. At that moment, a burly man nearby, who had been watching them with a smile, spoke up. "Hey, Uncle Iku, don't tease them. Isn't there a big cargo in the cabin?" Zoro looked up in surprise at Iku, who took a puff of his cigarette before looking down at Zoro, and said, "What are you looking at? Go move it yourself in the cabin." Zoro cheered and jumped up, running towards the cabin. Iku then looked at the burly man beside him. "Kubi, go help that kid." "Yes, Uncle Iku." Kubi responded and followed Zoro into the cabin. Kouta walked over to Iku and asked, "Uncle Iku, what is the news today? You little brat, why are you in such a hurry?" He put down his pipe, knocked it against the ship's railing, and with his left hand fished out a stack of papers from his pocket, handing it to Kouta. "Here, this is the news from the past few days." Kouta took the papers, unfolded them, and leaned them against the ship's railing, looking down to read. The first article boldly stated, "The World Noble Ceremony of the Goa Kingdom." As he continued to read, he realized it was prepared to welcome the Celestial Dragon. Kouta stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Celestial Dragons, Goa Kingdom, Monkey D, Luffy, Windmill Village. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It seemed that Sabo was the one who was blasted off his ship by the Celestial Dragons, and then saved by the dragon, right? Could it be this Celestial Dragon? If it's this Celestial Dragon, then it should be tonight. Just then, he suddenly sensed something and turned to the stern, looking seriously at the distant sea. "What's wrong, Kouta?" Guina noticed Kouta's unusual behavior and followed him to the stern with a puzzled expression. The ship, a very large ship. A ship? At that moment, Iku also walked over, looking curiously at the outside of the harbor. There, apart from clouds and waves, there were only a few seagulls occasionally gliding across the sky. Turning back, he glanced at Kouta, his eyes showing a hint of shock. This kid's observation haki is too impressive. He is the old man who originally followed Gung Saburo from Wano country to here, and of course he knows that if he can't sense anything, it means something for this kid who can. At this moment, the cabin suddenly became lively. It turned out that Ahua and the other little kids had climbed onto the ship one by one, rushing into the cabin with loud shouts. The senior brother, leading the group, searched around and finally found Kouta and the others at the stern of the ship. Seeing Kouta and the others staring into the distance, he didn't ask any questions, just curiously followed their gaze to look at the horizon. Just then, a distant black dot emerged between the sky and the sea. As time passed, the black dot gradually became clearer, and upon closer inspection, It was a huge sailing ship several dozen meters long, with a height of about 10 meters above the water, its hull entwined with a giant dragon. From a distance, it looked like a living giant dragon gliding towards the harbor from the sea. The sailing ship moved quickly and soon reached the outer edge of the harbor. When he saw the massive figure at the bow of the ship, Kouta gradually revealed an excited expression. It really is them. As the giant dragon-headed sailing ship approached, the people on the dock stopped what they were doing and looked over one by one. This ship is so big. Yes, I haven't seen such a large ship in a long time. Hey, look, it seems like there's a face at the bow of the ship. Yeah, such a big face is so strange. Could it be a kite? It's too far to see what it really is. The morning sea breeze couldn't disperse the whispers of the crowd on the dock, as they curiously watched the increasingly approaching big ship. The dragon-headed sailing ship was too large and had too deep a draft to enter, so in the end, it could only anchor outside the harbor. At this time, a small boat could be seen slowly lowered from the big ship, and a large face at the bow gently jumped down from the big ship. With a thud, the whole small boat rocked violently, as if it were about to capsize, but fortunately, the small boat stubbornly stabilized in the end. Behind her, several people dressed in the same black robes gradually came down the ship's ladder. As they got closer, the crowd could finally see that the thing was indeed a person. Her face was as large as the bow of the small boat, except for her face, which was exposed. The rest of her body was completely shrouded in a black robe, and she was estimated to be over 4 meters tall. From the exposed face, one could see long and thick eyelashes and an exaggeratedly large mouth. Her eyes and lips were adorned with light blue eyeshadow and purple lip gloss, respectively. The little kids who were moving fish with Zoro and Corgi in the cabin, upon hearing the commotion outside, quickly put down their work and rushed out to see what was happening. Ahua leaned over the railing, surprised, and pointed at the small boat coming this way, saying, "Did you see that person with the super big face?" "Yeah, it's my first time seeing someone like that," responded Atao with wide eyes. Aluo added, "Look, that boat is super big too." The other little friends nodded in agreement. Zoro, carrying a tuna larger than himself on his shoulder, walked out of the cabin, followed by Corgi, who was each holding a fish basket in his hands. He first glanced around, but didn't see Kouta and Guina, so he shouted to Ahua and the others, "Have you seen Kouta and Guina? They're at the stern." At this moment, Ahua turned his head and excitedly pointed at the sea, shouting loudly to Zoro, "Zoro, look at that big face guy." Zoro glanced in the direction he was pointing and lost interest. "Zoro, what?" Zoro turned to stare at Kouta and the others who were coming from behind. "Haven't you always wanted to know my strength? Today I'll show you." Zoro looked at Koutai's excited expression, filled with doubt. He had never seen Kouta so excited in the past year. "Since I broke through, I haven't fought much. When I went to find my master, he never went all out." Kouta turned to the side and excitedly said to Iku, "Finally, I can see my true strength today. Uncle Iku, please protect them well later." He glanced at Ahua and the others. "Hey, Kouta, don't underestimate us. We don't need protection. Yeah, we're strong too." The kids shouted and waved their arms, with Aloe even jumping out to flex his muscles. "Shut up, kids. The opponent is not something you can handle." At this moment, Iku shouted with a changed expression. When he saw that face, he realized it seemed familiar. He hadn't seen it clearly from afar, but now that he was closer, he finally remembered. "What's wrong?" Seeing Iku's sudden change in expression, Kouta feigned ignorance. "I remember now." "What?" "I remember who that big face guy is." "Who is it?" Everyone looked at Iku with curiosity, waiting for his answer. Iku took a deep puff from his pipe and, with a serious expression, said, "If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the legendary figure from these past few years." "Legendary figure?" "Yes. It is said that he has exceptional medical skills and has saved those whom doctors deemed hopeless, as well as countries on the brink of death, earning the title of the strongest half-human, half-woman, the king of transvestites, Emporio, Ivankov." "What? So he's a doctor." Just then, Ahua pushed up his glasses and excitedly interjected, "By the way, what exactly is a transvestite?" Clearly, he was more interested in the transvestite. "Well, a transvestite, how should I put it? It's probably someone who is half human and half something else." Aloe nodded, stroking his chin, showing an understanding expression. Ding ding. Iku raised his pipe and gave each of them a tap, saying, "Don't interrupt, kids." Aloe and Ahua quickly straightened up and bowed, saying, "Suma Mason." Iku paused for a few seconds, squinting his eyes, and continued, "Don't just treat him as an ordinary doctor. He is a person with a bounty of 85. 3 million berries from a navy. 85. 3 million? The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone froze in place. They didn't pay much attention to the transvestite or the doctor. but they knew what such a bounty meant, because the highest bounty in the East Blue was only around 20 million berries. Kouta had known from a start that it was the king of transvestites, Emporio Ivankov. It was precisely because he knew who it was that he was so excited. The other party wouldn't attack civilians, and with enough strength, he could act without worries and later smooth things over as a misunderstanding. The plan is good. A gust of sea breeze blew, and the still scene suddenly came to life, followed by the sound of commotion. Are you kidding? Kouta, do you want to fight against such a monster? Yeah, even you can't possibly defeat an 85.3 million monster. All right, stop the noise. It's not a life-and-death fight. I'm just going to spar with him, he explained in a relaxed tone, looking at the noisy kids. Then he turned his gaze to Guina and said, Guina, lend me your sword, Wado Ikamanji. Guina tightened her grip on the sword with her left hand, looking at Kouta with slight concern. He noticed Guina's worry, reached out his right hand and placed it on her head, and a gentle voice sounded, Guina, as long as I don't want to, no one can hurt me. That's right, no one can hurt Kouta. Guina slowly relaxed, took the knife from her waist, and handed it to Kouta. Kouta, give it your all. I want to know the gap between us. His voice was firm and powerful. Kouta took the sword, raised it in front of him with his left hand, and slowly pulled out a section with his right hand, the blade making a crisp sound as it rubbed against the scabbard. It was a Wado Ikamanji, one of the 21 great swords. The hilt and scabbard were white, simple and unadorned, a blade that concealed its true nature. According to Tengu Mountain's Fei Che, this sword was crafted by Shimatsuki Yasujiro alongside the Enma. A good sword, Kouta said softly as he sheathed it. Then he took off the ordinary sword that was originally hanging at his left waist and tossed it to Guina, explaining, this sword can't withstand my full power. Next, he hung the Wado Ikamanji at his waist, glanced at Guina and Zoro, and turned to jump off the ship, supporting the sword with his left hand. Zoro quickly dropped the fish and, along with Guina, ran to the edge of the ship, leaning over the railing to watch Kouta running on the sea. Behind Ivankov, a young man wearing a bunny-eared hat was vigorously rowing the boat when he suddenly looked ahead in surprise. Hey, look, there's someone running toward us on the sea. A loud slap landed crisply on the back of his head, and another young man behind him cursed. Ivo, what kind of dream are you having in broad daylight? Who the hell can run on the sea? If someone can run on the sea, I'll eat you right here. After a few seconds, he suddenly realized it had become quiet around him. He hurriedly stopped his actions and followed the gaze of the crowd to look ahead. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his eyeballs almost popped out. There really is a person running on the water. Ifu turned his head and laughed proudly at him. See? You know what you just said, right? Saying that, he handed him the paddle he was holding. The young man behind quickly collected his thoughts and looked around in confusion, muttering to himself, what? Did I just say something? I didn't say anything. He became more resolute as he spoke, nodding seriously while looking at Ifu. Ifu's hand holding the paddle trembled as he looked at him in surprise, sighed, and said, you really are shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Everyone shut up. Yes, Lord Ivan. Just as the two were bickering, Ivankov had already noticed Kouta. She frowned slightly. Is everything all right, Miss Ivan? It's fine, Lightning. I just saw an interesting boy. Behind Ivankov walked out a similarly dressed person in a black robe, wearing orange-blue glasses, with a hairstyle resembling the clubs from a deck of cards, half orange and half white hair, and a lightning-shaped scar from her forehead to her right eye female. She looked calmly and gently ahead, her right hand straight with the palm facing down, and elegantly shook the red wine glass in her left hand as she spoke. That's impressive. He can really run on water. Saying this, she raised the wine glass and took a small sip. Ms. Ivan, that boy seems to be coming towards us. What should we do? What should we do? He's coming towards us. Ivankov suddenly exaggerated, bending his legs and trembling all over, shouting with his mouth wide open. Lord Ivan, are you all right? Ifu shouted worriedly when he saw Ivankov like this. Ivankov's swaying body suddenly made a 180-degree turn, raising both hands high. I'm not scared at all. Ifu and the others on the boat laughed and applauded wildly. So it turns out you weren't scared. You tricked us again. Ha! Lightning stood aside, smiling at them. She wasn't nervous at all about the approaching Kouta. After all, this was the EC, the weakest sea. From the dock in Seymour Gigi village, a lively noise could be heard. Wow, what is little Kouta going to do? He isn't going to fight that giant, is he? No way, after all. Looking at the size, the strength difference is too great. Hard to say, after all, that's little Kouta. Yeah, little Kouta is really powerful. The people on the dock looked curiously at the two confronting each other on the sea. Although they had seen Kouta training by the seaside with a barbell that was as big as a mountain, they couldn't help but feel a bit worried for him. because just looking at their sizes, the difference between the two was too great. Kouta stood in front of the small boat, looking at the laughing Ivankov and the others. The corners of his mouth curled up as he excitedly shouted, "Ambry, Ivankov!" Ivankov turned his head, leaning forward, with his head sticking out from the bow of the boat. Due to his oversized head blocking the sunlight, it cast a large shadow on the sea, and Kouta happened to be standing right in his shadow. He lowered his head and looked down at Kouta, asking in surprise, "Cute boy, do you know me? I'm just here to spar with you, so please take it seriously or you might die." Kouta gazed at Ivankov, who had come closer, and did not respond. He simply stated his intention. Then he bent his left leg, stepped back with his right foot, leaned forward, raised his knife, and fixed his gaze intently on Ivankov, slowly gripping the knife handle and assuming an offensive stance. At that moment, Ivankov seemed genuinely intimidated by Kouta's imposing aura. He quickly shrank his head back, breaking out in a cold sweat, waving his hands in front of him repeatedly and incoherently said, "Please stop. Don't take out that kind of weapon. It's dangerous, dangerous. People could die. If you get hit, it's death, death, death." He retreated to the middle of the boat, suddenly raised his head and puffed out his chest, raising his hands high and shouted loudly, "I can't die. So it turns out I won't die. I've been tricked again." Then came a burst of maniacal laughter. Kontai's mouth twitched wildly. This guy really doesn't take him seriously. He tightened his grip on the knife with his right hand, and his entire arm seemed to swell. A ring of dark, shallow gas spiraled around the knife handle. His current level and amount of armament haki are still relatively low, so he can only achieve this extent. He raised his head and focused intently on Ivankov's nape, and in an instant, his feet rapidly stomped on the surface of the sea dozens of times. Soru, whoosh! The sea surface beneath his feet suddenly sank down, and his entire body rushed towards Ivankov at an incredible speed. Ivankov seemed to sense something and suddenly turn around, winking his left eye at the front. Hellish wink. A shock wave surged forward. At that moment, Kouta happened to appear in the path of the shock wave, quickly drawing his sword. Shave. Sword draw slash. A blast of air erupted from the point of impact, spreading outwards. Kouta and the shock wave were locked in a stalemate for just a few seconds before being propelled backwards by the immense force of the shock wave. His body swiftly glided across the sea surface, plowing a long trench, and only stopped after retreating several dozen meters. Looking at the small boat drifting away in the distance with the waves, Kontai's excited face flashed with a hint of seriousness. How strong? Just a casual strike had such great power. It seems he can only use his full strength. He rose from the sea, standing on the surface of the water without a drop of seawater on him. Meanwhile, the people on the small boat excitedly shouted, "It's here." Lord Ivan's extremely ordinary blink. The hellish, seductive gaze. Lightning stood calmly beside them, unfazed by the excitement of the crowd. Although her body swayed with the rocking of the small boat, his legs were firmly planted on the boat, unmoving. She elegantly raised her wine glass, took a sip of red wine, and looked up at Ivankov. "Ms. Ivankov, we can't fight on the sea. This small boat can't handle it." I can feel the lovely boy. He means no harm. It seems to be just a simple sparring." Ivankov looked at the creaking small boat and thought for a moment. He then called out to the empty sky ahead. "Hey, lovely boy, what? If you want to spar, go to land. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to give me a place to unleash my abilities." The empty sky awkwardly looked at the small boat he was pointing at, gripped the hilt of his sword, beautifully performed a flourish with the blade, and sheathed it. He glanced at the small boat and turned to walk towards the dock. "You all come along. Kontai, are you okay?" Back on the dock boat, everyone gathered around. Kontai smiled and waved his hand. "How could anything be wrong? I just want to test it out. We'll fight again once they reach the shore." "Fight again?" That last wave nearly blew me away. Ahua exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, a voice of greeting came from the village. "Good morning, Mr. Gung Sherlang." Good morning, Uncle. Why is Mr. Gung Sherlang out today?" I heard some noise and came out for a walk." Gung Sherlang had a broad smile on his face, nodding in response to each fisherman and occasionally answering a question or two. The people on the boat heard the voices and turned to look at the dock, seeing Gung Sherlang approaching, and they hurriedly got off the boat. The dojo was located on the hillside behind the harbor, not far from there, and the entire harbor was visible from a distance. Gung Sherlang walked to the edge of the boat, watching everyone disembark, and then asked Uncle Iku, "Uncle Iku, can you explain what happened? I heard the commotion from afar." Uncle Iku briefly explained the situation, and only then did Gung Sherlang turn his attention to Kontai behind Uncle Iku. "Kontai, you are too reckless." Kontai shrugged at Gung Sherlang and muttered, Who told you to be so perfunctory every time I came to spar with you this year? He raised his eyebrows and continued excitedly. Today, I just happened to encounter a strong opponent. So of course I have to have a good fight to clearly understand what level I'm at right now. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Gong Silang's calm face. He was simply fed up with Kouta. In the past few years, Kouta would almost come to him for sparring every few days, especially in the last year. As Kouta reached the Swordmaster realm, the frequency of his visits had clearly increased. This was unacceptable. Gong Shi preferred to avoid trouble, which was why he had been staying at the Isen Dojo. Coupled with his laid-back personality, he had become increasingly perfunctory about it. In fact, once one reached the Swordmaster realm, simple sparring provided little improvement. What was needed was a fight with all one's strength. However, for him and Kouta, it was impossible to go all out. The lethality of a Swordmaster was too great, and a careless move could result in serious injury. Bang! Gong Shi looked in the direction of the sound and happened to meet Ivankov, who had just come ashore. He pushed the frame of his glasses with his hand, retracting his ever-smiling expression. A person of your stature, why would you appear in the East Sea and come to this remote village of Zimaziji? I also want to say that the East Sea actually has a powerhouse like you. Ivankov looked at Gong Shi with a serious expression. He could handle Kouta with ease, as he didn't feel much threat from him, but the squinty-eyed person in front of him was different. The aura of a strong person, when not actively emitted, is hard for ordinary people to perceive. However, for those of the same level, it is like a light in the darkness, bright and glaring, and unless intentionally concealed, it is hard not to be noticed. What are you all doing here? Gong Shi asked Ivankov and his group. There's no need to be so tense. We're just here to replenish supplies and buy some food, came a voice as lightning stepped out from behind Ivankov. He elegantly swirled the wine glass in his left hand, raised it to his lips, took a gentle sip, and then replied, Food, little Ivankov. As long as you defeat me, I will give you as much as you want, said Kouta, taking over Lightning's words and looking at Ivankov. Hey, calling him little Ivankov is too casual, shouted several guys who followed closely behind Lightning. That's right. It's the Okama King Ivankov. Upon hearing this, Ivankov raised the corner of his mouth and grinned. Quiet down, boys. How you address me is just a small issue. Names don't matter. You can even call me Poop, and I wouldn't mind. Poop. The surroundings fell unusually silent. Everyone watched his performance. Just then, he suddenly spun around in place, raised his hands high, looked up, and shouted loudly. I don't want to be called Poop. So annoying. I've been played again. The guys behind him were shouting in unison. Kouta's body trembled slightly, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. He looked at the few people opposite him and shouted angrily, You guys, how much do you look down on me to treat me like this? As he spoke, he suddenly teleported behind Ivankov. Before Ivankov could react, Kouta kicked him in the backside. With a thud, Ivankov's tall body fell forward to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kouta let out a long sigh of relief. It was really uncomfortable to be treated so dismissively by these guys time and again. He gracefully landed in the position where Ivankov had just stood and spoke to the front. Now can you take this seriously? What did you do to Lord Ivankov? Seeing the fallen Ivankov, Ichibu and the others glared angrily at Kouta. Lightning, who had been standing next to Ivankov and elegantly sipping red wine, had a thought as he looked at the suddenly appeared Kouta. He quickly stepped back, his face changing dramatically, with his hands hanging low, staring warily at Kouta. This guy is so fast. No, it's not speed. No matter how fast, it shouldn't be undetectable. You must have eaten a space-type fruit. Kouta ignored Lightning and excitedly looked at Ivankov, sensing a rising momentum from him. Is he finally going to get serious? All right, Lightning, don't be nervous. Ivankov sat up from the ground, looking at Kouta with slight curiosity. What was that ability of yours just now? You'll know once you fight me. All right. Ivankov pushed himself up with both hands, looking around before finally fixing his gaze on the beach to the left of the harbor. We can't fight here. Let's go over there. There's enough space. He then turned to Lightning and the others, saying, Wait for me a moment. I'm going to fight. He suddenly froze, thought for a moment, and looked down at Kouta, asking, by the way, little boy, what is your name? Kouta, the cough space, and the tie of outer space. Kouta replied seriously. Ivankov twitched the corner of his mouth and turned to walk towards the left beach. Hey, little Ivankov, wait for me. Kouta hurriedly followed, but hearing the noise behind him, Ivankov walked even faster. On the beach, the two stood facing each other. Compared to Ivankov's relaxed demeanor, Kouta was clearly much heavier. Kouta looked at Ivankov, his tall figure backlit by the sun, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The faint starlight in his eyes spun rapidly in the center. It was like a black hole, as if it wanted to pull the entire starry sky into his eyes. Deep, mysterious, filled with deadly charm. At that moment, an invisible aura emanated from Kouta. Noticing Kouta's change, Ivankov slowly let go of his dismissiveness, and his expression became slightly more serious. If Kouta was a little mouse before, now he was a tiger. The level of danger increased by dozens of times. "Ha!" Ivankov shouted with a grin, tearing off his black robe, spinning his arms high, revealing the strange outfit beneath. He was wearing a tight, super low-cut bodysuit, draped with a mesh cloak and stockings, and a large skull tattooed on his abs, with a deep purple explosion hairstyle, exceptionally large. He palm up, beckoning to Kouta in the air. "Come on, little Kouta." "Yeah." On the dock, among the crowd watching the battle, at some point, Lightning had put on glasses and suddenly transformed into a man. He looked at the two people confronting each other on the beach, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "Are you serious?" "Ms. Ivankov, that little brat is completely different from just now." Looking at Ivankov, who revealed his full form, Ahua showed a look of sudden realization and then exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, so a transgender person is a pervert." He has been wondering what exactly a transgender person is from the moment he got off the ship until now. "Shut up." Ifu turned his head and glared at Ahua, shouting fiercely, "How can you little brat, be so unreasonable to Lord Ivan? He knows that all transgender people are perverts, but Ivankov is different. Ivankov is a new human, a new transgender being. Not only is he the king of transgender people, but he is also one of their respected revolutionary leaders. What's the matter? Do you want to fight?" Ahua shouted loudly at Ifu, relying on the fact that there were many of them. "Exactly, what's wrong? Can't we say anything about perverts?" Aluo chimed in. Come on. Ifu rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscles, and arrogantly beckoned with his finger at Ahua and the others. "If you have the guts, come at me together. I can take on 10 of you." "Shut up." At this moment, both Raijin and Gongshiro spoke up simultaneously, clearly unable to stand it any longer. The two sides exchanged glances, turned their heads in unison, and snorted through their noses. It quieted down. Guina and Zoro stood in the crowd, not saying a word. They all stared intently at Kouta, their bodies tense and expressions focused. Kouta tucked his hands into his sleeves, shrugged his shoulders, and slowly pulled off his shirt, revealing a strong upper body and 8-pack abs. It was hard to believe that this was the body of an 11-year-old child. He leaned forward, gripping the knife handle tightly. Raising his head, he fixed his gaze on Ivankov, his eyes sparkling like stars. Spatial domain, a transparent space, quietly expanded outward. Decompression, shave. He activated both at the same time. With a whoosh, he disappeared from his original spot. As for why he didn't directly teleport, it was obviously due to lack of acceleration. His power was too low. With his current strength, facing someone far stronger than him, directly teleporting might not even break through their defenses. Watching Kouta rush towards him rapidly, Ivankov took a step back and winked at Kouta with his left eye. Hellish wink. A wave of pink energy rushed towards Kouta. Just as the wave was about to collide with Kouta, his forward body instantly vanished from the spot. Teleport. Kouta crossed over the shockwave and appeared right in front of Ivankov. He didn't give Ivankov any time to react, expanding his spatial domain. In an instant, he enveloped Ivankov's entire body. Pressure enhancement. Sword draw slash. It was all done in one breath. A flash of red light appeared in Ivankov's eyes, and as soon as Kouta appeared, he tried to react. However, when he attempted to raise his right hand to throw a punch at Kouta, an overwhelming pressure suddenly struck, causing him to pause. Although he broke free from the pressure in an instant, that moment of hesitation was enough for Kouta to swing his blade, staring at the sharp blade glinting coldly before him. Ivankov could only hurriedly coat his chest with a layer of armament hockey. With a clang, a storm of pressure erupted from Ivankov's chest, spreading outwards and sending debris flying. After just a moment of stalemate, Ivankov was pushed rapidly backward by the terrifying force from the blade in front of him. His feet plowed 2 10-meter-long trenches in the sand. Ivankov stopped and felt a dull pain in his chest. He lowered his head to take a look. He saw a faint blood red wound on his chest, oozing blood droplets. Although he hadn't had time to fully mobilize his hockey due to the sudden situation, being able to cut through his hockey and injure him at the age of 11 was a bit too abnormal. If it weren't for his quick reaction and if his hockey had been a bit slower, he would have been utterly embarrassed. At that time, he wouldn't know what kind of ridicule he would face from Long. He lifted his head, staring at Kouta floating in the air, his pupils slightly constricting. and his expression gradually becoming serious. He can actually fly. Kouta stood in the air, looking down at the haki he had wrapped around himself again, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Sure enough, fighting strong opponents can better refine haki. Although it can't increase the quantity, it can enhance the quality. Every haki master is forged through countless trials. Earlier, during the clash with Ivankov, his haki collapsed in an instant. If the opponent hadn't been caught off guard, he wouldn't have been able to break through their haki defense. This is the difference in the quality of haki. It's like the difference between iron, ore, and steel. Low-level armament haki is like iron ore. Only through continuous forging can low-level haki evolve into high-level steel. Ivankov looked at Kouta and exclaimed, "Little Kouta, you're really impressive, but you need to be careful next. Let me show you the essence of the true Kamabaka's genderbender martial arts." Saying this, he jumped in place, performed a 360-degree spin in the air, landed lightly, and drew a character with his hands in front of him. As for what that character was, no one recognized it anyway. He relaxed his left hand by his side, while his right hand spread open, pointing towards Kouta. Ha ha ha. Kouta stared in awe at Ivankov's exaggerated flamboyant fighting stance. Is this really a flamboyant fighting style? How juvenile. Ivankov retracted his right hand, raised both hands slightly above his shoulders, relaxed his whole body, and smiled while shouting. All right, come on. Ha ha ha. You think you're Bruce Lee? Why ha ha not hi hey. Kouta pouted, suppressing his urge to complain, gripped his knife with both hands, flicked it upward, raised it high above his head, and stomped his feet forcefully on the ground. With a whoosh, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, aiming directly at Ivankov's chest, delivering a fierce slash. Shave! Step forward slash. Ivankov was already prepared for this, and the pressure from the spatial domain only slightly affected his speed. He continuously charged towards Kouta with the tip of his hand knife at super high speed. The Demon Fist technique, Dream Strike. As soon as the hand and knife collided, they bounced off each other and then quickly crashed together again. Clang, clang, clang. The blade and the hand knife, filled with black domineering energy, collided violently, leaving only afterimages and flashes of cold, ghostly blade light. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed once more, struggling against each other. In a moment of struggle, Ivankov suddenly winked at Kouta below. Hell's charming eyes. Sensing the incoming shockwave, Kouta exerted all his strength to push against Ivankov's hand, using the recoil to jump backward. Bang! A large pit was blasted out beneath where he had been standing. Little Ivankov, lacking martial ethics, launched a sneak attack. Looking at the big pit on the ground, Kouta exaggeratedly pretended to be shaken, even extending his left hand to wipe non-existent sweat from his forehead. Not at all. Ivankov shouted loudly. Then he fixed his gaze on Kouta and rapidly blinked. Hell's charming eyes, hell's charming eyes, hell's charming eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of shockwaves quickly surged towards Kouta. Kouta didn't pay much attention to the shockwaves in front of him. He expanded his domain, stretched the space, allowing the shockwave to crash into his realm, causing its speed to plummet. He stood calmly in place, quickly waving his knife to cut through the incoming shockwaves, almost like slicing through bubbles. Realizing that this move was ineffective against the air, Ivankov pushed off the ground with his feet and began to run rapidly around the empty space. He ran faster and faster, producing countless facial afterimages due to his high-speed movement. Facial afterimages. From a distance, numerous large faces surrounded Kouta. Looking at the afterimages around him, Kouta took a defensive stance. A flash of red light appeared in his eyes. Found it. He then quickly swung his knife at one of the phantoms. A silver-gray slash passed through the phantom, leaving a deep knife mark on the beach behind. Kouta, it's useless. Each of my phantoms could be real, or they could all be fake. All the phantoms shouted loudly at the same time. Are you ready to face the storm? Hee. Ivanov reminded, quickly winking, and all the facial phantoms simultaneously unleashed a deadly, seductive gaze. Galactic seductive gaze. Countless shockwaves, at least 10 times stronger than the deadly seductive gaze, shot towards Kouta like missiles, leaving him nowhere to escape. Sensing the fluctuations around him, Kouta quickly sheathed his knife and joined his hands in prayer. He won't escape. This is exactly what he wants. Kong slowly closed his eyes, and the spirit of a middle schooler erupted. How many floors do I have to carry a bag of rice? I have to carry it to the 2nd floor. How much do I have to give for a bag of rice? How much do I have to wash it? Just as the shockwave was about to approach, he suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils dilating, and the space around his body instantly collapsed inward. Then, he pushed his hands forcefully to the sides, and a tremendous force surged outward at an even faster speed. pseudo-son. This was his imitation of Senratenjin. It was essentially compressing the space within the spatial domain to the extreme in an instant and then exploding outward. The two forces held each other for a moment before a thunderous explosion occurred. The sand and soil, mixed with an even stronger shockwave, surged outward, instantly dispersing all the residual images and sending the real Ivankov flying. Bang! Ivankov's back slammed hard against the mountain wall behind the beach. Due to his massive size, it felt as if the entire mountain shook. The people at the dock had already rushed toward the village the moment the explosion occurred. Watching the rapidly approaching shockwave storm behind them, Ahua and the other kids wished they had more legs. Run! The storm is coming. They had just taken cover when the storm struck, and the entire street was instantly empty. The group hiding behind a house listened to the howling wind, dumbfounded. Is this something a human can do? It's really exaggerated. Guina looked outside, a hint of worry in her eyes. Gung Shiro noticed her state, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Don't worry, Guina, Sora is fine." "I'm not worried. I always believe in Sora." Guina paused for a moment and cautiously glanced at Gung Shiro. "I was just thinking about how much we would have to pay in berries this time." At that moment, a fish blown up into the sky fell from the eaves. With a thud, it landed on Gung Shiro's head. Expressionless, Gung Shiro took the fish off his head and threw it aside forcefully. He raised his head, staring at the gravel-filled street, where fish, fruits, and rubble were rolling in the gravel. His left hand, pushing the frame, trembled slightly. "Father, are you okay?" Guina looked up at Gung Shiro. "I'm fine. It's just a little bit of gravel." Gung Shiro replied nonchalantly. He was determined that when Kouta returned, he would make Kouta earn back double. "All right, let us go." Gung Shiro took a step forward and walked out. The streets outside were in disarray, with tiles, fruits, and fish everywhere. People were stepping on the rubble, heading towards the dock. Upon reaching the dock, they saw about 10 small fishing boats that had originally been anchored in the harbor, except for a few larger ones. The rest had been overturned and were on the sand to the right. Under Kouta's position, a circular giant pit was slowly seeping with seawater at the bottom. It wouldn't be long before a small pond would form there. Zoro's eyes widened as he stared intently at Kouta, who was hovering above the giant pit, trembling with excitement. Only those who had experienced peak power could strive harder to catch up, and he firmly believed he would succeed. Sensing Zoro's fighting spirit, Guina tightened her grip on the sword with her left hand. She calmly stared at Kouta, her inner thoughts in turmoil. Is this the power of Kouta at his peak? It's truly despairing. It turns out Kouta never took their sparring seriously before. The village of Shimikoshi was too small enough that even she could nearly become invincible. If Zoro hadn't come, she definitely wouldn't have improved so much in this year. She could feel that it wouldn't be long before Zoro would surpass her in physical strength. With such innate talent, no matter how unwilling she was, there was nothing she could do. All she could do was train even harder. Otherwise, she would soon be surpassed by Zoro. Staring at the distant beach, Guina's resolve strengthened. She would definitely become the strongest female swordsman. Ivankov, embedded in the rock wall, pulled himself out and shook off the dust. Then he looked up at Kouta, who was unscathed, with a look of surprise. Wasn't he injured at all? Taking a moment to ease his slightly suffocated chest, he gasped and exclaimed, "Little Kouta, this ability is truly astonishing. How impressive! I wonder what fruit power it is." In reality, Kouta was feeling frustrated. After taking that hit, his stamina had reached its limit. That was a move capable of knocking Bartholomew Kuma away. In contrast, Ivankov was only slightly out of breath at this point. He is only 12 years old after all, and his body hasn't fully developed yet. I believe that as he gets older, his strength will experience explosive growth. After resting for a while, his stamina has recovered a bit, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He shouted to Ivankov, "Little Ivankov, how about we call a draw today?" "All right, it's up to you." Ivankov had already noticed Keitai's state, but he didn't point it out. "What about the food?" Keitai stroked his chin. Ivankov looked at him nervously. "Of course, the food is for you." Keitai suddenly mimicked Ivankov's movements, exaggeratedly spinning around with his hands raised high. "What? So it really is for us?" Ivankov shouted in response. "I've been played again." Then they exchanged glances and both burst into laughter. "Haha, little Ivankov, I have a question for you." Ivankov paused and stopped laughing as he looked at Keitai, who had suddenly appeared sitting on his shoulder. "What question? Is it true that your Kamabaka kingdom is all full of transgenders?" As they walked towards the village, Ivankov answered, "The little cuties, they're all ordinary people who long for the transgender kingdom and have gone there." "Oh," Keitai stroked his chin, showing an expression of realization. Then he nodded and said, "I knew it. How could it be all transgenders?" That wouldn't add any new population. Little Kouta, you can come to Kamabaka Kingdom to play in the future. I think the little cuties there will definitely like you. Ivankov said excitedly as he looked at Kouta. After all, you're so cute and pretty. Kamabaka Kingdom? Kouta shuddered at the thought of Sanji's tragic state and hurriedly said, I'm still small. I don't want to go to sea yet. Is that so? Ivankov said, slightly disappointed. I was thinking if little Kouta could come to Kamabaka Kingdom, I would introduce you to the prettiest little cuties in our country. Kouta's mind was filled with images of burly men in pink dresses running on the beach. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Is everything okay, little Kouta? Why are you sweating so much? Koof, koof, koof. I'm fine. Kouta quickly changed the subject. Let's hurry over. Seeing the crowd waiting for them at the dock, he teleported over first. Hey, wait for me. Is Kamabaka Kingdom really that scary? Ivankov watched Kouta disappear and quickly followed. In Seymour's village, at the OneHeart Dojo, Kouta lay on the roof of the dojo, looking down at the busy figures below, and sighed. Although the battle seemed impressive, only he knew the gap in strength. He exerted all his strength, but it only made Ivankov take him a little more seriously. In the end, he was exhausted, while Ivankov was just slightly out of breath. From the looks of it, the battle just now was merely a warm-up for Ivankov. The main issue was that age had limited his stamina and haki. There wasn't much he could do about it. It was a natural condition that couldn't be changed by human effort. Kouta, what are you daydreaming about? At that moment, Shiro sat down next to Kouta. It's nothing. He was just feeling a bit frustrated thinking about how long it would be before they could set sail. Master, I really want to see the world soon. Kouta sat up straight, his eyes shining as he looked at Shiro. For the first time, he was so eager to see this magnificent world, to see those real legends, to see the bizarre species on the great sea routes, and the Sky Island, Bubble Island, and Mermaid Island. Just thinking about these made him feel excited all over. He had never felt this urgent before. But when he actually encountered those other beings who were completely different from ordinary humans today, he was excited, thrilled, and eager to experience more. This is not the comic world of a previous life. It is a real world where one can touch, communicate, and even fight together. It is not yet your time to set sail. You are still too young. At least wait until you are an adult. Shiro pushed up his glasses and looked towards the back mountain. It's not that the master wants to stop you from sailing. The outside world is not as beautiful as you imagine. He paused for a moment, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Even if you're going to set sail, you need to wait for Guina. That child is completely focused on you right now. If you leave, I don't know what will happen to her. Following Shirlong's gaze, one could see Zoro and Guina training frantically on the back mountain. Ever since they returned from the port, they have thrown themselves into training more desperately than ever. Don't worry, Master. I know when to set sail, and I understand what this world is like. I read the newspaper every day. Kouta looked at Guina on the back mountain, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. As for Guina, all I know is that I will never leave her alone in this life. It's good that you understand. Shirlang retracted his gaze, took down the black-sheathed, long sword hanging at his waist, and looked at Kouta. I originally intended to give this to you when you set sail, but after watching your battle today, I realize your strength has grown too quickly. An ordinary sword should be of little use for your training now. Saying this, Shirlang raised the sword and handed it to Kouta. Take it. Getting familiar with the sword also takes time. This sword was crafted according to your usual habits and proportionally lengthened, so it should fit you even when you grow up. Thank you, Master. Kouta excitedly received the sword with both hands, gripping the hilt with his right hand and drawing it out with a clang. He lifted the sword, holding it in front of his eyes to examine it closely. The spine of the sword is thicker than that of an ordinary sword. The blade has a chaotic reverse T-shaped edge, and the blade is silver gray with faint purple serrated patterns. He rubbed the blade with his palm and could clearly sense its sharpness. Good knife, Shiro explained, watching Kouta's excited expression. This knife was forged in the style of the legendary sword from the land of Wano, called Akiyuki. The blade is very resilient and, due to its higher density, is heavier than other swords of the same size. After a pause, he continued, you should temper it with your aura every day. Who knows? This knife might become a black blade with you in the future. Black blade? Kouta expressed his confusion, but he certainly knew what a black blade was. The main characteristic of a black blade is its durability, and a swordsman can use their own aura to forge their sword into a black blade. Akiyuki is a black blade. Don't worry, Master, I will make it resonate throughout the world. Kouta looked at the knife in his hand, growing more fond of it. All right, the knife still didn't have a name. You can name it. Shiro smiled at Kouta. Kouta raised the knife above his head and under the sunlight. The blade emitted a bluish glow. Let's call it Jean Kong. Zonkong? Kung Shiro looked at Kouta, surprised. Is it the cut through space? Kouta exclaimed excitedly. I hope I can achieve that in the future. In the evening, the cold moonlight blanketed the entire world. In Shimokazaki village, the lights in thousands of homes had mostly gone out. Only the dojo halfway up the hill still echoed with the sound of bamboo, swords striking the targets. On the dragon head ship, a gentle breeze blew by. A shadow appeared on the deck. Ivankov felt the movement and complained to the shadow. You're really slow, dragon. How long do you want me to wait? Sorry, dragon said as he stepped out of the shadow, holding a small child in his arms. As he got closer and saw what dragon was holding, Ivankov asked in confusion, What do you have in your hands? The others on the ship, hearing the commotion, gathered around, and upon seeing the child, they were astonished. He's really hurt. Yeah, one of them exclaimed. Looks like he was hit by a cannonball. We need to treat him quickly. Carefully, one person took the child from Dragon's arms and hurried to the ship's medical room. The crowd quickly made way. Watching the person escort the child into the cabin, Ivankov turned to Dragon and asked, Really, where have you been wandering around? Dragon turned around and calmly replied, I want to visit the celebration of the world nobles. Why did you hide this from me and go to that kind of place alone? Ivankov was taken aback. If you were there, it would have been too conspicuous. Dragon gradually walked to the side of the ship, gazing at the quiet village. Ivankov fumbled with his face. Dragon turned his body and loudly said to everyone on the deck, We need to concentrate our forces immediately. What about the food? The food? The dojo in the village sent us some. One person stepped forward to respond. All right. Dragon turned his gaze to the dojo halfway up the hill, paused, and suddenly looked towards the bow of the ship. There, on the dragon head at the bow, a little boy appeared out of nowhere. The boy wore a moon-white long robe, a long sword at his waist, and his silver hair reflected a shimmering light in the moonlight. He stood there quietly, his bright azure eyes shimmering with silver mist and lingering starlight. Gazing into the boy's eyes, which were more enchanting than the starry sky, Long spoke in a deep voice. Who are you, sir? What brings you here? From the moment Kong Tai arrived, he had his eyes fixed on Long. Even though the other was cloaked in a deep green coat, he recognized him at a glance. That vast aura, as deep as the ocean, was impossible to conceal. When Long looked up at him, he could see the red square tattoo on Long's left cheek and the faint stubble on his chin. Upon closer inspection, Long surprisingly had no eyebrows. A smirk appeared at the corner of Kong Tai's mouth as he teasingly replied, Oh, it's nothing much, just here to see off a friend. Such a strong opponent was not someone he could contend with right now, not even a single strike. After all, reality is not a comic book. The disparity was so great that it could result in an instant defeat. Even though he wouldn't be injured, it simply wasn't necessary. He didn't pay much attention to Long, but instead looked at Ivankov. Hey, little Ivan, are you planning to leave without saying goodbye? Seeing the gaze from Kong Tai, Ivankov asked emotionally, Little Kong Tai, did you come specifically to see us off? Yeah, isn't that what friends do? Kong Tai yelled at Ivankov. Friends shouldn't leave without saying goodbye. You bastard. I'm sorry. Ivankov bent down to apologize to Kong Tai. My friend, I wish you smooth sailing. This flower of friendship will inspire us, and one day we will meet again. When Ivankov straightened up, only Kong Tai's faint blessing remained in the air, and he was moved to tears. Long stood beside him, looking confused. It wasn't until Lightning came over to explain what happened during the day that he suddenly understood. A magical boy who can control space. Then he turned around and shouted to everyone, prepare to set sail, back to Baldigo. Yes, the ship became busy. On the roof of the dojo, Kong Tai had been standing there for a while. He gazed at the sea, lost in thought. The giant ship outside the harbor had already set sail under the moonlight, heading to where it was meant to go. In the distance, only a small black dot remained on the horizon. Then, in the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared from the sea level, as if it had never been there. But the faint sound of Ivankov's cries still lingered over the sea, confirming that this was not a delusion. At first, Sora didn't plan to go, but in the end, he couldn't help but run to take a look. Monkey D. Luffy, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the #1 enemy of the world government, and a true peak force in the world. The gap is quite large. He shook his head vigorously. So what if it's a dragon? So what if it's the pinnacle of the world? He has enough confidence to definitely surpass his opponent. Raising his head to look at the sea, with starlight flickering in his eyes, having witnessed the pinnacle, he strides towards it. Isn't this the romance of the world of One Piece? Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. In the woods behind the Taoist temple, the sound of weapons clashing suddenly broke out. Clang, Clang, clang. Looking closer, one could only see two streaks of white light crossing and colliding in a clearing in the woods. 16-year-old Guina has grown tall and graceful. Her long hair tied back into a ponytail with a red hairband, wearing a white tight-fitting training outfit. She holds a sword above her head with both hands and swiftly slashes down, sending a silver-white strike flying quickly towards Zoro. Zoro, bare-chested, reveals a strong, muscular build, with a green bandana wrapped around his head. He has a long knife in each hand and one in his mouth. It seems he has indeed adopted the three-sword style. He swung his blade with force, quickly slashing at the incoming strike. Demon Slash. The strike was redirected, soaring into the sky and cutting down the countless leaves floating around. Taking advantage of the moment when Zoro had just exerted all his strength and was in a stalemate, Guina swiftly sheathed her sword, pushed off the ground, and dashed towards Zoro with a whoosh. Shave draw and slash. Seeing the blade light before him, Zoro barely had time to cross his swords and do his best to block the attack. After a brief stalemate, he was pushed back rapidly by the force, colliding with a giant tree with a thud. Guina elegantly twirled her right hand, sheathing her sword with a crisp sound. At that moment, Kouta's voice rang out 1 point. That's it. The winner is Guina, 10,000 wins and 0 losses. Hearing Kouta's voice, Guina turned around, her previously cold expression softening into a blossoming smile. She quickly walked to Kouta's side, smiling at him. The 17-year-old Kouta no longer showed any signs of his previous childishness. His resolute and sharply defined face always bore a gentle smile, with silver mist swirling in his deep blue eyes. All of this made him appear so handsome and masculine. He has a strong and tall build, and his height of 1.9 meters makes him appear very tall. He wore a moon-white long robe, with a sword named Zhang Kong and a wine gourd hanging from his left waist. In the pirate world, drinking alcohol is not a good thing. The sea is vast, and fresh water cannot be stored for long, so every ship carries a small amount of low-proof rum. Moreover, due to high demand, this kind of liquor can be found on almost every island in this world. As Guina approached, Kouta spread the pink kimono hanging from his arms over her. The kimono was embroidered with white flowers, and on Guina, who was now over 1.7 meters tall, it looked incredibly beautiful. Guina gazed softly at Kouta, who was tying her belt, and gently spoke, "Kouta, my father is waiting for us at the port." Kouta lifted his head and met Guina's eyes, a hint of tenderness flashing in his own. He reached out his right hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. He needed to say goodbye to Zoro before leaving. Guina then pulled Kouta's hand into her embrace. Feeling the sensation on his arm, Kouta couldn't help but sigh. In the end, he had become the very person he disliked the most, the one he liked the most, completing his growth. He then turned to Zoro and said with schadenfreude, "Zoro, you lost again. You really have gotten stronger." Zoro calmly looked at Kouta, immune to such taunts. He can sense that his physical condition has likely surpassed Guina's, and only his swordsmanship is still lacking a bit. He believes it won't be long before he can truly surpass Guina. Compared to Guina, he can still see the possibility of surpassing her, but this guy Kouta remains unfathomable. He originally wanted to gauge Kouta's true strength before he set sail. However, this guy insisted that he and Guina complete this final match. Now, he has achieved a record of 10,000 defeats. Are you satisfied now? Can I finally see your current strength? All right, I'll indulge you. Kouta glanced at Guina, who understood and stepped back a few paces, standing to the side. Kouta gripped Zhang Kong with his left hand and walked toward the empty space in front of him. As he advanced, a whirlwind suddenly formed around him, lifting the fallen leaves from the ground and swirling them around. He arrived at the midpoint, slightly bent over, his gaze fixed tightly on the white clouds above. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, a wave of light purple-black aura swirling around him, entwining with the blade. Just as his momentum reached its peak, he swiftly slashed upwards. Divine slash. Suddenly, the world fell silent. He stood up, retracting his aura, as if he had never moved at all. The sound of the blade sheathing broke the surrounding stillness. At that moment, a faint purple-black slash shot rapidly towards the sky, slicing through the clouds with unparalleled speed and power. Suddenly, the wind surged and clouds roiled, prompting Kongshiro and the others at the port to look up at the sky. Crack! The originally clear sky suddenly split open, followed by flashes of lightning and thunder, as the clouds flowed towards the opening like a stream. The crowd was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the sky. The sky had cracked open. Was it the end of the world? Iku turned to Kongshiro, who was gazing at the back mountain in surprise, and asked, "Is it Kouta?" "Yeah." Kanshiro replied without turning his head, realizing how much he had grown. Kouta looked at Zoro, who was standing there in a daze, and recalled the words that Mihawk used to motivate Zoro. Suddenly, he spoke to Zoro in a serious tone. Zoro, see yourself clearly, understand the world, and become stronger. Surpass this sword of mine, surpass me, and you will become the strongest swordsman. Hearing Kouta's voice, Zoro snapped back to reality, his gaze resolutely fixed on Kouta. You, wait for me at the strongest position. From now on, I will never lose again. Just wait until I stand before you. He has no doubt that Kouta cannot become the strongest, just as he firmly believes that he can definitely become the strongest. All right. Kouta turned around with satisfaction and headed towards the port with Guina. Without Guina's death, would Zoro still be so determined to become Roronoa Zoro? He doesn't know, but he believes he can definitely fulfill today's promise. Because he is Zoro, the Zoro who will achieve his goals once he sets them. The gentle breeze, the vast sea, the morning sun, a cool, thin mist enveloped the entire world, and the morning light of the rising sun filtered through the thin clouds, scattering over the sea, creating shimmering waves. On the azure sea, early riser seabirds chirped incessantly, and from time to time, one of them would dive into the water like a fighter jet, snatching a fish and soaring back into the sky. However, even the most elite warriors have their off days, and there are always a few unfortunate seabirds that never resurface. They must not have checked the almanac before heading out today. Although this can't be considered a rare sight, it was enough to excite the crew of Kouta, who had just set sail. The creaking wooden door of the cabin emitted a dull sound, startling the seabirds that were preening their feathers on top of the cabin. A plump man in a white chef's uniform, wearing glasses, emerged from the door, holding a tray in his left hand with 2 cups of juice on it. Upon seeing Kouta lying on a deck chair at the bow of the ship, he hurried over and placed the juice on the coffee table beside Kouta. Kouta, how do you like the lemon apple juice I made? Thanks, Ahua. Kouta set down the navigation book in his hands and looked up at Ahua, who was standing nearby, and thanked him gently. At that moment, suddenly a head with a shamat hairstyle poked out from the edge of the lookout tower on the mast, shouting loudly below, Ahua, where's my juice? Ahua pushed up his glasses and calmly looked up at him. Go get it yourself in the kitchen. Do you think you're Kouta and Guina? You expect me to bring it to you? You, as a chef, should serve us fighters well. The shamat youth climbed down the mast and provocatively stood in the middle of the deck, shouting loudly. Hearing this, Ahua's forehead twitched with veins, and he charged at the guy in leather pants. Allo, do you want to fight? He thought that since they were already at sea, he couldn't be impulsive anymore. He needed to be mature and calm. But Allo, that guy, always found trouble as soon as he got on the boat, and he could always get under his skin. At that moment, a young man with a sausage-shaped mouth walked out from the second-floor room, dressed in denim jacket and pants, wearing a cowboy hat. If it weren't for his slightly overweight figure, he would really look like a cowboy. He hurried down the stairs and pulled the two of them apart. You guys, you fight every day, from childhood to now, even out at sea. Can't you just calm down for once? Atao said. Don't interfere, Atao. Today, I'm gonna let this guy know who the second strongest on this ship is, Ahua replied, rolling up his sleeves and getting ready to fight Aluo. Atao looked at them speechlessly. So eager to fight for second place. Why don't you challenge Guina instead? Just then, Guina appeared, wearing a pink kimono and slippers. She came down the stairs next to the cabin, with water still dripping from her deep blue hair. She wiped her hair and walked past Ahua and the others calmly, giving them a gentle glance as she passed. With just that one look, the three of them immediately straightened up. Aluo and Ahua, who were originally butting heads, even posed as if they were good friends, with their left shoulders leaning against each other. They are not afraid of each other, nor are they afraid of Kong Tai, but they are only afraid of Guina. Each of them was raised under the beating of Guina and carry psychological scars. If it weren't for Zoro showing up later, their situation might have been even worse. It wasn't until Guina reached the bow of the ship that they all let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off their brows. Allo and Ahua, who were hugging each other, suddenly remembered they were still in each other's arms. Then, with faces full of disgust, they hurriedly released each other. They stepped back quickly as if they were hugging something terrifying, exchanged glances, and simultaneously snorted, turning their heads to the sides and spitting on the ground. Peh. At the sight of these two, Atao sighed. Even as the third strongest on this ship, I don't have as much drama as you two. He shook his head, pulled out a cigarette case from his pants pocket, took one out, and placed it in his mouth. After lighting it, he took a deep puff and stylishly blew out a smoke ring. Then, with his head held high, he walked past Ahua with an air of pride and headed towards the cabin. Was the juice not fragrant? It was very fragrant. Sour and sweet, it was delicious. Kouta lazily lay on the lounge chair, holding a cup and gently shaking it, then took a sip. He smiled while looking at the three clowns below. I have to say, Ahua really has a talent for cooking. He has loved to eat since he was a child, which has made him quite overweight. Even when his father sent him to the sword fighting academy, he didn't manage to lose any weight. This guy returned home 2 years ago to inherit his family restaurant and became a chef, and by the time he set out to sea, he was already a well-known chef in the area. When Kouta first invited him to go out to sea, he was reluctant. According to him, he was enjoying good food and drink at home, so why would he want to suffer at sea with Kouta? In the end, it was Guina who stepped in to convince him to come. It's unclear what methods Guina used, but the next day, he came over with a bruised face, crying and begging to be allowed on the ship. Alas, how pitiful. Seeing how sincere this guy was, Kouta could only reluctantly agree. However, Ahua would never know that Kouta had intentionally or unintentionally hinted to Guina about wanting to invite him to go out to sea. Lost in thought, a smirk appeared on his face. As for Aluo, it's hard to say what he has been through these years to become a shammate youth. Perhaps it was for love. Not long ago, he was preparing to follow his family's arrangements and get married. But upon hearing that Kouta was setting out to sea, he rushed to find Atao, who was about to take over the family shipyard and become the Sea King, and sought out Gungshiro. When Gungshiro found Kouta, he was still trying to figure out where to find a ship. Now this is great. Isn't this a timely downpour? He agreed on the spot. They grew up together as childhood friends. Wasn't he doing it for the shipwright Atao or his family's ship, which was priced at a broken bone rate? Next, he spent all the savings he had accumulated with Guina over the years, and even borrowed several million berries from Gungshiro to pay off the shipbuilding costs. This was still the price that Atao's family charged only for materials. Just think, a dignified transmigrator actually had to borrow money to build a ship. At this thought, he couldn't help but silently apologize to his fellow transmigrators. He really embarrassed the time travelers. This ship is a fast-sailing boat with a triangular sail on the aft mast and a central rudder at the stern, and the bow features a ram's head. As for why it's a ram's head, of course, it's modeled after the Going Merry. Who would want a ship like the Going Merry after watching One Piece? Not only does it have a ram's head, but he also created an orchard on the ship, only replacing the orange trees with lemon trees. The deck of the ship rises up, and the cabin at the back has 2 levels. The first level is the kitchen, and the second level is for steering and resting. As for the bedroom, storage room, and bathroom, they're all located beneath the deck. His ship, like the Merry, does not have a steering wheel. Instead, it turns by operating the rudder sticks left and right to move the rudder at the back of the ship. As for the cannon, he thought it was useless up close and couldn't hit anything from afar, with a range shorter than his slashing attack. So, he only installed a large cannon in the front cabin and omitted it from the sides. This not only saves space, but also reduces weight, making the ship's navigation lighter and faster. Besides this sole cannon in the front cabin, there's also an anchor winch and some essential supplies for the sea. Keita's gaze swept across the entire ship as he pondered. The lookout, Arrow, the helmsman and repairman, Atao, the cook, Ahua. As a navigator, he himself is a navigator. Over the past decade or so, he has read countless books on navigation, and they were not in vain. Although he couldn't reach Nami's level, he was still quite confident in handling general natural disasters. Moreover, his spatial domain can now expand to a radius of 20 meters, enough for him to fly with the ship. What else is missing? And his eyes lit up as he realized. It turns out he still needed a doctor. On the deck of the Pseudo-Mary, Kouta was staring blankly at the horizon where the water met the sky. It was the warmest and brightest time of the day, with a consistent blue that was hard to describe in its clarity. From time to time, a few mischievous large fish would leap out of the sea, splashing water that intertwined with the morning sunlight filtering through the mist, sparkling like transparent sapphires in cool tones. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery, it couldn't capture Keita's attention at that moment. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of the wooden planks being pressed came from the ladder. Kouta put down his cup and turned to see Guina coming up the stairs, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. After finishing her morning exercise and taking a shower, Guina's deep blue hair, glistening like the sea, was smooth and bright. Guina walked up to Kouta and handed him a comb, gently saying, "Kouta, comb my hair." Seeing the affection in Keita's eyes, she knew all her efforts were worth it. Ever since she learned that Kouta liked kimono, she had only worn kimonos. Knowing he preferred long hair, she had kept her hair long. Even though wearing a kimono and having long hair were inconvenient for fighting, she persevered because she loved Kouta so much. Everything about her had become the way Kouta liked. Kouta took the comb, looked at her squatting in front of him, and gently combed through her soft, silky hair. He certainly knew of her changes. This love could only be repaid with his entire life. After smoothing her hair, he took a red ribbon from the side and tied Guina's hair into a ponytail, holding her head and looking at it with satisfaction. His skills are not bad. All right, Guina. Guina stood up, turned around, and met Kouta's infatuated gaze. Joyfully, she twirled in front of him like a pink flower butterfly, freely showcasing her beauty. Looking at this woman who only wished to display her charm and tenderness to him, Kouta pulled her over and let her lie on him, holding her soft, delicate body, inhaling the scent of the shower gel and her unique youthful fragrance. He spoke with deep affection. Guina, wait 2 more years until you're 18, and we'll get married. Hearing Kouta's voice, Guina suddenly looked up, staring in disbelief at his gentle face so close. Tears welled up and fell, drop by drop, onto Kouta's chest. She thought this guy was going to wait for her to confess before responding to her love. Kouta looked at Guina and smiled, his smile radiating like ripples of a clear spring, overflowing from the small swirl at the corner of his mouth and spreading across his face. He reached out his right hand to wipe her tears and joked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to?" Guina quickly nodded, I want to. How could she possibly not want to? Ha ha ha. Looking at Guina's adorable expression, uncontrollable laughter kept bursting from Kouta's mouth. In his last life, he didn't even have a girlfriend. But in this life, he had a fiancée at the age of 17. It felt great, didn't it? Listening to Kouta's laughter, Guina buried her head in his chest. Her face flushed with embarrassment, gently hitting him a few times with her hand. Her face was burning as she quietly listened to Kouta's strong heartbeat. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. Kouta's face was full of smiles, his eyes tenderly looking at Guina. After spending so many years together, he had indeed always regarded Guina as a sister. However, as this sister gradually grew up and became more reliant on him, she eventually fell in love with him, willing to change so much for him. He couldn't possibly remain indifferent. For such a beautiful girl, he couldn't believe that anyone wouldn't fall in love. To clarify, he's not a lilicon or into raising characters. As he stroked Guina's long hair, which was as smooth and silky as satin, Kouta looked up at the sky with an unprecedented determination in his eyes. This promise made him more mature and stronger. Sailing was indeed not an easy task. They had been at sea for 3 days. The first 2 days were quite exciting. Everything felt new and interesting. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery is, after 2 days, it becomes dull and uninteresting. Looking around, there isn't even a ghostly shadow on the sea. It's just sea, sea, and more sea. No wonder pirates love to hold banquets. It's all out of boredom. Because at sea, besides exercising, you can only lie there like a salted fish. Kouta, who was fishing at the bow of the boat, stared blankly at the sea. Isn't it supposed to be easy to catch fish in manga? Why is it that nothing is biting for him? Indeed, manga can be deceiving. Hey! At that moment, Guina was walking over with 2 cups of cola and asked, hearing a sigh, what's wrong? It's been 3 days, and they still haven't seen any other ships. Isn't this the age of exploration? Aren't there supposed to be pirates everywhere? Why is it that they haven't encountered any here? Is the East Sea too vast? Or the other pirate ships just too lucky? He had a frustrated look on his face as he took the cola that Guina handed him. After shaking it a few times, the ice cubes clinked against the cup, producing a pleasant and crisp sound. He raised his cup, tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and took a big gulp. The ice-cold cola went straight down his throat to his stomach, and he let out a burp, followed by a puff of white mist. Refreshing. Guina looked at Kouta and smiled gently. Her smile was like a faint glow of dawn, drifting from the corners of her mouth. She reached out to take the cup from Kouta's hand and placed it on the coffee table beside them. There was no rush. After all, it had only been 3 days, and they should reach the sea restaurant Bartai today. She paused for a moment, licked her lips with her tongue, and then said, I heard that Bartai is a restaurant on the sea, where the strongest chefs of the EC are. You little glutton. Kouta lightly tapped Guina's head with his hand. Guina pretended to be in pain, rubbing her head with both hands, and stared at Kouta with her big, misty eyes. Oomph. Do you dare say you don't want to eat? Kouta swallowed hard, turned to look at the sea, and stubbornly said, I'm just interested in the people who can open a restaurant on the sea, not in the food they make. Kouta nodded affirmatively as he spoke. Yes, that's right. Just like that. Seeing through Kouta's facade, Guina didn't expose him, gently took Kouta's hand and held it in her embrace, accompanying him to fish. Ever since they had made their engagement, she had become increasingly gentle and playful, a change that made Ahua and the others exclaimed that Guina had been possessed. Because Guina actually smiled at them, this was the first time she had smiled at them. This made them wary of showing their faces in the past 2 days, feeling like they were going to be in trouble. Hey! At that moment, the fishing rod in Keita's hand suddenly bent, and the fishing line snapped straight. Had he caught a fish? Guina quickly let go of Keita and rushed to the edge of the boat, leaning over the railing to look at the sea below. Keita held the fishing rod tightly, and with a sudden effort, he lifted the rod. The calm surface of the sea suddenly became turbulent, and the boat shook continuously from the disturbance of the water flow. In an instant, the surface of the sea below the fishing line was pushed up. Then, under the force of gravity, the water curtain fell back to the sea, revealing a huge shadow of alternating blue and yellow. The front of the shadow stood high above the side of the boat, casting a large shadow. With a wide forehead, a gaping mouth revealing sharp fangs, and blood-red eyes glinting coldly, it stared intently at Keita, who was holding the fishing rod. Keita stood in the shadow, looked up at the enlarged sea eel, and shouted loudly, "It's you, the king of the near sea." Then he dropped the fishing rod, stroked his chin, and thought for a moment before seriously addressing it. "I don't know if you know that one outside Windmill Village. That one is really fierce. It even bit off Redhair's hand. Although that was more than a decade ago. It's enough to brag about for a lifetime." Then he raised his right hand in front of him, giving the king of the near sea an encouraging look. His CH Nibu spirit bursting forth. "Come on, I also want to block my hand in the EC." The king of the near sea genuinely couldn't understand what this little guy was saying. However, it seemed to sense some humiliation from the look in the other's eyes. Its head paused slightly in the air, then like a meteor falling from the sky, it slammed down hard. Bang! The king of the near sea felt as if it had collided with steel, stars appearing in its eyes. After a while, it finally regained its senses. Shaking its head, it looked down at the teeth that had fallen by the side of the boat, with a face full of grievance. Just now, it had been leisurely accompanying the sea fish sister shopping when suddenly a fish hook had snagged its mouth without it knowing at all. You say it snagged, fine. With the king of a near sea size, it still didn't believe anyone could pull it up. Who knew that before it could swim a few steps? It was pulled up by this guy in front of it. If it had to come up, fine, but it even broke its most handsome teeth. Who does it talk to about this? Keita, stop playing around. 3 o'clock direction, a ship has been spotted. Aloha shouted from the lookout tower. Looking down at Keita. Where? Ahua, who had been messing around in the kitchen, rushed out with a kitchen knife and leaned over the railing to look ahead. They are not at all concerned about the nearshore king. Instead, they are full of curiosity about other ships, especially pirate ships. A red light flashed in Kountai's eyes as he sensed something. It really is a big ship, much larger than theirs. He looked up and apologized to the king of the near sea, saying he couldn't play anymore and could only send him on his way. The king of the near sea sensed something and tightened his heart, quickly retracting his head, trying to dive into the sea. Just a second before the words left his mouth, a sharp and swift sound of friction echoed. A silver-white slash cut through the air, grazing the neck of the king of the near sea, and with residual force, it shot towards the sky. Ding Guina sheathed her sword. As soon as the words left his mouth, she had already drawn her sword. With a boom, the king of the near sea's massive head crashed into the water. And after several rises and falls, it ultimately sank into the sea. Through the shimmering waves, one could still see the unwillingness and grievance in its eyes. Its lower half remained floating on the surface, as if it didn't realize its head was already gone, while the thick, fishy blood began to surge upward from a smooth cut. As the wind blew, its stubborn lower half could no longer hold on and fell backward, creating a splash larger than when it had emerged. April 15th, 1518, Year of the Sea. EC. A massive sailing ship shaped like a black panther, with 3 decks, was sailing against the rising sun. At the top of the ship's mast, a dark black skull flag billowed in the sea breeze. On the flag, a white skull was flanked by 2 red hourglasses, representing the captured prey and the deadline for death, also signifying that you would eventually surrender to me. It was just a matter of time. In the East Sea, most people should recognize this flag and this ship. After all, it belonged to one of the highest bounty pirate crews in the EC today. On the Pseudo Mary, a Tau held several bounty notices in his hand, explaining to the distant pirate ship. The Krieg Pirates claim to be the largest pirate crew in the EC with 5,000 members. The captain, Admiral Krieg, had a bounty of 17 million berries and was known as the overlord of the EC. The commander, Ghostman Akin, had a bounty of 12 million berries. Since they have 5,000 subordinates, Why do we only see one ship? Ahua pushed up his glasses and, looking at the bounty notice in Atao's hand, asked in confusion. They must be patrolling their territories. Krieg wouldn't concentrate all his men together. That would just make them live targets for the Navy, right? Aluo slid down from the mast and quickly walked over, replying. He looked up at the giant ship rushing towards them and spoke. This ship should be the main vessel that Crick is on, the fearless battle Navy sword. That means Crick must be on this ship. As he spoke, they all turned their gaze towards Kouta, who was standing at the bow of the ship, waiting for his instructions. They are not worried about the East Sea Overlord, because compared to Kong Tai, these pirates are weak and vulnerable. After all, Kong Tai was a monster who could match the legendary king of half-monsters 5 years ago. The bounty on the king of half-monsters exceeds 80 million. When Kong Tai and his crew discovered the Krieg pirates, the other side also noticed them. The pirates turned around and charged straight at them. The pirates would never have imagined the cruel fate they were about to face. In fact, ignorance is also a kind of happiness, allowing them to act without restraint, doing whatever they want. Whether this is luck or misfortune is hard to say. Whether the pirates are lucky or not is unknown, but for Kong Tai and his crew, it is fortunate, because finally, there's a bit of fun added to this boring sea journey. Watching the fearless battleship, the naval sword, charging rapidly. Kong Tai turned to see Ahua and the others, their faces excited and eyes shining, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Leave Krieg to me, the officers to Guina, and the rest of the lackeys to you. Wow. Ahua and the others jumped up excitedly. After practicing swordsmanship for more than 10 years, if they didn't have the heart of a swordsman to slay evil, they could not have persisted for so long. If it weren't for the lack of hope in recent years, they would not have left the sword dojo. Now, facing these utterly wicked people, they feel no psychological burden in killing them. Ignoring the excited trio, Kong Tai turned to look at the Krieg pirates, his mind racing. In fact, in the world of One Piece, most ordinary people still have a sense of justice. This justice is not the justice of the world government. It is the justice of standing up against injustice and evil. Even the Navy, often called the lapdogs of the world government, has at least more than 90 of its members as true champions of justice. Clearly, everyone on their ship is such a person, and pirates are merely criminals under the banner of dreams. The sea brings endless wealth, and some people will quickly accumulate riches through luck, courage, strategy, or strength. Most pirates' work is to rob those who have quickly amassed wealth. It is a fast way to make money that requires little effort on their part. They can spend the stolen money extravagantly. They are carefree. They are unrestrained. They are completely lawless. There are indeed pirates like Luffy who genuinely harbor dreams, but they are rare. This gives rise to those with a bit of ambition and strength who aspire to become such criminals. Most of these people, under the encouragement and provocation of others, end up dedicating the most important work of their lives to piracy. Here, we must mention the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger. His final words before death caused those who were hesitant, wandering, or even those who had no thoughts at all to flock to the sea. While some genuinely seek to compete for great treasures, the vast majority simply want to become pirates. They don't believe in any great treasure. They only believe in the berry in front of them and in a reckless life, just going with the flow. For this reason, GOLD, Roger deserves to die. Not only does the world government hate him, the Navy hates him, and most civilians living on the islands hate him even more. Pirates have never been cruel based on their strength. Most of them are bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong, scoundrels, and scum. Moreover, the weaker the pirate, the more brutal they tend to be. Unable to attack merchant ships with guards and firepower, they will set their sights on remote villages without naval bases. At first, they might just be robbing, but as the robbery escalates, it can turn into murder and arson, and eventually lead to village slaughter. Over the years, he has seen quite a few newspapers like this. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted his tumultuous thoughts. I want to take on 10. Ahua rushed ahead into the cabin. Just you. Aluo pouted and quickly followed. I want to take on 15. Then I'll take on 20. The last one to catch up, Atao, looked speechless at the two who were arguing again, rubbed his forehead, and said, Let's compete and see who takes down more. Let's compete then. Humph. Kong Tai withdrew his gaze, ignoring the three clowns going to get their weapons, and turned to look at Guina, who had been staring ahead, placing his right hand on her shoulder and asking, Guina, are you nervous? I'm going to become the strongest female swordsman. How could I be nervous? Guina turned to look at Kong Tai, and a hint of excitement appeared on her calm face. He looked firmly at the Click pirate group again and said, From the moment I set sail, I left the emotion of tension at the dojo. Enjoy the battle. After all, the opponents are all damned people. Even if they don't come over, He won't let them off. He has seen news about the robbery of the town across the street more than once in the newspaper. He is not a saint, but for the evil ones brought before him, he can only let them all go to hell. Even if there are some newcomers on the opposite ship who haven't committed any crimes and are not so cruel. But what does that matter? He is not Wong Lufei, so he wouldn't waste energy on distinguishing who has committed crimes and who hasn't. He is not a police officer. He is not a judge either. He is not Lu Pan either. He is just an ordinary person who grew up under the red flag in his past life. If he truly had a sense of justice, he should have left such a pirate crew long ago. Those who remain, regardless of their actions, at least have the intention of being villains in their hearts. He is just an ordinary person, and he can only treat them equally. At this moment, a large and a small sailboat finally meet. The fearless warship boldly positioned itself across from their small boat. Yes, compared to the enormous vessel in front of them, the pseudo-Mary seemed like a child facing an adult. What the heck? It turns out it's not a merchant ship. The pirates leaned over the railing of their ship, looking down at the tiny sailboat below, and their fierce faces couldn't help but show disappointment. At first, when they saw a flagless small boat, they thought it was a merchant ship and hurriedly adjusted their course to rush over. This time, the haul was a bit meager, just right for a bit of plundering. It wasn't until they got closer that they discovered the deck of the small boat was empty, with only 5 young boys, each carrying a long knife, calmly standing at the bow. They hate such ships, because it's obvious at a glance that they have just set sail, like novice pirates playing house. They've seen plenty of these rookies, and there's no profit in them at all. So even though the man and woman at the front are excessively handsome and beautiful, they don't attract them at all. After all, they're not a slave ship. They only knew how to plunder, taking all sorts of supplies they needed. Sigh. The pirates sighed. They put down the rope ladder, preparing to climb down to the small boat below. After all, even a mosquito is still meat. Just then, a sharp and swift sound of friction was heard. A silver-white slash came from below, cutting across towards them with incredible speed. Watch out. The slow-reacting pirate could only shout out one word before being sliced across the neck, standing there in a daze. A line of blood first appeared on their necks, quickly expanding. Their heads shot up into the air and fell back down rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. Among them, a quick-reacting pirate who had just retreated to the deck stood rigidly in place upon hearing the sound behind him. At that moment, they felt something roll by their feet. Slowly lowering their heads, they saw a head on the ground, staring wide-eyed, with an expression of unwillingness to close its eyes. The pirates felt a chill surge from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads, instantly making their whole bodies cold and their scalps tingle. They didn't dare to look back. They knew the swordsman's flying slash was something they couldn't handle. Only the captain or the officers could fight against it. They hurriedly ran toward the middle of the deck, shouting in panic, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! What are you making so much noise for?" A calm, yet authoritative voice emerged from the crowd of pirates. The crowd quickly parted to reveal a pathway. Out of the pathway stepped a tall figure, clad in golden armor and black boots, draped in a large cloak, with purple hair tied back by a headscarf and a fierce gaze. It was clear at a glance that this was someone not to be trifled with. On his left was a skinny man wearing a striped headscarf, a green t-shirt, a gray jacket, and pants. On his right was a shield man with a bubble on his head, covered in round shields. As they looked at the captain and officers approaching, the pirates nervously recounted what had just happened. "Swordmaster?" Click glanced at the headless corpse lying by the ship's edge and the head rolling aside, anger rising within him. How dare they kill his crew in the East Sea? On the pretend Mary, seeing the pirates about to board from the opposite side, Guina took the initiative to act. She wouldn't let these pirates come aboard the pretend Mary and fight. That would not only dirty the ship, but might also damage it. Seeing the fearless warship cleared in an instant, Kouta was the first to jump aboard. He stood on the railing at the edge of the ship, lifted the gourd of wine from his waist with his left hand, took a sip, and looked down inside, just in time to meet Krieg's gaze. The two locked eyes, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Kouta's mouth. "Oh, pirate, I heard you're the overlord of the East Blue, right? Come on, show me a dance. How can you talk to Captain Krieg like that?" Akin, who was to Krieg's left, shouted loudly without any sense of awareness. Kouta frowned and calmly looked at Akin. "Do you want to dance too?" Despite appearing somewhat decent in the anime, he was actually a cold-blooded and cruel villain. When Akin felt Kouta's gaze on him, an immense sense of pressure hit him, making him break out in cold sweat and unable to speak. At that moment, Krieg stepped forward, breaking the pressure on Akin. With the sense of oppression lifted, Akin quickly took a step back, standing behind Krieg and gasping for breath. He raised his head and stared fixedly at Kouta, his eyes filled with shock and his face serious. Just the pressure of his presence rendered him speechless. This is too strong. You must be that sword master. When did such a person emerge in the East Sea? I had no idea. I'm not a sword master. The one who is playing with you today is someone else. There are others as well. He then turned his gaze to Guina, who had just arrived. As for Ahua and the others who climbed up behind, he completely ignored them. He only felt a threat from Guina and Kouta. Guina coldly glanced at Krieg and then ignored him, as he was not her target. Her target was the cadre opposite her. She then looked at the two standing next to Krieg, the Devilman Akin and the Iron Wall Balu. When Akin saw the deep blue-haired woman looking at him, he quickly drew his cane and warily watched Guina. There was no time for idle chatter. Guina swiftly drew her sword, Wado Ikamanji, and with a powerful stomp on the railing, she activated the shave technique. With a whoosh, she instantly appeared in front of Akin and made a quick slash. It was too fast. Akin barely had time to raise his cane to block in front of him. Then his body was uncontrollably lifted, his feet leaving the ground, and he was propelled backward by a tremendous force. He crashed into the ship's cabin. In the wreckage of the cabin, Akin propped himself up with his left hand and trembled as he sat up, clutching his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently and leaned down to spit out a mouthful of blood. Raising his head, he looked at Guina through the hole created by the impact and shouted in shock, "Why are you so strong?" Yes, very strong. Strong enough that a single blow had already left him heavily injured. Guina ignored him, her expression cold as she turned to Baru. At this moment, the surrounding pirates finally reacted and suddenly shouted loudly, "Is this a dream? The captain is going to be defeated by this guy with one blow? How is that possible?" That S the demon, Akin, with a bounty of 12 million berries. Seeing Guina's gaze, the pirates around Baru instantly retreated, clearing a large area. Meanwhile, Ahua and his companions drew their swords and charged towards the surrounding pirates. They might not be able to defeat the officers, but they could handle these ordinary pirates. Years of training were not for nothing, especially with the swordsmanship taught by Gung Shiro. The sounds of clashing swords and the pirates' cries and curses filled the air. Bakiru, come on, take them down. Listening to the screams behind him, Krieg's forehead was bulging with veins. He didn't dare to look back. When that woman came up, the silver-haired boy across from him locked onto him with his aura, making him feel that if he turned around, he would be met with a storm of attacks. Noticing there were no pirates threatening Ahua and his companions, Keitai withdrew his gaze and turned to Krieg with a smile. "Hey, Krieg, you better stay put. If you feel bored, you can dance." Haha, he laughed first. Help. Captain Krieg, quickly deal with them. You're the strongest in the East Blue. Hearing more and more screams, Krieg finally couldn't hold back any longer. He ripped off his cloak, brought his shields together, drew out a long staff, and a massive sharp blade emerged. There it was, Krieg's strongest weapon, the great war gun. Looking at the cheering pirates in front of him, Ahua glanced at Krieg disdainfully. "Great war gun? I have a big axe. Is that all you've got?" He then returned his gaze to the pirates in front of him. "Hey, instead of watching your captain, take care of yourselves, pirates." With that, he shouted and charged forward. Keitai watched Krieg with great interest. This guy's armor was hiding a lot of gunpowder and bullets. All right, it seemed like there were also gas bombs. You, from the moment you boarded, have never taken me seriously. Keitai's extreme contempt for him completely enraged him. He had a gloomy expression, staring fiercely at Keitai. "Do you think I became the strongest in the East Sea and a person everyone fears for no reason?" Keitai looked at Krieg with a smirk and mocked. "Of course it's because of your ugliness and cruelty. Could it be your strength?" Krieg raised his battle spear high, angrily looking at Keitai, and quickly charged at him. When he reached Keitai, he shouted loudly, "Do you know who I am? I am Admiral Krieg of the East Sea, the strongest man in the East Sea with a bounty of 17 million berries." Then he swung down hard at Keitai's head. With a loud explosion, a thick smoke quickly enveloped Keitai. "Good job, Captain Krieg." These guys ignored the blade light around them and cheered loudly for Krieg. However, the next scene seemed like a cold wind blew through, freezing them all in place from head to toe. As the sea breeze blew, the smoke dispersed, revealing Keitai firmly holding the battle spear in his right hand, standing there completely unharmed. "Hey, this must be a joke. How is it possible for someone to take Captain Krieg's battle spear and remain unscathed? Impossible, impossible, this must be a dream." They kept shaking their heads, their bodies involuntarily retreating backward. Then they suddenly looked up and shouted loudly at Keitai, "Hey, who the heck are you?" "Kouta deeply. Meh. I'm just an ordinary person." He held the great battle gun in his right hand and waved his left hand, which held a wine gourd, at them. Then he retracted his left hand, took a sip of wine, and turned to them, speaking seriously in a somewhat exaggerated manner. If I were to be assigned an identity, I suppose it should be that of a righteous companion. Ahua and the others paid no attention to this and continued to kill with their knives. Looking at the silver-haired boy opposite him, Creek broke into a cold sweat. He knew the weight of his gun, which was over 2,000 pounds. Not only did the opponent receive his slash, but he did so in such a nonchalant manner. Suddenly, an unparalleled force came from the barrel of his gun, causing him to quickly let go. Kouta pulled the great battle gun over with force, lifting it up and tossing it aside as if it were garbage. Bang! The great battle gun smashed a hole in the deck and fell down. Kouta paid little attention to Creek and turned his gaze towards Guina. Guina was currently entangled with Akin and Baru. Oh, this couldn't be called an entanglement. It was more like a one-sided crushing. If it weren't for Baru's defense, they would have been defeated in just a few exchanges. Akin was seen lying motionless behind Baru, but from the slight rise and fall of his chest, it could still be inferred that he was alive. On his chest, a horizontal knife wound cut across his entire body, violently oozing blood that flowed down and dripped onto the deck, staining a large area red. With this amount of blood loss, if he didn't receive treatment, it wouldn't be long before there would be another corpse here. Guina looked at the shield-wielding man opposite her. This guy indeed had astonishing defense, able to withstand his slashes, even though they were just ordinary strikes. She glanced around and noticed that there were still many pirates. More pirates were continuously pouring out from the cabin, and looking over at Ahua and the other three, they had already been surrounded by pirates. Judging by the way they were backing up against each other, their stamina wouldn't last much longer. After all, they weren't swordsmen. They couldn't attack in groups, only one by one. Retracting her gaze, a hint of seriousness appeared on Guina's cold and calm face as she looked up at Barrow. To hurt this guy, she would first have to break through his thick shield. Guina slowly sheathed her sword, leaning forward, taking a small step back with her right foot, bending her left leg, and gripping the hilt tightly with her right hand. A faint black gas gradually wrapped around the sword from her right hand. She raised her head, her eyes coldly fixed on Barrow, like she was staring at a dead person. Whoosh, a flash of light from the sword could only be seen cutting through Barrow. Guina instantly vanished from her spot, suddenly appearing behind Barrow, her movements as if she had never moved at all. Ding, that was the sound of the sword being sheathed. One sword style, all things cut. Guina stood up and walked towards the sky, not casting another glance at Barrow. Barrow stood there in a daze, motionless, until Guina walked past him, creating a slight breeze that broke his tranquility. He suddenly let out a terrible scream and fell backward. His chest shield suddenly cracked open in the middle and split apart. Through the shield, one could see a long, narrow wound that nearly cut him in half. Fresh blood gushed out of the wound like a waterfall. Barrow crashed onto the deck with a thud, unconscious, and it seemed he wouldn't survive. Lord Barrow! The surrounding pirates cried out in fear. Hearing the commotion behind him, Krieg knew he couldn't wait any longer. He had to find a way to escape, as the silver-haired figure in front of him was too terrifying. He watched as Quina passed by him. His armor quietly transformed into a cannon, and he put on a gas mask. He raised the cannon on the back of his hand and fired a shot at Guina's back. A highly toxic gas shell sank. Boom! A huge red shell shot towards Guina. Just then, the entire world suddenly froze, followed by an overwhelming mental pressure sweeping across the entire fearless warship. The blade. Crick, who was about to turn and flee, suddenly widened his eyes, seeing a shell hovering behind Guina, not exploding as he had imagined. Meanwhile, he found himself trapped in the middle, unable to move due to the infinite pressure surrounding him. He struggled wildly, even wanting to beg for mercy, but it was useless. He couldn't even open his mouth now. Ahua and the others, who were fighting the pirates, suddenly paused. Then they saw the surrounding pirates one by one rolling their eyes and collapsing to the ground. This sense of oppression came quickly and left just as fast. It made them all breathe a sigh of relief and then slump to the ground. This mental oppression made them feel that if it lasted a few more seconds, they would also fall. Although they didn't know what it was, they were certain that this must be another ability of Kouta. They looked up at Kouta, who was staring expressionlessly at Crick. Behind Guina, who was in front of him, a red cannonball was hovering. It was clear that this must be Crick's sneak attack on Guina, which had made Kouta angry. He just used this incredible ability to stun the entire ship of pirates. This made them silently mourn for Crick in their hearts. This guy is truly courting death. Guina is the Achilles heel of Kouta. Kouta hung the wine gourd back at his waist and jumped down from the railing. He walked over to Guina, extended his right hand, pinched his thumb against his middle finger, and gently flicked a cannonball behind Guina. Whoosh! The cannonball shot off at an extremely fast speed towards the distance. Then, with a bang, it exploded on the surface of the sea, releasing a cloud of pink poisonous smoke. It can't explode here. The pirates might not care, but they mustn't hurt Guina and the others. Looking at Kouta, Guina raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. With Kouta around, she wasn't worried about any sneak attacks. She could usually dodge that cannonball, but being next to Kouta made her a bit relaxed. Ah, die infinite. She turned around, took Keita's hand, and looked at Crick. Kouta turned to Guina beside him, gave her nose a light scratch with his hand, and said, "You don't even know how to dodge. Yet you trust me so much. Of course, I believe Kouta won't let me get hurt." Guina smiled, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes. "All right, how do you want to deal with this guy?" "Whatever." Guina shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, fine. I didn't plan to keep him anyway." Kouta looked at Crick and suddenly increased the pressure in the area. "Then go die." Crick, who was pinned in place and unable to move, suddenly struggled even more violently as an even greater pressure from all around was crazily squeezing him towards the center. Blood was gushing out of his mouth, eyes, and ears. His bones creaked and cracked under the pressure. After a while, he gradually became still. All that remained was a huge blood sphere wrapped in a metal orb. Since he liked armor so much, let's use the armor as his coffin. With a thought, he pressed the blood sphere down towards the deck below. He would never touch that disgusting thing with his hands. The blood ball swiftly shot across the deck, through the cabin, then pierced the bottom and disappeared into the sea. Next, Kouta raised his head, a flash of red light in his eyes, as his observation haki swept across the entire fearless battleship, the sword of the military. Aside from them, he didn't find a single standing pirate. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The Conqueror's haki truly deserves its reputation as a tool for showing off. And it also has the title of a mob-slaying machine." This thing awakened naturally after his mental breakthrough 2 years ago. It should be related to his mutated mind, and possibly also to his confidence. After all, in this world, no one should be able to kill him, unless it's some miraculous power he doesn't know about. "Hey, can you three still move?" Kouta shouted to 3 guys sitting in a pile of pirates. "Don't worry, I can still take on 10. Ahua quickly jumped up, raised both hands, and shouted, You don't even know who almost got cut just now." Elo stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and mocked Ahua. Just now, he indeed almost got ambushed by a pirate, and it was Elo who helped him avoid injury. A town next to them looked at them helplessly and took out a cigarette to light up. These 2 guys are just fighting side by side, and now they were starting to bicker again. All right, let's go check out the loot." After saying that, Kouta turned and headed towards the second floor of the cabin, the captain's room. He creaked open the old wooden door in front of him and saw the treasures haphazardly placed in the room, along with a mountain of berries. These should be what the Krieg pirates looted this time. It seems they hadn't had time to deal with it yet, as he could see fresh dark red bloodstains on some of the berries. Kouta casually scanned the room and, finding nothing particularly interesting, immediately lost interest. "You guys organize the stuff and bring it back." He turned around and said something to Ahua and the others before pulling Guina back onto the Going Merry. Staring at the fearless battleship, the Sword of Justice, Kouta drew his sword and casually slashed at it, creating a massive crescent-shaped silver-gray slash that quickly cut through the Sword of Justice. Boom! The Sword of Justice suddenly split in half, with seawater rushing into the ship's cabin from the break, causing the giant ship to slowly sink into the sea. A wave crashed in, and the 2 halves of the Sword of Justice slowly drifted apart, clearing a path in front of the Going Merry. Kouta sheathed his sword, lay back on the lounge chair behind him, picked up a glass of juice from the side table, gently shook it, and took a sip. Then he raised his right hand and shouted ahead. "All right, mates, set sail." The 3 of them standing under the mast immediately got busy. Aloe, who climbed up the mast, pulled the sails with all his might. The strong wind blew in, and the sails quickly filled up, propelling the Going Merry to speed through the gap left by the split Sword of Justice. Kouta glanced indifferently at the pirates trapped in the broken ships on either side, not paying them much mind. If these pirates were lucky enough to wake up in time and survive in the vast sea without a ship or food, they would truly be the children of fate. Not everyone is the protagonist like Monkey D. Luffy. As a devil fruit user, he set out to sea on a small boat, or rather a small dinghy, and not long after, as expected, the boat capsized, leaving him hiding in a barrel, drifting at sea for days without dying. Truly a protagonist's halo. On the Going Merry, on the front deck, Kouta was lying under a small blanket on a lounge chair, reading today's newspaper. Aside from some trivial matters, the rest of the newspaper was filled with news of pirate robberies. Ever since the great age of pirates began, Such news has been reported daily, and he was tired of reading it. Despite the great age of pirates having passed for over a decade, recently, more and more pirates were setting sail. These pirates must be the younger generation who grew up listening to the stories of the Pirate King, all dreaming of finding some great treasure, not realizing that it's something they can actually find. In 2 years, the protagonists of this world will set sail, waiting for the great treasure that is meant for them. As he flipped through the pages, he suddenly froze, seeing the headline boldly stating that once again an island had fallen from the sky, ruthlessly destroying the towns on the island. Below the headline was the report and a photo. The report stated that a few nights ago, an island suddenly fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto Corgi Island, destroying the entire town on the island. Nearby islands felt significant tremors. Fortunately, it did not trigger a tsunami. Below the report was a photo that took up half the page. The photo showed a ruined island resembling a corgi dog, with a smaller island embedded in the middle. From the surrounding ruined buildings, it could be seen that there had once been a town on it. However, most of the town was now deeply buried beneath the smaller island. What bad luck to be buried by a small island. This world is truly incredible, with all kinds of strange occurrences. Kouta shook his head. Islands. Hearing Kouta's mumble, Guina, who was on the lounge chair next to him, immediately sat up. She reached her hand out in front of Kouta, looking quite interested. Let me see, Kouta. Here, take it. Kouta handed the newspaper page to Guina, sighing and mumbling. The sea is just that magical. 1 second they might be eating hot pot and singing. In the next second, they're buried by an island that fell from the sky, not knowing who to complain to. Guina took the newspaper and began to read. As she read, she seemed to remember something, lowering her head in thought. What's wrong? Kouta noticed Guina's state and gently asked. I feel like I've seen a similar scene somewhere. Seen it? Yeah, I've seen it. Guina suddenly looked up, her expression one of realization. Oh, I remember now. Kouta sat up straight, his eyes showing curiosity as he stared at Guina, and asked, What did you remember? I think I saw a similar news story 10 years ago. She paused and continued. Once there was a newspaper my father brought back from the sea, and it recorded news similar to this. An island fell from the sky and destroyed everything. She looked up at Kouta with a slightly furrowed brow, her mood a bit low. That was around the time you just arrived, right? Oh, so it was 10 years ago. Kouta nodded. He had not yet developed the habit of reading newspapers back then. No wonder didn't he know. He put down the newspaper and sighed silently, raising his hand to smooth out Guina's furrowed brow. Sigh. There is no way to deal with natural disasters like this. I hope everyone is okay. He also knew that it was impossible for nothing to happen, but he still prayed in his heart. The sea is so unreasonable. Even if this is the East China Sea, it is not free from natural disasters. Perhaps this small island was swept up into the sky by the currents there and just happened to fall onto Corgi Island. The East China Sea is like this, let alone the Grand Line, where the weather and environment are even more unpredictable. Many pirates and merchant ships that venture into the Grand Line are not necessarily killed by enemies. Most of them were forever left at the bottom of the sea due to the strange weather and fierce sea monsters. Kouta shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. He looked up at Guina and said, all right, frowning too much will give you wrinkles early. How is that possible? I'm only 16, beautiful as a flower. It's still too early for me to have wrinkles, Guina said, brushing Kouta's hand away, and her previously gloomy expression turned into a smile. But Kouta, you're a year older than me, so you should get wrinkles first, and then you'll be an uncle. If I'm an uncle, then you're an aunt. And haven't you heard a saying? What saying? Kouta said seriously, the older a man gets, the more charming he becomes, and both Lolas and young girls love uncles. Guina burst into a joyful laugh. Kouta's eyes softened as he gazed at the laughing Guina, his lips gradually curling into a gentle smile. These matters had nothing to do with them. No matter how great the natural disasters or how fierce the monsters, they could not stop their steps. Duh! A giant ship is appearing ahead. It should be the Bartai restaurant. At that moment, Arrow's shout suddenly came from the sky. Upon hearing the voice, Kouta gently set down the cup in his left hand, lifted the small blanket off himself, slipped on his slippers, and stood up. He walked to the bow of the ship and gazed into the distance where the water met the sky. The midday sun made the distant water surface look hazy, like steam rising from a steamer. Through the distorted air, he could see a giant ship shaped like a fish in his line of sight. The deck of the ship had 3 layers of buildings, painted in a greenish color. From a distance, it resembled a large green fish. The sails on the giant mast were not unfurled, and at the top fluttered a flag with a red border, white background, and black letters, prominently displaying the capital letters BT. He couldn't tell what those letters meant, but it felt like an insult. It seemed they had been operating in the sea area recently. As he got closer, he could see that behind the giant ship, there was a white military vessel and over a dozen small sailing boats of various sizes. These small sailing boats were probably merchant ships passing by. They parked the pseudo-Mary beside the military vessel, furled the sails, and dropped the anchor. Looking up at the military vessel next to them, he could see sailors resting on board. The sailors merely glanced at them and paid little attention, as long as they weren't pirates. Since Baratai couldn't dock directly, they had to use a small boat to approach. They had no choice but to lower the spare boat and row towards the sea restaurant, Barati. It is said to be the most famous restaurant in the East China Sea, attracting many people who come specifically to taste the delicious dishes prepared by the owner and chef, Zeff. Even important figures from the Navy come here to dine. Once you arrive here, regardless of whether you're a Navy officer or a pirate, a noble or a commoner, as long as you come hungry, they will definitely make sure you leave satisfied. The somewhat old and heavy wooden door of Barati creaked with a slightly low-pitched squeak, drowning out the soothing music coming from inside the restaurant. Kouta pushed open the restaurant's front door and stepped inside first, followed by Guina and Ahua. The diners inside looked up briefly at the entrance and then quickly returned to their meals. Only then did the soothing and elegant music, the clinking of glasses and cutlery, and the soft murmurs of conversation wash over them. Welcome. As soon as Kouta and the others walked into the restaurant, a guy wearing a pink scarf and looking fierce, resembling Popeye, suddenly appeared from nowhere. He stood in front of them, bending his back, rubbing his hands together, and grinning widely at them. Patty had noticed them the moment they entered, so he rushed over to greet them with his usual speed, mainly because these guests looked like wealthy people, and he particularly enjoyed serving rich customers. He likes the generosity and kindness of wealthy people and detests poor folks. Kouta looked at the smiling Patty in front of him, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, and politely spoke up. I heard this place has the best cuisine in the East Sea, and we came here specifically to taste it. Could you please give us a brief introduction? Patty looked at the sunny-faced Kouta, slightly taken aback. He hadn't encountered such polite customers in a long time. This is a seaside restaurant, and the main clientele is pirates. You can't expect pirates to be polite, can you? He came to his senses, a professional smile on his face revealing a hint of sincerity as he smiled at Kouta. Gentlemen, please come in first, and allow me to slowly introduce everything to you later. This guy was originally a fierce pirate, but later joined the sea restaurant Baratai as a chef, and is now a chef and combatant there. Therefore, he calls everyone gentlemen. Patty glanced at the number of Kouta and his companions, then turned and shouted loudly towards the kitchen. 5 guests have entered the restaurant. He then bent slightly, pointing with his right hand at an empty table by the window, indicating for Kouta and the others to follow. Gentlemen, this way please. The sea restaurant Baratai will do its utmost to serve you. Patty reached the round table first, helping Kouta and the others pull out their chairs. After they were seated, he took the cup of lemonade handed to him by another chef behind him and poured it for each of them. Then he took a step back, standing to the side, and warmly said to Kouta, Gentlemen, please enjoy your tea first. Well, let's hear what dishes you have. Kouta picked up the cup and took a sip of the lemonade. It was sweet and sour, not bad. Patty took out a notebook and pen and introduced, Gentlemen, our restaurant offers different dishes every day, depending on what ingredients we can receive that day. Today, we have the largest abalone and sea cucumber from the East Sea, as well as the unique mackerel from the Kingdom of Goron. He paused for a moment and then spoke. However, the best ingredients today are not these, but a batch of sea fish and lobsters from the Grand Line. Patty looked at the eager eyes of Kouta and the others, a gleam of money flashing in his eyes, and his smile became even more radiant. So, gentlemen, would you like to give it a try? He says this to every wealthy guest. The ingredients are indeed good, but they're just a bit pricey. Only these rich gentlemen can afford such ingredients. As for the poor, they aren't even worthy of enjoying lemonade. This is how realistic he is. Since entering Barati, Ahua has been very excited and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He loudly asked Patty, Forget about the ingredients for now. Can we have Mr. Zepp, your head chef and manager, cook for us? Zepp was already a well-known chef over a decade ago. After opening Baratai, he became the most famous chef in the East Blue. Ahua, also a chef, naturally knew about Zepp. He had heard his name more than once from his father. Although his culinary career had only lasted about 2 years and was quite shallow, it did not affect his desire to truly experience the dishes made by the most skilled chef in the East Blue and to understand how delicious they really were. This would also help him strive towards that direction in the future. Although Ahua is a slacker, he still holds the profession of chef in high regard. No problem. Sir, the customer is king. I won't just let the head chef cook for you. Even if you want me to dance for you, that's fine. It's just that Kouta, watching from the side and rubbing his hands with a fawning expression, revealed a smile. This guy may look fierce, but his actions seem a bit cute. He jokingly said, "Gotta charge more, right?" Yes, indeed. Patty was not embarrassed at all. After all, the prices for dishes made by a head chef are definitely different from those made by regular cooks. As for his own service fee, the more the better. All right. Go ahead and bring out your restaurant's best dish today. Kouta waved his hand at him, revealing his fingers adorned with gold rings. All these things were picked up from the clique ship. Not only were his hands full of gold rings, but he also wore several thick gold chains around his neck. Moreover, he had also made Ahua and the others with the same rings and necklaces. Otherwise, why do you think Patty was so enthusiastic? Understood, sir. I'll go call the head chef to prepare your meal. In Patty's mind, customers are gods, and wealthy customers are the gods of gods. Faced with such a visibly rich customer, full of nouveau riche vibes, he had to use 10,000% enthusiasm to extract as much berry as possible from their pockets. Just a nouveau riche, huh? The navy table nearby couldn't stand it any longer. This big guy wasn't acting like this when facing them. Isn't it said that customers are gods? This guy is treating gods differently. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. I'll handle this and be right back. Patty turned around, immediately straightened his back, and the smile on his face vanished in an instant. He slowly walked up to the several Navy officers, a professional fake smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Gentlemen, please do not make loud noises. You are disturbing my esteemed guests. Guests have their ranks, and in his mind, these Navy officers were typical of the poor. He didn't care who they were, as there were only 3 types of people in his eyes. The first type was those who were completely broke, individuals who couldn't even afford a meal, and they were the ones he hated the most. The second type was the poor, who could afford to eat but could only have ordinary bread and fish soup. He would acknowledge them, but could not be too enthusiastic. The third type was the wealthy, who could eat whatever they wanted. These people were gods in his eyes. In fact, there was another type of person like Kouta and the others, who were the gods among gods. You're being too obvious, aren't you? Am I? Patty replied perfunctorily. How could not be? Anyone could see the fake smile directed at them, and now he looked even more impatient. What? Are we that unwelcome? Oh, am I? Patty then forced a smile that looked worse than crying as he asked them. Are you gentlemen satisfied now? Satisfied my ass. You're even more perfunctory than before. The Navy officers stood up in unison and shouted at Patty. Looking at the Navy officers across from him, Patty put away his smile, revealing a hint of fierceness on his face, and spoke again. Gentlemen, could you please refrain from making loud noises? He used to be a pirate, so he wouldn't go easy on these Navy men, especially not on the broke ones. What? Do you think you can still fight us? The Navy men stared at Patty, who dared to show a fierce expression and shouted even louder. What's going on? Is their gun not working? Or is their skin no longer tough? Even a mere waiter dares to show them hostility. They have no idea about Patty's past. After all, the old Patty was just a worthless pirate with no bounty on his head. The noise from their side not only attracted the attention of the entire restaurant, but also drew Zeff upstairs and Sanji in the kitchen out. All right, Patty, are you trying to break the tables and chairs in the shop again? A deep, aged voice came from upstairs, capturing everyone's attention. Then, an old man came down the stairs. He was dressed in a chef's uniform and wore a very tall chef's hat. His golden beard was braided into 2 long pigtails, hanging on either side of his lips. The old man had a wooden prosthetic leg on his right leg, making a thud sound as he stepped on the wooden floor. Looking at the approaching old man, the group of Navy soldiers who had been loudly making noise just moments ago suddenly fell silent. They were not afraid of this strong, sailor-like guy, but they feared the old man before them. Ordinary people might not know about this old man's past, but the Navy certainly did. This old man was the captain of the infamous chef pirate crew from over a decade ago in the East Sea. It was rumored that he possessed extraordinary leg skills, and due to kicking his opponents and splattering blood everywhere, his own feet were stained red, earning him the nickname Red Leg Zepp. Although he no longer pirated, his former reputation still lingered, and who knew if he might suddenly go crazy and give him a kick. Standing in front of the Navy, Zepp first kicked Patty with his prosthetic leg and looked at him, saying, "What are you standing there for? Go handle the ingredients. Making the guests wait so long is truly disrespectful." Patty pouted, clearly unfazed by Zepp. He turned around and quickly walked towards Kouta and the others at the table. When he reached Kouta, the fierce expression on his face instantly transformed, like a master of disguise, quickly replaced by a beaming smile that bloomed like a flower. He bent his body, rubbing his hands next to his head, and said ingratiatingly, "Sir, do you have any more instructions?" In the restaurant, everyone's lips twitched, collectively silent. "Isn't this a bit too obvious?" Kong tugged at the corner of his mouth, looking at Patty with a bit of exasperation. "This guy really is something else. Don't stand so close to me. I can see your long nose hairs. It's really disgusting. Hurry up and go cook." "Understood, dear guest. Your request is my utmost principle." He slowly stepped back a few paces, turned his body, straightened his bent back, quickly put away the smile on his face, and walked into the kitchen. The other guests in the restaurant, seeing that there was no more excitement, gradually returned to their previous state. "What was that? Is that it?" Some of them have heard that the chef here likes to fight with pirates and guests, so they specifically came to watch the fun. Zepp looked at the several Navy officers standing straight in front of him and said lightly, "Go call your Captain Raz for dinner. We are old friends. That guy always comes in first whenever he visits here. Oh, by the way, I haven't seen you before. Are you new on the ship?" "Yes, Mr. Zepp." One of the Navy officers replied cautiously, looking at Zepp. "If there's nothing else, we'll go call our captain now." Go ahead, go ahead." Zepp waved his hand at them. The Navy officers breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly turned to run out of the restaurant. Zepp handled this issue quite easily. Kouta exaggeratedly said to him, "Wow, no wonder you're a man with a title. You're really impressive." "This guest, I'm not an impressive person. I'm just an ordinary restaurant owner," Zepp replied, walking over to Kouta's table and standing beside him with a calm expression. "Well, no matter who you are, could you please cook a little faster?" Kouta shrugged indifferently. "All right, please wait a moment. After all, no matter how fast cooking is, it still takes time to prepare." Kouta pulled out a stack of berries from his pocket and casually tossed them on the table. "What about now?" Zepp's mouth twitched. He felt Kouta was mocking him. "Guest, even the fastest will still take half an hour. What about now?" Kouta did the same action, with the same amount of money. Zepp's calm expression slowly turned into a smile, and he slightly bent at the waist. "If that's the way you want to insult me, then please feel free to increase the amount." "Guest, I can only speed up to 20 minutes. I can't go any faster or my old bones will fall apart." This time, Kouta placed a big stack, at least 7 or 8 bundles. "What about now?" Kouta found it amusing to see Zepp's face change drastically, and his smile became even brighter. This way of throwing money was quite enjoyable. After all, this money was just picked up. Yes, it was picked up. There were so many pirates at sea waiting for them to collect money. From the moment he set sail, he was no longer the person who had to borrow money to build ship. From now on, please call him Kouta the Rich. He has reserved all the berries from the pirate ships he might encounter in the future. Zepp looked at the berries on the table, and his expression finally lost its calm. He gradually bent over, revealing a stiff smile on his face, rubbing his hands while looking at Kouta. "Customer, I assure you, just 5 minutes, only 5 minutes, and I will definitely have the dishes ready." It wasn't that he lacked principles, but the offer from the other side was simply too tempting. Seeing Zepp's expression, which resembled what Patty had just done, Kouta burst into laughter. "Haha!" The 3 bystanders, Ahua and the others, also joined in the laughter, watching Kouta and Zepp's performance. They can't hold back any longer. They laughed while banging on the table, making a bang 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 sound. Guina covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking wildly, emitting a crisp laugh like silver bells. Japu stood up straight, smiling as he looked at the 5 who were laughing uncontrollably. He had long seen that Kouta was joking with him, so he went along with the act. Otherwise, did you really think he was after the money on the table? As soon as Kouta and the others had laughed enough, Zeppu finally spoke up. "Kid, looking at your outfits, you don't seem like pirates. Are you planning to go sightseeing, or do you really intend to go on an adventure?" "Of course, it's an adventure. We plan to circle around the Grand Line," Ahua replied excitedly. From the moment they set sail, Kouta had told them that this was their goal. The Grand Line. How nostalgic that place is. A look of longing appeared on Zeppu's face. Ahua and the others only knew that Zeppu was a chef and didn't know he used to be a pirate. They weren't Kouta or the Navy. "Oh, judging by Mr. Zeppu's expression, have you been to Grand Line?" Ahua adjusted his glasses and asked with great interest. Zeppu smiled and reminisced. "Yes, I once had a dream, so I gathered a group of like-minded friends and went to the Grand Line." He paused for a moment, his expression gradually becoming serious as he looked at Kouta and the others, and continued. "We only sailed the Grand Line for a year before our entire fleet was wiped out. If it weren't for the kind ships we encountered, I wouldn't have made it back either. So what happened next? How did you come up with the idea of opening a restaurant out at sea?" Arrow leaned on the table, looking at Japu with a puzzled expression as he asked. Upon hearing Arrow's question, Ahua and Atu nodded in agreement, curiously looking at Japu. They don't care about the dangers of the Great Sea routes. After all, They have never experienced them and cannot empathize, especially with the invincible power of Kouta. They're indeed interested in what could motivate a person to open a restaurant on the sea. It seems that one must have experienced many interesting things to come up with such an idea, under the curious gazes of Hua and the others. A hint of fear flashed in Japu's eyes. He pulled out a chair and sat next to Kouta, slowly recounting his tragic experience of shipwreck and being stranded on a deserted island. As for his legs and Sanji, he didn't elaborate much. After listening to Zepp's story, Hua pushed up his glasses, his eyes sparkling. So Mr. Zepp has experienced extreme hunger. Is that why he came up with the idea of opening a restaurant at sea? To provide a place to eat for those who go out to sea when they're hungry? Yes. Upon hearing Zepp's brief affirmative response, they all showed expressions of admiration. What a great and noble idea it is for a chef. Zepp looked at the few kids across from him, only interested in Baratai, and indifferent to the dangers of the Grand Line. He kindly reminded them, "Kids, I advise you to be prepared before setting off. After all, the dangers of the Grand Line are not comparable to the Four Seas. It gathers all the vicious pirates from the Four Seas." Pirates? Atau sut nun jalen. Took out a cigarette case, offered it to Zepp, and smiled. "Mr. Zepp, would you like one?" Zepp looked at Atao and quickly waved his hand, explaining to them, "I never touch these things. I'm afraid they would contaminate my cooking." Seeing that Zepp didn't seem to be pretending, Atao put the cigarette case away, took one out for himself, and lit it up. Noticing that Kouta and the others didn't take the pirates seriously, Zepp continued in a serious tone. "Pirates are one thing. You might be able to escape. But if you're unlucky enough to encounter catastrophic weather, then congratulations, you might just end up wiped out. And I encountered a disaster and was wiped out." Watching Zepp seriously warn them, Kouta put away his smile and said to him, "Don't worry, Mr. Zepp. I've been waiting for over a decade to set sail. How could I not be prepared?" Then a terrifying aura emerged from him as he solemnly said to Zepp, "I'm setting out specifically to earn the title of the strongest and to witness the unique beauty of the Grand Line." Ahua and the other three nodded in agreement. Even though they were just going along for the ride, it didn't affect their search for the scene. "And I'm setting out to become the strongest female swordsman, to keep up with Kouta," said Guina, sitting to Kouta's left with a determined look in her eyes. Feeling Kouta's aura and will, Zepp couldn't help but marvel at the power of dreams. It truly is magnificent. Back then, he set out to sea for the sake of finding the legendary Allblue for his dream. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall Sanji, who shared the same dream. This guy had always refused to set sail to pursue his own dream for him. Just as he thought of Sanji, that guy appeared. A shadow suddenly dashed out of the kitchen, zipped past Kouta, and stood beside Guina. Then this guy faced Guina, knelt on one knee, covered his chest with his left hand, raised a red rose with his right hand, and loudly proclaimed to the sea, "Thank you for granting me this encounter today." Looking at this guy, dressed in a black suit with golden hair and a rather unique curly eyebrow, Guina was taken aback for a moment, then looked at him with an expressionless face as he performed. Seeing Guina's increasingly indifferent face, Sanji became even more excited and dramatically exclaimed, "Ah, love, just laugh at me, unable to endure this pain, as long as I can be with you. Whether I become a pirate or a demon, I am ready now." Kouta and the trio couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Kouta was astonished and speechless at the sudden appearance of the lecherous cook Sanji and his exaggerated gestures. Meanwhile, Ahua and the others simply mourned for this guy, really asking for death. As expected, their guest was confirmed shortly after. Guina felt goosebumps all over her body. She suddenly stood up, raised her leg, and kicked this guy's head sideways. Bang! Sanji's head tilted, and he quickly shot down toward the ground. Thud! His head hit the ground heavily. Even after being kicked, this guy lay on the ground, staring up at Guina with heart-shaped eyes. Goddess! Kicking people is so beautiful." Guina was truly disgusted by this guy and quickly ran behind Kouta, hugging him and acting cute. "Kouta, this guy's too disgusting." Kouta glared at Sanji with a dark face. This guy was indeed more notorious in person, truly audacious. "Hey, who are you? Stay away from my goddess." Sanji noticed Guina leaning on Kouta's back and finally paid attention to Kouta. Once he saw Kouta's appearance, his alarm bells went off in his heart. He considers himself to be a really handsome guy, but compared to Kei Taichi, he's nothing. Sanji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up as if nothing had happened. He stared wide-eyed at Kouta, waiting for his answer. "I am your goddess's fiancé. So who do you think I am?" Kouta looked at Sanji and replied indifferently, "No matter who it is, when your fiancé is being harassed by a lecher, it surely doesn't feel good." even if you know that this lecher has no bad intentions and is simply just a pervert. However, that didn't change the fact that Kouta felt a slight aversion towards him the first time they met. Oh, so you're the fiancé? This guy's a bit slow on the uptake. Then he reacted and stared at Kouta, asking in surprise, "What did you say?" "I said I am your goddess's fiancé. Is that not clear enough?" Kouta looked at Sanji, speechlessly. Sanji was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression quickly darkened as he lowered his head and murmured, "Ah, love? You came so suddenly and then left in such a hurry. It ended before it even began." Then this guy calmly took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. He is colorful, but not vulgar, and he would never pursue someone else's fiancé, him. It was at this moment that he noticed Japu standing next to Kong Tai, with a gloomy expression. He calmly shouted, "Hey, you old man, why aren't you resting upstairs? When are you coming down? This is my restaurant. Can I come down?" You, on the other hand, are being quite rude to the customers. Saying this, Zeff quickly walked up to Sanji, raised his prosthetic limb high, and swiftly kicked Sanji. Thud. This time it was the sound of wood hitting his head. Bang! Sanji fell to the ground again. Lying on the ground, Sanji touched his head, raised it, and angrily looked at Zeff, shouting, "Hey, you old man. I'm a sous chef here. Can't you give me a little respect?" Zeff calmly stared at Sanji and said, "You not only easily get into conflicts with customers, but you also run over to flatter women at the first sight and can't cook any good dishes." He paused for a moment, but still couldn't bring himself to say the next words. He originally planned to let Sanji go to sea with Kouta and the others. He could sense the intentions of Kouta and the others from their earlier conversation, and Sanji's dreams did not conflict with theirs. On the contrary, they were quite compatible. However, he noticed that Kouta and Guina did not seem very friendly towards Sanji, and there was even a hint of aversion. This made him abandon the idea of letting Sanji sail with Kouta and the others. After all, while dreams are important, finding companions who can pursue those dreams together is even more crucial. Sanji stood up, furrowing his brow, and shouted at Zeff, "I want to argue with you. But don't push your luck, old man. Setting that aside, I absolutely want to allow you to belittle my cooking." "Oh, is that so?" Zeff looked at Sanji with disdain in his eyes. "Then today's meal for these customers will be your responsibility. If you can satisfy them, I'll take back my words." Zeff wanted to test it out. What if Kouta and the others recognized Sanji's culinary skills and let go of their slight aversion toward him? After all, it was rare to find someone he could appreciate. Then you all just wait and see. Sanji shouted at Kouta and the others before turning and heading into the kitchen. Once Sanji entered the kitchen, Zeff turned to Kouta and said, "So kid, how about Sanji cooking for you? If you're not satisfied, I want to charge you." "I say, old man, you don't actually hope this guy will join us at sea, do you?" Kouta looked at Zeff in confusion. "Let me tell you, what I need on my ship right now is a doctor. There's no room for another cook. Of course, if a musician could join, that would be nice too, since the sea can get a bit boring." Kouta didn't particularly dislike Sanji. It's just that this guy could only fully showcase his talents in the Straw Hat crew. He didn't even bring Zoro, so how could he possibly bring Sanji? Although he knows that even if he invited Zoro, that guy wouldn't go out to sea with him. Zoro knows that going out to sea with Kouta is very safe. And precisely because it is too safe, he wouldn't go with Kouta. Without the trials of life and death, no matter how high Zoro's talent is, he won't become the strongest. Just look at the current Ahua and the others to understand. They can only deal with ordinary pirates for now. But once they reach the Grand Line, if they don't find them a devil fruit, they will completely become useless and tools. There are no weaklings there at all. Guina has been able to maintain her strong belief because of the promise she made with him since childhood. Furthermore, he has been continuously helping Guina train, allowing her to surpass ordinary swordsmen and move towards becoming a great swordsman. In summary, on his ship, there really isn't a place for Sanji. It's not because of Sanji's lewdness that he and Guina are a bit unhappy about it. He wouldn't be that stingy. If he really had to choose someone from the Straw Hat crew, he would only choose Chopper. This guy has a bounty of 100 berries, but fights like he's worth 100 million. He can be a doctor, a pet, and when there's no food, he can even serve as emergency rations. He's truly a perfect companion for home and travel. However, he also knows that this is impossible. In fact, he knows he might not even be able to convince Sanji. He doesn't have the kind of charisma that Monkey D. Luffy possesses. Even if he wanted to, Sanji might not necessarily follow him to sea. In this regard, he is quite self-aware. Barachi, looking at the dishes that gradually filled the entire table. The hungry Kouta and the others quickly started to eat. To be honest, the food that Sanji makes is really delicious. At least, this table is the best meal they have had so far. Time rewinds to a few hours earlier, just after Kouta and the others had defeated the Krieg pirates. Something happened to them within the Navy. Navy headquarters, Marineford, in the world of One Piece. This is the central part of the entire Navy organization and also the location of the Navy's strongest forces. The overall architecture here was built for war. From a distance, it looks like a massive military fortress. Up close, the fortress appears even more spectacular. In the huge circular harbor at the front of the fortress, countless military ships of various sizes are coming and going. The ships are filled with Navy personnel, and on some of these ships, one can even see pirates locked in chains. Among these pirates, those with bounties of 10 million are just the bottom tier. You can even spot those with bounties of 70 or 80 million, or even over 100 million, pirates that are usually only seen in newspapers. This is the daily work of the Navy, maintaining order in the world's oceans under the banner of absolute justice, capturing pirates. Due to the large number of people, and the fact that the locked-up pirates are restless, the harbor is exceptionally noisy. In contrast to the commotion in the harbor, the marshal's office in the largest building in the fortress is overly quiet. Inside the marshal's office, 3 people are sitting. They are sitting in the center, known as Buddha of the Warring States and Wisdom General of the Warring States, the Marine Headquarters Marshal Sengoku. Sitting on the left is the Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral Zo, referred to as the Great Counselor. On the right is the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Brand New, who is responsible for intelligence transmission. At this moment, Sengoku, wearing frog-shaped glasses, with a long beard tied in a braid, and a hat adorned with a seagull model symbolizing the Navy, is bowing his head, looking at 2 photos and documents on the table, deep in thought. The photos prominently feature Kouta and his companions. The first photo shows the 5 of them standing on the railing of the battleship Sword, confronting the Creek pirates. The second photo captures the scene of the fake Mary charging through the broken middle of the battleship Sword. Brand New, tell us about your analysis of the intelligence. Sengoku suddenly raised his head to look at Brand New on the right and spoke. Yes, Mr. Sengoku. Brand New, with green curly hair, wearing sunglasses, thick lips, dressed in a white shirt with blue stripes, and draped in a navy cape, quickly stood up. He walked to a nearby blackboard, picked up a baton, and pointed at the photo on the blackboard, saying seriously, the Creek pirates, captain with a bounty of 17 million, claimed to be the strongest pirate crew in the East Sea. All right, Brand New, get to the point. Sengoku placed his hands on the table, a glint flashing in his eyes, and calmly interrupted Brand New. He doesn't care about the Krieg pirates from the East Sea. He is only slightly interested because he heard that there's a great swordsman on a ship that has just set sail. Otherwise, why would he, as a marshal, personally deal with a bunch of rookie pirates who have just gone to sea? Does he really think the position of marshal is very idle? All right, Mr. Sengoku. Brand New directly skipped over Krieg's bounty notice and pointed to the 4 photos beside him, apart from the 2 on the table. There are also 2 close-up photos of Kouta and Guina. However, these photos are not very clear and seem to have been taken from a great distance in the sky. It must be said that the intelligence of the Navy, or rather, the world government, is truly terrifying, whether it was coincidence or not. There happened to be a world government intelligence seagull near the sea area where Kouta and the Krieg pirates were fighting. After receiving the photos from the world government, the Navy quickly figured out the information about Kouta and his companions in less than 2 hours. Brand New first pointed to Kouta's photo and said, Kouta, near the Gaia Kingdom in the East Sea, from the village of Shimaziji, a student of the Isen Dojo, to set sail a few days ago, current objective unclear. Then he pointed to Guina. Guina, also from the same village of Shimaziji, comes from the Isen Dojo. However, she is not a student. She is the daughter of the dojo's master. He paused for a moment, staring at Zhonghua and he, and said gravely, from the known intelligence, Guina should be a swordsman, and Kouta is likely a great swordsman. This is not something he can take lightly. There are many swordsmen in this world, but there are very few great swordsmen. Do you know their destination? At that moment, Chief of Staff he, with a head full of white hair, wearing a pair of emerald green earrings and 2 gold bracelets on his right hand, leaned on the table and calmly looked at the blackboard, asking a question. Hearing He's question, Brand New pointed to a map of the East Sea and said, from their sailing route analysis, they haven't stopped at any island, but are heading straight for Lowtown. If nothing unexpected happens, their destination should be the Grand Line. He paused for a moment, then pointed to a photo of the Pseudomary and said, also, since they are not flying a pirate flag from their ship, they might simply be out for leisure. Sengoku nodded and turned to Crane, asking, what do you think, Crane? Crane lowered her head in thought for a moment, then looked up and replied to Sengoku. From the current information, we haven't found any threat from them. My suggestion is to observe them first. Since their destination is the Grand Line, we will naturally understand their purpose once they reach it. And with their group strength, Even if they arrive at the Grand Line, they won't go unnoticed. All right, let's proceed with that for now. Sengoku turned to Brand New and instructed Brand New send their photos to all the branches in the East Blue and inform them that as long as this group doesn't pose any threat, they shouldn't provoke them lightly. Yes, Mr. Sengoku. Brand New saluted and turned to leave the office. At this point, only Sengoku and Crane remained in the office, and Sengoku's slightly serious expression relaxed. He leaned back in the chair and sighed to Crane. Crane, I can clearly feel that the number of pirates going out to sea has gradually increased over the past 2 years. Yes, not only in the Four Seas, but even the Grand Line has seen a surge of pirates, including some very strong ones, which has put increasing pressure on the Navy in recent years. All right, enough about that. Sengoku frowned, rubbing his temples in pain, and said, What is really troubling me now is that old man's grandson, Ace. I heard he wanted to challenge Whitebeard. Yes, that old man is currently in the New World as well. I hope nothing goes wrong. Crane also felt quite troubled. They were giving Captain a headache. On the military aviation outside the Barati restaurant in the East China Sea, Colonel Ruster of Base 123 is troubled by the situation before him. What are you saying? Ruster loudly asked the several Navy soldiers in front of him. Mister, Jappu called you to dine in the restaurant. The last sentence, not this one. One of the sailors said in confusion. The last sentence is. Another sailor interrupted his thought. There are several suspicious individuals in the restaurant, 4 men and 1 woman. Yes, that's it. Those 4 men are covered in gold jewelry. It's obvious they are from a robbery. The first sailor to speak quickly took over and exaggeratedly said. He just couldn't stand the nouveau riche aura of the other party. Do you think it's them? Rast handed the photo in his hand to them. This was the reason he didn't go to the restaurant. He had come to eat, but suddenly received a message and a fact from the base. The message was transmitted from the naval headquarters to the naval branch base. The Navy stationed at the base saw that their base commander was currently in the cruising waters, which happened to be in the direction that Kouta and his group were advancing. So they quickly passed the message and photo to military aviation. After looking at the photo and the message, he was lamenting that he was about to return to base and end this patrol mission, and he wouldn't have a chance to encounter Kouta and his group. Unexpectedly, the surprise came so suddenly, and he encountered them. Yes, it's them. The few naval soldiers took the photo, glanced at it, and nodded repeatedly. Although the photo wasn't very clear, they recognized at a glance that the 5 people in the photo were indeed from the restaurant. Kouta's silver hair and Guina's deep blue hair were very easy to identify. Hearing their responses, Rast's expression became serious. He thought for a moment with his head down before looking up and instructing the naval soldiers, set sail, return to base 123. Our mission has ended. Huh, Colonel Rast, aren't we going to eat? The sailors asked in confusion. No, look at this. He then handed another piece of paper to a few of them. The sailors took the paper, formed a circle, and looked at the content on it. As they continued to read, their expressions changed dramatically all at once. They could never have imagined that the silver-haired little guy among that group could possibly be a great swordsman. At this thought, they couldn't help but shiver. Cold sweat pouring down. A great swordsman is someone who can be considered a strong presence even in the Grand Line. They had just been thinking about dragging Captain Raster into trouble with that guy. Then they all let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't truly clashed with that group earlier. Colonel Raster, we're getting ready to set sail, the Navy officers quickly said, as they certainly didn't want to stay here any longer. Go ahead. Watching as these Navy officers hurriedly rushed out of the captain's cabin, Raster also breathed a sigh of relief. Since the headquarters said not to provoke them, he would keep his distance. He wasn't afraid, though. He just doesn't want a conflict with the other side. After all, there's still so many pirates in the nearby waters waiting for him, the commander of Base 123, to deal with them. He doesn't have time to deal with these kids who aren't even pirates. That's right. Rast lies on the chair, nodding continuously. In the early morning, the sky is clear and the warm spring breeze gently blows over the sea along the ocean currents. The fake Mary is sailing smoothly with the wind, the sails on the mast fully inflated by the breeze. On both sides of the ship, schools of fish are swimming quickly forward, sticking close to the vessel. Some lively fish occasionally leap out of the water, splashing up bursts of spray. The droplets shimmer with colorful light in the morning sun. Surrounding the ship, the sky is filled with predatory seabirds. Since they set sail, Kouta and the others haven't seen so many seabirds. This phenomenon indicates that they must be close to land. A few days ago, they finished their meal at the sea restaurant Bartai, stocked up on supplies for a few days, and then set out to continue their voyage. Sanji was not mentioned by Zeff, nor did Kouta ask about him. On the fake Mary, Kouta is lying on the sheep's head at the bow of the ship, soaking up the sun, while Guina sits in a deck chair at the front, reading a newspaper and a nautical chart. They specifically set out for the Goliomii Islands this time, which is the territory of the evil dragon pirates and also the island of Nami's hometown, Kokoyashi Village. In order to reach the Goliomii Islands, Kouta even specifically asked old Zeff for the nautical charts with the coordinates to the Goliomii Islands. Otherwise, with the East Sea being so vast without a map, he wouldn't be able to find the location of the Goliomii Islands in such a short time. Well, Kouta, why do you want to go to the Goliomii Islands? Is there something special there? Guina looked up at Kouta, who had a sheep's head, and asked the question she had wanted to ask at the Bartai restaurant. Their original plan was to head straight to Road Town, but unexpectedly, Kouta changed his mind in Barat and wanted to go to the Jalomi Islands first. Kouta opened his eyes and stared at the sun, saying softly, "It's nothing much, just that there's an evil dragon living there, and I want to take a look." Evil dragon? Guina was momentarily taken aback, then said, "You mean the evil dragon pirates?" "Yes," Kouta replied, "but that has nothing to do with us." Kouta paused, looking at the black and white seagulls occasionally flying by in the sky, and said in a somewhat gloomy tone, "Mainly because that dragon not only oppresses the villages around its territory, but it is also toying with an innocent girl." "Girl?" Guina suddenly stood up and exclaimed. Kouta realized he might have said something he shouldn't have, and he tried to speak calmly. "Yes, the girl. Don't you know that the legend of the evil dragon is always accompanied by a girl? Is that so?" Guina looked at him with confusion. "Yes." Kouta's voice was more resolute than ever. Guina stared at Kouta with a skeptical look for a moment before continuing. "Just say that you want to defeat the evil dragon, save the village, and become a hero. Why make it so complicated?" Guina lowered her head in thought, and her calm eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Defeating the evil dragon and being a beautiful girl. That must be really cool." She raised her head, excitedly staring ahead, and said loudly, "I've made up my mind." "Made up your mind about what?" "I've decided that I will defeat the dragon." Guina turned to Kouta and said firmly, All right. Our dragon-slaying girl Guina will definitely leave her own legend in the future." Guina slightly lifted her head, showing a proud expression. Seeing that Guina no longer pursued the matter of the girl, Kouta quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He almost let it slip. In fact, he suddenly thought of Nami, and then remembered the dozens of villages in Arlong's territory that were still suffering oppression. That was why he suddenly changed course and headed straight for the Sabeti archipelago. If he didn't take action this time, those dozens of villages would have to wait another 2 years for Luffy to set sail to be rescued. In those 2 years, how many more family tragedies would occur? He cannot manage what he doesn't know, but since he knows, he must take charge. This is a sense of justice ingrained in him from his upbringing under the red flag in his past life, one that he cannot change. Moreover, for him, annihilating the evil dragon pirate crew is as simple as squashing an ant. Since it's easy and aligns with his sense of justice, he must do it. In fact, he is not wrong. He is indeed a partner of justice. Of course, he is not a saint and will not let anyone who does evil go free. Evil is evil, and he does not believe in the notion that one can become a Buddha simply by laying down the butcher's knife. If all wrongdoers could become Buddhas, what about those who have been harmed by them? Their grievances, who will resolve them? Who will repay them? So since they have encountered him, they can only send them all to hell to repent. As more and more seabirds joined the large flock flying with them, a long coastline gradually appeared ahead of them. As the distance to the coastline gradually shortened, Kong Tai could already smell the faint scent of soil. He took a deep breath, sat up straight, lifted his legs, turned his butt on the sheep's head, faced the coastline in front of him, and scanned the area intently. He found that there was no entrance to the evil dragon pirates base on this side. If he remembered correctly, the base of the evil dragon pirates was built by the sea. He turned around, jumped off the sheep's head, and shouted loudly towards the control room behind him. "Atao, adjust the direction. Let's circle the island and see where the dragon pirates entrance is." "Understood." Atao, who was sitting in the chair in the control room and daydreaming, quickly stood up and replied loudly to the outside. He walked to the helm, first putting the cigarette he was holding between his fingers into his mouth, then gripping the helm with both hands and forcefully turning it to the left. Immediately, the fake melee ship outside turned to the left. Just then, Ahua walked out of the kitchen holding a reward notice. He slowly walked to the bow of the ship, looked at Kouta, pushed up his glasses, and his eyes gleamed. Indeed, Kouta's target was the evil dragon pirate crew. Kouta gestured to Ahua, who was approaching, to give the bounty notice to Guina. "Guina, take a look. After all, this is the opponent you will face. Don't underestimate any opponent before you become a great swordsman." I know." Guina took the bounty notice from Ahua and started to read. It turned out that the members of the evil dragon pirate crew were all fishmen. She exclaimed as she looked at Arlong's bounty notice. And she spoke with a hint of disdain. They really look ugly. Don't be fooled by their looks. They are a new race combining traits of fish and humans, and their strength is greater than that of ordinary humans. In water, their power multiplies. Kouta explained to Guina based on what he knew. 6 years ago, the Fishman pirate crew disbanded in the Grand Line, and the evil dragon was one of the crews. Later, he established his own evil dragon pirate crew, came from the Grand Line to the EC, and dominated the Gromai Islands. How do you know so much? Guina asked, looking at Kouta in confusion. Me? I read the newspaper every day, along with some strange books. That makes sense. I remember you never let go of a book since childhood. Guina nodded, recalling, and wanted to continue looking at the bounty notice in her hand. Just then, she suddenly turned her head and looked curiously at Ahua and the other two, who were already standing at the bow of the ship. What's wrong with you three? The usually lively and funny trio now had gloomy faces, slouched bodies, and appeared sullen. Kouta also noticed their state and walked over, patting each of their shoulders one by one, asking with concern, "Is there a problem? Speak up, and I can help you share the burden." Atao took a puff of his cigarette and replied gloomily, "It's nothing major. I just feel so useless, unable to help against such a powerful pirate crew." They all know that when facing the evil dragon pirate crew, they basically can only stay on the ship and watch, because they can't defeat any of the members of the evil dragon pirate crew. This is still the East Sea. When they get to the Grand Line, they will have even less hope. So that's it. Kong sighed in relief, thinking something had happened to these three guys. He looked at Ahua and the three of them and said seriously, "You didn't come on board just for fighting, and they're not only combat personnel on a ship." He looked at Ahua and said, "Take Ahua for example. If we don't have Ahua on our ship, then we can only eat the food we cook ourselves. Just think about that taste." Everyone glanced at Ahua, and thinking about having to eat only their own cooking every day, they all shivered in unison and shook their heads repeatedly. Upon hearing Kong Tai's words and seeing everyone's reaction, Ahua's gloomy expression instantly brightened. He pushed up his glasses, straightened his plump belly, and raised his head with a proud look. "So it turns out I'm so indispensable." Kouta then turned his gaze to Atao and Atao. "If our ship didn't have Atao, who would operate and repair this big guy beneath us?" Hearing this, Atao's lips curled up, and a smile quickly spread across his face, making even his smoking seem a bit more elegant. "What about me? What about me?" Arual looked at Kouta with expectation, calling out in a slightly urgent voice. "You," Kouta said, stroking his chin and looking at Arual with deep thought. As Arual watched Kouta's reaction, his hopeful eyes gradually dimmed, and he stared blankly at the surface of the sea. It was as if he were enveloped in shadows, making one wonder if he was about to jump into the sea at any moment. Seeing Arual like this, Kouta smiled and decided not to tease him anymore. He suddenly shouted at Alo, "Of course you are very important too." Hearing Kouta's shout, Alo stiffly lifted his head and looked at Kouta pitifully. "Really? Really?" Kouta nodded and replied affirmatively. "Among us, only you, Alo, can stay on the small lookout for an entire day, ensuring the safety of our voyage. You are the eyes of our ship. Without you, our journey would be like sailing blind." The more Kouta spoke, the straighter Alo's back became, and by the end, even his unique hairstyle was perked up. Watching the three regain their confidence, Kouta clapped his hands to attract their attention. Then he said to them, "So, each of you is a unique existence. Don't underestimate yourselves. Our ship cannot function without any one of you." He paused for a moment, then joked, "If you all go to fight, what do I going to need to do? Isn't that right?" Yeah. Ahua and the others nodded repeatedly. "Moreover, there are shortcuts to gaining strength. Kong Tai, do you have a way to improve our strength?" They quickly turned their excited gazes to Kong Tai as his voice reached their ears. No one wants to be weak, even though they all know that even if they are weak, Kong Tai won't give up on them. But if there is a way to quickly enhance their strength, it's hard to imagine anyone remaining indifferent. "Have you heard of the devil fruit?" "Devil fruit?" Ahua looked puzzled. Just then, Alo, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke up. "Is it a maritime treasure that can make people strong and grant them the powers of a devil?" When he was a thug, he had heard others mention it. It's a legendary treasure from the sea that grants people certain superpowers called the devil fruit. "So, Kouta, is your ability from the devil fruit?" Atao took a puff of his cigarette and looked at Kouta curiously. Kouta lowered his head and pondered for a moment. "My ability does not come from the devil fruit. You can think of me as a person who is born with special abilities." "Oh." They all nodded in agreement. Kong Tai then explained, devil fruit abilities are divided into 3 main categories: paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. If you randomly obtain a devil fruit, it would be enough to handle general dangers. But I heard that the market price for any devil fruit is at least 100 million berries. Aluo sighed in frustration. Wow, is it really that expensive? Ahua and Atao both showed expressions of surprise. Just because they picked up nearly 20 million berries from the Creek Pirates doesn't mean they think 100 million is nothing. But don't forget, the Creek Pirates are the largest pirate crew in the East Sea. If they could only get 20 million there, how many pirate crews would need to be destroyed to gather 100 million? Kontai smiled at them and said, "Don't worry, as long as there's news about a devil fruit. I will definitely find one for you." He paused for a moment and then said, "And I also know that many devil fruits can be found there." He certainly knows. If they really can't find the devil fruit by then, they'll have to go ask Doflamingo for it in advance. Really? Sora, Ahua, and the others nervously stared at Sora. They knew that Keitai wouldn't lie to them, but they still wanted a definite answer from him. Well, have I ever lied to you? Kotoi nodded affirmatively. Oh yeah. The three of them jumped up, shouting and cheering at the bow of the ship, returning to their usual liveliness. Guina quietly watched them from the side, and when she saw Ahua and the others regaining their energy, a faint smile appeared on her face. She knew what the devil fruit was. Keitai had once planned to find a devil fruit specifically for her to enhance her physical abilities. However, she refused, wanting to become a great swordsman through her own abilities. Moreover, the devil fruit wasn't only beneficial. It had a fatal weakness for those who sailed, a fear of seawater. As a swordsman, her attack power was strong enough. There was no need to create a weakness for herself with a devil fruit. So she had never considered eating one. Of course, if it were an extraordinary ability, that would be a different story. At that moment, Keitai and Guina both froze, exchanging glances. They simultaneously looked towards the opposite coastline, and their observation haki quietly activated. Guina could only sense that there were many chaotic and panicked presences in the distant village. But Keitai was different. With just a flash of red light in his eyes, he understood what was happening in the village. He turned to Ahua and the others and said, "Let's land here. You wait for us here, and we'll deal with the evil dragon pirates before coming back." Understood. Ahua and the others replied loudly, then turned to get busy. Keitai, on the other hand, turned to look at the distant village, lost in thought. It seemed they had to clear out these small fry first. Otherwise, they might escape, and that would be a disaster. After all, they were fishmen, and once these guys hid in the sea, it would be hard to find them. The evil dragon pirates had ruled this island for nearly 6 years. Every month, every villager on this island had to pay a head tax to the evil dragon pirates. If they couldn't pay, there was only one outcome: death. Anyone who dared to resist would face the destruction of the entire village. So far, no one had truly dared to resist. In the beginning, they had hoped that the Navy would come to eliminate these pirates. However, when the evil dragon pirates easily defeated the 5 warships that came to attack them, they were filled with despair. Later, no matter how many Navy ships arrived, they were as weak as eggs that could be crushed with a hand when facing these monsters. This made them realize that the power displayed by these monsters was completely beyond what humans could match. Even more despairing was the arrival of a Navy officer who looked like a rat. Instead of attacking the evil dragon pirates, he used his Navy authority to block news from this area. If anyone sought help from the Navy, this guy would immediately inform Arlong. As a result, not only would the villagers seeking help meet a miserable end, but their entire village would also suffer consequences. Thus, their last glimmer of hope was completely extinguished. Until now, the residents of this island had quietly survived in such dire conditions for 6 years. Today happened to be the monthly collection day. A group of fishmen, led by 2 officers, marched into Kokosha village, where Nami lived. Leading the way was a soft-boned fishman. He wore a deep blue, sleeveless karate uniform, had his hair tied in 2 small braids, and had 2 fish fins on his arms resembling large machetes, with explosive muscles radiating an intimidating aura. This outfit clearly marked him as an officer of the evil dragon pirates, a former member of the Sun Pirates, Kurubi. Trailing slightly behind Kurubi was another fishman, dressed in a blue sleeveless shirt, black shorts, with golden short hair and prominent lips, looking like a kissing fish of a triggerfish. This one was likely another officer of the evil dragon pirates, a former member of the Sun Pirates, Chu. Under the guidance of the 2 officers, the fishmen arrived in the middle of the only street in the village. Without needing any urging, the villagers spontaneously came out of their homes, each holding money, lining up to approach the fishmen. They tossed the money they had worked hard for all month into an empty bag held by one of the fishmen. "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Is the money not enough?" The fishman collecting the money glared fiercely at a villager who was slightly slow in handing over the cash. He snatched the money from the villager's hand, shook it, and casually tossed it into the pocket in front of him. Then he reached out, gripped the villager's hand tightly, and threw him aside onto the ground. The villager who fell to the ground didn't dare to make a sound. He simply stood up silently and limped toward the house nearby. The other villagers looked on with blank expressions. They were used to it, used to the power of the fishmen, used to their tyranny, and even more used to their oppression. Before long, the empty bag in front of the fishmen collecting the money was filled with cash. Crocus glanced coldly at the villagers standing on both sides of the street and silently walked toward the orange grove with Ju, who had his hands in his pockets. That was the last person in this village. Even if the other party was Nami's sister, they still had to pay. Once they collected the bounty from this last person, their work for the day would be done. Because Kokoyashi village was the closest village to Arlong Park, they usually came here last to collect money. Suddenly, Crocus and Ju, who were walking in front, stopped, causing a commotion among the fishmen following them. What's wrong? They all looked up towards the front and saw a man and a woman walking towards them from outside the village. These two were Kong Tai and Guina, who had just come from the seaside. They parked the boat at the makeshift dock outside the village and headed straight towards it, just in time to run into a group of fishmen coming out of the village, staring at the two human little devils approaching from the opposite side. Kruby asked a fishman behind him, "Aren't we short too? I haven't seen these two before." This fishman was responsible for counting, and he lifted the money bag in his hand, responding affirmatively. "Aside from the bounty on Nami's sister from the Orange Grove, we've collected all the other money." Upon hearing the response, Kirby turned his head and coldly stared at Kouta and Guina. If he wasn't mistaken, then these two humans had come from outside, so they should be killed. That's right, killed. They wouldn't let the news leak out easily. Watching the fishmen stop in their tracks, Kouta also halted, handing over to Guina beside him. He took off the wine gourd from his waist, lazily stood in place, drinking, with a teasing look in his eyes as he stared at the fishmen across from him, waiting for Guina's performance. Guina glanced coldly at the fishmen opposite her, finally fixing her gaze on Kruby and Gio. Clearly, among this group of fishmen, Guina was only focused on these two, who were easily recognizable. Guina did not slow her pace, but instead quickened her steps towards the fishmen, the villagers standing under the eaves on both sides. Seeing that Guina did not stop when she saw the fishmen, but instead sped up, couldn't help but feel a tightness in their hearts, revealing expressions of worry. Just then, a middle-aged man in uniform, with 4 intersecting knife scars on his face and a windmill stuck in his hat, quickly walked out from a nearby room and reached out to stop Guina. When Kouta saw the middle-aged man appear, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He recognized him at a glance as the village's peacekeeper, Ajien. This guy was quite a gentle character, like a father figure to Nami and Nojiko. Ajien, seeing the girl not running away upon encountering the fishmen, but instead heading straight towards them, couldn't help but rush out from the room to stop her. These two outsiders must be here for the first time. They didn't know the ferocity of the fishmen, which is why they were so indifferent when facing them. He thought he needed to drive these two out of the village before the fishmen arrived. Many thoughts flashed through Ajien's mind. Then he fixed his gaze on Guina, deliberately making his expression cold and speaking in an unfriendly tone. "Little girl, outsiders are not welcome here. Please leave." Guina looked at Ajien, a hint of tenderness flashing in her cold eyes. Although the man's tone was not very pleasant, the urgency and concern in his eyes could not be concealed. Seeing the look Guina gave, Kouta shrugged and walked over, signaling Guina to continue. He put his arm around Ajien's shoulder, pulled him aside, and smiled at Ajien, saying, "Thanks, uncle. We appreciate your kindness, but we know what we're doing." This left Ajien momentarily stunned. During that moment of distraction, Guina had already walked more than 10 meters away. Seeing Guina about to approach the fishmen, Ajien hurriedly shouted, "Don't go over there, little girl." At that moment, Guina turned back and gave Ajien a smile. "It's okay, uncle. We're here specifically to deal with Arlong." "Deal with Arlong?" Ajien's face showed a look of shock. "Yes. Just watch." Kouta pointed Ayath. Just as Guina turned to look at Ajien, Shio had already made his move. He doesn't care about sneak attacks or anything. As long as he can defeat the enemy, that's all that matters. He immediately puffed up his mouth like a gun barrel and shot a water cannon at Guina. The water cannon shot out like a bullet, rapidly heading towards the back of Guina's head. Shio's eyes were excitedly fixed on Guina, confident that he could take her down with one hit. However, things often don't develop as simply as he imagined. Guina seemed to have foreseen it. She slightly tilted her head and easily dodged the water bubble. The bubble grazed past Guina's ear and shot towards Kouta behind her. Watching the rapidly approaching water bubble, Ajien's pupils instantly dilated. and cold sweat broke out all over him. He instinctively wanted to pull Kouta to hide. But at that moment, he suddenly realized that the surrounding space seemed to have solidified, rendering him completely unable to move. The bubble that was shot towards them also hovered in front of them, unable to advance any further. It could have been just a moment, but Ajian suddenly felt the surrounding space return to flow. He saw the bubble in front of him drop to the ground with a pop. Ajian stared wide-eyed, horrified as he looked at the bubble on the ground. What kind of power is this? If this is such power, maybe it really could defeat Arlong. Ajian's eyes first flashed with a glimmer of hope, but then quickly darkened. No, it's impossible. How could that group of monsters be matched by humans? He has experienced too much despair and no longer believes that anyone can defeat Eren. He shook his head and looked up at Kouta. Kouta noticed Ajian's gaze, took a sip from the wine gourd, and then turned to him with a smile, saying, "I told you we are here to deal with Arlong." He paused for a moment, and his tone became more serious. We are quite strong." Then he turned to look at Guina, signaling Ajian to pay attention. Perhaps only established facts could make these desperate villagers believe that they could really defeat the evil dragon pirate crew. Kirby had noticed from the moment Kouta and the others appeared that they were not ordinary humans. The expressions in Kouta and his companion's eyes were too flat, so flat that they seemed indifferent, as if they were looking at fish waiting to be slaughtered. He hated that look, the kind of look he often felt back in his hometown. So, just as Guina was about to turn her head, having just dodged the bubble from Shio, he quickly rushed forward. With his rich combat experience, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He wants to eliminate this human girl in an instant, and then face the boy behind her. In his feelings, that silver-haired boy was too dangerous, stemming from his beastly instincts. The fishman karate wrist strength slash. Kurubi, who was already taller than the average human, looked like a giant standing in front of Guina, completely casting her in his shadow with his robust body. He raised his arm, revealing the wing-like fins on his elbows that were as hard as curved blades, and fiercely slashed down diagonally towards Guina's neck. A red glint flashed in Guina's eyes as she turned and ducked, narrowly avoiding the fierce strike. She stepped forward, passing under Crocodile's arm. Guina stood behind Crocodile, quickly drew her sword, and with a flourish of her right hand, reversed her grip on the blade and slashed upwards diagonally. Ignoring Crocodile, she then moved towards a group of fishmen. After Guina took 3 or 4 steps, Crocodile, who had been holding the downward slashing motion of his wing-like fins as if frozen, finally seemed to lose all support. His legs wobbled, and his body quickly collapsed towards the ground. A dull thud echoed as he hit the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Lying on the ground, Crocodile opened his eyes wide in anger, filled with unwillingness. He is a merman. How could he possibly fall so easily at the feet of a human? He wanted to struggle, but it was of no use. Instead, the more he struggled, the faster his life force drained away. His mouth, eyes, and ears were gushing with blood like a fountain, quickly staining a large area beneath him red. In the end, his body convulsed a few times frantically before going completely still, the last glimmer of light in his eyes extinguished. At this moment, everyone saw that there was a diagonal penetrating wound on Kruby's back of the head. Kruby, Jew, who was also an officer and had come from the Grand Line, changed his expression and looked at Guina in horror. This feeling of facing a strong opponent made him feel as if he had returned to Fishman Island, when he was still a small Lolo, only able to hide behind the captain and Arlong. Since coming to the East Blue, he had not encountered this trembling sensation again. There were no fierce pirates, no slave traders, and certainly no celestial dragons here. It was like paradise. Behind a village path, the villagers stared wide-eyed, as if they had witnessed something incredible. Hey, are you kidding me? One strike took down an officer of the evil dragon pirates. Ajian stood beside Kouta, staring in shock at Guina's silhouette. Is she really that powerful? The opponent is a monster capable of sinking a battleship in one blow. Then he turned to look at Kouta, his eyes flashing with fervent light. Kouta didn't turn around, but gently patted Ajian's shoulder and repeated, "I told you, we are really strong. Just watch closely." This time, Ajian finally started to believing that Kouta and the others could really defeat Arlong. He turned back to look at Guina, his face filled with excitement. That human girl not only easily dodged you and Kruby's killing moves, but also took down Kruby with a single strike. The fishmen standing behind you were both angry and terrified. Since they arrived in the East Blue, they had encountered no humans they couldn't deal with. Even the Navy here had to cooperate with them. Otherwise, squashing those Navy soldiers was as easy as squashing ants. Over time, the fishmen, accustomed to their rampant dominance, became increasingly arrogant and brutal. In their eyes, the humans of the East Blue were all an inferior race, while they, the great fishmen, were the masters of humanity. To them, the killing and plundering of humans was like raising pigs at home. They completely forgot how terrified and insignificant they were on the Grand Line. And the appearance of Guina was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, making them collectively remember the terrifying humans on the Grand Line. You, this human, must not be from the East Sea. Jiu looked at the approaching Guina, his eyes a deep red. Guina coldly stared at Jiu, her steps unhalted. It was this kind of gaze that he hated, and he was also incredibly afraid of it. You inferior being, go die. He opened his already completely red eyes wide and shouted in anger, as if that could dispel the fear deep within him. Water gun barrage. He took a deep breath, puffed up his cheeks, and his lips trembled rapidly like a machine gun. Bubbles shot out towards Guina like bullets. Guina did not dodge, and, while advancing towards the bubbles, quickly swung the knife in her hand. A flash of blade light passed by. The bubbles that were supposed to hit Guina directly were instantly sliced in half by the blade light, landing on the ground on either side of her, leaving behind a series of craters. In just a moment, Guina had quickly closed the distance and stood in front of Jiu. She coldly raised her knife, ignoring Jiu's completely bloodshot eyes and his expression of utmost terror. Without giving Jiu a chance to retreat, she slashed upwards towards his throat. Ugh! Jiu stood stiffly in place, covering his throat with both hands, his skin turning from blue to red. He wanted to make a sound, but couldn't. Then, as if he had lost all his strength, he collapsed to the ground, falling forward. With a thud, he followed in Kruby's footsteps. Guina stood coldly beside Jiu, shaking the knife in her hand to flick off the blood from the blade. Jiu, seeing Jiu convulsing wildly on the ground, the remaining fishmen screamed and then, in terror, ran backwards as if a flood or a beast was behind them. From a moment Guina approached the fishmen to the deaths of Kruby and Jiu, it seemed long, but it actually only took about 10 seconds. The villagers behind watched the fishmen rushing towards them and quickly retreated to the sides of the village path. Then they all excitedly focused their attention on Guina. In just 2 slashes, this girl had effortlessly taken down 2 officers of the Dragon Pirates. They had never seen such a powerful human, nor had they ever witnessed the expression of a fishman like this. It turned out that fishmen could also feel fear, panic, and flee in a hurry. Guina stood in place, watching the fleeing fishmen with indifference in her eyes. She felt not a shred of mercy in her heart for slaying fishmen. She sheathed her sword, bent her left knee, tightened her grip on the sword, and raised her head to stare at all the fleeing fishmen. Gathering her strength, she propelled herself forward. With a whoosh, Guina's body appeared in front of the fishmen as if she had teleported. A flash of the sword passed by, cutting through each fishman, causing the fleeing fishmen to freeze in place as if under a paralysis spell. One sword style, everything cut. At that moment, the sound of Guina sheathing her sword echoed in the wind. It was this sound that broke the paralysis spell on the fishmen. With a poof, a line of blood appeared at each fishman's waist, and then their upper bodies neatly sliced to the side, spraying a large amount of fresh blood. Guina turned around, ignoring the fishmen who had all been bisected, carefully avoiding the river of blood on the ground, and headed towards the sky. Under the eaves on both sides of the village road, the villagers stared blankly at the scattered limbs on the ground. They instinctively took a step back, and then it was as if they understood something. Their already numb pupils sparkled with a light called hope, like a mirror wiped clean of mist. They excitedly stared at Guina passing by the corpse, not daring to make a sound. They are afraid. They fear that everything in front of them is a dream. This scene has appeared in their dreams countless times, and each time they wake up excitedly, only to be disappointed to find that it was all fake. This time, they clearly know that this is not a dream. However, they still do not dare to easily break the surrounding silence. As they watch Guina approach, a Jin instinctively wants to step back due to the lingering killing intent emanating from her. Then he suddenly realizes that the figure in front of him is not an enemy, but a benefactor, and he has nothing to fear. He shook his head, staring excitedly at Guina. As Guina walked closer, a tender look flashed in Koutai's eyes. He reached out his right hand to wipe away a drop of blood that had accidentally splashed on her face. Guina, now you really are a hero. At this moment, Guina's cold expression finally faded, revealing a smile like a blooming flower. This smile not only illuminated a Jian's despairing heart, but also brightened the hearts of the surrounding villagers, who finally seemed to awaken from their dream. 6 whole years. Although 6 years is not a very long time, each day felt like a year. During these 6 years, Countless families and people lost their lives at the hands of these brutal fishmen. And now, they had finally awaited someone, a heroic figure. She approached the slaughter of the fishmen as effortlessly as if she were dealing with fish on a chopping board. They have waited too long for this moment. Ajien stared at Guina, trembling all over, as an unimaginable excitement surged in his heart. Who are you? We. Kouta held Guina's hand and looked up at the villagers around them, whose eyes were filled with excitement. You can call us partners of justice. Justice? Justice? They didn't feel justice from the Navy, but they felt it from two strangers. By the time they came to their senses, Kouta had already left with Guina towards the outskirts of the village. They looked far away at the figures of Kouta and Guina, their eyes filled with the flames of hope, and shouted in unison. Please, you must defeat the evil dragon pirate crew. The righteous companions could sense their excitement from afar. It was an emotion and impulse that had been suppressed for a long time, suddenly erupting like a volcano, releasing a powerful feeling. Kouta and Guina, who were in the midst of it, felt an unprecedented joy on a spiritual level. Guina squinted her eyes in enjoyment. The feeling of being expected, especially by so many people, was truly captivating. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many wanting to be heroes. Then she opened her eyes, turned around, and solemnly said to the villagers, whose eyes were filled with anticipation and hope, "Don't worry. We will risk our lives to completely annihilate the evil dragon pirate crew." Her voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly in the ears of every villager. Watching the two figures heading towards the evil dragon territory in the distance, the villagers stood still for a long time. They deeply remembered these two young boys and girls, especially the girl. Her beauty, the indifference and calmness on her face while killing the fishmen, and that final smile that penetrated into their hearts. They prayed for the girl to successfully slay the dragon, and they also prayed that she would not get hurt, even if in the end they did not succeed in slaying the dragon. They no longer want to endure the oppression of the Arlong pirates. The countless corpses of fishmen on the ground clearly tell them that fishmen are not invincible. This has completely unleashed the anger and shackles within them. On the way to Arlong Park, Guina kept her head down, looking troubled. Kouta looked at her with concern and asked, "What's wrong, Guina?" "It's nothing. Just some things I can't understand," she replied. "What is it? Tell me about it." When we first entered the village, I could clearly feel the villagers' fear and numbness. That kind of numbness doesn't form overnight. It must have been caused by long-term oppression. Guina raised her head and looked at Kouta with a puzzled expression. "But I can't understand. The East Blue is large, yet small at the same time. How could a pirate crew treat humans like livestock on human territory for 6 long years?" She furrowed her brow, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes as she asked loudly, "What about the Marines?" "The just Marines?" Kouta reached out and rubbed her head, looking toward the distant Arlong Park, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he spoke softly. "Don't think too highly of the Marines' higher-ups. Their justice mostly caters to the nobles, while they don't care much about the commoners. Often, it's the lowest ranking and the most numerous Marines who actually care about the common people. But they have no power or strength to deal with these powerful pirates." "Is that so?" Guina nodded, her expression turning to one of realization. "What about the Marine hero Garp? We grew up listening to his legends. How come he hasn't come to deal with such a terrible pirate in our hometown?" Guina continued, somewhat angrily. "There are few people in the East Blue who don't admire Garp. After all, he is one of our own, and he is known as a hero. He is indeed the pride of most civilians in the Navy. However, even heroes have their moments of being overwhelmed. Heroes must also abide by the rules. The rules of the celestial dragons and the world government. So don't think that Garp is a hero. In fact, he doesn't have that much freedom. The New World needs him, the Navy headquarters needs him, and he is still needed when powerful pirates appear. He is so busy that he even entrusted his grandsons to mountain bandits, which led to both of his grandsons becoming pirates in the end. Of course, given Ace and Luffy's personalities, even if Garp personally took care of them, they might still become pirates. So being a hero is not that easy. If it weren't for Garp refusing to be promoted to admiral, he might not even have time for his annual vacation to see his grandsons. However, Sora did not explain this to Kouta. He merely said lightly. Perhaps he didn't know it all. After all, he isn't someone who can frequently return to the East Blue. Is he? And also what? It is said that the evil dragon pirates have colluded with the Navy Colonel Mouse from the nearby Navy's 16th Division. This prevents the truly righteous Navy from receiving news about this place, and thus unable to come to eliminate the evil dragon pirates. Upon hearing this, a cold light flashed in Guina's eyes. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, "That colonel named Mouse deserves to die. Sometimes, the visible enemies are not that terrifying. What is truly frightening is the kind that aids the enemy, commonly known as traitors. These people are often more brutal and more detestable than the enemies themselves. They are all a bunch of spineless cowards, flattering those above them and being arrogant towards those below. Don't worry, none of them will escape. A red light flashed in Kong Tai's eyes. He sensed that there were two parties in Arlong Park. From the aura, they didn't seem like enemies. That must mean they are allies. So that rat should be in Arlong Park right now. At this moment, a dirty deal was taking place in Arlong Park. Today was not only the time for the Arlong pirate crew to collect bounty fees, but also the time for them to pay Colonel Rat the dirty money. The entire Arlong Park was surrounded by high stone walls, with a huge stone gate facing the sea. Inside the gate was a long waterway, specifically designed by Arlong for their fisherman identity. Beside the waterway were two equally wide pools, which the Arlong pirate crew usually played in. At the end of the waterway stood a tall, 5-story tower-like building, with a large shark-shaped spire at the top, where the pirate flag of the Arlong pirate crew was fluttering in the wind. On the corridor between the tower-like building and the waterway lay a tall fisherman with a long, sharp, serrated nose. This fisherman was none other than the captain of the Arlong pirate crew, Arlong. Sitting directly across from Arlong was a man resembling Rat, dressed in a naval officer's coat, with two background Navy officers standing behind him. This guy must be Colonel Rat. This is the share for this month. Take it. Arlong took a thick stack of money from his subordinate behind him and placed it on the table, pushing it towards Colonel Rat. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Brother Arlong, your mind is truly different from that of ordinary pirates. Colonel Rat looked at the money in front of him, his face beaming with smiles. He quickly reached out to take the money and stuffed it into his pocket, nodding in satisfaction as he smiled at Arlong. You really understand the ways of the world. Haha, we are all in this together. Arlong opened his arms and laughed. As long as you are willing to be my friend. You can taste endless sweetness in the East Sea. Then he stopped laughing, pulled back his arms, sat up straight, and leaned on the table, squinting his eyes at Colonel Rat. Understanding this also proves that you are a clever naval colonel. Although he had a smile on his face, his eyes were icy cold. This guy was a thorough racist, believing that mermaids were inherently superior to humans, and that human resistance against mermaids was equivalent to defying the laws of nature. He ruled over humans with an iron fist, viewing human lives as worthless. This guy was not only greedy and brutal in character, but also obsessed with money, believing that wealth was the best and most reliable thing. Under Arlong's cold gaze, Rat slightly broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly laughed. It's been a real trouble all along. Haha, why say such things now? Harmony brings wealth. Arlong leaned back, relaxing his previously upright body. He laughed at the mouse and said, money is a good thing, more trustworthy than anything else. Although I really hate humans. You're an exception because you understand things. Looking at Aaron, Colonel Mouse felt a bit uncomfortable. He knew that Aaron was talking nonsense, but he still had a smile and nod in response. After all, Aaron was better than him and was his cash cow. It wasn't until Aaron finished speaking that the mouse quickly stood up and said to Aaron, well then, I will take my leave today. He actually didn't want to stay here at all. The way the fishermen looked at him was like they were looking at livestock, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly came from the left wall. Leaving? Where are you going? You might as well wait to go to hell together. Who? The 20 or so fishmen, lounging or sitting by the two pools, along with Arlong and the mouse, all turned to look at the high wall on the left. There they saw two people who had appeared on the high wall without anyone noticing. These two people were, of course, Kouta and Guina. The two of them stood on top of the wall, listening to the conversation between Aaron and the mouse for a while. It wasn't until Colonel Mouse wanted to leave that Kong Tai finally spoke up. The fish people by the pool looked at the two humans and let out a collective sigh of relief, then went back to their business, no longer paying attention. However, Aaron was brimming with hostility. How could these two humans stand in a position higher than him? How could such a lowly race as humans make him? A great fish person, look up to them? He would rather have these two humans break through the wall than see them standing on his own fence. He glared fiercely at the two people on the wall. How dare two mere humans come to my dragon's territory and threaten my guests? You are truly seeking death. As he spoke, he crushed the wine glass in his hand, the liquid spilling into his palm. He grabbed the drink and the shards of the glass, then forcefully swung his arm towards Kouta and Guina. As they watched the flying glass shards and bubbles, there was not a trace of emotion in Kouta and Guina's eyes. Both of their eyes flashed with a red light, and they slightly tilted their heads to dodge. As soon as Guina stood on the wall, she fixed her gaze on Colonel Mouse, whose appearance was too conspicuous, clearly a traitor. Meanwhile, Kouta looked at Arlong with great interest, showing no concealment of his disgust and indifference. It was Kei's gaze, as if he were looking at fish on a chopping board, that completely enraged Arlong. After arriving in the EC, he was the only one who could look at humans like that. When had humans ever dared to look at him like this? His eyes instantly turned blood red, flashing with a bloodthirsty light. He stared fiercely at Kei and shouted loudly, "Comrades, tear them apart." A long voice filled with murderous intent echoed throughout Alone Paradise. The fishmen by the pool stood up when Alone crushed the wine glass earlier. Hearing their boss's voice now, they all glared fiercely, baring their teeth and claws as they charged towards Kei and the others. Just as Kei was about to move in response to the approaching fishmen, Guina spoke up, "Kei, remember our agreement. Leave this to me." At that moment, her killing intent was almost uncontrollable. Kei quickly stopped, rubbed his head, and repeatedly apologized to Guina. "Sorry, Guina, look at my head. Almost forgot." He felt a bit restless watching these fishmen, as he hadn't fought in a long time. Although taking them down would only be a quick job and wouldn't fill him up, it could quench his thirst. Guina's eyes had been fixed on Colonel Mouse from the beginning. She stood on the wall like a statue of death, her gaze filled with indifference. The first person she wanted to kill was Mouse. The boundless killing intent revealed in Guina's eyes made Mouse feel as if his whole body was being pricked by needles. An almost imperceptible pain. Alarm bells rang in his heart. Danger, danger, danger. The Mouse froze in place, drenched in cold sweat. He looked up at Guina, his heart screaming. What is wrong with this woman? He didn't even know her, so why was she staring at him the moment she arrived? Just as the fishmen were about to charge under the wall, Guina finally withdrew her gaze and jumped down from the wall. She ignored the rushing fishmen and turned her attention back to the Mouse, walking towards him at a leisurely pace. Kouta, feeling quite bored, squatted on the wall, yawned, and pulled down the wine gourd from his waist, drinking and watching the show. The first two fishmen charging forward, upon seeing Guina, felt their aggression surge. They were positioned one on the left and one on the right, one raising a fist and the other a knife, striking fiercely towards Guina's head. Just then, with a clang, at the moment the fishman on the left threw his punch, a flash of blade light swiftly cut across his throat. Then, a red glint flashed in Guina's eyes as she slightly tilted her body to the left and stepped forward, dodging the knife of the other fishman. She paused for a moment, twirled her knife in her hand, and with a reverse grip, stabbed and withdrew towards the right. After that, she paid no further attention to the two fishmen, calmly walking past them and continuing onward. At this moment, the two fishmen, who had been standing there dumbfounded, fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing their two compatriots twitching on the ground, the fishmen behind them abruptly slammed to a stop, stunned in place. In just one exchange, two of their comrades had been decisively killed. Then, filled with rage, their eyes instantly turned blood red, and they roared fiercely as they charged at Guina. However, Guina remained unhurried, continuing to walk towards the rat, completely unaffected by the fishmen. With a twist of his right hand, he gripped the knife with an overhand hold, and a cold, dazzling light flashed across the blade. The edge faced the charging fishman as he executed a simple horizontal slash. The flash of the blade passed by, and the fishman's body, which had been rushing forward, instantly froze in place. Guina stepped to the right to dodge the blood spraying from the fishman's chest. She coldly glanced at the fishman behind her, flicked the knife, and shook off the bloodstains. The blood splattered on the ground, forming a large character, glinting with a blinding red light under the sunlight. Guina's indifferent gaze made the fishman behind her feel a sharp pain all over. They completely forgot that the way they looked at humans was actually exactly the same as the way Guina was looking at them at that moment. It was at this point that the fish finally knew fear. They all halted their forward momentum, staring at Guina, their pupils dilating, their bodies involuntarily retreating. This human was definitely not an ordinary human, but a powerful reaper. 3 blades, 3 compatriots. They couldn't even see the knife, only a flash of blade light. Watching the terrified fisherman compatriots retreat, Arlong suddenly stood up, his eyes blood red, and with his mouth wide open, he angrily shouted at the front, "Get out of my way!" Upon hearing their leader's voice, the fishmen all breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran backward. Their disheveled appearance was no longer the arrogance of the past. Guina ignored the fleeing fishmen and Arlong. She turned her gaze and focused back on the Mouse. The Mouse trembled in fear at her stare. As he watched Guina approach him, his legs went weak and he fell backward onto the ground. Then, he shouted in terror, "What the hell is wrong with you, woman? We have no grievances or grudges. Why are you targeting me?" He is now very frightened and aggrieved. "Why is that? I'm also human. Why do you keep staring at me instead of the fishman?" Arlong saw that Guina completely ignored him, and his anger grew even more. You human woman, since you're so eager to seek death, then I'll grant you that. With that, he turned around and pulled out a large sawtooth sword from behind pillar. Then he turned his head and fiercely stared at Guina, kicking the table in front of him aside and quickly charging towards her. Although this human woman has impressive sword skills, he believes that no matter how powerful she is, she cannot defeat him. After all, he is the captain of the Dragon Pirates, the highest bounty in the East China Sea, Fishman Arlong. Arlong rushed close to Guina, raising the large sawtooth, sword high, and chopping down fiercely towards her. Arlong was confident that no one in the entire East China Sea could withstand a strike. Just then, for the first time, Guina looked at Arlong. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and the sword in her hand moved faster than he could react, blocking the large sawtooth sword underneath. A gust of wind blew outwards from the point of collision of the two swords. Arlong was stunned for a moment, staring at the sword in his hand, feeling the force beneath it that was on par with his own. Impossible. How could there be a human in the East China Sea who could withstand his strike? His gaze met Guina's cold, indifferent eyes, and for the first time, there was a serious tone in his voice. You are not from the East Sea. You came from the Grand Line. Only this explanation could make him believe that this human woman's strength could rival his. Guina looked up at Arlong, her expression unchanged, still indifferent. You talk too much. Then she placed her left hand on the hilt of her sword, gripping it tightly with both hands to force Arlong's blade upwards. Arlong's forehead and arms bulged with veins. His whole body flushed red as he gritted his teeth, pressing his feet firmly against the ground, and shouted at Guina. How could a mere lowly human possibly be stronger than the great Fishman tribe? Guina paid no attention to Arlong's roar. She took a deep breath, slightly retracted her sword, and then used even greater strength to lift Arlong and his massive saw blade off the ground. The clash of their blades produced an even louder sound and pressure. The mouse sat frozen on the ground, the wind pressure making it impossible for him to open his eyes. He wanted to escape, but his body felt as if all strength had been drained, completely unresponsive. Arlong tried hard to anchor himself to the ground, but it was useless. That force lifted him up effortlessly. As soon as his feet left the ground, he lost any chance of resisting Guina. Then his entire massive body was propelled backward by an irresistible force. Bang! His back arched as he crashed violently against the wall behind him, creating a deep dent. Then with a loud crash, the wall behind him suddenly collapsed, burying his whole body within it. The surrounding fishmen looked at the small mound of dirt behind them, their eyes filled with confusion. How could this human's strength possibly surpass even Arlong? They shook their heads, their faces full of disbelief. This guy must not be human. Just then, Kouta suddenly turned to glance at the pool behind Guina. That thing must be Little 8. He was just wondering if something was missing. And it turned out to be the six-clawed octopus. If Little 8 keeps hiding in the deep sea, Kouta would really have a hard time finding him. After all, he can disguise himself as a real fish. Looking at this guy, it seems he wants to ambush Guina while her old strength has faded and her new strength has yet to be born. Unfortunately, Kouta won't give him that chance. He wouldn't care whether Xiao Ba was Rayleigh's lifesaver or not, and would just go after him. Don't be fooled by this guy's appearance as a good person in the anime. He is just as despicable as the other fishmen in the Don Quixote pirates, only pretending to be a bit silly. If Rayleigh really came looking for revenge, he would just take him out as well. Just as this guy was about to surface, Kouta quickly drew his sword, Zhang Keiying, and slashed toward the water area where Xiao Ba was hiding. A silver gray slash swiftly flew towards the pool behind Guina. It collided perfectly with Xiao Ba, who had just emerged from the water surface. The silver gray slash did not hesitate at all. Quickly slicing through the dual swords Xiao Ba was holding in front of him, cutting through his body, and then swiftly flying along the waterway towards the distant sea. Disappearing from sight, Xiao Ba stood frozen in place, holding his dual swords when a wave hit him. And suddenly one of the swords in his hand snapped with a ding sound, breaking into two pieces. Then a line of blood erupted from the middle of his body, starting from his brow and quickly expanding. With a puff, his body suddenly split in half, blood staining the surrounding seawater red. Of course, it wasn't just his body that split. Even the waterway behind him silently developed a crack. The crack extended all the way to the open sea, appearing from a distance as if someone had sliced a large jelly. The seawater on both sides of the crack kept pouring into it, unable to heal for a long time. Xiao Ba. At this moment, the fishmen looking at Arlong finally reacted and shouted towards Xiao Ba on the waterway. Then they all turned to look at Kouta, trembling all over, their eyes bulging in terror to the extreme. The Great Swordsman? It really is the Great Swordsman. Although they had never seen the Great Swordsman, they had heard of him. He is a monster capable of splitting mountains, cracking seas, and severing ships on the ocean. Moreover, in the terrifying new world, he is someone who can become a significant figure. They were frozen in place, their bodies cold, knowing that they were doomed this time. Guina ignored what was happening behind her. As long as there was an opportunity, she only needed to move forward. She lowered her head, staring at the fallen mouse colonel, a deep disdain flashing in her cold eyes. Looking at Guina, standing in front of him, the mouse colonel was now completely stunned with fear. He trembled, propping himself up with his hands behind him, his feet digging into the ground as he kept moving backward. He shouted loudly, "I'm a Navy officer. If you kill me, you'll be wanted." "Wanted, huh?" Guina tilted her head and shrugged nonchalantly. "Then go ahead and issue the wanted notice." Guina stepped forward, slowly raising the knife toward the mouse. Her movement was a bit slow this time, as slow as an elderly person. She wanted the mouse to truly savor the taste of impending death. As Guina lifted the knife, the mouse's body trembled even more. His gaze was fixed on Guina's blade, the cold gleam of the knife reflecting his current state of embarrassment and fear. Guina's right hand, continually raised, was like a black hole, firmly capturing his mind and causing a twitch in his abdomen. At that moment, he suddenly felt an uncontrollable urge to urinate. Then he saw a wet patch gradually appearing between the rat's legs, which slowly expanded over time, eventually bursting forth like a flood, pooling beneath him and flowing out like a small stream. Clearly, the rat had been scared into wetting itself by Guina. Guina looked at the rat's pitiful state with disdain in her eyes. In a flash of the blade, her raised right hand swiftly delivered a decisive strike to the rat's neck. The rat's trembling body immediately came to a stop. He stared wide-eyed, fearfully gazing ahead, his eyes filled with a longing for life. He tried hard to move his body, but it was of no use, because his nervous system had already disconnected from his body. He can already feel that the endless darkness has arrived, slowly pulling his soul into the abyss of hell. He had never felt that time could be so long that the events of this moment seemed to him to be as distant as a century. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier until, after his soul was completely consumed by the endless darkness, the last glimmer of light in his eyes finally faded away. This guy didn't even know who was in front of him at the time of his death, nor why he had to be killed, even to the point of being wanted. Guina stood in place, turned the knife in her hand, and flicked the blood on it onto the rat's body. It was this drop of blood that broke the stillness of the rat's body. Suddenly, the rat's head slid backward and fell to the ground with a thud. Its headless body, like a row of dominoes, lost all support and instantly collapsed to the ground. Blood mixed with its urine flowed like a small stream into the nearby pool. Guina quietly watched the stream of blood flow past her feet, and her feelings of disgust dissipated somewhat. This was the true portrayal of the filthy life of that rat. Its blood was tainted with dirt. Guina glanced indifferently at the rat's corpse, then turned her gaze to the two Navy soldiers behind her who had fainted from fear. How should she deal with these two? Kill them? She thought for a moment and shook her head. Forget it. Let Kouta handle it. Then she turned her attention to the remaining fishmen. The fishmen felt that familiar, death-like cold gaze fixating on them once again. They knew that the female demon was coming to deal with them. At that moment, the instinct for survival temporarily broke the fear in their hearts, giving them an inexplicable surge of strength. "Ah!" They shouted loudly, dragging their heavy bodies with weary spirits, struggling to rush towards the swimming pool. There lay their only lifeline. Ever since witnessing Kouta's slash, they no longer believed that their leader, Eren, could come to save them alive. Looking at the pool, their veins bulged, and they summoned a strength they had never used in their lives. As long as they reached the edge of the pool and jumped into the sea, they could escape using their identity as fishmen. Seeing the fishmen trying to run, Guina quickly pushed off the ground with her feet and dashed over with a whoosh. Just as she was about to reach the edge of the pool, the fishmen were filled with despair as Guina was already standing at the end of their only lifeline. In the end, they could only see a flash of blades. In the blink of an eye, all their fishmen fell on the way to the swimming pool. Clearly, this was not their path to survival, but rather a road to hell. In the pile of stones from the collapsed wall on the right, Eren was lying inside, motionless. His head was struck by a huge rock, causing him to be unable to stand up immediately. During the several seconds he was dazed, the entire Arlong area had turned into a river of blood, and all his compatriots had already fallen to the ground. He shook his head and crawled out of the pile of rubble amidst the rumbling sounds. He lifted his head, opened his hazy eyes, and looked at the scene outside. His already dilated pupils rapidly constricted, and his brain instantly became alert. Looking at the corpses of the fishmen scattered on the ground, especially the little 8, who was cut in half in the pool, he was filled with rage to the extreme. He only sees humans as a lowly race, but he is relatively friendly towards his own kind, especially these fishmen, who all came out with him from Fishman Island. They originally came together to enjoy life and seek power. Who would have known that now they are all dead? Even his fellow member of the original Sun Pirates, Hachi, has died in such a tragic way. Arlong's eyes were bloodshot, completely stained red, emanating an extreme bloodthirsty glow. The pupils in his eyes had shrunk to the point of being invisible, revealing his anger at that moment. He looked at Xiao Ba, suddenly thought of something, turned to Guina, suppressed the anger in his heart, and shouted loudly, "Kruby and Gio, were they also killed by you?" According to the timeline, Kruby and the others should have returned by now, yet they were nowhere to be found. Based on their last known location, their final stop was Cocoa Village, and the direction these two humans came from was indeed Cocoa Village. Although it was almost certain that Kruby and the others were dead, he couldn't help but ask, "You're talking about those stinky fishmen who went to collect the bounty, right?" Guina coldly stared at Arlong, her voice icy. By now, they should have been dried out in the sun. She did not put away her sword and charge towards Arlong. Instead of thinking about that, you should think about yourself. As Guina rushed towards him, the blood in Arlong's body began to flow faster, turning his entire body red. The bulging blood vessels looked like snakes wrapping around him. It made his already large frame swell even more, appearing like a walking crimson monster from a distance. He pulled out a large sawn knife from the pile of rubble, gripped the handle with both hands, quickly raised it above his head, and fiercely swung it down towards the approaching Kuna. You lowly human of a worthless race. He believes that Guina definitely won't be able to withstand his strike. His strike was almost twice as powerful as the previous one. It was a blade fueled by the burning of his life. Angry Shark saw blade, looking at the massive saw blade slicing through the air above her. Guina did not attempt to take it head on. She wasn't foolish. She knew she couldn't withstand that power, but dodging was quite simple. With a flash of red light in her eyes, her observation haki quietly activated, and she elegantly sidestepped to the left, allowing the blade's edge to graze her nose as it passed by, striking the ground. The hard stone slab beneath her suddenly shattered into several pieces, scattering in all directions. The massive saw blade continued its momentum, creating a large pit in the ground beneath the stone slab. Despite the enormous roar behind her, Guina was unfazed. She stepped forward, moving past Arlong's arm, and with her knife raised, she slashed toward the wide-open chest of Arlong. After the strike missed, Arlong knew he was in trouble. However, having previously navigated the Grand Line, he had ample combat experience and realized he couldn't dodge Guina's attack, so he decided not to evade at all. He glared fiercely, lowered his head, and charged at Guina, intending to pierce her with his serrated long nose. Even if he was hit, what did it matter if he could strike her? Unfortunately, Guina would not give him that chance. In an instant, a red light flashed in her eyes as she halted her forward momentum, turned to the right, took a small step back, and positioned herself to the left of Arlong. As she did so, the sword she had swung elegantly circled back and slid into its sheath. Arlong couldn't believe that Guina could stop her forward motion like that, seemingly predicting his nose's trajectory and dodging it in advance. With no time to think, he could only drive his head forcefully toward the ground. However, at that moment, Guina raised her right foot, and as Arlong's head came down, she delivered a powerful kick to his chin. A blast of air pressure erupted from his chin, sending shockwaves outward. This kick caused his completely blood-red eyes to roll back, and it lifted his entire body off the ground. As Arlong's body soared upward, Guina swiftly retracted her right foot, steadied herself, then twisted at the waist, raising her left foot to deliver a fierce strike to Arlong's waist. A louder thud resonated, accompanied by an even greater wave of air rushing outward. Phew! This kick made Arlong involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. His massive body, which was rising, was suddenly redirected by the force of this kick, rapidly crashing into the tower-like building behind him. With a loud bang, he broke through the house and slammed into the rear wall. The impact of his back against the wall made Aaron spit out a mouthful of blood. He bent over, leaning against the wall, shaking his head, with his left hand covering his waist, coughing. Cough, cough, cough. This kick not only caused him internal injury, but also reminded him of what the opponent's ability was to always evade his attacks in advance. He raised his head, and the blood-red color in his eyes faded, turning into shock. He looked through the large hole in the house and shouted towards Guina outside. Is that observation hockey? Guina looked at Aaron in confusion, thinking that this guy must be out of his mind. His voice was so low. What did you say? Aaron's body had slowly recovered by now. He stood up straight and kept reaching into his mouth with his hands, pulling out his teeth. Every time his teeth grew back, they were sharper than the last. In the end, all that remained in his mouth was a huge set of teeth filled with steel blades. He stared at Guina and shouted loudly, Don't think that just because you have observation hockey, I can't do anything to you. As long as I bite you with these teeth, I can crush you instantly. Then he bent his legs and forcefully pushed off the ground, quickly launching himself forward. His head was in front, charging towards Guina like a torpedo. Guina looked at Arlong, and a hint of disdain flashed in her indifferent eyes. To outsiders, Arlong's speed seemed fast, but in Guina's eyes, it was still too slow. She slightly tilted her body and easily dodged the attack. However, what Guina didn't know was that Arlong wasn't intending to fight her to the death. When he realized that Guina could use hockey, he already understood that even if he risked his life, he couldn't win. After all, he had been in the Grand Line for so long. How could he not know about the existence of hockey? This thing has an absolute restraining effect on people like him who don't have hockey. You can't hit the opponent, but the opponent can hit you. In such a situation, no matter how great your strength is, it won't change the outcome of the battle. Moreover, the opponent is a swordsman, the strongest swordsman in terms of attack power. As he saw the waterway ahead, Arlong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he got to the sea, he wouldn't have to fear this guy anymore. After all, the sea is the home ground of their fisherman tribe. In the sea, not only would their power double, but their speed would also increase. At that time, he just needed to hide in the deep sea. And once these two terrifying individuals left, he would still be the same tyrannical dragon that ruled the entire island. At that moment, he suddenly showed a puzzled expression. The waterway that should have been right in front of him was still far away. It was as if he was suspended in midair, but he could feel that he was indeed flying. Just then, he suddenly noticed that the silver-haired human on the wall had somehow appeared beside him. Wow, you almost got away. That's so scary. Kouta feigned surprise, staring at Alone, who was still flying in his spatial realm. What the heck is this ability? At this point, Alone had already realized the issue. He was indeed flying, but it was as if he was flying in place. It wasn't that he was immobilized, but rather that the space had been stretched. He stopped his body and stood at the edge of the pool, just a step away from a sea surface he had always dreamed of. However, for him now, this step was a distance he could never cross. He looked at Kouta, his face filled with terror, no longer exhibiting his usual arrogance. At that moment, a large sea king with the body of a cow and the tail of a fish suddenly emerged from the distant sea. It let out a roar and quickly charged towards Arlong paradise. Clearly, its target was Kouta by the edge of the pool. Seeing this sea king, Arlong's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. But the next moment shattered his hopes completely. Kouta didn't even glance at the sea king. He simply drew his sword, swung it, and sheathed it again. A silver-gray slash effortlessly cleaved the sea king in two. Arlong's pupils constricted to their utmost, and he stumbled over his words, clearly knowing what it meant to have a swordsman capable of such a massive slash. Great swordsman. Kouta looked at Arlong with a teasing tone and said, Guess what ability I've used to trap you? There's a prize for the correct answer. Space-type devil fruit. Arlong trembled all over, stammering his response. He lowered his head, stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then looked up at Arlong with a smile and said, Unfortunately, you guessed wrong, so you have to be punished. What should the punishment be? How about I punish you to death? What do you think? Kouta teased Arlong, saying the cruelest words. Seeing that Arlong didn't speak, he nodded and continued. Since he didn't answer, that means you agree, right? I don't agree at all. Arlong stared at Kouta with a terrified yet angry gaze, the pressure around him making it impossible for him to open his mouth. He struggled desperately like a drowning person, but it was of no use. Go ahead, Guina. Kouta turned his head and smiled at Guina. Guina pouted and coldly looked at Arlong. That despicable guy almost made her embarrass herself in front of Kouta if Arlong escaped. She would be laughed at for a long time. She walked up to Arlong, drew her sword, and slashed diagonally towards his neck, seemingly aiming for decapitation. Feeling the swift blade approaching, Arlong struggled even more fiercely, his once fierce gaze now filled with grievance and humiliation. Such a suffocating way to die. He would rather fight Guina to the death. In an instant, the blade sliced across Arlong's neck, and his struggling body immediately came to a halt. His eyes were filled with a longing for life, but it was of no use. Kouta stared at Arlong, who had lost all signs of life, and retracted the space domain. Arlong's massive body then toppled into the pool. A splash erupted. Not very big, but it seemed if Arlong went diving, he would definitely score high. Following that, his body and head quickly separated. He could never have imagined that he would meet his end in the EC, beheaded like a real fish pressed on a chopping board by humans. One can only say that this is his fate as a fish. On the village road of Kakaxia, the crowd surged, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily lively at noon. The villagers, who had been ruled by the evil dragon pirate crew in the evil dragon territory, quickly gathered in Kakaxia village after receiving the news of the crew's destruction. The evil dragon that had oppressed them for 6 long years had finally fallen. They took out their only food, fruits, and meat to host the grandest banquet for their hero. At the same time, they announced that they would bid farewell to the past and welcome a new life. After Kouta and Guina eliminated Arlong, they returned to the ship to find Ahua and the others, scouring Arlong Park and discovering several 100 million berries. As for the 2 Navy members who followed the mouse to Arlong Park, Kouta gave them no chance, sending them to hell without much suffering. He doesn't believe that the mouse would bring 2 unrelated Navy officers to negotiate with Eren. Even if these 2 Navy officers are not the main characters, they are still the mouse's trusted accomplices. As for the warships anchored offshore, he didn't pay them any attention. After all, most of the lower ranks have no idea what the higher-ups are doing. Even if they know their superiors are committing crimes, they have no way to do anything about it. They have no connections and dare not expose this matter, because many examples are telling them that if discovered, not only will they suffer, but it may even implicate their families. So Kouta would not go looking for trouble with those at the bottom of the Navy. After all, everyone is just trying to make a living, and Arlong's amusement park has already been burned down by him. When he saw the 5th floor room filled with maps and the pen on the desk stained with blood, he could imagine a slender figure in this cage-like room, doing the work she once loved but now detested. A person's dreams should not be confined to this small room, but should be out on the boundless sea. All he could do was add fuel to the fire, burning down the cage in the girl's heart. This would allow her to truly do what she loves and pursue the dreams she has had since childhood. On the village road, in the small police kiosk, Ahua and the others were distributing money to the villagers. Rarely, they all put aside their usual goofiness and became serious. From the smiles that were almost overflowing from their eyes and faces, they seemed to be immensely enjoying the moment. They reveled in the villagers' gazes, which looked at them as heroes. Although they all knew they hadn't helped at all this time, it didn't stop them from enjoying the fruits of victory. After all, they were a team. The villagers lined up one by one, excitedly entering the kiosk to receive their share of the money. Although the amount wasn't too much, having something was better than nothing, right? The money the evil dragon pirate crew had looted over the years was certainly more than this, but they couldn't resist these guys' extravagant spending. These guys did nothing all day but hold banquets and indulge in food and fun. Managing to save a few 100 million berry was already quite good. Under the eaves of a house behind the police kiosk, Kouta was lying on a chair, lost in thought. He is considering whether to raise the flag. After all, they have killed a naval officer this time. Even if they don't raise it, the Navy will treat them as pirates and issue a bounty. As for the collusion between the rat and Eren, he knows it without thinking. The world government and the Navy will definitely not make it public for the sake of their reputation and will try their best to cover it up. They might even promote that the rat died in the line of duty, so whether to raise the flag or not, it won't change the fact that they're already being labeled as a group of pirates by the Navy, and this will be broadcasted to the whole world. He shook his head, pulled down the wine gourd from his waist, tilted his head back, and took a sip, not thinking about those things anymore. Turning to look at Guina, who was busy in the crowd with Noki, a smile appeared on his face. Guina hasn't been this happy in a long time, right? Seeing her slightly flushed face, filled with an unmistakable smile, a tender look flashed in Kouta's eyes. It seems Guina really enjoys the treatment of a hero. Then let's be a hero. After all, he doesn't have any goals in this world. He won't participate in any revolution, because the world is like this, repeating itself. You can't expect a feudal world to create socialism. Even if the world government and the celestial dragons are overthrown, wouldn't the current revolutionary army remain the same? He can answer with certainty. It will change. It will definitely change. Once the victors enjoy that supreme power, akin to being the rulers of the world, they will transform into the evil they once overthrew. Unless the oppressed people achieve complete liberation, this will be a continuously repeating process. No one can break it. He can be a hero, but he can never be a great man. Greatness is too exhausting, and he cannot bear it. And this hero is not a hero of the world, nor a hero of the people, but the hero in his own heart. He is inherently a lazy person and doesn't want to accomplish anything great. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a shut-in his previous life. Now that he has come to this world, what he desires most is to live freely and do as he pleases. He wants himself and those around him to be carefree and to fully appreciate the beauty of this world. Of course, his carefree attitude is not the lawlessness of pirates. After all, they are partners of justice. What are you thinking about, Kouta? Just then, Ajin walked over with a windmill on his head, beaming with a smile. The excitement in his eyes has not faded even now. He looked at Kouta and smiled. Everyone is busy with the banquet, while our hero is here daydreaming. This is not our way of hospitality. He was originally helping to process the meat. But suddenly the villagers complained about his clumsiness and called him over to talk to Kouta. After taking a glance at Kouta, he understood the villagers' intentions all too well. They were so grateful to the Kouta gang that they didn't want to neglect any of the heroes. Upon hearing this, Kouta looked up at the spinning windmill on his head and was momentarily stunned. It seemed like this guy wore the windmill just to amuse Nami. He had been wearing it for over a decade. What a gentle fellow he was. He raised the wine gourd, took a sip, frowned slightly, and said, "It's nothing. Just thinking about how to design the flag for our ship." "Are you planning to hang the pirate flag?" Ajin first asked in surprise. Then, as if he thought of something, he nodded knowingly and said, "Right, that Colonel Mouse died in a lone paradise. The Navy must find a reason." He paused for a moment and then spoke seriously to Kong. "And you all are the best reason, even if you don't become pirates. They will label you as pirates and issue a bounty." Akane had known about these analyses for a long time. He shrugged casually, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he smiled at Ajin. "All right, Uncle Ajin, you don't need to analyze it. I want to raise the flag, not to become a pirate. We are an adventure team." "Adventure team?" "Yeah. An adventure team is a group that travels and explores the world." "Is there such a term? Isn't that just a pirate crew?" In Ajin's understanding, as long as you go to sea and raise a flag, you're either a pirate or the Navy. He had never heard of anything called an adventure group. Kouta stared at Aiken, speechless. Then he leaned back in his chair and helplessly said, "You say a pirate group is just a pirate group, right? The concept of an adventure group doesn't even exist in this world." He also couldn't change people's deeply rooted perceptions. "I knew it. Isn't this just a pirate crew?" Ajin sensed Kouta's slightly gloomy mood and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry, Kouta. We only hate pirate crews like the Dragon Pirates. Even if you raise the pirate flag, you will still be our heroes." Kouta looked up at Ajin, who had a knowing expression, and silently took a big gulp from his wine gourd. Ajin didn't understand, and those three guys, Ahua and the others, would understand even less what an adventure crew is. Forget it. A pirate crew is still a pirate crew. Since we have come to the pirate world and set sail, how can we not have a flag? Kouta put away his gloom. He turned to Ajin and asked, "By the way, Uncle Ajin, why do you always have a windmill on your head? Can you give the windmill to me?" "Windmill?" Ajin paused for a moment, then touched the windmill on his head and fell into deep thought. Noticing Ajin's state, Kouta asked, "Uncle Ajin, what's wrong? Are you reluctant?" "It's not that I'm reluctant. It's just that this windmill has special significance for someone." Ajin came back to his senses and explained. "Someone?" "Yes, a strong and brave person." At this moment, Kouta already knew who he was talking about, but he still pretended to ask. "So who is it?" Ajin looked towards the orange grove behind the village and slowly began to tell Nami's story. When he talked about Nami and the windmill, he would show a gentle smile. When he spoke of Nami joining the Dragon Pirates, he would show hatred. When he recounted how Nami returned to the village each time covered in injuries, he would show heartache. Under the oppression of the Dragon Pirates, Nami became the only ray of light in his and all the villagers' hearts. In fact, they all knew why Nami joined the Dragon Pirates, and they also knew what Nami was enduring each time she returned home injured. But they had no way to help. They couldn't do anything for Nami. All they could do was not to add trouble for Nami, allowing her to believe that she could really buy back the village from Arlong, even though they all knew that this was merely a wishful thought. But this was the only hope in Nami's heart. This glimmer of hope should not be shattered by them. If it had to be broken, it should be done slowly. Because if Nami lost all hope, then the only light in their hearts would also be extinguished. Thinking of this, Ajin shook his head and repressed the hatred he felt for the Arlong pirates. Looking at the village road, the smiles returned to the faces of the villagers, and a smile appeared on his face as well. It felt as if things had returned to the time before the Arlong came. Yes, everything was in the past. With Arlong gone, Nami would surely be very happy. She would no longer have to go to sea for money. She would no longer have to draw that damned map for Arlong. She could once again be the little princess of Kokoyashi village. She could be happy when she was happy be sad when she was sad, and no longer have to pretend to be strong. Thinking of this, Ajien looked at Guina with even more gratitude. He really didn't know how to thank them. Ajien shook his head, discarded his thoughts, and turned to Kouta. All right, I haven't asked you what you want this windmill for. Kouta stared at the windmill on his head and smiled. I was just curious since you've been wearing a windmill on your head. Isn't that thinking about a pirate flag? I thought why not just use the windmill pattern as the pirate flag. He indeed saw the windmill and thought of the main character of this world, Monkey D. Luffy, who is from Windmill Village, so he simply decided to go with the windmill. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to use a hammer and sickle or 5 stars. He is familiar with these 2 symbols, but they are easily associated with censorship. Moreover, the windmill also represents bravery, diligence, progress, loyalty, happiness, agility, and love. It symbolizes people's love for the sky and represents a fairy tale-like happiness. For him, this is his pursuit. He also hopes that he and the people he cherishes can always be like a windmill, forever free from worries, pain, and disasters. They can live happily, joyfully, and healthily forever. So that's how it is. Ajien hesitated for a moment, but still took off the windmill and handed it to Kong Tai. Here, take it. However, Kong Tai did not take it. Instead, he smiled at Ajien and said, forget it, Uncle Ajien. I just wanted to use it as a reference to draw a flag. For you, this is a beautiful memory with Nami. He paused for a moment and then said, I can't possibly snatch away a little girl's childhood toy. Seeing the genuine expression on Kong Tai's face, Ajien took back the windmill and reinserted it into his hat. It's not that he was truly reluctant. After all, it was just an ordinary windmill. Besides, Nami had grown up and wouldn't laugh at his windmill like she did when she was a child. Now, the windmill was just a thought for him. He hopes that every time Nami comes back, she can shake off her unhappy emotions like when she was a child and continue to be happy. How about this? I'll go find a piece of cloth and personally paint a windmill flag for you guys. How does that sound? I can't accept that. Kouta stared at Ajien in surprise. Then I'll leave it to you, Uncle Ajien. Hearing that Ajien was willing to help paint the flag, he instinctively felt happy. It's not because his painting skills are bad. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. It's my honor to paint a pirate flag for the benefactor of our entire Kokosha village. Well, if there is nothing else, I'll go help you paint the pirate flag now. It was clear that he was even more eager than Kouta, probably because he felt happy to be able to do something for Kouta and the others. Kouta quickly thanked him again. Watching the figure walking away, he happily raised his wine gourd and took a sip. Comfortable. Then he lay there like an old man, basking in the sun. To be honest, the spring sun, even at noon, is so pleasant. The setting sun casts warm light. In the center of Kokosha village, several large piles of bonfires have already been stacked. Surrounding the bonfires are plenty of grilled meat, fruits, and various seafood. The villagers, who had been suppressing themselves for a long time, laid down all their pretenses. Some of them were crying loudly, some were laughing heartily, and others were shouting wildly as if they had gone mad. They really need to vent. Meanwhile, Ahua and the others were pulled into the crowd by the village's young people, joining the villagers in a simple and rustic dance around the bonfire. Next to the bonfire, Kong Tai sat on the ground with his legs crossed, taking sips from a gourd of wine. Guina leaned against his shoulder, her pretty face slightly flushed as she watched the crowd around the bonfire. She enjoyed this kind of gathering. Although she had been busy from noon until dusk, she didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she felt a genuine sense of satisfaction. This made her, who usually never drank, have a few cups today as an exception. Guina looked up at Kong Tai with hazy eyes. Well, Kong Tai. Kong Tai turned to look at Guina's cute expression and smiled as he asked, what's the matter? Should I come up with a title? What title? Guina tilted her head and thought for a moment. She furrowed her brow in distress, unable to think of anything no matter how hard she tried. Then she lifted her head and stared at Kong Tai, her beautiful big eyes revealing a hint of pity. She grabbed his arm and shook it incessantly. I can't think of anything. Kong Tai, why don't you come up with one for me? All right, stop shaking, or I'm going to fall apart. Kong Tai looked at Guina and said with a laugh, our team will be called the Freedom Adventure Group from now on, and our flag will be a windmill. He touched his chin and thought for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Then you should be called the Statue of Liberty. As soon as he said it, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Guina didn't understand why Kouta suddenly laughed, but seeing him laugh, she also foolishly started laughing along. The Statue of Liberty? It sounds pretty good. Outside the village of Kokasia, at a makeshift dock in the East Sea, a ship with a ram's head was docked. A red flag fluttered at the top of the mast, with a yellow windmill painted on it. From a distance, the yellow windmill looked like it was spinning, giving a sense of warmth and joy. On the fake Mary, no, It should now be called the Liberty. Kouta and the others had woken up early. They stood at the edge of the ship, looking towards Kokasia village. Last night, the villagers were so excited that they were completely drunk and unconscious. It seemed that no one would wake up until noon today. Although Kouta and the others had also drunk a bit too much last night. They had been training for a long time, so they weren't as deeply drunk as the villagers, and they woke up early. Aren't you going to say goodbye? Guina stared at the direction of the village, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. It was here that she felt so happy for the first time. This was a different kind of joy from the improvement of strength. It was a joy that brought immense satisfaction to both the heart and the spirit. Kouta rubbed Guina's head, looking towards the village with a smile on his face. There is nothing really to say goodbye to. This is just a beautiful memory in our lives. Our journey is just beginning, moving towards more unknowns and more adventures. Trust me, on the road of adventures ahead, we will definitely gain more satisfaction and happiness. As he said this, a hint of regret flashed in Kouta's eyes. If there was any regret, it was that he hadn't seen Nami. He imagined that she was probably on some pirate ship, fighting thrilling battles with the pirates. I always believe in Kouta, Guina said, her eyes showing anticipation. Ahua and the others quickly nodded in agreement. They all believed that there will be more wonderful people and scenery on the adventurous road ahead. Kouta turned his gaze towards the sea. Excited and expectant voices began to rise. All right, mates, the Freedom is setting sail, and our adventure begins now. The excitement, after leaving the Galam Islands for a day, returned to its usual state. Kouta continued his sunbathing at the bow of the ship. He hardly trains now, because regular training equipment is completely useless for him at this point. What he can do now is to continuously expand his armed color hockey in hopes of improving the quality of his hockey and his slash. Guina spends most of her time training, much like Zoro did on the Mary. The rest of the time, she sits at the bow, drinking tea, reading newspapers, chatting with Kouta, and basking in the sun. As for Ahua and the others, they either hang out in the kitchen or lie on the deck, bored, chatting and joking around. The sea is so dull. Only the islands filled with unknowns can revitalize them. At that moment, Aloe in the lookout holding a telescope shouted down below, "Ship, directly ahead at 12 o'clock, pirate ship spotted." Upon hearing Aloe's shout, everyone on the ship perked up. There is still some fun in this utterly boring sea, and that is definitely encountering other pirate crews. Since they're all small sailing ships, they move quickly, and soon the two ships meet on the sea. Looking at the pirate flag on the opposing ship, Ahua held a stack of bounty notices, flipping through them until he finally stopped at one that wasn't particularly eye-catching. He looked up at the pirate flag across from him again, adjusted his glasses, and calmly said, "The Crazy Bull Pirates. Captain, Kobe Rad. Bounty, 15 million berries." Then he took out a stack of newspapers from behind him, pulled out one, and continued. From the news a few months ago, Kobe Rad is a rookie pirate who set sail only a few months ago. A rookie pirate? Kontai stroked his chin, pondering aloud. Then this guy's first bounty is already 15 million berries. He must either be very strong or a very ruthless person. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he leaned more towards the latter. In the East Sea, where the average bounty does not exceed 10 million, having such a high bounty on the first try indicates only these two scenarios. It's worth noting that Creek only had a bounty of 17 million berries. One wonders what kind of ruthless acts this guy committed to warrant such a high bounty. He looked up at Ahua, signaling him to continue. Ahua looked at the newspaper and continued speaking. "Don't be fooled. This guy has only been at sea for a few months, but he has already robbed 6 towns. At that moment, Ahua's eyes suddenly lit up, and he spoke urgently. After each robbery, this guy would transform into a huge, hairy, bull-headed monster, rampaging through the towns he had robbed. So, the Navy dubbed him the Mad Bull. Bullshit Monster. Could this guy be the devil fruit user that Kontai mentioned? Aloe and Atao were initially uninterested in the captain of this so-called Mad Bull pirate crew. After all, it wasn't them who had to deal with it. However, after hearing Ahua's words, they both involuntarily revealed excited expressions. A devil fruit user. This was their first encounter. What they don't know is that they have actually encountered a devil fruit user long ago. One of them is the Okama King, Emporio Ivankov. Ivankov is a miraculous person who has eaten the hormone fruit. His fruit ability can control the body's temperature, pigmentation, growth, and emotions, allowing for internal transformation of humans, and even changing gender to become a new type of human, known as a new half. If Ivankov had used his fruit ability during the battle with Kouta, Kouta would likely have been defeated even faster. Another character is Zuna, who always follows Ivankov and can be both male and female, also known as lightning. Lightning is a new type of human transformed by Ivankov's fruit ability. He is the scissor man who has consumed the scissor fruit. His ability allows him to transform any part of his body into scissors, enabling him to cut through anything. The things he cuts can be used like fabric for a certain period of time. So far, it is still uncertain whether he can cut living beings like he can cut the ground. If he can cut living beings as well, then his ability would be quite invincible. His ability to cut things is different from the surgery fruit. The things cut by the surgery fruit can be restored. Moreover, a person whose body has been cut is just like usual. But the scissor fruit is different. This ability can only destroy. If used on a human body, it could easily kill anyone. Considering such a bug-like ability, it should be impossible to use it on living beings, right? The Mad Bull pirate crew. At this moment, the deck of their ship is filled with pirates. These pirates are the companions that Kobe Rad has found over the past few months. In fact, they're just the thugs from the small town he robbed. These guys are still in a deep sleep after partying too late last night. Only a few pirates in the lookout and the wheelhouse are diligently doing their jobs. They also wish they could be like those guys on the deck. But who told them that today is their duty? They do not have specific positions on their ship. Everyone takes turns on duty. Just then, a minor pirate on the lookout discovered the freedom. Directly ahead, a pirate ship was spotted. He held a telescope and lazily shouted down when he saw a pirate flag he had never seen before on the ship across from him, not taking it seriously. However, when he thought of their captain and his bloodthirsty cruelty towards other ships and people, he couldn't help but shiver, even if that person was one of his own. He turned to look at the rapidly approaching ship, the Freedom, silently mourning for the people on the other side. What a pitiful bunch, to encounter our pirate crew out in the endless sea. As he thought this, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes. How good could the people recognized by Kobe Lard be? These guys are all a bunch of lawless, wicked scoundrels. In the captain's cabin, the sound of snoring rose and fell like the rumble of thunder rolling in before a storm, echoing outside. On the sofa, a middle-aged man was lying there, fast asleep. The middle-aged man, around 35 years old, was quite ordinary. If there was anything special about him, it was his explosive muscles and the countless scars of various sizes on his bare body. This must be Kobe Lard, the captain of the Mad Cow pirate crew. Even in his sleep, he exuded a fierce aura, like a large wild beast. Outside the captain's cabin, a background pirate hesitated about whether to wake their captain. In a Mad Cow pirate crew, no one was not afraid of Kobe Lard. After a moment's hesitation, he firmly pushed open the creaky wooden door of the captain's cabin. Compared to reporting the discovery of a pirate, waking Kobe Lard was not a big deal. Kobe Lard wanted fame, wanted to surpass Arlong and Kuro, wanted to become the strongest in the East Sea. So this guy kept attacking various small towns and other pirate crews, including merchant ships. As a member of the Mad Cow pirate crew, he certainly knew all of this. He pushed open the door and cautiously walked over to Kubalad, first gently calling out a few times. When that didn't wake him, he had no choice but to shout loudly at Kubalad, "Captain, Captain!" The snoring suddenly stopped. Kubalad opened his blood-red eyes, staring at the extra pirate with a fierce look on his face. He remained silent, just quietly staring at the background pirate. If this guy didn't talk about something he was interested in, then there would be no need for his existence on the pirate's ship. The background pirate was being stared at by Kobe Lade's blood-red eyes, and he was sweating profusely. He lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact with Kobe Lade, and spoke quickly, "Captain, a pirate ship has been spotted straight ahead." A pirate ship? Upon hearing this, Kobe Lade's anger subsided, and he sat up straight at a leisurely pace. He took out a cigar, lit it, and took a deep puff. Then he stood up, grabbed a brown coat from the side, and draped it over himself. "Let's go. Let's see who is on the other side." Saying this, he walked out with an excited expression. "I hope they can entertain me." As the two ships met, they both simultaneously lowered their sails and stopped on the surface of the sea. Ahua and the others stared intently at the tall man at the bow of the opposing ship, their eyes filled with curiosity. Is this the ability of a devil fruit user? It's not that strange. Meanwhile, Kouta jumped directly onto the opposing ship, standing on the railing at the bow. He mainly wants Ahua and the others to take a good look at what the abilities of the devil fruits are like, so they can use it as a reference for their future as devil fruit users. It's not to fight against this pirate crew, which he considers to be nothing. He grinned and praised Kobe Lade, saying, "Wow, the Mad Bull Kobe Lade with a bounty of 15 million berries. How scary. Who do you think you're facing?" At that moment, a pirate stepped forward and shouted loudly at Kongtai. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Kongtai had just mocked their captain. Kongtai turned to glare at this minor pirate, his eyes wide open. Get lost. He has no interest in these extra pirates. His gaze, mixed with conqueror's haki, directly stunned the extra pirate. Watching the extra pirate suddenly faint with a bang, the other pirates behind all gasped. What is this? Just a glare can knock someone out. This is too terrifying. They raised their heads and looked at Kouta, their eyes filled with shock. Kubi glanced at the fallen background pirate, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. What a waste. He just felt a hint of momentum. However, he didn't take it seriously. He merely stunned one of his subordinates, not killed him. He looked up at Kouta and shouted loudly, "State your name, little ghost." The great Mad Bull Captain does not kill nameless people. Of course, this was just a joke from this guy. This guy is so crazy that he even kills his own subordinates. He's a complete lunatic. Me? Kouta introduced himself seriously. You can call me a partner of justice. Stop joking. Isn't it ridiculous for a pirate to talk about justice? Kubi Rad shouted at Kouta. A pirate is a pirate. If you want to do just things, why don't you join the Navy? Don't fool people here. He hates justice and those who uphold it, because he has never experienced justice himself. He was captured by human traffickers at a very young age and sold to a noble. During the decades of being a slave, he never felt the kindness of this world. Growing up, he was either being abused or on the path to being abused. His master, along with everyone in the town he lived in, had never treated him like a human being. Therefore, he was filled with hatred for this world, believing that everything should be destroyed. After he inadvertently ate the yak fruit, this idea became even more firmly entrenched. Upon gaining power, the first thing he did was kill his master's entire family. Then he slaughtered the town he lived in. When he saw the people he once had to bow and scrape to suddenly prostrating themselves at his feet, begging him for mercy, it was a scene to behold. He has completely lost his mind. The feeling of dominating others has deeply fascinated him. He wants to use this power to rule the entire East Sea. He wants everyone to feel the pain he once felt. Kouta watched as Kubi reacted so intensely upon hearing him mention his partners in justice, feeling a bit perplexed. Given this guy's strong aversion to the word justice, could it be that he has been harmed by the Navy? Kouta stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then shouted at him, "Hey, hurry up and make your move. Stop dawdling. Let me see your abilities." The strong, bloody scent emanating from this guy indicates that he must have killed quite a few people. No wonder this guy hasn't appeared in the manga. He must have been executed by the Navy a long time ago. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. With that, Kubi suddenly transformed into a minotaur with the body of a bull and the head of a man. The pirates behind him suddenly gained confidence upon seeing Kubi's transformation. Their captain is a monster with devil powers. Seeing Kubi transformed into a minotaur, Kouta couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Why don't you wear a metal ring on your nose? That would make you look even more like the Bull Demon King. Ha ha. Metal ring? Bull Demon King? Although he didn't know what the Bull Demon King was, the term metal ring still provoked Kubi Especially Kouta's unabashed laughter made him completely furious. He let out a furious roar, exhaling white mist from his nose. The background pirates watched the enraged Kubi their faces flushed with excitement as they shouted, "Go for it, Captain! Tear that arrogant little brat apart." In their minds, the furious Kubi was the strongest person in the world. Even the Navy that came to capture them had been easily wiped out by him. Hearing the cheers from his crew, Kubi stopped roaring, lowered his head, and fixed his blood-red eyes on Kouta, pushing off the deck with his legs like a sword, rapidly charging towards him. This guy had never looked at him properly since he boarded the ship, his eyes filled with indifference and disdain, carrying an arrogant demeanor. Now he was even mocking him. What a death wish. He doesn't even know how long it has been since he last saw such a gaze and heard the laughter of others. Ever since he gained the fruit ability, everyone he has encountered has looked at him with fear, including the Navy. How dare this little brat look at him like that? Laugh at him. The last time he encountered such a gaze was when he was a slave. So, that small town where he was a slave has not had a single living person since then. He believed this little monster was no exception. As the distance closed, looking at the nearby Kouta, a bloodthirsty light flashed in Kubi's eyes, and he shouted loudly, "Look me in the eye, you brat." He clenched his fist, as large as a sandbag, with veins bulging on his muscular arm, making the entire arm appear swollen. Then he pulled his fist back and quickly swung it towards Kouta's head. It seemed as if in the next moment, Kouta would be smashed with blood splattering everywhere. His face showed an expression of extreme excitement. He enjoyed the scene of blood splattering, as it brought him extreme pleasure. Just then, a sudden bang interrupted his fantasy. He felt that his fist was not hitting the opponent's head, but rather striking a steel plate. His vision quickly returned to reality, and he saw a relatively small palm, compared to his fist, standing motionless in front of him, preventing his fist from moving even slightly. No way. It easily blocked the captain's full-force punch. The extra pirates, who had just moments ago been full of excitement, now had their smiles frozen on their faces. They have seen people withstand a full-force punch from Kubirad before. But that naval admiral who took the punch, didn't he also spit blood? How could he be like Kouta, so calm and relaxed, as if what he blocked was not a punch, but a falling leaf, so simple. So simple that he didn't even stop laughing. Is that all the power you have? Kouta stopped laughing, turned to Kubirad, and mocked. Is that little bit of power enough to make you swell up like this? Don't get too cocky, kid. Kubirad glared at Kouta with a grim expression. He wasn't stupid. He could feel the gap between him and Kouta, but he wouldn't back down, nor would he admit defeat, because since he set sail, he swore he would never bow his head to anyone again in his life. He retracted his fist, took a few steps back, and suddenly tore off his shirt, revealing the countless scars on his body. Looking at Kubilade's body covered in scars, Kouta understood why this guy hated justice so much. These scars were clearly the result of years of accumulation. Judging by the types and sizes of the scars, they couldn't have been left by battle. There was only one possibility. This guy used to be a slave. Only nobles had the ability to leave so many scars on a person without causing death. Kouta looked at Kubilade, putting away his smile and furrowing his brows. He doesn't plan to waste any more time on this guy. He originally intended to have some fun, but after seeing the scars on this guy's body, he changed his mind. He can mock the current Kubirad, but he cannot laugh at this guy's past. Kubirad let out a loud roar, his black fur bristling, and in the blink of an eye, he completely transformed into a massive yak. The yak, with its large mouth wide open, shouted at Kouta. Kid, I am a yak human who has eaten the zoan-type Nyo fruit, yak form. Not only do I possess immense strength, but I also have a pair of horns that can pierce through anything. Saying this, he got on all fours, lowered his head, and charged towards Kouta with his horns aimed at him. Keet, with a similar hand, in the same position, the same light description blocked Kubirad's unparalleled strike. Kouta looked at Kubirad, clapped his palm forcefully, easily sending Kubirad flying back with a bang as he landed on the deck behind. Kubirad lay on the ground, shaking his head continuously. He felt like his head had been hit by a meteor, stars dancing before his eyes, and his mind was a complete mess. The extra pirates looked at the fallen Kubilade, not daring to breathe a word. They looked up in horror at Kouta, their hearts screaming. What kind of monster is this guy? In front of this guy, the captain was like a toy, being manipulated at will. Kouta jumped off the railing and walked towards Kubilade. As he moved, all the background pirates on the ship rolled their eyes and fainted. I don't know what your past is like, nor do I want to know. All I know is that what you've done these past few months is enough to send you to hell. Saying this, he unleashed his spatial domain, confining Kubilade in place, not giving him any time to speak. He plans to end this game. Isn't it a bit boring? In this world, all kinds of tragedies happen every day, and there are many people who are far more miserable than this guy. Yet, we don't see these people suddenly turning into crazy, killing demons. He won't comment much on the idea of being in darkness, suddenly gaining power, and want to take revenge on the whole world. After all, one should not advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. He only knows that the road is his own choice. Since he chose it, he must endure all the hardships along the way until death. Moreover, the things this guy has done are 100 times worse than his master, so he is not worthy of sympathy. Kouta drew his sword Zank and struck at Kubilade's head. Then he sheathed the sword and quickly returned to the freedom. He no longer paid attention to the Mad Bull pirates. Seeing that Keita's mood was not great, Ahua and the others did not ask too many questions. They quickly lit torches and threw them onto the ship of the Mad Bull pirates, setting sail. Meanwhile, Guina stayed by Keita's side, holding his hand, silently gazing at him with tenderness. When Kouta came to his senses, the freedom had already sailed a considerable distance, with the Mad Bull pirates being consumed by the raging fire behind them. He turned to look at Guina, reached out, and rubbed her head, and his face returned to its usual smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. He had long known that the aristocracy of this world was disgusting and had prepared himself for it. However, when he saw the suffering of slaves for the first time, he still felt very uncomfortable. After all, he had never seen a body with so many scars. It was just when Kouta and the others encountered the Mad Bull pirate crew. At the Navy headquarters, they were discussing their situation. In a large office within the tall building at the center of the Navy headquarters, not only Sengoku and the other two, but basically all the vice admirals who were currently stationed at the headquarters were present in this office. They sat on the ground in 2 rows, with Zhangguo sitting at the uppermost right. Zhangguo looked at the only person standing in the center and said, "Branu, go ahead." What matters are there in this grand meeting? Yes, Marshal, Branu responded with a military salute. Privately, they usually refer to Zhanghua as Mr. Zhanghua, but in public, they all called him Marshal. Branu composed himself and said seriously, this time there are mainly two matters. The first is about a pirate group from the EC. The second is about Fire Fist Ace. Wait a moment, Branu. At this point, a robust man with thick brown facial hair, dressed in a deep red tie and a double-breasted orange suit, who looked almost like he had his eyes closed, interrupted Branu while smoking a cigar and smiling. What is the matter, Lord Fire Mountain? Branu looked at Fire Mountain in confusion. It's nothing, but I'm interested in the matter regarding Ace. However, what is so special about the pirate group from the EC? Fire Mountain directly asked the question that most of the other rear admirals were wondering. It wasn't that they looked down on the EC. It was just that since the Pirate King Roger, no pirates had emerged from the EC that they deemed worthy of serious attention. The rear admirals all turned to look at Branu. No need to rush, gentlemen. What I'm about to discuss is this group of pirates. He turned to the side and pointed at several photos on the blackboard. In addition to the photos that had appeared in the Warring States office last time, there were also pictures of the evil dragon pirates, among which was a close-up of Colonel Mouse being beheaded. I wonder when these guys want to take these photos. They took the money and set fire to Arlong Park. So the photo should be from when Kouta and Guina went to find Ahua and the others to move the money. Branu pointed to a photo of Kouta and the others facing off against the Krieg pirates and said, the first time we discovered this group was when they were fighting the Krieg pirates. He then pointed to a photo of Kouta, and a giant ship cut in half. From the subsequent analysis, their captain Kouta should be a great swordsman, and this little girl, Kouta, should at least be a swordsman. A great swordsman? At this moment, the admirals put aside their dismissive attitudes, and a hint of seriousness flashed in their eyes. Branu glanced at Sengoku and continued. Since we didn't notice any dangerous actions from them last time, and they also didn't raise the pirate flag, we didn't pay much attention to this matter. Sengoku nodded and said yes. This was what we discussed last time. Since it wasn't a big deal, we didn't inform everyone but only the branches in the EC. Then a glint appeared in his eyes as he said seriously, but this time is different. This time the government has requested us to issue a bounty notice. As soon as he received the news, he had the East Sea Navy investigate the entire situation. Of course, he also learned about Colonel Rat's collusion with the Arlong pirates. Regarding this matter, it's better if Rat is still alive, but if Rat is dead, then it's not just a pirate issue. According to the world government's stance, it is clear that Rat's situation cannot be known to the public, and even within the Navy, it should be downplayed as much as possible. After all, it's quite disgraceful. I assent it. Go ahead, Branu, Sengoku commanded, staring at him. Yes, Admiral, Branu turned and pointed at the remaining photos, saying from these photos, we can see that after Kouta's group defeated Krieg, they first went to the Bartai restaurant. From their sailing route, it's easy to see that they were originally heading straight for Logtown. But for some unknown reason, they suddenly changed course from Bartai to the Sabeti archipelago, heading directly to the Arlong pirates who have been stationed there. The Arlong pirates? Fire Fist, Ace asked. ISNT that the pirate crew formed by the Fishmen with the 7 warlords, Pirate Hunter Jean Bay, and the Sun Pirates? Yes, Lord Fire Fist, Branu replied. The captain of the Arlong pirates, Arlong, was originally imprisoned and impelled down and was released through Jean Bay's privileges as a warlord. He pointed at the photo of the evil dragon pirates and continued. Their captain Arlong and the officers Kruby, Ju, and Chopper are all members of the Sun Pirates. No wonder this guy looks so familiar. It turns out to be the fishman Arlong. Fire Mountain nodded and then said, sorry, Branu, you go on. This guy was captured by me and sent to impel down 6 years ago, and I'm just curious how he ended up in the East Blue again. He is a vice admiral of the New World and basically does not pay attention to matters in the 4 seas. Moreover, he is just a small pirate with a bounty of 20 million. He probably doesn't even know that Arlong has been released and has formed a pirate crew. All right, Lord Fire Mountain. Bran nodded slightly and then continued. Based on the situation analysis, they are either directly targeting the evil dragon or suddenly received some news that led them there. As for the reason, it's still unknown for now. He knows the reason, but he can't say it. After all, how could he say that a pirate went there to defeat the evil dragon and liberate the villagers? So what happened to the death of Colonel Mouse? At this point, another vice admiral spoke up. As for Colonel Mouse, to be honest, he didn't care at all about the death of such a scoundrel. If it weren't for being killed by the Kouta group, the headquarters Woon T have let him go either. But since Mouse is dead, that's another incident. The world government is not planning to let the Kouta group off the hook for the sake of their reputation. After all, to them, it's just another pirate crew. Bran thought for a moment and decided to stick to the script. The world government said that Mouse received orders to hunt down the evil dragon crew and just happened to encounter the Kouta group, resulting in his death. I see. The Navy present were not fools. It was clear that Mouse was a cowardly type. How could he dare to hunt down the evil dragon pirates? Although they knew there was something off about it, they didn't ask. There are many things in the world government and the Navy that cannot be questioned. Bran pointed to the last photo and said, "This is the latest photo. Their ship has already raised the pirate flag, indicating that they have officially formed a pirate crew." He pushed his glasses up, turned his head, and said in a serious tone, "Their killing of our naval comrades this time is a provocation against the Navy and a challenge to the dignity of the world government. We must retaliate." He paused for a moment, looked at the generals in the field, and said, "This time we are here to discuss how to set the bounty for them." At this moment, the Navy generals all fell silent. It was clear that this was a task from the world government. Let them discuss it. How could they discuss it? They don't know anything at all. A great swordsman hasn't done anything heinous. Setting the bar high is unreasonable. Setting it low is of no use at all. They pondered for a moment. Then, as if sharing a telepathic connection, they all looked up at Sengoku. "It's your turn, Sengoku." Feeling the gaze of the vice admirals, Sengoku's mouth twitched. It was precisely because it was difficult to handle that he had called these vice admirals to discuss it. Now they were all staring at him. What did that mean? Sengoku knew he couldn't escape this. His eyes flashed with determination as he focused on the photos on the blackboard and spoke. "If we allocate too little, the government will be dissatisfied. If we allocate too much, it won't make sense." He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then said, 70 million it is. He then turned his gaze to the photo of Guina and added, "As for this little girl, let's say 30 million. That makes it a nice round number for their pirate crew." The surrounding vice admirals watched as Sengoku made his decision and nodded in unison. Since Sengoku had made a decision, it meant that this pirate crew's initial bounty was 100 million. 100 million. No pirate crew had ever been given such a high bounty right after setting sail. Most of the vice admirals were only slightly surprised by the 100 million bounty. After all, it didn't have much to do with them. However, the vice admirals from the branches in the first half of the Grand Line were a bit concerned. From the route these people were taking, it was clear they would arrive in the Grand Line soon. At that time, they might have to cross paths with them. Putting aside the 100 million for now, after all, this was a pirate crew with a great swordsman. It was hard not to pay attention. "All right, Marshal, since you've set the bounty, shouldn't you also give them their titles?" At this moment, Brand New spoke up to Sengoku. "Why do I have to do everything? What are you all here for?" Sengoku took a deep breath, suppressing his desire to complain, and casually replied, "The boy will be called Silver Hair. The girl will be called Blue Hair." Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. "Hey, that's too casual. Do you really want to be so informal?" However, seeing the gloomy aura emanating from Sengoku, they didn't dare to speak further. They stared at the photo of Kongtai and Guina on the blackboard, unable to help but exclaim, "That's amazing. It seems that the Grand Line is going to be lively again." The Navy was discussing something, but Kongtai and the others had no idea what it was. Nor did they need to know. They are now excitedly looking at the small island in the distance. This is the 4th day since they left the Golem Islands. During this time, although they encountered the mad cow pirates, it wasn't much fun. For the next 3 days, looking at the unchanging sea, they felt as dull as salted fish that had lost their dreams. Now that they finally see an island, it's no wonder they're so excited. After sailing on the sea for a long time, unless one is naturally inclined to solitude, most people prefer liveliness. This is also one reason why pirate crews often enjoy holding banquets. According to the map, this small island is called Prozeus, an ordinary island with a naval base. Guina held the map in her hand, looking at the distant coastline, and spoke calmly. She wouldn't get bored on the ship, as long as Kouta was around. It didn't matter where they were. Naval base. Ahua flinched instinctively. After all, they had formed a pirate crew now, and they were somewhat afraid of the Navy. It wasn't about fearing a fight with the Navy, but rather that instinctive reaction of a thief encountering the police. Then he seemed to think of something, his expression returning to normal, puffing out his plump belly and shouting loudly. "Who cares if there's a naval base? We aren't wanted, so what are we afraid of? Yeah, the Navy can't do anything to us." A Tao chimed in. Guina gave him a faint glance and said, "Just be careful. It's been so many days. The Navy should have issued bounties by now. Kouta and I aren't afraid, but I'm worried about you getting caught by the Navy and thrown in jail." "Hey, Guina, do you have to look down on us like that?" At this moment, Aloe walked over from behind and shouted loudly, "Do you have any objections?" No. Seeing Guina's gaze on him, Aloe quickly shook his head and waved his hands, loudly denying it. "Damn, almost got carried away." Ahua and Atao quickly moved away from Aloe, focusing intently on the front, pretending it had nothing to do with them. Kouta withdrew his gaze from Proteus Island and smiled at Guina. Guina, this time, the bounty should only be on you and me. It has nothing to do with Ahua and the others, so don't worry. After hearing Kouta's words, Ahua and the others didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy. They felt like they were being mocked by Kouta again. Yeah, I know. Guina looked at Kouta, the corners of her mouth curling up with a smile. Then, with a slightly mocking tone, she said just the three of them. Even if they wanted a bounty, it would be impossible. Hearing Guina's sarcastic words, Ahua and the others were angry but didn't dare to speak up, their anger trembling. Would they be able to stand tall? Soon, the Freedom ship sailed into the port of Proteus Island. They parked the ship between several fishing boats, furled the sails, dropped the anchor, and disembarked. Wow, it feels great to be on solid ground. Ahua was the first to stand on the dock, excitedly jumping in place. Why are there so few people? Alo said, smoking, his eyes scanning around. This was a bit different from what they had imagined. They thought it would be a lively island, but it turned out to be so quiet. Maybe they are all in the town. Kouta casually glanced at the street ahead. Just then, he suddenly glanced at the naval lookout tower on the right. After a pause, he turned back to Ahua and the others as if nothing had happened and said, Guina, and I will go to the tavern to gather information and see if there's any special drink. As he spoke, he shook the wine gourd in his hand. It didn't make a sound, so it seemed to be empty. He has already finished the good wine he bought at the seaside restaurant Barati. Although he hasn't been at sea for long, his drinking capacity has suddenly increased recently. While he hasn't reached the level of an old drunkard, he can definitely be called a little drunkard now. The rum on their ship is about the same as beer for him now, and he really doesn't like that taste. So now he has developed a new interest, which is to look for local fine wines whenever he arrives at a place. Don't worry, Kouta, we have our own things to do. You and Guina go ahead. Then we will be on our way. Watching Kouta and the others fade into the distance. Ahua and the other three also dispersed to find what they wanted. Ahua went to buy fresh ingredients and fruits, while also replenishing the fresh water on the ship. Atao went to see if there were any new ship repair tools and some items useful at sea. As for Aluo, this guy has recently taken up guns and is thinking about finding a better one. The gun he is using now was picked up from the Creek Pirate Gang. It's just some ordinary guns, nothing special. A few days ago, he complained to Kouta about how he didn't leave him a few good guns from Clique, which resulted in him not having a single usable gun now. As Kouta and his group walked into the town one by one, disappearing into the streets, the Navy hiding in the lookout pavilion on the right side of the dock finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kouta's glance just now nearly scared him to death. After all, not everyone has the courage to face a notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries. Kouta is the highest bounty pirate he has ever seen in his life. When the Navy issues a bounty notice, it is first faxed to all branches. Then, the bounty notice is handed over to the World News Organization, which uses its news birds spread across the globe to distribute it along with the latest news to the entire world. Therefore, the bounty notices for Kouta and Guina first appeared at the various Navy branches. Other places would receive the bounty notices about a few days later than the Navy branches. Of course, some remote areas would be even slower. The station Navy had noticed the free ship when it first entered the port, but the pirate flag without a skull on it made him not think of it immediately. He just thought the windmill flag looked familiar and assumed it was a merchant ship he had seen before, so he didn't take it seriously. However, when Kouta and the others disembarked and he saw Kouta's iconic silver hair, he suddenly felt a jolt of panic. Could he really be this unlucky? He hurriedly fished out the wanted notice that had just been issued 2 days ago in the base. On it, the large photo was unmistakably of Kouta. Although the sunlight outside was warm, no amount of warmth could reach his currently cold heart. He looked up in disbelief again, cautiously glancing at Kouta for a moment before quickly averting his gaze. He didn't dare to look for even a second, fearing being discovered. It's really him. Looking at the glaring 7 on the wanted poster, followed by a long string of zeros. He feels as if he is standing on a block of ice, a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making him shiver. He stood in the lookout for a while, then quickly turned around and ran towards the naval base. What does this have to do with people like them at the bottom? Such a big pirate naturally has someone tall to deal with it. He was going to find a tall guy to take charge. Although he knew that no one in the small naval base on Proteus Island could handle it, that was something for the tall guys to deal with. It had nothing to do with a small patrolman like him. The plan was good. In the silent alley, a sharp, piercing sound broke the stillness. Kouta and Guina stood outside the only tavern in the small town, gently pushed open the old wooden door, and walked inside. The dimly lit tavern was empty, quiet as could be. Only a wisp of blue smoke could be seen rising from behind the dark bar, along with the occasional spark flickering in the smoke. As they got closer, they saw an old man with a bushy beard lying on a lounge chair behind the bar, puffing away. The old man didn't seem move at all when he heard the door open. Having run a tavern on Proteus Island his whole life, he had already decided that he wouldn't continue after this year. After all, he was getting old, and his son wouldn't inherit the tavern. The old man squinted his eyes, comfortably smoking, just like a landlord lying in bed smoking opium. It wasn't until Kouta sat on a high stool outside the bar that the old man slightly opened his eyes and glanced over. Zong, 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 dong, dong, dong. Kouta's fingers tapped rhythmically on the bar. He lowered his head, looking at the old man behind the bar through the smoke. The old man seemed to have a lot of stories to tell, and the aura of age that emanated from him was impossible to hide. Old man, it's broad daylight, and there are no customers in the shop. Why not go outside and soak up some sun? Be careful sitting in the dark for too long. You might get moldy. The old man, with a pipe in his mouth, stood up slowly. Through the mottled light streaming in from the window, he looked at Kouta and the others. When he clearly saw Kouta's appearance, he suddenly froze. Then, as if he hadn't noticed anything, he started blowing smoke rings and said, "At my age, it doesn't matter whether I soak up the sun or not. It's you young folks who are something else." So you do know us, old man. Guina noticed the implication in the old man's words and looked at him with a puzzled expression, asking, "Do you really not recognize us?" "I don't know you. Really don't know." Guina stared intently at the old man. The meaning behind the old man's words earlier clearly indicated that he knew the two of them. The old man did not respond to Guina. He first exhaled a large puff of smoke, took the pipe from his left hand, and tapped it on the bar to knock off the ashes inside. Then he continued to hold the pipe in his mouth, pulled out some tobacco, stuffed it into the pipe, and relit it. Only then did he lift his head and look at Guina, slowly speaking. "The Navy that came this morning seems to have talked about you guys." "The Navy?" Nua responded. "Look, this is what they left behind." The old man inexplicably pulled out 2 wanted posters from somewhere and placed them on the bar. Guina quickly took them and looked at them. "Kouta, it's our bounty notice." "Oh." Kouta beat lead lightly. Clearly, he was not interested in the bounty notice. Instead, he was more intrigued by the old man in front of him. He stared at the old man and deliberately put on a gloomy face to ask, "Old man, since you know us, aren't you afraid?" "Know you?" The old man, smoking a cigarette, squinted his eyes and looked at Kouta in a daze. "Do I know you?" Kouta stared at him for a while, then smiled and said, "Right, you don't know us. How would you possibly know us?" What a clever old man. It was clear that this old man was an expert at pretending to be confused. He clearly knows both Kouta and the others, but pretends not to recognize them just to avoid trouble. "All right, sir. I wonder how far it is to Rowtown from here." Kouta asked the old man. Their main route is to Rogtown, and then through the artificial canal on Reverse Mountain to the Grand Line. If they hadn't gone to Cocoa Village, it should already be on the Grand Line now. Rogtown? There should be about a day's journey left. A day's journey? Excitement showed in Keita's eyes. So they would be able to go to the Grand Line soon. The EC was a bit too boring for them, lacking any challenge. Seeing Keita's expression, the old man asked slowly, "So you're heading to the Grand Line?" "Yes. It's not that easy to get there." A hint of nostalgia flashed in the old man's eyes. "Oh, it seems you have been to the Grand Line, old man." Kouta knew from the start that the old man had a story, and sure enough, the story began to unfold. He showed a curious expression on his face and quickly asked, "Can you tell us about your experiences in the Grand Line?" The old man took down his pipe, shook off the ash, took a deep breath, and slowly began to speak. "I have never been to the Grand Line. When I was young, I wanted to go to the Grand Line, but when I was at Reverse Mountain, I couldn't board the artificial canal there, and my ship was destroyed and everyone perished. If it weren't for my good luck in being rescued by the lighthouse keeper at Reverse Mountain, I probably wouldn't have come back." At this point, the old man's hand trembled as he smoked. It seemed that the experience still haunted him. "Is it that terrifying?" Hearing this, Kouta showed a hint of surprise on his face. "Yes, it's very terrifying." The old man took a puff of his smoke and continued, "Every year, countless ships head towards the Grand Line, but in the end, only about half can reach it. The currents around Reverse Mountain are not something just any ship can navigate, and the entrance to the artificial canal is extremely narrow. Without good navigators, you simply can't get in." "Oh." Kouta shrugged indifferently, losing interest in the old man's experiences. He is only interested in the matter of the Grand Line now. As for Reverse Mountain, it's like going to an amusement park to ride a roller coaster for them. The old man looked down on his experiences and had an indifferent attitude towards Reverse Mountain, losing the desire to continue talking. For ordinary people, Reverse Mountain is the road to hell. For this notorious pirate, with a bounty of 70 million, it might just be a small waterway. He picked up the wine glass, wiped it a bit, poured a glass of juice for Guina, and a glass of wine for Kouta. The old man had been running the tavern for so many years. He could tell at a glance who could drink and who couldn't. "Thank you, sir," Guina said as she took the juice. He really doesn't like alcohol that much. But Kouta is different. He picked up his wine glass and took a small sip, first nodding, then shaking his head. The old man saw Kouta's actions and curiously asked, "Kid, what's wrong? The wine is good, just not strong enough." "Not strong?" "Yeah. I don't like to drink wine with a low alcohol content. It feels tasteless." "Oh, is that so?" The old man, holding a pipe in his left hand, squinted at Kouta and asked, "Oh, by the way, you guys didn't come to my shabby tavern just to chat with this old man, did you?" "Of course not." Kouta took out his wine gourd, placed it on the bar, and pushed it in front of the old man with a smile. "We're just here to get some wine, so please fill it up with your best and strongest wine. Fill it up." The old man took the wine gourd and weighed it in his hand. "Filling it up with the best wine isn't cheap. Don't worry, money is not an issue." Kouta waved his hand at him. "That's true. How could you guys be short on money?" The old man shook his head, first realizing something, then returning to his confused expression. "I'm just an old man about to be buried in the ground. I don't know anything." He held the gourd and placed it on the bar, rummaging through the cabinet beneath the liquor shelf and pulling out a small jar. It was evident that this wine jar hadn't been touched for a long time, as a thin layer of dust covered the cork in the upper part of the bottle. The old man began to wipe away the dust with a tablecloth while introducing it. "This wine, we can only brew this small jar every year." "So you brewed it yourself?" Kouta asked, noticing that there was no label on the wine jar. "I used to brew it." "Used to?" "Yes, used to. I'm old now. I can only admire the wine. As for the brewing, that's long been handed over to my son." After finishing the wiping, the old man gently pulled out the cork, and a strong aroma of wine wafted out. Upon smelling the fragrance, Kouta fell silent, his eyes fixed intently on the wine jar in the old man's hand. No wonder they could only brew such a small jar each year. Just the scent of the wine indicated it must be excellent. The old man set down his pipe and took out a funnel, inserting it into the mouth of the gourd. Then he lifted the wine jar high. A stream of azure liquid, transparent like amber, poured from the jar and slowly flowed into the gourd. Watching the shimmering azure liquid, Kouta couldn't help but swallow. He had never seen such a beautiful wine before. After pouring out the wine from the jug, the old man turned around and placed the empty jug on the shelf behind. Only then did he turn back to take the stopper from the gourd and plug it properly, pushing the gourd in front of Kouta. "Guess your wine." Then the old man picked up his pipe, leaned against the bar, and started smoking. Kouta took the gourd in front of him and shook it. Just perfectly filled to the brim. He hung the wine gourd back at his waist and smiled at the old man, saying, "Sir, since the wine is ready, why don't you mention the price?" The old man pondered for a moment before replying. "My price for the wine is that you leave here as soon as possible." Huh. Just then, a group of Navy officers pushed open the bar's door and walked in. Leading the group was a burly man with a big beard, who looked very much like the old man. He hurriedly walked up to the bar, nervously looking at the old man and asking, "Father, are you all right?" He is the son of the old man who makes wine, and he is also the head of the naval branch in this small town known as Colonel Big Beard. After receiving the news that Kouta and his gang had landed on Proteus Island, Big Beard was not in a hurry. According to intelligence from the naval headquarters, this group of pirates was not the kind that acted recklessly. Another reason was that his own strength did not allow him to apprehend pirates with such high bounties. For Kouta's gang, all they could do as branch navy was to monitor them at all times and try to avoid conflicts. The task of capturing Kouta's gang was left to the rear admirals and vice admirals at the naval headquarters. However, when he heard that Kouta had gone to his father's tavern, he immediately became restless. He quickly summoned the navy and hurried over. Although Kouta's gang seemed to be a group of pirates who did not harm civilians, pirates were still pirates, and if they went on a rampage, it would not be good for his father. Since the navy arrived, the old man's previously calm demeanor had suddenly become a bit tense. He didn't look at the bearded man, just kept staring at Kouta. When the bearded man came in, Kouta basically knew what the old man was about. He looked at the scene with amusement and asked the old man, "Am I really that scary?" The big bearded man came in with the navy, and they all stared at Kouta and Guina with tense expressions. They all remained silent, making the entire tavern feel tense and dull. The old man stared at Kouta for a while and gradually relaxed. At his age, he was still quite good at reading people. "It's not you that's terrifying, but your bounty notice is. In my lifetime, I've never truly seen a pirate with such a high bounty." The old man's humorous voice broke the tense atmosphere in the tavern. Kouta turned his chair, scanning the surrounding Navy personnel, and finally fixed his gaze on the big bearded man. Navy, am I really that frightening? His gentle voice did not dispel the tension in the Navy's heart. The bearded man stared intently at Kouta, suppressing his fear, and loudly said, "Pirate, don't be too arrogant. Our righteous Navy is not afraid of pirates." He spoke louder and louder, and by the end, he was standing up straight. He stared at Kouta and shouted loudly. The surrounding Navy instinctively straightened their backs and followed suit with loud shouts. Kouta looked at the big beard, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes, and said, "Don't worry, as long as you don't disturb us. We'll leave as soon as we finish shopping." He also admired the big bearded man. Such a Navy is a good Navy. Even if they are very scared, they still stand resolutely on the front line for the people. Kouta didn't pay much attention to the big bearded man. He turned around and smiled at the old man. "Old man, we are law-abiding good citizens, never taking even a thread from the villagers. Just tell me, how much do you want?" At this point, the old man returned to his calm demeanor. He was smoking. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he slowly extended his right hand, spreading his 5 fingers, standing in front of Kouta. "What? So it's just 50,000. I thought it would be much more expensive?" Staring at the old man's hand, Kouta breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take out money from his pocket to pay, the old man suddenly spoke up. "Kid, it's 500,000, not 50,000. What?" Kouta widened his eyes, looking at the old man in shock. "Can you say it again? How much is it?" He deliberately showed a fierce expression. His sudden change of expression startled the Navy officers nearby. The sailors broke into a cold sweat, all staring at the old man, silently shouting in their hearts, "Old man, don't seek death. That's a notorious pirate in front of you." The old man remained unhurried, slowly taking down his pipe and tapping it against the bar. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of the tapping resonated in the hearts of the Navy officers, causing them to stiffen their bodies, nervously watching the old man. The old man paid no attention to the anxious feelings of the sailors. He looked at Kouta and firmly said, 500,000, not a penny less. The Navy men looked at the old man, their hearts trembling, as they could foresee that Kouta was about to explode with anger. However, after waiting for a while, they did not witness Kouta's fury. Instead, they heard Kouta and the old man bargaining like a couple of Annies at the market. "I've tolerated you for a long time. Don't be so arrogant." "So what if I'm arrogant? Go ahead, hit me." "Anyway, I've made my point. 500,000, not a cent less." "Oh, you think I can't handle you?" Kouta rolled up his sleeves and engaged in a verbal spar with the old man, finally bringing the price down to 300,000. In the end, Kouta paid with a dejected face. In contrast, the old man was counting the money with a smug expression. From this, it was clear that Kouta lost this price war. Indeed, experience matters. It wasn't until Kouta and his group exited the tavern that the Navy men collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they were cowardly. Who could blame them when the opponent's bounty was so intimidating? The old man, smoking a pipe, glanced casually at the bearded man. Then he took off his pipe and tapped it on the bearded man's head. "Everyone's gone. What are you still staring at? Don't you want to go back? You think you can stay here and eat with me?" The bearded man was jolted back to reality by that tap. He looked at the old man with excitement on his face. "Father, are you some kind of great master? The way you talked and laughed with that big pirate without changing your expression was truly impressive." And he actually paid for the drinks obediently. While speaking, he seriously analyzed. "No wonder so many people used to come to you to buy alcohol. It turns out you've always been a hidden, peerless master." After finishing his analysis, he nodded and looked at the old man with an expression that said he understood everything. The more the big bearded man spoke, the worse the old man's expression became, until he was left standing there in a daze. After being stunned for a while, he shook his head and raised his pipe to hit the big bearded man. "You must be a fool. Can't you see I was also nervous at the beginning? A great master? Look at me as a great master. I'll smash your stupid head." The big bearded man saw the old man's movement and quickly stepped back, rushing out of the tavern, with the other Navy following closely behind. The old man put down his pipe, looked through the blue smoke at the empty tavern, and pondered for a moment. Then he lay back on a lounge chair, squinted his eyes, and began to puff smoke again. The entire tavern returned to its former state, dim and quiet. At that moment, a sigh came from the bar, reminiscent of the first time the old man met Kouta. The young people nowadays are really something. On Proteus Island, in the streets of the small town, Kouta and Guina, carrying large and small bags, were heading towards the port. Behind them, The big bearded man led a group of Navy, following at a distance. They're just monitoring and haven't come up to disturb them. It seems that what Kouta said in the tavern, they really took to heart. Kouta is holding a large bag of fruit in his left hand and his bounty notice in his right hand, looking at it as he walks. Regarding the title on the bounty notice, which they casually assigned, he is quite speechless. What is this? Silver hair, blue hair. Is this how careless they are? Does the Navy think he is unworthy or lacking in strength? Thus, they couldn't afford to spend more effort to give him a better title, so they just assigned one casually. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. He still said it was the Navy's conspiracy. The Navy wanted them to compete with the red-haired pirates for the position of the strongest hair pirate crew. Sora nodded, as if he had figured out the Navy's plot. How insidious. Sengoku. This is obviously Sengoku's scheme. If Sengoku heard this, he would surely be so enraged that he would spit out a few mouthfuls of old blood. Reputation can harm people. He is indeed the most upright person in the Navy during the Warring States period. This time, it's really just a perfunctory response, not some kind of conspiracy. Kouta suddenly looked up at the sky and stopped. His previously cheerful face instantly turned gloomy. The Navy behind, seeing Kouta and the others stop, fell into a state of panic. What's going on? What's going on? I don't know. The silver-haired group suddenly halted. They wouldn't have changed their minds and decided to rob our town, would they? Everyone be quiet. The bearded man shouted, his eyes fixed on Kouta, sensing the gloomy aura emanating from him. He just didn't understand why Kouta's demeanor had changed so drastically. He nervously followed Kouta's gaze to the sky. Guina and Aha noticed Kouta's unusual behavior and also looked up at the sky. The drastic change in Kouta's expression surely indicated that something significant was about to happen. Sure enough, after a while, in their line of sight, a large fireball trailing a bright red tail emerged from the clouds. The direction of the fireball's descent was undoubtedly towards the small island beneath them. Hey, are you kidding me? At this moment, the Navy behind the big beard also looked up and spotted the fireball. It was broad daylight. Could this be a dream? Some of the Navy even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. However, when they looked up again and saw the fireball approaching even closer, they were so scared that they collapsed onto the ground. Their eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring continuously. Impossible, impossible, impossible. An illusion, it must be an illusion. The bearded man still maintained a basic level of sanity. He suppressed his panic and quickly turned to the other Navy personnel, shouting, "Stop wasting time here. Get up. Quickly notify the villagers. Every bit helps." Saying this, he rushed towards the houses on either side. This was not the time to hesitate. The meteorite would come crashing down soon. They can't stop it. They can only notify everyone as soon as possible, and whoever can run should run. Koutai's face is so gloomy right now that it looks like water could drip from it. He found that it was not a meteorite at all, but a small island. On top of the meteorite, there were broken houses and some trees. This is definitely man-made. How could there be continuous turbulent sea currents like that? He recalled just a few days ago when he mentioned how unfortunate that Corgi island was. He didn't expect that karma would come so quickly. He can guarantee that all 5 of them will be safe when they land on this small island. However, he turned to look at the Navy behind him and the villagers rushing out of the house, darting around like headless flies. Listening to the cries of children coming from further away, the angry shouts of adults, and the sounds of people colliding in panic made it impossible for him to let the island fall. Kouta, hearing Guina's call, Kouta turned back to meet her slightly flustered gaze. She wasn't worried about her own safety. She was concerned about the town. If the island fell, at least 90% of the residents would die. Is there a way? She had always believed that Kouta was capable of anything. She believed he could do it this time as well. Kouta reached up to rub his head, looked up at the approaching fireball, and said firmly, "I will do everything I can to prevent the island from falling on the town." He then said solemnly, "We can't let it get any closer. Otherwise, even if we shatter it, it will cause massive casualties among the villagers on the island." As he spoke, he instantly vanished from the spot, leaving a large basket of fruit on the ground. However, no one cared about the fruit now. They all looked up at the sky with tense expressions. Kouta teleported to the side of the island, staring at this huge object and thinking a lot in an instant. This thing is very simple for him next. It's just endless to deal with. This is not a small island. It's not a small meteorite. His spatial domain can only control an area of 20 meters around him now. If he had the highest level of domineering skills, it would actually be very easy to shatter this thing. His current level of haki is quite high, but unfortunately, in terms of quality and technique, it hasn't reached the pinnacle yet. When haki is used at the highest level, it can inflict internal damage on the enemy. This allows haki to flow like gas. Ultimately, the technique of using haki to inflict internal damage on the enemy is known as flowing cherry blossoms in Wano country. Unfortunately, this is a technique of haki that requires extensive practical experience to master. He has been cooped up in the dojo. How could he possibly master such a supreme domineering technique? In fact, he had long received the method for cultivating the flowing cherry technique from Gung Sailing. However, it was of no use. Without extensive practical combat experience, even if you are Wang Lu Fei, it is impossible to master flowing cherry. Now, there's only one way left, which is to use brute strength to shatter this small island. He can teleport around a small island hundreds or even thousands of times in an instant, unleashing white slashes and thousands of cuts to shred the island. However, this method makes him a bit hesitant, as it consumes a large amount of his stamina. Just after teleporting into the air, he discovers that there are numerous islands among the clouds above. Moreover, on the central island, there is a figure exuding an imposing aura like that of a lion, radiating a sense of dominance over the world. The moment he senses that aura, he knows who it is. In the East Sea, the aura resembles that of a lion floating islands. He still doesn't know who it is, otherwise, he would have wasted so many years watching One Piece. That old guy, showing up at this time, could very well be specifically looking for him. What bad luck. A flicker of anger flashed across Kong Tai's gloomy face. If he wants to find him, he should come and fight him fairly. Why throw an island at him when they meet? If he is going to throw it, why throw it on an inhabited island? Watching the islands pass by him, Kong Tai pushed aside his resentment towards the Golden Lion. He doesn't have time to think about these things. He believes that even if he consumes a lot of stamina, he can defeat that old guy later. Fixating on the rapidly descending island in front of him, Kong Tai's pupils suddenly constricted, and his eyes swirled with cosmic energy. He held the handle of the Zhang Kong dagger in his right hand and silently activated the teleportation. In an instant, it was as if time had stopped, and countless empty shadows appeared around the small island. They all drew their swords in unison, unleashing countless massive silver-gray slashes towards the small island. Then, all of Kouta's shadows merged into one, standing still as if he had never moved. However, judging by his slightly hurried breathing, it was clear he had moved. The sound of a sword being sheathed rang out. Shun Sun Zen. The voice shattered the stillness of time. Then they saw the falling island suddenly stop in mid-air, radiating countless dazzling beams of light from its center in all directions. With a tremendous roar, the island instantly exploded, splitting into countless small stones, trailing fiery red tails as they shot out in all directions. Kouta stood quietly in place, adjusting his breath to prepare for the golden lion flying towards him. The shock wave from the explosion automatically divided to the sides as it reached him, as if flowing water in counterblade. The villagers and navy fleeing on the island, upon hearing the earth-shattering explosion, all stopped in their tracks and looked up at the sky. They witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. They saw the meteor that was falling from the sky suddenly explode, and a cloud of dust enveloped the entire sky in an instant, darkening the world. Following that, countless small stones surged out from the dust, trailing long fiery red tails, shooting out like meteors in all directions. This scene resembled a super firework, incredibly beautiful. In the place where the meteor had originally been, a figure was faintly visible amidst the dust. Wow, is it a celestial being? It must be. Only a celestial being could possess such power. The villagers who survived the calamity were crying out loud. Some were laughing heartily, while others collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The bearded man stared blankly at the sky, and then suddenly seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing to the ground. The feeling of having survived a disaster reminded him of 20 years ago. In his daze, he suddenly thought of something, turned his gaze towards Kouta and his group, and found Kouta's figure missing, startled once again. He then looked up at the figure in the sky and murmured, "How terrifying." Silver-haired Kouta. In the East Sea, above Procyon Island, several floating islands were drifting. Among these islands, the largest one was the Palace of the Golden Lion. The island was originally named Wiremayu, discovered by the Golden Lion after escaping from Advancement City. He discovered that there were many animals on the island that had become violent due to consuming plants with IQ components. Using his abilities, he lifted the entire island into the sky, turning it into his own floating island, which he renamed Strongwrld. For 20 years, he concealed his whereabouts and, along with his trusted deputy Dr. Indigo, researched IQ while planning his return from their floating island. He plans to release these animals into the East Sea known for its weakness, where Roger was born, allowing them to cause widespread destruction and demonstrate his power of revenge to the world government. At this moment on SDRONGWRLD, a feast is being held in the palace of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, with golden long hair and a ship's wool stuck in his head, is wearing a traditional orange and yellow striped Japanese outfit and is on the platform beneath his throne, dancing with his subordinate Dr. Indigo and a gorilla. Since the ship's will was inserted into his head, the Golden Lion has become a bit neurotic. Sometimes he suddenly stares blankly or makes nonsensical remarks, displaying many humorous behaviors. Apart from dancing, he doesn't have any special hobbies. Beneath the throne in the palace, 2 rows of bizarre pirate captains are sitting cross-legged. These pirate captains are the random, minor pirate crews that the Golden Lion has recruited over the past 20 years. They cannot yet be considered members of the Flying Lion Pirates because that guy, Shiki, has not yet formed a new pirate crew. These guys, aside from lacking strength, possess all the other qualities of a pirate: cruelty, coldness, ruthlessness, bloodthirstiness, and a complete disregard for the law. What Shiki is particularly interested in is the true pirate spirit that these guys embody. Therefore, he treats them as subordinates rather than comrades. The pirate captains watch Shiki's dance, drinking and laughing loudly. Shiki, who was dancing, suddenly stopped. The island he controlled was cut into pieces, and he naturally knew about it immediately. This small island was originally dropped to test Kouta. A glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes, and then he opened his mouth and laughed out loud. Ha ha, that silver-haired kid is getting impatient. He smiled as he took out a cigar, lit it, and took a gentle puff. Then he turned to his deputy, Dr. Indigo, and said, "I'm going to check on that silver-haired kid. You all continue the banquet." Kalle, Kalle. Dr. Indigo laughed heartily, shaking his body and performing a pantomime to the Golden Lion, saying, "Go on, go on." The Golden Lion looked at him with a puzzled expression. Indigo, not understanding the Golden Lion's meaning, grew anxious and began to jump around in place, making a series of puff-puff sounds that resembled flatulence. Puff, puff, puff. Just as the Golden Lion was about to curse him out, the guy suddenly spoke up. "I got it, you go." It turned out you could talk. The Golden Lion looked at Indigo in shock. Ha ha ha. The guy laughed loudly, flicked his cloak, and quickly flew out of the palace. A bounty notice for Kouta slowly floated down to the ground. The pirates paid little attention to the Kouta bounty notice and continued their feasting and revelry. It was just a small pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries. After all, to the Golden Lion, it was nothing. He was a legendary pirate who had been on par with Pirate King Gold, Roger, and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, possessing world-destroying power. He was also the first pirate in the history of Impelled Down to escape. On the ground, the big bearded man, just relieved, suddenly had his eyes bulge out in terror as he looked up at the sky. As the smoke gradually cleared, he saw a golden figure floating opposite Kouta. The big bearded man's main focus was on this golden figure. He stared at the golden figure as if he had seen something particularly terrifying, filled with extreme fear. What a joke. How could you, old man, possibly appear in the East China Sea? How could he possibly forget this legendary pirate who caused massive casualties to the Navy headquarters 20 years ago? 20 years ago, he happened to be training at the headquarters and personally experienced the battle when the Golden Lion invaded the Navy headquarters. If it weren't for his weakness that prevented him from participating, he wouldn't even know if he could have survived that war. He still clearly remembers the almost half-destroyed naval headquarters after the war and the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The surrounding Navy looked at the madly shouting bearded man, all with confused expressions. Could it be that the colonel has gone insane? They did not recognize the Golden Lion. And even if they did, they couldn't see clearly from such a distance. One of the Navy soldiers quickly walked over to the bearded man, grabbing his shoulder and shaking him repeatedly. Colonel, what's wrong?" The Navy soldier's shouts startled the bearded man, who paused for a moment as thoughts raced through his mind. There was no time to waste here. Only he knew the terror of that golden figure in the sky. He looked up at the Golden Lion, suppressing the fear in his heart. He quickly jumped up and shouted anxiously to the surrounding Navy, "No one rest. This is not the time to dawdle. Hurry up," he urged. "Gather the villagers at the dock. We need to leave here quickly. The Golden Lion is here, and there might be other islands in this sea area. If those 2 guys in the sky really start fighting, they could easily be caught by the devastating strikes from each other, leading to heavy casualties. Those 2 are both great swordsmen. If the Golden Lion drops another island, no one will escape." "Why, Colonel?" The Navy men were confused. "There's no time to explain. Just go call the villagers and tell them that if they don't leave, they'll all die. Hurry, hurry." Seeing the anxious and terrified expression of the bearded man, The surrounding navy finally took it seriously. They quickly dispersed and ran to gather the villagers. Although they didn't know why Colonel Big Beard had such a look of despair, they understood that something significant was about to happen, prompting Big Beard to make the decision to evacuate the entire island. Watching the Navy personnel scatter, Big Beard straightened his slightly disheveled clothes from when he had fallen earlier. Only then did he turn around and walk solemnly towards Guina and the others. He now has to request help from the group of pirates, because the ships in the town cannot accommodate all the residents of the entire island. Even with the Navy's warships, it is still not enough. Now, only with the addition of Kouta and their ships can they barely manage to fit everyone. As long as they leave the range of Procyon Island, they can be safe even without food, because Procyon Island is just a day's journey from Rogtown. When Ahua and the others saw the bearded man approaching them, their faces were filled with caution. They felt a bit insecure without Kouta around. "Hey, Navy, what are you doing here?" The bearded man ignored them and looked at Guina with a serious expression. After a pause, his gaze gradually became resolute. He spoke to Guina with a hint of stiffness. "I know this request is a bit demanding, but right now, only you have the ability to help the villagers in the town." He paused for a moment, then with a bang, he fell to the ground. "Hey, there's no need to go to this extent. If you have something to say, just say it." Ahua and the other two stared at the big bearded man, their faces filled with surprise. They couldn't understand what made this navy so fearful, and what made him actually kneel before them, these pirates. Big Beard raised his head and loudly pleaded with Guina. "Please, can you use your ship to take the villagers away from this sea? For the villagers? This guy is really a good navy." Ahua and the others looked at Big Beard and couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. Guina quickly turned around and helped Big Beard up. She didn't immediately respond to the expectation in his eyes, but instead asked, "Do you recognize that golden figure?" She had shattered the meteor in the air and didn't return immediately, but stayed suspended in the air and noticed something was off. The golden figure that subsequently appeared and could confront Kouta must be a formidable opponent. Otherwise, Kouta wouldn't be so serious, and this Big Beard Navy commander wouldn't be so afraid. "I do," Big Beard recalled, and immediately showed a look of fear on his face. This old guy is the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki from 20 years ago. He was the captain of the flying pirate crew, the admiral of the Golden Lion pirate fleet, and also a user of the float fruit, known as the flying pirate. Float fruit? Although the long list of titles for Golden Lion was impressive, what Guina was most interested in right now was the fruit ability of Golden Lion. He looked at the Big Beard and curiously asked, "Can you tell me what the abilities of the float fruit are?" The Big Beard quickly explained, "The user of the float fruit, known as the floating man, can make themselves or objects float and fly in the air. This guy, the Golden Lion, can make everything non-living that he touches float in the air, including islands. And not just one island. Hey, are you kidding?" Ahua leaned over in surprise and asked, "Are you saying there are other islands above the clouds?" "Yes, that's right." Seeing the Big Beard nod and give a positive answer, a sense of urgency arose in the hearts of Ahua and the others. No wonder this guy looked so terrified. Encountering lost islands, just like the legendary pirate who lost toys, it would be strange not to be scared. They hurriedly looked at Guina. At this moment, Guina finally made a decision. She decided to leave here first. Staying would only be a burden for Kouta. Such top-level battles on the sea were not something they could participate in. Moreover, even watching from distance was necessary. Watching the villagers quickly gather at the dock, they hurried to help them board the ship. Before long, all the villagers from the village were on board. The sails were raised, and dozens of small and large sailing ships and military vessels filled with villagers set off swiftly towards Rogatown under the lead of the Freedom and the Navy warships. In the air, the Golden Lion had been smoking and grinning at Kouta since he arrived here. His gaze at Kouta was like that of a lion fixating on its prey that was already in its grasp. Cold and ruthless, it carried a hint of curiosity, filled with mockery and satisfaction. He didn't pay attention to the villagers and the Navy evacuating on the small island below. In his eyes, the weak didn't even have the qualification to be looked at. When Kouta noticed that the Golden Lion didn't attack immediately, he was relieved and decided to recover his strength first. After a while, feeling that Kouta's aura had returned, the Golden Lion laughed and said, "Ha, silver-haired kid. How about joining my pirate crew?" This morning, he discovered the bounty for Kouta in the latest newspaper, feeling as if it were fate. With the further success of the IQ drug, he could sense that his time for a comeback was approaching. Therefore, he had been drifting over the seas, hoping to find ambitious and capable pirates to join the new crew he was about to form, the Golden Lion Pirates. During this period, He happened to float over the East Sea and unexpectedly found a powerful swordsman setting out to sea. What's more, this kid was still so young. And on his first voyage, he had achieved an astonishing bounty of 70 million berries. Looking at the young face of Kouta on the bounty poster, he couldn't help but recall that guy named Silver's Rayleigh from Roger's ship. Both hailing from the East Sea, both being great swordsmen. And that guy was the first partner invited onto Roger's ship, ultimately known as the right-hand man of the Pirate King. This made him believe a little that it might be destiny guiding Kouta to help him realize his ambitions. If he could get this silver-haired kid to join his pirate crew, it would be somewhat equivalent to how Roger had Rayleigh. He needs the strength of others and their help to achieve his ambition of conquering the world. So after discovering that Kouta's route wasn't too far from them, he rushed over at the fastest speed. He casually tossed a small island as a test for Kouta. If Kouta couldn't even handle the small island he carelessly threw, then he wouldn't be worthy of his invitation and wouldn't become his true partner. However, what he didn't expect was that Kouta actually accepted his test by directly slicing the entire island into pieces. For a great swordsman, cutting open his small island would be simple, but to shatter it is something else entirely. Moreover, seeing Kouta freely standing in midair, it's not hard to guess that he might also be a devil fruit user with the ability to float. This is exactly what he wants for his sky pirate crew. He is the man who claims to rule the sea from the sky. Your pirate crew? Kouta looked at the ships gradually moving away from the sea area below and let out a big sigh of relief. Whether it was for him to clash with strong opponents to hone his haki, or if the Golden Lion had come to see him for something, he knew that he and the Golden Lion would definitely clash and fight. This kind of battle was not something the villagers on the small island could withstand. For ordinary people, battles between strong individuals were almost like natural disasters, especially for a powerful figure like the Golden Lion, who had the ability to cause massive destruction. It was best to stay as far away as possible. It must be said that the bearded man was indeed a good Navy officer. He could kneel before pirates for the sake of the residents on the island. Moreover, he helped Kouta break free from his constraints, allowing him to fight the Golden Lion without hesitation. Kouta looked up at this second strongest person he had encountered in the world of One Piece, who could also be considered the strongest, as he had no idea how strong Dragon truly was. His mind was racing. Was the Golden Lion now in his 70s or 80s? Judging by his condition, he was definitely not at his peak, and his physical abilities must not be as good as his own. He remembers this old guy, who, due to his age and the helm on his head, probably can't use Conqueror's haki anymore. The amount of armament haki he can use should also be limited due to his physical condition. As for my strength, I can win now. He still admired the other party for actually giving him time to recover his strength. Don't be fooled by the fact that it was just 1,000 slashes. It's important to know that this 1,000 slashes were unleashed in an instant. Even with his stamina, he needed some time to recover. This wasn't about slashing one by one. Even if it were 10,000 slashes, he could accomplish that. With peak physical condition and the villagers having retreated, this old guy definitely couldn't beat him now. He relaxed, and his expression returned to its usual calmness. Often, the unknown is the root of fear. In this world, he is not afraid of anything known. He stared at the Golden Lion and said casually, "Hey, old man, do you still have a pirate crew?" He remembers that this guy's pirate crew was re-established 2 years later. Ha ha! Golden Lion laughed heartily, spreading his arms, inviting Kouta once again. He truly admires Kouta. They are simply a perfect match. From your eyes, I can sense that you know who I am. Since you know who I am, you should also be aware of my strength. As long as you can join, my pirate crew can be re-established right now. After a pause, he laughed again. Ha ha ha! Silver-haired Kouta, become my right arm. With my plan and your potential combined, I can make the world government feel pain right now. Let them know that I, the Golden Lion, have returned. Ha ha ha! Kouta stared at the madly laughing Golden Lion and could feel his crazy ambition from his expression and words. This guy only wants to destroy the world now. He has completely lost his sanity when he no longer believes in his own strength and instead seeks those mutated beasts. He is no longer a top-tier powerhouse in the world. He is now in a state where his obvious strength does not match his ambition. In fact, with his abilities, he doesn't need to bother with fierce beasts. Losing dozens of islands and running away would be a piece of cake for him. Destroying the East Sea would be a matter of minutes. Not to mention the East Sea, even the various branches of the Navy would be wiped out by him. Well, there might also be secrets he is unaware of. Burp! Kouta pulled down the gourd of wine at his waist, raised it to his lips, and took a sip, letting out a burp. Refreshing. I have to say this 300,000 worth of wine is quite something. With a smirk, Kouta showed a smile to the Golden Lion, saying, Old man, you're getting old. You should find a beautiful place with birds singing and flowers blooming to enjoy your retirement. Why come out and show off everywhere? Wouldn't it be better to become a legend in peace? After a pause, he took another sip of wine. He then mocked at your age, coming out too. Don't you know this is hilarious? Destroying the world, making the world feel pain. Do you think you're pain? Listening to Koutai's voice, Golden Lion slowly stopped laughing. He looked at Kouta with a furrowed brow, took a deep drag from his cigar, and shook off the ash in front of him, a fierce aura emanating from him. So this is your answer. Then, an astonishing momentum slowly radiated from the Golden Lion. This was not the conqueror's haki. It was the aura of a powerful individual who had always been in a high position. Seeing Kouta still appearing calm and indifferent, completely disregarding him, a fierce glint flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes as he sneered with a dark expression. Ha ha! Since this is your answer, then you shall die. He is the Golden Lion, and even Roger would have to take him seriously. Since his debut, no one has dared to look at him like this. You little brat, do you really think I've aged and can't wield a sword anymore? Let me show you the true terror of a great pirate. With that, he dug his feet back and kicked out with the two famous swords strapped to his legs towards Kouta. Instantly, two massive crescent-shaped golden slashes flew rapidly towards Kouta. Slash wave. Kouta leisurely drew out his sword, Zhang Kong, gripping the hilt with both hands, and met the Golden Lion's slashes with two quick strikes. Two equally massive silver-gray slashes rushed to counter the golden slashes. The collision of the two slashes produced a loud sound akin to metal clashing, and after a brief stalemate, the two slashes passed each other, with the golden one flying toward the sea and the silver one soaring into the sky. The crew on the fleet, sailing quickly towards Rodtown, heard the sound in the air and all looked up, just in time to see the sky seemingly torn apart by the silver slashes. They could clearly see the outline of the massive island above through the cleaved clouds. A cold sweat broke out among the people on the ship. There really were other islands up there. Just then, they felt a flash of golden light in front of them. Suddenly, they saw a deep, bottomless crack open up in the sea not far from their fleet. The sea water surged violently into the crack. Their ship was gradually pulled off course by the flow of water from the crack. The people on the ship hurriedly adjusted the direction of the sails, using the power of the wind to quickly escape the turbulent waters of the crack. Looking back at the abyss-like crack on the sea surface, the split sky, and the island of Procyon that had been cleaved by another golden strike, they couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, glad that these two guys hadn't started fighting right away. If they were still on Proxus Island now, who knows how many people would have died? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but cast grateful glances towards the direction of the naval fleet ahead. At first, they had complained about Colonel Big Beard, thinking he was making a big deal out of nothing. If it weren't for Big Beard and his father's high prestige on Proxus Island, they might not have followed him to evacuate. If they hadn't evacuated. At this thought, they all shuddered, feeling even more grateful to Colonel Big Beard. At the stern of the Freedom, it was really exaggerated. These two guys were like something out of mythology. Atao held a cigarette, trembling as he looked at the sky, exclaiming in amazement. Yes, this is too impressive. Splitting the sky, tearing the sea, and those floating islands. Aloe also sighed at this moment. Is this the power of legendary pirates? If legendary pirates are all this strong, then we might as well just lie down. At that moment, Ahua punched Aloe on the head, saying you, the last place guy, should definitely lie down. After all, your strength is just that. What? Are you looking to fight again? I'm always ready. Aloe reached for the pistol at his waist. Let us fight. I'm not afraid of you. As they spoke, their heads bumped together, glaring at each other. Just then, Guina stepped over and knocked them both down to the ground with two punches. Atao stood beside them, pouting at Ahua, who had two big bumps on his head. Such idiots. They didn't even consider what time it was, and they dared to start arguing. Guina looked at the cracks in the sea and sky, her eyes filled with excitement. She wasn't too worried about Kouta. Even if the opponent was a legendary pirate, she believed Kouta would definitely win. The pinnacle duel of the great swordsman. If it weren't too dangerous on Proxus Island, and she feared it would affect Kouta, she would have wanted to stay on Proxus Island to watch the battle. She tightened the knife at her waist, her gaze resolute. One day, I will also be able to unleash such a slash. In the air, the Golden Lion realized that his slash couldn't harm Kouta, and with his feet together, he slightly ascended. The famous sword at his feet aligned its tip and quickly stabbed towards Kouta. A red light flashed in Kouta's eyes as he gripped his sword tightly and slashed towards the rapidly approaching blade tip. Clang! A massive shockwave surged outward from the center of the clash. The speed was not slow, but unfortunately, The use of haki was too low. The golden lion stared at Kouta and laughed arrogantly. Haha, kid, is this all you've got? Kouta felt the point of contact where the swords collided. His haki was rapidly collapsing, forcing him to increase the output of haki to maintain the protective barrier. Otherwise, his slash would easily be damaged. Old man, it's just the beginning. Why are you in such a hurry? Want to see how far I can go? I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. He stared at the golden lion with a face full of arrogance. If we talk about being wild and proud, no one in this world could compare to him. In the past, he didn't show it because no one could make him reveal his wildness and pride. He used both hands to push the tip of the golden lion's blade slightly aside, then swiftly slashed down towards the golden lion's chest along the blade's trajectory. The empty blade passed by the golden lion's famous swords, Sakura, Ten, and Yugo Kuro, sparking a brief flash of fire. The golden lion's combat experience was incredibly rich. How could he let Keita's strike land? Over the past 20 years, he had wielded his sword with his feet, achieving a level of agility comparable to that of his hands. He forcefully kicked away the knife that Keitai had slashed at him, and, without changing direction, he directly thrust another knife towards Keitai's head. Keitai quickly sidestepped to avoid the strike, then swiftly closed in on the golden lion, twisting his knife as he aimed a powerful slash at his injured leg. The golden lion laughed heartily. Kid, if you think you can hit me with that, you're far from it. Ha ha ha. He swiftly floated backward, crossing his dual knives in front of him, effortlessly blocking Keitai's attack. Ding! The golden lion looked at the point of impact with a big grin. Ha ha! With your low-level domineering aura, how can you fight me? If this is all you've got, then I'm going to be disappointed. Saying this, he quickly kicked towards Keitai. Keitai turned and blocked the golden lion's slash. The knives clashed and quickly separated, then met again at an even faster speed. Ding! 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 Sparks flashed where the two were fighting. The golden lion floated in the air, his feet creating afterimages, while Keitai's hands were almost invisible. Waves of energy surged from their clash, continuously impacting the surroundings. These energy waves formed a whirlwind, easily dispersing the thick clouds above, revealing several floating islands suspended within. With each encounter, Keitai clearly felt the solidification of the domineering aura, and he wasn't in a hurry, using the golden lion to refine his own aura. Gradually, the golden lion sensed something was off. This silver-haired kid was trying to use him to train his domineering aura. He swung his blade forcefully to push Keitai away, using that momentum to float backward. Little ghost, I have to say, your talent is among the best of everyone I know. As he spoke, he flicked his toes and unleashed a massive slash toward Keitai. Keitai stood still, and just as the slash was about to reach him, he sidestepped effortlessly to avoid the attack. Then, he kicked off the air with both feet and quickly closed in on the golden lion. He doesn't want to clash with the opponent's flying slashes. That would be completely useless. The golden lion grinned wickedly as he watched the rapidly approaching Keitai, his feet swinging quickly, sending several golden crescent-shaped slashes flying towards Keitai. Lion Chikagoya, don't forget, little brat, I'm still a dual-wielding great swordsman. His slash is dozens of times more powerful than an ordinary slash. Kong Tai's eyes shimmered with starlight as he stared at the golden slashes filling the sky. He stopped in place, first retracting his sword, and then a commanding aura that overwhelmed the world rose from his body. Conqueror's haki? The golden lion stared in surprise at the charging Keitai. He was too familiar with this presence. Before his head was pierced by the ship's helm. He had been exuding this kind of aura constantly. But now he was old, and the helm had a significant impact on his mind, so he could no longer unleash Conqueror's haki. Keitai gripped the sword tightly with his right hand, leaning forward with his body and bending his left leg. A faint purple-black haki spiraled up his arm and wrapped around the sword. The faint purple-black haki spread out like tentacles, but was forcefully suppressed into the blade of the sword by Keitai's will. Keitai unleashed his full power, and purple lightning even appeared around him. He looked up and fixed his gaze on the sky full of golden slashes. In an instant, he drew his sword. Divine Slash. A huge pale purple-black slash flew rapidly towards the countless golden slashes. The sound of clashing echoed throughout the world. Then, a strong light pierced through the entire realm, shooting towards every visible place. After the bright light, the pale purple-black slash instantly severed the golden slashes and, with unyielding momentum, struck towards the golden lion. Looking at this massive pale purple-black slash, the golden lion couldn't help but think of his archenemy, Roger. It was the same kind of slash that he used to employ frequently. This was the Conqueror's haki wrapped in its ultimate form. achievable only by mastering the Conqueror's haki to its peak. He didn't know how this little guy managed to do it, but there was no doubt that Kouta could already be considered the top powerhouse of this sea. As far as he knew, only Roger, Whitebeard, and his former self could achieve such a feat. As for Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, those two guys definitely couldn't do it 20 years ago. He shook his head and arrogantly stared at Kouta. Kid, you really are impressive, being able to unleash such a slash. But do you think you can defeat me like this? Then he laughed loudly. Ha. Who do you think I am? I am the Golden Lion Shiki. He would not retreat, nor could he. Facing the incoming slash, he quickly pulled out the twin daggers from his feet and switched to wielding them in his hands. Little brat, today I'll let you witness the true pinnacle of slashing in this world. Then he swung his arms rapidly, unleashing two huge golden slashes towards the pale purple-black strike. Slash wave. It was obvious that wielding the blades with both hands elevated his power to a new level. The pale purple-black strike and the golden slashes clashed for a moment before both shot into the sky. With a loud bang, they effortlessly sliced a small island above into two halves, the remaining energy dissipating into the horizon. The severed island tilted to the sides, causing countless gigantic beasts to fall from above. Kouta ignored the beasts above and quickly charged towards the Golden Lion. Seeing Kouta approach, the Golden Lion merely raised a hand slightly and caught the fierce blow. He looked at Kouta, who was right in front of him, with a grim face and fierce eyes. Little brat, from now on, let you feel the true gap between you and me. Kouta smirked at the Golden Lion, saying, Old man, my stamina can keep me fighting like this for days. As for you, how long can you fight? The Golden Lion's forehead bulged with veins. Don't be too arrogant, little brat. Who do you think I am? He forcefully thrust his knife to break through Kouta and flew backward, just in time to float in front of the descending island. Controlling two famous knives to fly back to his legs, he looked down at Kouta. He raised his right hand backward, controlling the island behind him, and forcefully smashed it down towards Kouta. Today, let you experience my dominance over the sea. Lion's might. He saw the island behind him, which had been cut in half, instantly transform into two incredibly huge lion heads, letting out a deafening roar towards Kouta. Following the Golden Lion's gesture, it rushed towards Kouta at high speed. Kouta casually slashed with two knives, easily slicing through the lion heads. He was about to charge towards the Golden Lion again, but the lion's head suddenly snapped shut as if nothing had happened and continued to rush towards him. Looking at the charging lion's head, Kouta really had no way to deal with it. Slashing attacks were already useless, and he didn't know any martial arts. He also didn't know how Luffy managed to defeat such a Golden Lion. Both observation haki and armament haki were not weak at all. Although the quantity was a bit less, the quality was high. In this way, it wasn't something Luffy could handle, especially when this guy switched to using a sword. He became one of the top swordsmen on the sea. He shook his head and calmly said to the Golden Lion, I originally wanted to duel you with swordsmanship, but since you are so eager to die, I will grant you that. Upon hearing this, a mocking look appeared in the Golden Lion's eyes. Do you really have some sort of extraordinary fruit ability? A hint of madness flashed in Kouta's eyes. He had made up his mind that he wouldn't kill this guy until he had squeezed out the last bit of his remaining value. It was too rare to encounter someone he could fight against freely on the sea, with his hands clasped together. His youthful spirit erupted. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? A bag of rice can carry 2 floors. Pseudo-shinhatonse. Boom! 2 lion heads collided fiercely toward the center where Kouta was, and under the Golden Lion's control, they wrapped around him like a sphere, sealing him inside. He stared at the sphere, feeling the power gathering inside, and without wasting words, he swung his right hand down fiercely. The sphere immediately accelerated towards the sea below. No matter what your ability is, struggle in the water. Just then, the rapidly descending sphere suddenly stopped in midair, then quickly expanded, and with a bang, it exploded. Amidst the flying debris, Kouta stood unharmed. I told you it was useless. The Golden Lion displayed his arrogance, laughing loudly as he stared at Kouta. Ha ha ha, kid, your ability is useless too. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with ferocity, and he clenched his right hand tightly. The debris that had been flying in all directions suddenly froze in midair, then shot towards Kouta at an even faster speed. Kouta looked at the encroaching stones and twitched his mouth. He sighed again, wondering how Luffy had defeated this thing. He opened his domain, and as soon as the incoming stones entered his space, they rapidly shrank. In the end, the area around KNGT, I resembled a black hole, sucking all the debris into the spatial domain. Then, in his domain, they recombined into a sphere floating beside him. It wasn't that they had shrunk. Rather, the space had expanded, and the sphere remained the same size, but from the outside, it appeared as if it had become smaller. The Golden Lion was a bit surprised now. As soon as the stones entered NGTI's domain, he felt a loss of control. And now they had become so small. He stared at Kouta and suddenly burst in a loud laughter. Kikikik. Interesting, really interesting. A monster like you actually appeared on the sea. Kikikik. Kouta didn't pay attention to that guy, the Golden Lion, and wondered why he suddenly started laughing madly for no reason. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, instantly teleporting above the Golden Lion. His right hand flicked like he was shooting a marble, sending the round ball down towards the Golden Lion. At first, the ball seemed to be moving slowly, but then it accelerated rapidly, trailing a fiery red exhaust in his domain. And as the ball continued to fall, its size was expanding rapidly. Old guy, try my meteorite bullet, 1,000,000 times stronger. The Golden Lion sensed at the moment it teleported above its head. So fast? No, it wasn't speed, it was teleportation. He stared at Kouta, a look of shock appearing on his face for the first time. Although for top-tier experts, speed is no longer the way to win. The subtlety still lies in the reaction speed of the nerves. This is because top-tier experts have strong observation abilities and can basically anticipate their opponent's moves. In the end, it comes down to who reacts faster. Of course, this is all under the condition that the speed difference is not too great. If it's too fast, no matter how quick your nerves react, it's impossible to truly match the speed of teleportation. He flicked his toes upward, and two massive slashes flew towards Kouta. They collided with a spherical object that had transformed back into an island-sized shape as it burst out of the domain. The sphere was instantly sliced into 4 pieces like a watermelon, rapidly falling towards the sea. Boom! The stones crashed into the ocean like meteors, creating colossal waves that surged toward the horizon. In an instant, they completely submerged Proteus Island. Kouta glanced at the fleet on the horizon and, seeing the distance, thought it should be fine, then withdrew his gaze. The fleet was now far away, and the people on the ship could no longer see Kouta and the Golden Lion in the sky. Only the continuous sound of blades clashing echoed from the horizon, clearly indicating the intensity of the battle. Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly came from behind. The crowd quickly turned to look, only to see a towering wave, resembling a white city wall, rapidly approaching them from the horizon. This made them wish they could sprout wings and flee from this terrifying sea. Quick, go faster. The villagers on the ship shouted anxiously. Although they were already far away, they felt no sense of safety. It was too terrifying. These two guys were definitely not human. In their understanding, even gods could only reach this level, right? Kouta fixed his gaze on the Golden Lion, instantly appearing behind him, raising his hand to strike. He insisted on fighting the Golden Lion in close combat today, as it would quickly refine his dominance. The Golden Lion's eyes flashed with a red light, and he swiftly raised his foot to block Kouta's blade. Kouta didn't give the Golden Lion any time to create distance. He quickly swung his blade at the Golden Lion. Clang, 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 clang. You really think I'm just a whetstone? The Golden Lion glared at Kouta with a face full of anger. As soon as he had a thought, he saw the floating islands above. Except for the largest island in the middle, all the others flew over towards this side. With a loud rumble, these flying islands crashed violently together beneath them, piecing together a massive island. The Golden Lion fought while retreating, guiding Kouta to land on the island. In the air, he could make good use of the fruit's abilities. He brought his empty hands together in the middle. The lion roared fiercely. The ground rolled, and countless lion heads crashed towards the empty space. The Golden Lion used its feet with great force to strike the empty space away. He used this reverse force to retreat a distance backward. Then he quickly moved his feet, performing lion's 1,000 cuts. Countless slashes were directed at Kouta. Kouta looked up and scanned the surroundings, a violent aura erupting from his body. He turned his head and arrogantly stared at the Golden Lion, as if it were prey, and shouted loudly, "Old man, I told you it's useless." Then he clasped his hands together, and suddenly, the space around him collapsed, followed by an immense force surging outward. Pseudo-God's heavenly judgment. The lion heads and slashes rushing in from all directions were instantly dispersed. Kouta stepped through the swirling dust, holding a sword and quickly approaching the Golden Lion. Shave, step forward and slash. With a whoosh, he instantly appeared above the Golden Lion's head and struck down fiercely with his sword. When he felt the clash of the blade, there was no overwhelming aura of collapse. And Kouta laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Old man, you'd better obediently train with me. Ha ha. He kept striking hard with his sword, while the golden lion could only passively defend now. What's wrong? Old man, can't you do it now? He roared furiously. If that's all the strength you have, then go die. Then, the veins on his arm gripping the knife bulged as he swung down fiercely at the golden lion. With a clang, a golden figure shot rapidly backward. The golden lion tried to steady himself, but the force coming from his arm made it impossible for him to stop. He took the bait and shot towards his main island at a faster speed. Kouta watched the golden lion fly far away, a hint of doubt flashing across his face. Could it be that this old guy wants to run away? That shouldn't be the case. Such a powerful figure could never have the thought of escaping against someone like him, a junior. He shook his head, thought no more, and focused on the golden lion, activating his ability. Teleport. In an instant, he appeared behind the golden lion and struck at his back with a blade. The golden lion's eyes flashed with a red light as he quickly raised his sword to block this attack from Kouta, although he couldn't match Kouta's speed. His observation haki was top-notch. While he couldn't foresee the future, this top-tier observation haki, combined with his neural reaction speed and decades of combat experience, was not something an ordinary person could possess. He borrowed this force to fly towards the edge of the main island at a faster speed, finally standing beside the layer of seawater that enveloped the outside of the main island. Oh, so he wants to use the power of the seawater against me. Kouta stood still, watching the golden lion with great interest, pulling off the wine gourd from his waist and leisurely sipping his drink. Old man, if you have any tricks left, just use them quickly. Next, let us practice my domineering properly. Burp. He exhaled a breath of alcohol towards the golden lion, a hint of blush appearing on his face. Looking at the wine gourd in his hand, he shook it. Not enough to drink. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think you can win against me? The golden lion laughed heartily, then quickly kicked out a slash towards the edge of the main island. Wave slash. The sea water at the edge of the main island was sliced off in an instant, like jelly, with a poochy sound. Then he spread his 5 fingers, and the cut sea water, like fireworks, decomposed into countless small droplets, instantly scattering in all directions. The entire world was wrapped in thick sheets of rain-like sea water. Then his hand shook. The countless droplets of water instantly decomposed again, turning into a mist that enveloped the entire sky, making it feel as if one were in a thick fog on a winter morning. This was specially prepared to prevent Kouta's teleportation. In this vast sea mist, he didn't believe Kouta could teleport away. He stared at Kouta with a proud expression. Ha ha ha. Kid, just take it. This is a gift specially prepared for you. The ability user. As he spoke, he clenched his right hand. The mist scattered around began to gather rapidly towards the center, as if drawn by something. Kouta looked at the golden lion, as if he were looking at a fool. This guy had prepared for so long, just for this? These things were completely unnecessary for him, because he had no intention of moving at all. Since the old man enjoyed performing so much, he might as well show him a trick. After all, the old guy was nearing the end of his life, and it wouldn't be nice to take away his last moments of joy, would it? As the mist quickly gathered, it condensed into droplets on the surface of his body. At that moment, a look of terror appeared on Kouta's face. Then he was instantly submerged in the seawater formed by the connecting droplets. He clutched his throat, struggling to hold his breath, and kept blowing out small bubbles from his mouth, looking very uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. The golden lion couldn't help but burst into laughter as he looked at Kouta, who was already trapped in the seawater. The frustration he felt earlier from being pressed down by Kouta was completely swept away. Hekuitlu voce Kouta, logging continuously. Kouta kept waiting for the golden lion's slash, waiting and waiting, but the slash never came. He couldn't help but sneak a glance at the golden lion. The old man remained unfazed, laughing heartily. The old man just couldn't stop laughing, could he? Why not deliver a finishing blow to end his performance? At that moment, he really wanted to complain to the golden lion. His awkward performance was quite a struggle, you know? This guy wasn't like that with Monkey D. Luffy. How come he suddenly became clever when it came to him? Thinking of this, he gave up on the performance and kept showing off various swimming styles in the water. Breaststroke, freestyle, backstroke, butterfly stroke, even dog paddle, and the lazy swim of a turtle. You name it, he had it all. The golden lion watched Kouta constantly changing his poses in the water, and how could he not know that he had just been played by Kouta? His earlier useless performance might make him look like a fool in this guy's eyes, because this guy seems completely unafraid of the sea. This ability is just too invincible. In his decades of life, he knows that only a limited number of fruit users can be so unafraid of the sea, just like him, who can easily manipulate seawater, thus ignoring the curse of the ocean. But if you ask him to do what Kouta does, completely submerged in seawater, that's simply impossible. However, what he doesn't know is that Kouta is not a fruit user at all. The golden lion stared at Kouta, veins bulging on his forehead. So arrogant, simply too arrogant. This guy clearly doesn't take him, the golden lion, seriously at all. Thinking this, he quickly swung his legs at Kouta. Kid, lion, Sanji Valley. Several golden slashes rushed towards Kouta, who was wrapped in seawater. Kouta stopped his movements, turned to look at the enraged golden lion, and his gaze sharpened. Realizing the gap between us, then just obediently practice with me. He didn't even glance at the incoming golden slash as the spatial domain unfolded instantly. Bang! A tremendous force immediately pushed both the seawater and the slash away. Then, Kouta directly teleported behind the golden lion, drew his sword, and delivered a heavy slash at its back. The golden lion was quite helpless against Kouta's teleportation. He could only turn around and raise his sword to block the attack. After that, his body quickly shot down towards the ground. With a bang, he crashed into a giant mountain peak below. Outside the mountain peak, Kouta waited for a while, but did not see the golden lion come out. He couldn't help but shout at the mountain peak. Hey, old man, you're not going to turn into a coward, are you? He could sense that the old man's aura had not weakened at all. It was just a bit out of breath. Could it really be that he was too old to keep up with this young man for a while? Just then, an imposing aura, much stronger than the conqueror's haki of Kouta, suddenly rose from the giant mountain ahead. Feeling this aura, Kouta furrowed his brows. How could the old man still unleash conqueror's haki? Suddenly, the giant mountain cracked open in the middle, and a massive crescent-shaped golden slash burst forth. Fiercely aimed at Kouta, Kouta quickly unleashed a similar slash. The two slashes entangled with each other and rapidly shot into the sky, disappearing from view. The golden-haired lion rose slowly from the crack in the giant mountain, his golden mane dancing wildly. With his appearance, an even more powerful conqueror's haki instantly swept across the heavens and the earth. Everyone on the only giant island above them, except for Indigo, rolled their eyes back and fainted. Kouta, at the forefront, felt it even more intensely. Is this the pinnacle of the world? It's truly terrifying. He radiated the domineering aura of the golden lion, unleashing his conqueror's haki. A crackling sound, as if space were shattering, emanated from the collision of the two powerful auras. Purple lightning surged all around. Under the mental pressure, Kouta looked up at the golden lion hovering in the air, his pupils suddenly constricting. It seemed this old guy was really going to fight him to the death, even tearing off the ship's helm. No wonder he could unleash conqueror's haki. It seemed like a moment of resurgence. The golden lion floated in the air, leisurely smoking a cigarette. After tearing off the helm, his spirit suddenly improved significantly. He casually tore off a piece of clothing from his body and haphazardly wrapped it around the wound on his head, trying to prevent himself from bleeding to death too quickly. His current state is devoid of the previous rage and arrogance, and instead has become quite gentle. At least from the aura, it seems to have softened. Has he gone stupid? Kouta stared at the golden lion, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. A gentle golden lion has never appeared before. The golden lion gazed at Kouta below, as if looking at a priceless jade, the appreciation in his eyes deepening. This guy only admires the strong. Under the suppression from Kouta, he already knew that today was likely the end for him. Since it was the end, there was no need for hesitation. He had to fight with all his strength. Even if he knew that tearing off the ship's rudder meant his life would start a countdown. But he couldn't let this silver-haired brat underestimate him. Could he? Who is he? He is the golden lion. He stared at Kouta, revealing his signature big laugh, but this time there was less hostility in it than before. Ha ha ha, little brat, I acknowledge you now. I, Gold Lion Shiki, am willing to call you a strong one. Kouta looked at Gold Lion, momentarily confused. Has this old guy completely lost his mind by tearing the helm off? He placed his right hand on the handle of the knife, ready to draw it at any moment, and shouted loudly at the golden lion. Old man, are you crazy or what? If you won't come, then I will. Ha ha ha. Come on, kid, let me show you what the top combat power of the sea really is. He held a knife in both hands, and with a casual swing of his right hand, he slashed at Kouta. Slash wave. A crescent-shaped, intensely golden giant slash flew swiftly towards Kouta. With a powerful push off the ground, Kouta dashed toward the golden slash, drawing his knife to counterattack. Shave-drawn knife slash. Bang! His blade collided fiercely with the golden slash. He was then pushed backward by the force of the slash, sliding for several dozen meters before finally coming to a stop. He exerted force with his arm, directing the slash upwards. Kong was so surprised that he looked up at the Golden Lion. So strong. It was completely different from before. The Golden Lion's previous slashes were strong, but his own were not weak either. He felt that if he hadn't directly used the knife to attack just now, but instead had used a flying slash, then his slash would have been shattered in an instant. The power of the two was completely different. Sensing Kouta's surprise at its first appearance, the Golden Lion laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Little brat, aren't you trying to make me die? Why don't you come to me already? After such a long time, he had already realized that this little brat was fighting him solely relying on his beast-like physique and unparalleled observation haki. These factors, however, were of little use to a swordsman as strong as him. Moreover, the little brat's combat experience was extremely lacking. Although Kouta was rapidly growing in his fight against him, he had only just set sail, and facing him now was a bit insufficient. Kouta stared at the Golden Lion, sheathed his knife, and quickly drew it. Iato draw slash. A huge silver-gray slash flew swiftly towards the Golden Lion. Although he knew that the Golden Lion's slash was not comparable to the previous one, he still wanted to test the gap. The Golden Lion laughed heartily and casually slashed, shattering Kouta's slash. The slash was too dispersed and not solid enough. He paused for a moment and then continued. It should be more skillful rather than relying solely on brute force. Such slashes are too crude. When you encounter a strong opponent, just like your domineering aura, they shatter upon contact. You should effectively control your breath, then compress your slash, and only then unleash a flying strike. As he spoke, he swung his knife toward Kouta. Slash wave. A crescent-shaped golden slash flew from the hand of the Golden Lion. Kouta hurriedly used the method just taught by the Golden Lion to execute a similarly massive crescent-shaped silver-gray slash. His slash this time surprisingly held its ground against the Golden Lion's slash for a while before being cut through. Looking at the slash void in his hand, Kouta already understood the Golden Lion's state. From the moment he pulled out the ship's helm, this guy knew he was doomed. Then the old man's thought process took a strange turn, leading to some whimsical ideas. He wanted his things to stay in this world as much as possible. It's also possible he saw Kouta's potential and pirate identity, wanting to cultivate a powerful pirate for this world before his end. So, the old man taught Kouta his strongest slash. The power of the old man as slash wave at its peak was enough to cut through hundreds of kilometers of sea surface. How powerful that was! Before, Kouta definitely couldn't have cut such a distance. Moreover, these top swordsmen's slashes cannot be learned in the One Mind Dojo. One can only explore their own slashes through continuous battles with top-tier strong opponents. Just as the old man said, his slash was essentially a result of him using his monstrous body and brute strength to strike out. It was scattered and lacked any technical content. Against weaklings, it was certainly impressive, but when facing true strong opponents, his slash was of no use at all. His slash couldn't even break through the opponent's armament haki. Since he knew the old man's intentions, Kouta didn't say anything. He suddenly appeared beside the old man, drawing his knife to strike. The Golden Lion laughed heartily. Little brat, your speed is fast, but your reaction is too slow. A flash of red light appeared in his eyes, and he swiftly slashed open the air with his blade. Then, he slightly turned the blade, executing a remarkably tricky strike that landed on the back of Kouta's sword, causing Kouta to momentarily freeze. A battle between strong warriors can actually end in an instant. However, the Golden Lion did not take the opportunity to strike again. Instead, he stared at Kouta and exclaimed loudly, "Kid, the observation haki isn't better when it's spread out further. You need to learn to master it in detail. Once you grasp every inch of the observation haki and make your sword move with your mind, only then can you truly be called a strong warrior." Kouta stood not far away, glaring at the Golden Lion fiercely, and said, "Old man, are you addicted to being a teacher?" Ha ha ha. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, then suddenly stopped and grinned menacingly at Kouta, saying, "Kid, it's time to fight seriously. If you don't blame me if you die." Saying that, he suddenly charged towards Kouta at high speed. A flash of red light appeared in Kouta's eyes as he narrowed the range of his observation haki, trying to control it within the combat circle. Indeed, it felt completely different from when it was fully dispersed. He could sense that wielding the sword became much more effortless. These advanced applications of haki are hard to discover without guidance from top-tier warriors. Observation haki is a state that naturally disperses, making it difficult to control. Most people can only manage to disperse and retract it. No one would have thought that it could be mastered to such a nuanced level. Clang! Kouta blocked the first strike and quickly retracted his sword, but the Golden Lion's second strike came swiftly afterwards. Clang! 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 Now the situation had reversed, and he was on the defensive. However, he could feel that this old guy was intentionally guiding his swordsmanship and refining his haki. He cast a complex glance at the Golden Lion. Sensing Kouta's gaze, the Golden Lion burst into laughter. Ha ha, little brat, you're not feeling sorry for me, are you? Then he suddenly erupted with a violent aura. Who do you think I am? I am the captain of the flying pirate crew, admiral of the Golden Lion pirate fleet, Golden Lion Shiki. Faced with the suddenly enraged Golden Lion, Kouta tried his best to defend himself. On the small island, the sounds of swords clashing were incessant. From time to time, a slash would cut through the clouds above. The battle raged on for a full day and night. When the sun of the third day rose, the sounds of conflict on the small island gradually faded. What was once a towering mountain on the island was now basically flattened. In the center of the island, in a massive pit that was gradually sinking, both the Golden Lion and Kouta were panting heavily as they looked at each other. Kouta, whose breath was still relatively steady. The Golden Lion's breath was now a bit intermittent. He is too tired. His life force is about to extinguish. The only thing supporting him to fight alongside Kouta until now is his incredible willpower. Kouta looked at the Golden Lion, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, and had to admit that this old guy truly became his master in the end. Even without the title of master and apprentice, they have already established a master-apprentice bond in reality. I wonder what is going on with these top powerhouses on the sea. Why do they all like to be someone else's teacher? He is not Monkey D. Luffy. Could it be that the Golden Lion has sensed his identity as the main character? Ha ha ha. The sudden burst of laughter interrupted Kouta's thoughts. Staring at the laughing Golden Lion, he started to laugh along. A master is a master. If the other party dares to teach anything, why shouldn't he dare to learn? The Golden Lion looked at Kouta with satisfaction. He was quite pleased with this student he met just before his death. In just a day and a night, Kouta had basically learned to use his swordsmanship and haki. He stopped laughing and smiled at Kouta, saying, "Kid, let me teach you one last move. Your use of Conqueror's haki is too rough. I don't know how you managed to achieve Conqueror's haki wrap, but your wrap is still quite different from the real Conqueror's haki wrap." Then, an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki erupted from him as he dropped the knife in his left hand and switched to holding the knife with both hands. A rich, dark purple aura surged from him, spreading outwards. Around his body, countless red and purple lightning bolts emerged out of thin air. The blue veins on the Golden Lion's forehead bulged as he exerted all his strength to wrap this overwhelming aura around his blade. For him, at this moment, this final strike was somewhat forced. Kong quietly watched the Golden Lion and did not disturb him. His Conqueror's haki entwined, using his spatial domain and his seemingly omnipotent mental power within that domain, forcibly wrapped around the sword. This was indeed stronger than the armament haki, but it was still limited and could not become the decisive blow to determine victory or defeat. The Golden Lion raised his head and stared at Kouta, continuing to speak. The Conqueror's haki, to put it simply, is a person's spirit. It cannot be developed through training, but can only grow and be mastered through clashes with true masters who possess top-tier Conqueror's haki. When you can fully control your Conqueror's haki, just as you control your armament haki, you will naturally be able to perform entanglements like this. Saying this, he forcefully swung his sword at Kouta, delivering the final strike of his life. A massive crescent-shaped purple-black slash instantly crossed the distance between them, as if truly cutting through space, creating numerous cracks around the slash that resembled a spider web. The cracks even spread across the entire island. Little brat, if you really can't take it, then go die with me, because the sea does not need the weak. Ha ha ha. Kouta stood in place, his expression serious as he stared at the massive slash coming toward him, his silver hair wildly swirling behind him. His eyes sparkled with rapid intensity as he attempted to draw his sword to counter it several times, but ultimately gave up. He can sense that the final strike of the Golden Lion, burning with life, is something he cannot possibly block with his sword. The unparalleled sharpness of this strike makes him feel that even the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, might not be able to deliver such a blow. Unless Hawkeye also possesses Conqueror's haki and can achieve such entanglement. There's no choice but to look at the strike that is almost about to reach him. He helplessly realized that only the domain could truly withstand this strike. Kouta looked up, quietly staring at the Golden Lion, and shouted loudly, "Old man, Let me show you my strongest power in the end, so you can die understanding. Upon hearing the voice, the golden lion stopped laughing, trying his best to widen his eyes and dispel the illusions in them. At this moment, he was actually exhausted and on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for his strong willpower supporting him, he might have just fallen to the ground. He lifted his head and saw that his slash had hit a transparent wall in front of Kouta with a bang, as if crashing against an invisible barrier. The space around Kouta shattered like a mirror. Just when he thought his slash would continue, the broken space around Kouta suddenly began to restore itself rapidly, as if a broken mirror was being reassembled. After a brief stalemate, his slash abruptly split into two halves. The upper half continued to glide toward the horizon, while the lower half stopped right in front of Kouta. As time passed, the lower half of the slash gradually shrank rapidly, eventually disappearing right in front of Kouta. Was it the one that absorbed the island's abilities earlier? Truly impressive. Ha! He grinned widely and laughed out loud, as if he could see his archenemy Roger again. It was the people from the East Sea, once again preventing him from reaching the pinnacle of the world. Roger, the golden lion, let out one last roar before completely losing his breath. Just then, a sudden feeling of weightlessness came over him, and the small island beneath his feet began to rapidly fall into the sea. He knew that the golden lion was completely dead. Impressive. He was able to shatter my domain. If it weren't for him sensing the situation was off and increasing the output of the spatial layers, his spatial domain would have indeed been cut open by the golden lion's final strike. Although being cut open wasn't a big deal, he had boasted about his invincible abilities. So he had to maintain that image, right? Looking at the golden lion, who remained standing even in death, Kouta's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity and admiration. This guy's spirit was something even his enemies had to respect. Even if this guy was a complete villain, he was still a formidable, respected rogue. He didn't pay attention to the giant island that was plummeting. He drew his sword and struck the ground beside the golden lion, creating a deep pit. The spatial domain unfolded, enveloping the golden lion within it, using his power to move it into the pit, along with his two swords. The soil around the pit gradually closed up. He didn't fill it up completely, intending for the Navy to discover it. Otherwise, the Navy might not find the golden lion and could end up digging 3 feet here, eventually still finding the golden lion. He left clues for the Navy to find. After all, the Navy couldn't possibly dig up the grave of a long-dead old man. Then he stopped in midair, allowing the island to fall beneath him. As for the original villagers on the other island, he wasn't too worried. The island was large enough, surrounded by a layer of seawater, and couldn't possibly sink into the sea. He also didn't bother to clear out the ferocious beasts and pirates up there. That was the Navy's job. He took off the wine gourd, drank the wine, and gazed at the rising sun on the horizon in a daze. The gains from this battle were immense. If he had solely relied on himself to seek out strong opponents to gain experience, it might have taken him many years to grasp these advanced combat techniques in a moment of inspiration. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it any longer. He gazed at the distant horizon of the sea. It had been 2 days, and the strong ones from the naval headquarters should be arriving soon. Should he stay and fight? He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Forget it. The one who could arrive here the fastest from the Navy headquarters should be the yellow-skinned monkey among the 3 admirals, Zoro. This guy mostly relies on his devil fruit abilities in battles. Moreover, when fighting the Navy, it wouldn't escalate to a life-and-death struggle. There's no way to force this elusive guy to bring out his haki and fight him head-on. Staying behind to battle with him would bring him no benefits and would just be exhausting. Fighting him would be less comfortable than just lying down and sunbathing. Before the Navy arrives, I should check out the Golden Lion's palace to see if there are any treasures or devil fruits. After all, this old guy has been roaming the world for 20 years, so he must have quite a collection. There might really be a devil fruit. Besides, I do have a master-disciple relationship with him. The disciple inherits the master's treasures. That is not too much to ask, right? Not excessive. Looking at the waves of white giants rushing towards the horizon, Kouta's eyes flashed with amazement. He was astonished by the grandeur of the sea and also by such a man-made spectacle. Perhaps only in this world of the Pirate King, where great powers converge, could one witness such sights. Kouta laughed heartily while drinking, then looked down at the island, which had gradually calmed down, and quickly flew towards the main island of the Golden Lion. The early morning sunlight shone upon him, making him seem like a true deity, carefree, elegant, and quite arrogant. He didn't pay attention to the panicking pirates on the island. He just sank all the ships in the harbor as he passed by. Of course, if any foolish pirate happened to cross his path, they could only consider themselves unlucky. A red light flashed in his eyes as he headed straight for Indigo, the right-hand man of the Golden Lion, who was inside the palace. This guy was currently the strongest among the group of pirates, making him the best target to find. In the corridor leading to the main entrance of the palace, amidst a series of puffed sounds that resembled flatulence, Indigo was hurriedly running outside with a group of supporting pirate captains. Running too fast, his whole body shook, and his arms flailed left and right, looking particularly comical. Despite his funny appearance and actions, even the way he walked was amusing. He actually had a ruthless side and was a mad chemist. He specialized in creating various chemical potions and using different chemical elements in combat. He referred to this fighting style as chemical magic, which was essentially juggling with explosive chemical elements, also known as acrobatic magic. When Indigo saw the Golden Lion unleash his conqueror's haki, he knew something must have gone wrong. He is not only the deputy of the Golden Lion, but also his attending physician. He certainly knows how terrible the Golden Lion's mental state is after taking the helm. If it weren't for the influence of the helm and his old age, would someone as proud as the Golden Lion be willing to study something like IQ? It's not like he had a choice. After coming out of Impel Down, his strength had severely declined, and he felt that his abilities did not match his ambitions. Based on his understanding of the Golden Lion, even if he couldn't defeat the silver-haired youth, he would never flee. If he were able to use Conqueror's haki, it would mean he had pulled the helm off his head. With the helm gone, it signifies that the Golden Lion is at the end of his rope, on the verge of death at any moment. He could never have imagined that the silver-haired little brat could achieve this. It forced the Golden Lion and him to abandon a plan that they had been scheming for nearly 20 years. He was initially in the infirmary, waiting for the Golden Lion to return. In his view, since the Golden Lion had torn off the ship's helm, no one could defeat him. He believes that the Golden Lion will soon take care of that silver-haired brat. However, when he waits and waits in the infirmary, he still can't see the Golden Lion return. His heart began to panic. Moreover, this feeling of panic was gradually accelerating with the passage of time. Especially when the island started to descend, he knew that the Golden Lion had not only been defeated this time, but had also completely perished. At this point, he was no longer just panicking. He was terrified. He hurriedly found the extras, the captains in the palace, gathered them together, and rushed quickly towards the palace exit. If that silver-haired person showed up at this moment, then they would be done for. He could only pray. Please don't come. Please don't come. Please don't come. But fate always loves to play tricks on people. Sometimes, the more you hope that things will develop as you imagine, the more the reality turns out to be the exact opposite. And so it was. As he kept thinking, he really summoned the main person over. There, like a ghostly shadow, Kouta suddenly appeared at the palace gate, blocking their way. He hurriedly slammed on the brakes and stopped with a panicked expression. What's wrong? The supporting pirate captains behind him quickly stopped and asked loudly. When they followed Indigo's gaze and saw the figure blocking their way, they realized it was Kouta. Their bodies shivered in unison, and then they turned and rushed towards the palace in a frenzy. They wished they could grow 2 more legs at that moment to escape faster. Their posture was as awkward as it could be. They originally thought that joining the legendary pirate Gold Lion's crew would mean they could do whatever they wanted from now on. However, they never expected the drastic change to come so suddenly. The legend fell just like that, leaving them completely unprepared. Indigo ignored the fleeing supporting captains. He knew that escaping as far as possible was useless in front of the terrifying monster that could kill Gold Lion. Sure enough, 2 crescent-shaped slashes crossed and shot towards the back, brushing against his body. The sharpness of the slashes made the hair on his body stand on end and cold sweat break out. Then, the corridor, which had been slightly noisy just a moment ago, fell silent instantly. Hearing the dull thuds of bodies falling behind him, Indigo's pupils constricted as he swallowed hard. At the moment the slashes came, he thought he was doomed. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, a slow footstep echoed in the empty corridor. Though the footsteps were light, to Indigo, they felt like a heavy hammer, striking his heart again and again. As the figure of Kouta approached, Indigo couldn't help but lower his head and bend his waist. Although he knew that Kouta had spared him because he found him useful, which meant he didn't have to worry too much about sudden death. Facing this monster capable of killing Gold Lion created an invisible psychological pressure that made him dare not look down on, or even meet Kouta's eyes. Kouta, wearing slippers, walked up to Indigo and looked at the much taller jester with a smile on his face. In fact, he wanted to recruit this guy to be the ship's doctor. Despite his comedic appearance, this guy actually had quite high medical skills. However, he still needed to observe him a bit more. He looked at Indigo and smiled, saying, "You must be Dr. Indigo, the deputy of the Golden Lion." Could you please take me to your infirmary and show me the Golden Lion's treasure? He was going to destroy all the data on the various IQ drugs that this guy had researched. He wouldn't leave such a dangerous thing for the world government. He also needed to check whether this guy had conducted human experiments. If it was just experiments on animals, then it wasn't a big deal. But if it involved humans, that would be different. Even if this guy had excellent medical skills, he couldn't be allowed to stay. Indigo looked at Kouta, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. He knew he couldn't refuse, despite Kouta's cheerful demeanor, looking like it was easy to negotiate. This was the man who had just killed the Golden Lion. All right, my lord, please follow me. I'll take you to the laboratory. In fact, his laboratory was just the infirmary. Indigo quickly turned around and led the way into the palace. Kouta, with his hands in his pockets, followed Indigo to a massive iron door. Indigo took the key for the iron door from his pocket, inserted it into a hole on the door, and twisted it forcefully. The iron door then slid open slowly to the sides. He stood at the door and turned to Kouta, saying, "Sir, we have arrived at the laboratory." Looking into the vast space inside, Kouta paid little attention to Indigo and walked in slowly. The first thing that caught his eye was a dozen large glass tubes glowing with a cold blue light. Seeing Kouta standing in front of the cultivation tubes, Indigo hurriedly came over to explain, "Sir, these are the remains of animals used for experiments on a plant component called IQ." I know. Take me to where you record the experimental data." Not seeing any human remains was a relief, but he still needed to look at the experimental records. "This way, sir." Following Indigo to his workstation, Kouta couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of a wall full of notebooks. Scientists really are crazy, making him write so much. It would be easier to just let him die. He casually pulled out a notebook and started to read it. I can't understand it." Without changing his expression, he tossed the notebook aside and pulled out another one. Still can't understand it. What's wrong with these scientists? Can't they write something that people can understand? He threw the notebook in his hand aside, turned his head to look at Indigo, and remained silent. It wasn't until he saw Indigo break out in a cold sweat that he smiled and said, "Dr. Indigo, can I ask you a question?" Indigo cautiously looked at Kouta, shivering at his sudden smile. "If the adult has any questions, feel free to ask. I will definitely answer without reservation. Have you ever conducted experiments on humans?" Kouta's expression suddenly changed, and an immense pressure descended upon Indigo. Feeling the sudden surge of Kouta's aura, Indigo panicked and sat down on ground. He trembled, then thought of Kouta still waiting for his answer, and quickly raised his head to look at Kouta, shouting loudly, "No, my lord, no. I have never used humans in my experiments." Kouta's eyes flashed with a red light as he stared at Indigo for a moment before retracting his gaze and suppressing his aura. He could sense from Indigo's emotions that he probably wasn't lying, and there were no humans to be seen in this laboratory. Plus, this guy wasn't really a bad person. He was just a doctor. Kouta formally extended an invitation to him. "Dr. Indigo, as the captain of the Free Adventure Team, I hereby officially invite you to come aboard my ship as the ship's doctor." Indigo let out a huge sigh of relief when Kouta retracted his imposing presence. He felt that his earlier response, which hadn't pleased Kouta, could have genuinely gotten him killed. Little did he know, he suddenly heard an even more surprising voice. He looked up at Kouta, staring at his serious eyes, and was stunned. You really mean it?" He couldn't believe that he could still be the ship's doctor on the opposing ship. Even if the other side was just a pirate who had just set sail. It was a pirate who had just killed the Golden Lion. Being invited onto the ship by such a pirate felt like a dream. Kouta stared at Indigo, a smile on his face. "I'm just short of a doctor on my ship. Would you like to come aboard, Dr. Indigo?" At this moment, Indigo came to his senses and quickly nodded in agreement to Kouta's invitation. Despite having spent decades with the Golden Lion, there were actually no real feelings involved. And it couldn't be called betrayal. After all, the Golden Lion was dead, and he needed to find a place, didn't he? If he didn't agree to this guy, it was uncertain whether he would be let go, and the Navy wouldn't let him go either. "Oh, right, Dr. Indigo. Since you're on my ship now, you can't study these things anymore." Kouta helped Indigo up and said seriously from now on, "You will only study healing and various medicines for diseases. Can you do that?" Yes, sir." Indigo, still not fully adjusted, hurriedly replied. "Call me Captain." "Yes, Captain." "Are we really going to burn everything?" At the laboratory door, Indigo, holding a chemical magic ball, looked reluctantly at the laboratory. Of course. Would he leave it here for the world government? Kouta stood beside him with his arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face. "Or do you want to continue researching these things?" No. Captain, please don't wrong me." Indigo quickly waved his hands and argued loudly. "I'm just a bit reluctant. After all, I've been researching IQ for almost 20 years, and it's a shame to waste so many notes. Hurry up. We still need to check the treasure vault." When the Navy comes, I can leave, but you might not be able to. Thinking of the Navy, Indigo hurriedly threw the magic ball into the laboratory. He certainly didn't want to be caught by the Navy and thrown into Impel Down. Even though he didn't have a bounty, the Navy still pursued him relentlessly. After all, he was the ship's doctor on the Golden Lion's ship. This was registered with the world government. When a magical bullet shot into the laboratory and hit the cultivation tube, it exploded instantly, and the flames from the explosion quickly spread throughout the entire lab. Looking at the fire in front of him, Indigo felt a twinge of reluctance. But seeing Kouta walking towards the exit, he quickly suppressed that feeling and was filled with hope for the future. Following a captain like this should be interesting. After all, this guy was still so young. As he looked at the heavy iron door in front of him, Kouta revealed an expression of anticipation. With the thickness of this iron door, there must be plenty of good stuff inside. However, when the door was opened and he saw what was inside, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The treasure vault was filled with weapons. Swords, guns, staffs, firearms, cannons. Everything was there except for gold, silver, and jewels. Even the berries were pitifully few. Kouta stiffly turned his neck to look at Indigo beside him, a dark expression flashing across his face. Indigo, have you only collected these things in the past 20 years? Indigo, not noticing Kouta's gloomy face, smiled proudly and said, Hee, yes. We are planning to destroy the world. Of course we need to stockpile enough weapons. What about gold and silver jewels? They've all been exchanged for weapons. What about the berries? Kouta's tone grew increasingly heavy. Of course it's for weapons. I mean, Captain, what use is berries anyway? Aren't weapons more desirable? Indigo suddenly stopped speaking. He had already seen Kouta's grim expression. He chuckled cautiously. What's wrong, Captain? Isn't it good to have so many weapons? Well, of course it's good. Kouta looked at the treasure trove, full of weapons, and a mountain of shells piled inside, feeling like crying without tears. What a load of crap. Good. With so many weapons, one could equip an army and fight a super battle. However, these things are of no use to him at all. He likes gold, silver, and jewels, and he likes pearls, but he doesn't like these cold iron lumps. He suddenly thought of something, his eyes brightened, and he turned his head to stare at Indigo with an eager expression. Right, Indigo, you guys have been wandering around the world for nearly 20 years. You must have found a lot of devil fruits, right? Indigo pondered for a moment. He is a bit hesitant to speak up, fearing it might provoke Kouta. He now knows what Kouta wants, but everything Kouta desires has been exchanged for weapons. However, as he sees Kouta's increasingly dangerous gaze, he has no choice but to grit his teeth and speak cautiously. Kouta rudely interrupted him. Stop stuttering and just say it. Indigo jumped to Kouta's shout and said aggrievedly, Captain, don't yell so loud. I was just about to say, it's to find a few devil fruits. But I've sold them all to buy weapons. You sold them? Kouta felt like everything was going wrong. Does that old geezer, Gold Lion, have a screw loose? It would be better to leave them for his subordinates. What are these iron lumps in the warehouse good for? But, hearing there might still be hope, Kouta's eyes brightened, and he quickly asked, but what? But there are still 2 useless Zoan-type devil fruits left. Hearing that there were still 2, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good enough. He thought this trip would be for nothing. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. At first, he thought there would be a lot of gold, silver, jewels, berries, and devil fruits. After all, that old guy wants to destroy the world. How could he not have money? Who would have thought that old geezer would buy so many weapons? With so many weapons, if they were given to the Revolutionary Army, wouldn't the Revolutionary Army take off completely? He stroked his chin, staring blankly at the treasure vault. Then he shook his head. It was impossible. Even if he gave it to the Revolutionary Army, they wouldn't be able to transport it because the Navy was coming soon. It seemed he had no choice but to destroy it all. He couldn't leave it for the world government, even if they didn't lack such things. Indigo cautiously glanced at Kouta and saw that Kouta's expression had noticeably improved, so he let out a sigh of relief. He is still very afraid of Kouta. After all, he just joined and doesn't know what kind of personality Kouta has. Kouta turned to Indigo and said irritably, since there are still 2 left, why don't you go get them? Yes. Indigo hurried into the treasure vault and rummaged through a pile of scrap metal behind the door, emerging with 2 fruit the size of pineapples. To the Golden Lion, these 2 fruits were not as valuable as weapons, so they were casually tossed in the corner of the vault. Looking at Indigo, who had dug out the fruits from what seemed like a garbage heap, Kouta twitched the corner of his mouth. He wanted to see what kind of worthless fruit made people so disdainful. He took the fruit from Indigo's hands and flipped it over, but he couldn't tell what kind of fruit it was. He raised his head to look at Indigo. Sensing Kouta's gaze, Indigo quickly explained, this black one is the animal type ant fruit. As for what form it takes, I have no idea. From past experience, this is just an ordinary animal-type fruit that allows a person to transform into an ant-man. However, the strength granted by the ant is too weak, so it can't even be sold and has been left here until now. Ants, looked down upon by people. This thing is quite strong, right? It has armor and great strength. Kouta stared at the black ant fruit, which looked like a large grape, and asked in confusion, how could no one want it? Don't be fooled by how strong ants seem among insects. It's different when it comes to humans. This thing only boosts strength by about double at best. And also, what? Also, this price is unaffordable for an average pirate. It's too high to sell, and it can't just be given away for free. So in the end, it was just casually tossed here. Indeed, compared to other fruits that can increase strength several times, or even dozens of times, this one is just trash. Kouta, I know of it. Looking at the black fruit in his hand. Ants, huh? He doesn't believe that ants are really that weak. It should be that no one has truly developed them. After all, ants are not a low-level species in the insect world. What about this one? Kouta lifted another white fruit and asked. This one? It's similar to the ant fruit. This one is a rabbit fruit, and it also has a low increase in physical strength, which is why it can't be sold. Rabbit? Kouta stared at the white fruit, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. I wonder what would happen if a beautiful girl ate it. He shook his head and quickly dismissed the terrifying thoughts that suddenly popped into his mind. He definitely didn't want anything to do with bunny ears or bunny girls. Aside from being cute, rabbits only had strong hind leg jumping power, unlike ants, for which he could think of ways to train them to develop invincible strength later on. He simply couldn't come up with any training methods for rabbits. It seems like rabbits can go berserk. He suddenly recalled the saying about rabbits having red eyes. Wondering if it could be violent, Kouta looked at the white rabbit fruit, his eyes brightening. This thing might not be a garbage fruit after all. However, it all depended on luck. If it didn't have a violent trait or any other abilities, then it would truly be a garbage fruit. Then he thought about Ahua or Ateo eating this thing and couldn't help but shiver. The bunny girl was gone, but a fat rabbit appeared instead. Let's go. The Navy should be coming soon. He threw the fruits to Indigo, asking him to find a box to store them. After Indigo packed the 2 fruits, he slashed at the treasure vault with his sword. With so many weapons and shells, it would be strange if they didn't T-explode. Then he unfolded the spatial domain, controlling a door panel to leave with Indigo. A giant fleet from the EC, coming from the Navy headquarters, was rapidly heading towards Proteus Island. When Big Beard left, he contacted the Navy headquarters using the phone bug on the warship. As soon as the Navy headquarters received the news, they immediately dispatched Admiral Kizaru's warship to cross the comm belt at the fastest speed towards the East Sea. At this time, Karp was still in the New World. Akiji was not at headquarters, and Akainu had to stay at headquarters for defense, ready to respond to the summons from Mary Geos. Therefore, only the scientific department's Kizaru had the time to go to the East Sea. Moreover, only his fleet could reach the East Sea the fastest. This fleet consisted of Kizaru's flagship, accompanied by a rear admiral and 5 commodores. A total of 7 giant warships lined up, facing the massive waves created by the island. Moving forward, at this moment, they could already see the outlines of the 2 giant islands ahead. As for the original Proteus Island, it had completely disappeared into the sea. At the bow of the largest warship stood a tall figure, slender, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, a purple tie, a dark green shirt, white shoes, and draped in a Navy justice coat, with his hands in his pockets, gazing ahead. This was the highest combat power of the Navy. One of the admirals of the Navy headquarters, known by the code name Kizaru, real name Borsellino, with naturally curly short black hair, a stubbly beard, and wearing brown sunglasses. He looked a bit older, so the scientific department people refer to him as Old Man. We, the people from the 2-dimensional world, like to call him Yellow Pikachu and Seafood General SpongeBob. Due to his lewd manner of speaking, he might also be a shining man who ate the lewd fruit. Kizaru watched the massive waves crashing in front of him and casually remarked, "How terrifying." Next to Kizaru stood a man wearing a tall hat with a long black beard, dressed in an indigo suit and draped in a Navy justice cloak, looking at the island ahead with a serious expression. He solemnly spoke, "It seems the battle is over." This person was the Rear Admiral Strawberry, who was under Admiral Borsellino's command at the Navy headquarters. Yes, and it should end with the defeat of the Golden Lion. Kizaru slowly sighed towards the front. How terrifying. Just then, an astonishing explosion erupted from the small island ahead. Strawberry stared at the island, surprised, and said, "Could it still not be over? These 2 guys are still fighting." Kizaru turned to Strawberry and the 5 commodores behind him, instructing, "I'll go take a look first. You guys hurry over." Saying this, he shone with golden light, his whole body scattering into photons, shooting towards the small island ahead. This guy was a Logia-type light fruit user, commonly known as the Shining Man, capable of turning any part of his body into light, possessing the speed of light, and able to perform light speed attacks and movements. He could use light speed to deliver heavy blows, and his body could emit intense flashes of light, temporarily blinding enemies. It could be said that, among the strongest fruits in One Piece, this guy's fruit could rank in the top 5. Just as Kouta and the others flew out of the palace, they happened to collide with Kizaru. Kouta paused in midair, staring at the yellow figure formed by condensed photons on the roof ahead, feeling quite unlucky. If he had known, he wouldn't have eaten. However, there was no choice. After 2 days of fighting, besides alcohol, he hadn't had a drop of water and was starving. So after slashing the treasure vault twice, he had Indigo take him to the kitchen for a quick meal. Who knew that just a few minutes of delay would lead him to encounter the person he least wanted to see in the Navy? Even if it were Carp from the Navy, it would have been better, but it had to be this yellow monkey. Thinking of this, he turned his head and spat to the side. What bad luck. He really doesn't want to fight with this guy. He glanced at the Indigo next to him. Bringing this guy along wouldn't allow for instant movement, and he couldn't fly as fast as Kizaru. It seemed that fighting was unavoidable. At least he had to let Kizaru know that chasing him was useless. After coming to this realization, he looked towards a rooftop ahead, where Kizaru stood with a mocking expression. He held back a smirk and imitated Kizaru's mannerisms, slowly shouting, "How terrifying. Isn't that the Marine Admiral Yellow Pikachu? Oh wait, my mistake, I'm just used to it." Kouta waved his hands repeatedly, trying to compose himself. "Hey, isn't that the Marine Admiral Kizaru? How terrifying." Kizaru watched Kouta's performance, feeling confused, especially about the Pikachu comment. He felt somewhat insulted, but had no evidence to back it up. It was quite annoying. He shook his head and stared at Kouta, a flash of red light flickering in his eyes, but he did not sense any other powerful presence. It seems that the Golden Lion has been completely defeated. It is unknown whether he is dead or has escaped. A hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes, but it didn't show on his face. He still wore that nonchalant, irritating expression. Staring at Kouta, the yellow ape tilted his chin forward, pouting as he teased. How scary. Silver-haired Kouta can even defeat the Golden Lion. Truly a monster. Kouta withdrew his domain and put down the door panel. He looked up at the yellow ape on the eaves, activated his teleportation, and instantly appeared in front of the yellow ape, using his catchphrase. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? With his right foot covered in armed hockey, he twisted his body and kicked towards the yellow ape's head. Just like kicking a soccer ball, the yellow ape, seeing Kouta suddenly appear in front of him, narrowed his pupils. What is this? It wasn't the speed. He could definitely sense that. When he heard Kouta say his often-used line, the lecherous expression on the yellow ape's face almost broke and his mouth twitched. What is this guy doing? Not only is he imitating my speech, but he's also mimicking my moves. Watching the incoming kick, he thought for a moment and easily dodged by elementalizing his head. Then he elementalized his whole body, transforming into photons, and instantly materialized above Kouta, his right foot shining with golden light as he prepared to kick. So, have you experienced a flash kick? He said as he aimed a kick at Kouta's head, who was still in the kicking motion. This guy wants to pay back in kind. His kick directly passed through Kouta. A beam of yellow laser shot through the roof, followed by an explosion from below. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the kick had not hit Kouta, but merely struck a residual shadow. At the moment the yellow ape's foot arrived, Kouta had teleported above him once again. The same movement, the same foot filled with armed hockey, aimed once again at the yellow ape's head. Of course, it felt just like kicking into thin air. There was no sensation at all. The yellow ape's form dispersed into photons and reassembled less than a meter away from Kouta. He put away the lazy expression that had been on his face, one that was filled with teasing towards everyone, and rarely revealed a serious demeanor. If it was just a matter of speed, he would definitely be faster than Kouta. However, this guy can teleport, which makes things tricky. Kouta can't kick him, and he can't kick Kouta either. Staring at Kouta, a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a serious tone. Silver-haired Kouta, it seems everyone has underestimated you. His gaze swept over the sword at Kouta's waist, and then he said, not only is he a great swordsman, but he has also eaten a space-type devil fruit. This is truly terrifying. Besides the abilities of the devil fruit, I don't know what else could allow someone to teleport. Kouta didn't explain. He simply took down the wine gourd from his waist, raised it, and took a sip. Then he looked down at Kizaru and mockingly said, what do you mean by coming to fight me, a good citizen, instead of capturing the remaining pirates on this island? He looked at the enormous beasts rushing towards them in the distance, drawn by the sound of the explosion, and pointed at them, saying, "You need to capture these things too, or else leaving them in the East Sea will only bring disaster." The pirates said, "Don't forget your identity. It's not up to you, a pirate, to dictate how we in the Navy do our work." Kizaru stared expressionlessly at Kouta, without Kouta saying anything. He already knew the danger posed by these beasts. Ironically, the ones causing the least harm on this island were the pirates. Kouta shrugged and said to Kizaru, "I say, Uncle Pikachu, let us just pretend we didn't see anything. After all, you can't do anything to me, right?" He paused for a moment and then said, "Besides, your salary doesn't allow you to go all out against me." Kizaru nodded beside him, thinking to himself that this guy was quite right. His salary indeed didn't allow him to go all out against Kouta. Moreover, his mission this time was not really to capture Kouta. He then kicked hard, sending flying a ferocious beast that had just arrived and tried to ambush him. What the heck, he had almost been led astray by this guy just now. He certainly wasn't serving in the Navy just for the salary. He looked up at Kouta, a flash of anger in his eyes. "Don't just give people nicknames. I am Yellow Ape, not some Pikachu." "Got it, Uncle Pikachu," Kouta said nonchalantly as he kicked a fierce beast away. Then he ignored Yellow Ape and teleported in front of Indigo, patting this guy on the shoulder. "Let's go." "Oh, okay." Indigo recognized who it was the moment he saw Yellow Ape. Anyone who pays a little attention to the news about pirates should know the 3 admirals of the Navy. These 3 guys are the strongest trio that the Navy promotes to the outside world, and they're also the face of the Navy. At first, he was quite worried about Kouta. Just because Kouta defeated the Golden Lion, it doesn't mean he can challenge the Marine admirals. He knows how weak the Golden Lion has become. However, when Kouta used teleportation, he breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder he could defeat the Golden Lion. He can fly, teleport, and probably has other abilities as well. It seems that this captain is a good choice, able to hold his own against a Navy admiral. Kouta looked up at Kizaru, who was fighting against the ferocious beast, and it was obvious that the guy was slacking off, goofing around. He expanded the space domain, controlling the door panel to fly towards the sky. In fact, he and Kizaru had reached an understanding to go their separate ways when the fierce beasts arrived. He couldn't do anything to Kizaru, and Kizaru couldn't do anything to him either. Moreover, Kizaru's determination to capture him wasn't very strong, so he let him leave. The Kizaru on the ground kicked away a ferocious beast and looked up at the door panel, flying higher and higher in the sky, unable to help but sigh. The Navy and the world government would have a headache again. However, none of this was his concern. He was just an old Navy man with a low salary. This guy had returned to his former demeanor. One kick for a ferocious beast, one bite for a kawaii. So scary. Leaving the palace island of the Golden Lion, Kouta flew rapidly towards Road Town on the door panel with Indigo. When they were about to reach Road Town, they encountered the Freedom. Originally, it would only take a day to get from Proteus Island to Road Town, but due to the ship being filled with people and the rough waves in the first half of the journey, Guina and the others took a day and a half to arrive. They sent the villagers to Road Town, but did not enter the town. Instead, they turned around and quickly returned. Watching Kouta land on the deck, Guina, standing at the bow of the ship, revealed a brilliant smile on her otherwise indifferent face. She quickly walked over to Kouta, hugged his arm, and tilted her head up to stare at him, not even glancing at Indigo. Her gaze was almost entirely focused on Kouta. "Kouta, you finally came back. I thought you guys would take forever." That old guy does have some skills. Even when he's about to die, he can still fight me for a day and a night with sheer will." Kouta reached out and rubbed Guina's head. He had developed a habit of doing this. Guina squinted her eyes in enjoyment and even rubbed her head against him like a cat. Every time, she let Kouta mess up her hair, only to have him comb it back into place afterward. She enjoyed this process. Who is this?" After a while, she finally turned her gaze to Indigo. "This is Dr. Indigo. He is now the doctor on our ship." Kouta introduced Indigo. "Oh, Dr. Indigo, hello." Guina's voice sounded cool. Not too cold, nor overly warm. Although she usually wasn't very interested in anything other than training and fighting, since Indigo had earned Kouta's approval. He would be a partner on the same ship in the future, and she was quite friendly toward partners. "Hello. You can rest assured to leave your health in my hands from now on," Indigo said, spinning in place and performing a gentlemanly bow. "Wow, why are you so weird?" At that moment, Arrow slid down from the mast. "Yeah, you look like a performer at an amusement park," Ahua said, pushing up his glasses as he walked out of the kitchen, not knowing what he had been doing in there. As long as he had nothing to do, he would stay in the kitchen. "Hey, you two, hurry up and adjust the sails." At that moment, Ateo's head popped out from the pilot cabin, shouting loudly. After picking up Kouta, they were going to turn back to Rogtown. Arrow and Ahua quickly helped adjust the sails. Once the course was set, the three of them surrounded Indigo, bombarding him with all sorts of odd questions. Indigo blended in with these three, occasionally casting a magic spell that made them shout and scream in excitement. Anyone who didn't know would really think Indigo was a magician. At the bow, Kouta lay back down in his exclusive lounge chair. He glanced at Ahua. This guy really doesn't know better. Didn't he see the boss come back? Didn't he even take the initiative to serve a glass of juice? Looks like I'll have to take more care of him in the future. Looking at Guina beside him, he sat up, took her hand, and had her sit next to him, telling her about the battle with the Golden Lion. This included all the knowledge he learned about swordsmanship and the techniques for using haki. Guina had actually reached the Swordmaster realm for over a year now, and he believed that with these techniques, after a few more major battles and practicing armament haki, she would quickly advance to the Great Swordmaster level. In fact, the difference between a Swordmaster and a Great Swordmaster is quite significant beyond just the power of their slashes. A Great Swordmaster can imbue their slashes with haki, resulting in high damage both in close combat and at range. In contrast, the slashes of a Swordmaster are relatively weak. They're nowhere near as powerful as directly striking an enemy with the sword. This is why Swordmasters rarely use slashes and prefer to engage in close combat directly. Therefore, to advance to a Great Swordmaster, one must not only comprehend the ability to cut through iron, which is the breath of all things, but also further develop their observation haki. Additionally, they must refine their armament haki to a high level of application. Here, let us talk about the differences in armament haki. Armament haki has various techniques due to its flowing nature, which can be divided into hardening, wrapping, emission, and internal destruction. There are different levels of skill in using armament haki, but this does not indicate the strength of the haki itself, nor does it reflect one's overall power. It is precisely because of its flowing characteristic that it is referred to as flowing cherry in Wano country. Hardening is easy to understand. It involves covering the body with armament haki, making it harder than steel, which can enhance both defensive and offensive capabilities. Besides being used on oneself, it can also be applied to objects. This is the most common and basic way of using armament haki in the New World. Wrapping involves surrounding oneself with a gas-like form of armament haki, which can enhance both defense and attack, and can be wrapped around weapons or even projectiles like arrows and bullets for a limited time, allowing it to be used alongside hardening. Emission is a more advanced application, where armament haki is gathered in the hands or weapons and released, directly transforming it into substantial offensive or defensive power. It can create powerful shockwaves to knock enemies back or form a protective barrier, even defending against intangible attacks. As for the highest form, internal destruction, very few people in the world can use this technique. It allows the user to emit armament haki and penetrate the surface of objects, directly causing damage to the interior. Moreover, hardening, wrapping, and emission can all be used simultaneously. He has just reached the stage of unleashing armament haki. Although the battle with the Golden Lion greatly enhanced his haki, he has not yet reached the peak, so he still needs to work harder. He is constantly using haki to refine his slash, believing that once the slash reaches the Black Blade state, he will attain the highest level of haki. The Great Swordsman slashes are a high-level application of armament haki, combined with the unparalleled cutting ability of the Great Swordsman, forming the strongest slash capable of ultra-long-range attacks. Such slashes are not only fast and powerful, but can also harm Logia users. Therefore, many people fear the Great Swordsman. Don't be fooled by the New World, where it seems everyone can use weapons or even cut with their bodies, thinking they're mini swordsmen. In reality, the opposite is true. The slashes of these guys are completely different from the true, soaring slashes of real swordsmen. A swordsman's slashes are cultivated over many years, honed one cut at a time. They're not only refined, but also carry each swordsman's unique understanding of the sword. Each swordsman's slash is a product of their own unique training. We can learn the methods of refining slashes from other swordsmen, but we cannot replicate their true slashes. This is also why each swordsman, including the Great Swordsman, has different slashes. Therefore, to advance to the Great Swordsman level, you must first train from a young age, step by step, until you reach a point where there is no further advancement possible. At this stage, as long as your aptitude is not too poor, you can basically awaken armament haki. And if you can then comprehend the breadth of all things, you will definitely become a swordsman. Beyond that, to reach the Great Swordsman level, talent truly matters. The advanced application of armament haki is essentially the realm of monsters and geniuses. Monsters have strong innate talents, and once they awaken armament haki, as long as they are not useless, they can easily reach the level of externalizing their haki in battles and during daily training. For example, look at Luffy and Zoro. They awakened not long ago, and their armament haki is almost maxed out. Armament haki is like tempering steel. The more you use it, the more refined it becomes. And the more refined it is, the more adeptly you can control it. Eventually, it naturally leads to advancement. However, for ordinary people, awakening armament haki is difficult. Even if you ask them to use it infinitely, they don't have that capacity. This is why the realms of swordsmen and great swordsmen pose such a challenge for so many. The difference between these two realms is so vast that for ordinary people, it is like the difference between heaven and earth. It is not a realm that can be reached through hard work or effort. It is inherently unattainable. As for Guina, she certainly has enough talent. Being able to fight Zoro for 10,000 rounds and win, her talent is at least among the top echelon. Plus, she has trained with Guina from a young age and has gained so much experience from the great swordsman and has worked hard herself. Yet becoming a great swordsman is still difficult. In fact, as long as Zoro trains with her for a long time, once he awakens observation haki, he will quickly become a swordsman. As for armament haki, Zoro probably won't even need to wait until Luffy sets sail 2 years later to awaken it. I wonder if 2 years later, when Luffy sets sail and encounters Zoro, who is already a strong swordsman, he will still be able to charm Zoro into joining his crew. Just after Guina finished explaining the battle and gains from her encounter with the Golden Lion to Kouta, a loud exclamation suddenly came from the deck below from Awa and the others. Wow, no way. It's really a devil fruit. Awa and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement as they looked at the box in Indigo's hands. The box was already open, and inside lay 2 oddly shaped fruits, one black and one white, covered in spiral patterns. Is this the treasure of the sea, the devil fruit? They look delicious. Awa and the others greedily stared at the box and simultaneously swallowed. These 2 fruits seemed to possess magical powers, emanating an unparalleled, alluring aura, like the most delicious food in the world, making them want to devour it immediately. They did not reach out to take it. Instead, with great willpower, they averted their gaze and looked up together at Kouta coming down from the bow of the ship. They never expected that just a few days ago, Kouta was still telling them about the devil fruits. It hadn't been long, and Kouta had already brought back 2. As Kouta walked past them, he didn't mock their current pathetic state, not to mention Ahua and the others. Even he felt a slight temptation towards this thing, because for ordinary people, the devil fruit is like a devil's temptation. Greed, desire, the urge to possess it immediately are all human nature. Most devil fruits are eaten as soon as they are discovered, and only a very few are left behind. Those that remain are either found by someone who has already eaten a devil fruit or simply not ordinary people. Ordinary people cannot resist the temptation of this thing at all, even though they don't even know what a devil fruit is. Because of this, the devil fruits circulating in the world are so rare. However, for most people in this world, pirates and factions, obtaining one is a matter of luck combined with substantial financial resources. For the lofty celestial dragons, it is merely an ordinary plaything. They can even amuse themselves by giving slaves devil fruits. So, if we say that devil fruits are precious, it is only in relation to ordinary people. For big figures, unless it's a natural type or a mythical beast type, which are extremely rare, they wouldn't find them valuable. Common animal types or superhuman types are just ordinary fruits to them. The reason these 2 fruits were kept is that, to the Golden Lion, they hold no value at all. Even when it comes to trading for weapons, they won't fetch a high price. Watching Kouta approach, Indigo quickly stepped forward and handed the box he was holding to Kouta with a curious expression, saying with a smile, "Captain, there are 3 friends here, but only 2 fruits. How will you divide them?" Kouta first took out the black devil fruit from the box and casually tossed it to Arrow. Looking at the flustered Arrow who caught the fruit, he explained, "This devil fruit is an ant fruit, and as for its abilities, you'll only find out after eating it." He paused for a moment, glanced at Ahua and Atao, and smiled as he said, "As for why I gave it to Aluo, it's because I think this devil fruit suits Aluo's personality the best." Personality? Aluo showed a look of confusion on his face. Yes, it's personality. Kouta looked at Aluo, his eyes revealing a hint of admiration. Aluo is the type of person who, once assigned a task, will definitely complete it strictly. He can stay on the lookout tower for 24 hours. It's remarkable to know that a person can endure loneliness and stay in a small place for a long time. Alo is also the only one among the 3 who has experienced society. He knows what a team needs most. That's why he practices with a gun. They already have enough swordsmen on their ship, and for those of them who are not yet sword masters, guns are the most lethal weapons. Alo is also the one among the three who longs for power the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up on marriage to go to sea with Kouta. In fact, when Alo boarded the ship, Kouta had already noticed his hidden ambition. It must be that in the past 2 years, he has been through a lot in society and has been beaten down several times. He looked at Alo and smiled, saying, "It's not just the person choosing the devil fruit. The devil fruit is also choosing the person. Often, those who are more compatible with the devil fruit find it easier to develop its abilities to a higher level." He glanced at the ant fruit in Alo's hand and then said, "This fruit you have is very much in line with your personality, considerate of the team, hardworking and selfless, responsible and fearless. To others, this fruit may seem weak, but in my eyes, as long as it is developed to a high level, it should be very strong." Kouta looked at Alo and gave him an encouraging look. He believed in Arrow and also in his intuition. He felt that the ant fruit couldn't possibly be as weak as recorded in books. After all, in nature, there are no insects more numerous than ants. Seeing Kay's encouraging gaze, Arrow didn't think too much. Since Kay gave it to him, he would just take it. He raised the ant fruit, opened his mouth wide, and took a big bite out of the devil fruit. Ugh! At that moment, he felt that the fruit in his mouth was not a delicious food, but rather a rotten, smelly sea fish that had been left for dozens of days. It was an indescribably nauseating taste, rampaging in his mouth. If he hadn't quickly closed his mouth, he would have definitely vomited it out at the very first bite. Alo endured the nausea, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, and swallowed the fruit in his mouth in one gulp. He looked at the remaining fruit in his hand, and without stopping, he quickly took several big bites and finished the entire fruit. Just as he finished eating it, he felt his stomach churning uncomfortably, and a wave of extreme nausea kept rising in his throat. He covered his mouth, his face turning red from holding it in, afraid he would involuntarily throw up the fruit he had just eaten. Ugh! After a moment of struggle, he finally couldn't hold it anymore and quickly bent over to dry heave on the ground. Ahua and the others watched as tears and snot streamed down Aluo's face from the dry heaving, and they swallowed hard. Then they turned their heads to look at the remaining white devil fruit in the box in Indigo's hand, a hint of fear flashing across their faces. Is this thing really that terrifying? How bad could it taste to make Aluo heave like that? Meanwhile, Kouta and Indigo were laughing heartily. Guina even leaned on Keita's back with both hands, bending over and laughing like a goose. The devil fruit is famously terrible to eat. It is said to taste worse than shit, though who exactly compared the two and came to that conclusion is unknown. Kouta could only express deep admiration for that expert. He knew this thing was disgusting, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. From the looks of Arrow, he probably never wanted to see a devil fruit again in his life. Arrow gagged for a while. Suddenly, the nausea in his stomach quickly disappeared, and a surge of power he had never felt before emerged from his body. This power made him itch all over and rapidly completed a transformation. Seeing that Arrow was no longer gagging, everyone looked at him curiously. Arrow was seen trembling on the ground, then quickly swelling up, and before long, he transformed into a huge black ant. Ahua and Ahua looked at Arrow, who had turned into a black ant, with shocked expressions. They were seeing such a spectacle for the first time. A living person, gaining the power of a demon, had truly transformed into an insect. Kouta and Guina were handling it a bit better. Although they were curious, they were not yet shocked. Indigo, on the other hand, chuckled to himself. He had seen such scenes many times before, and for him, it no longer held any novelty. Ever since Arrow transformed into an ant, he had basically understood the true purpose of the ant fruit. He excitedly lifted his hind legs, first his head, then his body, quickly transforming into an ant-man with 4 arms and 2 antennae on his head. Wow, so amazing. Ahua watched Aluo's transformation and immediately lunged towards him, wanting to grab the antennae on his head. Aluo, as if he had foreseen it, took a step to the side and easily dodged Ahua's hand reaching for his antennae. Kouta saw Aluo's movement, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Alo and suddenly reached out quickly to grab his head. However, Alo seemed to have foreseen it and dodged Keita's hand first. At the same time, Ado's hand holding the cigarette paused in midair, while Ahua stood behind Alo, looking at him in shock. He doesn't know what the ability to predict attack routes in advance is. However, he often sees it in Kouta and Guina, and it seems to be a power exclusive to the strong. He doesn't know what it is, but Indigo does. He looked at Arrow curiously, a hint of shock on his face. Observation hockey? No, it shouldn't be observation haki. It should be the enhanced perception that comes with the fruit. Kouta looked at Arrow, a glimmer of a smile flashing in his eyes. However, with such strong perception combined with training, he should be able to truly awaken observation haki soon. Oh, although it wasn't true observation haki, Indigo was still very shocked. Observation haki. This thing is not as easy to awaken as armament haki. If armament haki can be awakened by ordinary people through a lot of training, as long as their talent isn't too poor, then observation haki is completely different. It truly requires both opportunity and talent. It's not something that ordinary people can awaken. He was not surprised to see observation haki. Although it depends on talent, who is he? He is the ship's doctor on the legendary pirate ship of the Golden Lion. Not to mention observation haki, he has seen quite a bit of conqueror's haki as well. What truly shocked him was that the ant fruit could actually give someone the ability to quickly awaken their observation haki. If he had known this earlier, he would have definitely sold the fruit long ago. Aloe took the time to fully experience the changes in his body and slowly open his eyes. He first looked at Kouta with a face full of gratitude. The change brought about by this ant fruit was immense. He felt that he could now instantly defeat his former self. This powerful feeling was truly captivating. Kouta smiled upon seeing Arrow wake up. As expected, the ant fruit had abilities beyond his imagination. Just the ability to quickly awaken observation haki alone would place this fruit high in the ranking of Zoan-type fruits. With such strong perception abilities, combined with the physical enhancements brought by the ant fruit, as long as Arrow trains diligently in his spatial domain, he would soon awaken the dual haki. At that time, whether he chooses to continue practicing swordsmanship to become a sword master or training with guns to become a sharpshooter, he would achieve twice the result with half the effort. He stared at Aloe and smiled, asking Aloe, tell me, besides your strong perception, what other abilities do you have now? Aloe glanced around, and the antennae on his head moved, all pointing in one direction. He turned his head to look in the direction of the antennae and said excitedly, my antennae can sense the changes in the weather nearby. Weather changes? Kouta and Indigo both showed shocked expressions. Kouta was amazed that the ant fruit was so powerful. Wasn't this just a weaker version of Nami's abilities? Indigo, on the other hand, purely felt that the Golden Lion was not worth it. If the Golden Lion knew about the abilities of the ant fruit, he would regretfully rush out of hell. He knows that the Golden Lion fears nothing, except for strange weather. If the Golden Lion could find someone who can predict the weather or has that ability, with his massive fleet and flying capabilities, he would probably have dominated the world by now. Now, how far can he sense the weather? Kontai came back to his senses and asked Aluo. Damn, if Aluo can schedule the weather, then all the sailing books he has read over the past decade would have been in vain. Who would have thought that hard work and studying would ultimately be outpaced by a cheat-like ability? Aluo closed his eyes, and the antennae on his forehead swayed for a moment as he sensed the surroundings. He opened his eyes and smiled at Kontai, saying, I can probably sense a radius of a few kilometers. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then said, in the future, through training, I should be able to gradually master the fruit's abilities and expand the range. That's just insane, Indigo exclaimed from the side, remarking that for those sailing on the Grand Line, the scariest thing was never pirates or the Navy, but the bizarre and unpredictable weather. He looked up, his eyes shining as he stared at Arrow, and you, right now, are one of the very few top navigators in the world. He turned his head, looking at Kontai with an excited expression. This pirate ship, which seemed small in his eyes, not only had a world-class powerhouse like the captain, but also a top navigator. For them, the Grand Line would rarely have any existence that could threaten them. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Ha! Kontai could feel Indigo's joy, and he was equally happy. He looked at Arrow and smiled, asking, Arrow, you will be our ship's navigator and lookout from now on. I wonder if you will continue practicing swordsmanship or switch to firearms. Arrow calmed his excited emotions and looked at Kouta with a serious expression. I still plan to practice firearms. Since he felt that practicing swordsmanship was hopeless, he turned his attention to guns. This is also what their team needs. Kouta looked at Arrow, but said nothing. It was his own choice, and he respected it. You little guy, you'll really become the second strongest on the ship. Ataru walked over to Arrow, put his arm around his shoulder, and said enviously. He was genuinely happy about Arrow's changes. Of course, he only acknowledged that Arrow was currently second to last, and Arrow could never surpass him, who was third. Arrow suddenly pulled away Atao's hand and turned to show off the muscles on his forearms. What's second? I'm clearly third now. Okay. How? Don't think that just because you ate a devil fruit, you can challenge me. I see you're getting a bit too full of yourself. Atao, not willing to back down, rolled up his sleeves to reveal arms thicker than an average person's thighs. Atao was the strongest and tallest among the three of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have willingly let Ahua and the others give up the third position. Hey, I say, have you two forgotten about me? Ahua couldn't stand it any longer. Are you both getting too full of yourselves? Is he Ahua really that unimportant? He admitted that he probably couldn't beat Arrow now, but he couldn't lose his momentum, right? All right, stop arguing. I'm afraid you won't have the energy to argue later. So from now on, your training volume will increase. If it's an increase, then let's increase it. Who's afraid of whom? Ahua said, loudly with a tough attitude. Arrow shrugged nonchalantly. He was itching to train immediately, so it didn't matter to him. Atao calmly took out a cigarette, lit it, and blew smoke rings. Trying to look cool. This guy was the best at acting cool among the three of them. Kouta found it amusing to watch the three of them. He turned and took the remaining white devil fruit from the box in Indigo's hands. Seeing Kouta's action, Arrow and the others paused, all curiously staring at Kouta. A flash of desire crossed Ahua's eyes as he looked at Arrow's transformation. If anyone was the most anxious on the ship, it was him. In the past, he and Arrow used to compete on who could be lazier, but now that Arrow had taken off, he wanted to get stronger too. Otherwise, he would be ridiculed by Arrow every day. Kouta glanced between Ahua and Atai. He could clearly sense Ahua's nervousness, while Atao seemed a bit indifferent. He lowered his head and looked at the white fruit in his hand, a glimmer of hesitation flashing in his eyes. This fruit could potentially be useless. It was nothing like the ant fruit, from which he could clearly sense a strong potential. As for the rabbit fruit, he truly didn't know what its powerful aspects were. If he were to mention the red-eyed rabbit and its ferocity, that was purely his speculation. If they ate the fruit and didn't gain any special abilities, it would be better not to eat it all. At least if they didn't eat it, they wouldn't have to worry about seawater. Eating this thing might not significantly increase their strength, but it would add a potentially fatal weakness. That seemed a bit unwise. Looking at Ahua's eager eyes, he made up his mind and decided to let him choose for himself. He didn't give it to Atao because Atao is indeed the strongest among the three of them. He is also the most patient and the most powerful. Ahua, whether to eat this fruit or not, you decide for yourself. Kouta looked at Ahua and said seriously, this could be a very useless fruit, or it could be a very powerful fruit, as I suspect. What is your decision? Looking at Kouta's serious expression and feeling a Luo's provocative gaze, Ahua didn't hesitate much. He firmly said, I want to eat it. The devil fruit is an unattainable treasure for ordinary people, but for him, it is now within reach. There's no need to hesitate. Even if it's a very useless fruit, can it be worse than what he is now? All right. Staring into Ahua's determined eyes, Kouta tossed the rabbit fruit to him. Now that a decision has been made, let's eat it quickly. Everyone looked at Ahua with anticipation, especially a Luo, who had personally experienced the unforgettable taste of the devil fruit. Just thinking about it made him feel nauseous. Looking at the white fruit in his hand, Ahua recalled a Luo's previous misfortune, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Then, his eyes behind the glasses glinted, and a fierce aura radiated from his whole body. He looked at the rabbit fruit, as if he were looking at an enemy. With a fierce expression, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the rabbit fruit in one bite. Then, he strained his throat to swallow it down, almost rolling his eyes from the effort before finally getting it down into his stomach. The people around were shocked by Ahua's bold move. Luo looked at Ahua with regret on his face, tears welling up in his heart. How could he not swallow it all at once? Now that I think about it, he looked like he was eating shit, and after a few bites, he felt nauseous. Kouta looked at this guy in shock. Isn't this just a classic case of Buggy mistakenly eating a devil fruit? Amazing. Only someone with Ahua's fat physique could swallow such a large fruit in one bite. The moment Ahua ate the fruit, he transformed into a plump white rabbit. He stood in place, his eyes blood red, emanating a strong, chaotic aura. It seemed like he was holding back something, trembling all over. Kouta looked at Ahua's appearance and seemed to understand something, quickly signaling everyone to step back a few paces. This guy seemed unable to control himself. From the aura, it was indeed a frenzied, chaotic energy, stronger than he had ever been by more than 10 times. It seemed he had guessed correctly once again. It was indeed the favor of the goddess of fortune. How could he have stumbled upon this? Looking at the rabbit that Ahua had transformed into, a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. This rabbit was clearly a powerful fruit. He didn't know why it would be considered a trash fruit. Could it be that the encyclopedia was wrong? Rabbits are classified into different breeds. And then there was Aloe's ant, which was clearly not an ordinary ant. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but give a big thumbs up to the golden lion in his heart. What a great master. Not only did he teach him many sword techniques and domineering skills, but he also gifted him a highly skilled doctor. In the end, even a navigator issue was resolved. Now, even the rabbit fruit, which he thought was the most useless, turned out to be a powerful zoan-type fruit. Watching Ahua gradually regain control, with a frenzied aura dissipating, everyone hurriedly surrounded him, all looking at Ahua with curious expressions, waiting for his explanation. Ahua looked at the expectant eyes of the crowd and proudly transformed back into his human form. However, his current human form was somewhat eye-catching. A perfectly fine, chubby, strong man suddenly had 2 rabbit ears. Moreover, from his originally plump rear, a fat, fluffy rabbit tail was sticking out. It would have been fine if this were on a beautiful girl, but on a strong man, it was a bit perverse. Feeling the strange gazes from everyone, a look of confusion appeared on Ahua's face. He lowered his head and looked at himself. It wasn't until he saw the tail on his backside that he suddenly realized. Then his face quickly turned red, and he was as embarrassed as a rabbit, swiftly darting into the kitchen. With a bang, he closed the door. Watching Ahua's awkward escape, everyone burst into laughter. Among them, Aluo laughed the loudest. He knelt on the ground, his 4 hands continuously slapping the deck, laughing so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. Kouta suppressed his laughter and looked at everyone. All right, everyone stop laughing. It's just a rabbit's tail. What's so funny about that? As he spoke, he couldn't help but bend over, covering his stomach and laughing out loud again. Behind the cabin door, Ahua listened to the laughter outside, his face red as if it were about to bleed. He took a deep breath. Turning to look at the kitchen, he suddenly saw the refrigerator, and then an idea flashed in his mind. He quickly gathered his thoughts and rushed to the refrigerator. He opened it and started rummaging through it. Before long, he pulled out a bag of carrots from the fridge. He stared at the carrot in his hand for a moment, then turned to the stove, put on a chef's hat, tied on an apron, and quickly started cooking. The people outside, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, thought this guy was turning his shame and anger into appetite. They stopped laughing and were about to go up and knock on the door when the kitchen door suddenly swung open from the inside. There stood Ahua, holding a plate, with no trace of embarrassment or awkwardness on his face. He generously walked up to Kouta, excitedly raised the plate, and handed it to Kouta. Kouta, come on, try my new dish. Everyone looked at Ahua in confusion. Is this guy so embarrassed that he has gone crazy? Does he really think he has a rabbit? It's actually a carrot dish. Kouta looked at Ahua's excited expression, and the smile on his face faded. He could clearly feel Ahua's excitement at this moment, a thrill akin to discovering a great treasure. He lowered his head and looked at the carrot on the plate in front of him, seriously picking up one and examining it closely. It looks no different from an ordinary carrot. He didn't think too much, just brought it to his mouth and took a bite. Just one bite, and an expression of extreme shock appeared on his face. This was the second time he had shown such an expression today. He looked at the carrot in his hand, then raised his head, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Ahua, as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Ahua nodded repeatedly. Seeing the excited expressions on Kouta and Ahua's faces, the others sensed something. They all reached out and took a carrot from the plate in Ahua's hand, starting to eat. Wow, no way. Atao and Aluo looked at Ahua with flushed faces. With this thing, they would also become strong in the future. Indigo was even more shocked. He doesn't even know how his mood today has gone through so many ups and downs. He looked at the carrot in his hand and silently mourned for the golden lion once again. Even Guina, who had eaten the carrot, showed a rare expression of shock. This carrot was not just a carrot. It was their potion and food leading them to become strong. Because this thing could rapidly restore stamina. With this, they could train to their heart's content in the void of the spatial domain. Rogue Town, known as the Town of Beginnings and Ends, is the closest town to the entrance of the Grand Line from the East Blue. It is also the town where the previous pirate king, Joel D. Roger, was born and died. At this time, the naval base in Rogue Town had just settled the Whitebeard crew. As for the villagers of Procious Island, they were settled in the town's cathedral, waiting for arrangements from the world government. In the white building behind the base's training ground, smoke was continuously seeping out from the office of the base commander through the crack in the door. Those unaware would certainly think there was a fire inside. However, the patrolling Navy passing by showed no signs of worry on their faces, indicating that they had long been accustomed to the white smoke. At that moment, a female Navy officer, wearing a light orange shirt printed with pink flowers and dark blue jeans, with short black hair and thick black frame glasses, hurriedly pushed open the door to the commander's office. The female Navy officer stood in the smoke-filled room, furrowing her brows, and complained to a hazy figure enveloped in smoke. Colonel Smoker, could you please open the window before you smoke next time? After saying this, she walked to the window and pushed it open. A breeze rushed in through the window, instantly dispersing the smoke in the office, revealing a robust man sitting on a single sofa behind the desk. The man, around 30 years old with short silver hair, was shirtless, with his legs resting on the desk, holding 2 cigars in his mouth while lying back on the sofa, reading a newspaper. It was unclear how he could read the newspaper in such a smoke-filled room. Smoker looked at the female Navy officer standing next to the desk, placed the newspaper on the table, lowered his legs, and said sternly, "Sergeant Tashigi, don't forget your identity. My matters are not for you to meddle in." However, his fierce tone and demeanor had no effect on Tashigi. She raised the fax document in her hand and slapped on the desk. Speaking seriously, Colonel Smoker, we just received news from headquarters that the silver-haired Kouta, with a bounty of 70 million berries, is heading towards Rogue Town. 70 million? That's quite high. Smoker picked up the document on the desk to read. Silver-haired Kouta. As he read, a hint of confusion appeared on his face, and he looked up at Tashigi and asked, "Isn't this guy fighting the Golden Lion over Procious Island? Has the outcome been decided so quickly?" Before the Rogue Town Naval Base received the news of Whitebeard's crew, they had already received word about Kouta's battle with the Golden Lion. Smoker originally planned to head to Procious himself to see if he could capture the 2 pirates while they were fighting. However, his request for departure was directly denied by the naval headquarters, which is why he didn't go. Silver-haired Kouta's first bounty at sea is 70 million berries, and he managed to escape unscathed after battling the legendary pirate Golden Lion. Tashigi frowned, placed her hands on the desk, leaned forward, and stared at Smoker, saying loudly, "Colonel Smoker, please take this seriously. Although we do not yet know who won between him and the Golden Lion, the fact that he could confront the legendary pirate indicates his strength. And so what if he can confront the Golden Lion?" Smoker calmly replied to Tashigi as he set down the document. "Getting so tense over a small matter is not acceptable. I have my own way of doing things, right?" Clearly, they had not yet received the news of the Golden Lion's death. If they did, it would surely be another scene. Smoker stood up from the sofa, walked to a nearby coat rack, and put on a white coat with the word justice written on the back. The coat was covered with cigars, clearly indicating that his smoking habit had reached a level of obsession. Smoker, never without a cigar, finished one and immediately lit another. He took a drag from his cigarette, turned to Dasiki, and calmly said, "By the way, when have you ever seen me easily let go of any pirate?" He paused for a moment, then snapped at Dasiki angrily. "Stupid woman." Upon hearing Smoker's insult, Dasiki calmed her nervous emotions. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries, and currently the highest bounty in the East Blue. It was only natural for her to feel nervous. However, despite her tension, she was not afraid. Looking up at Smoker's fierce expression, a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. With Colonel Smoker around, she believed that even the silver-haired Sky could not easily cross Logtown. Since Colonel Smoker arrived in Logtown, very few pirates have been able to easily bypass him and reach the Grand Line. And although Colonel Smoker often wore a fierce expression, she knew that, deep down, he was actually a very gentle person. Dasiki adjusted her glasses, stood up straight, and said firmly to Smoker, "I understand, Colonel Smoker." "Good. As long as you understand." Smoker walked over to Dasiki, ruffled her hair, and spoke seriously, "We are the Navy. Our duty is to capture pirates. It should be the pirates who feel nervous when they see us, not the other way around. Moreover, they are not some invincible pirates, right?" Although he often scolded Dasiki, he always treated her like a younger sister in his heart. Despite her often clueless demeanor, she was actually a very strong and brave person. When facing pirates, she fought bravely without retreat. During training, she worked harder than most men without fear of hardship. Dasiki also shared his sense of justice, which is why he valued her so much. Smoker walked to the window and looked at the Navy soldiers training below, then turned to Dasiki and asked, "By the way, do you know when the silver-haired crew will arrive?" Dasiki straightened her expression, reached for the documents on the desk, and looked at them. According to the information from headquarters, the silver-haired crew is heading towards Logtown after a brief encounter with Admiral Borsalino. As for the Golden Lion, there's been no trace of him yet. She pushed her glasses up, looking at Smoker. Considering the timing of the silver-haired crew's departure this morning, they should have already regrouped and turned back. "Do you know the exact time?" Smoker lit a cigar, taking a puff while staring at Dasiki. "Noon. Noon, huh?" Smoker stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in thought. He then looked up at Dasiki and ordered, "Go tell everyone to get ready. This time, I won't let the silver-haired crew leave Logtown." Dasiki stood up straight, saluted, and shouted, "Understood, Colonel Smoker." She then turned and exited the office. After Dasky left, Smoker turned to the desk, staring at the bounty notice for the sky, lost in thought for a moment. He then turned and took down a giant weapon from the wall by the window. This weapon not only countered swords used by swordsmen, but he also specially added sea stone to the top of the weapon to deal with devil fruit users. No matter whether that silver-haired guy could fight the Golden Lion or escape in front of Admiral Borsalino, he wouldn't let this guy leave Rog Town so easily, even if it meant risking his reputation as White Hunter Smoker. Is this Rog Town? Kouta and his group of 5 stood at the entrance of Rog Town, surrounded by a bustling crowd, lively and extraordinary. Why 5 instead of 6? Because Indigo, despite his funny appearance, was a typical otaku who didn't want to interact with too many strangers, so he stayed on the ship to watch over it and didn't come down with them. This was the first time Kouta and the others had seen such a prosperous dock. The entire dock was open and spacious, unlike the usual ports. Right in front of the dock was the sea. A straight line of dock was filled with ships, merchant ships, warships, fishing boats, all densely packed. You could even spot pirate ships in the corners. No wonder this was the town that led to the Grand Line, a must-visit place. It was indeed large and prosperous. Kouta looked at the arched gate of Rog Town, not far away, and sighed in his heart. Then he turned to the excited Ahua and the other 3, smiling. We're about to head to the Grand Line, so you all should buy more daily necessities. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by a loud rumbling sound coming from the street ahead. A huge motorcycle roared through the central street of Rog Town. Behind the motorcycle, 2 rows of uniformed Navy personnel followed. Amid the rumbling, the motorcycle came to a stop sideways between the dock and Rog Town, perfectly blocking the front of Kouta and his group. It's Colonel Smoker. Colonel Smoker, good. The people at the dock clearly recognized the person on the motorcycle, and they greeted Smoker loudly and respectfully. Then, as if they suddenly thought of something, their gazes all focused on Kouta and his group standing in front of Smoker, their eyes revealing curiosity. Strange, this group doesn't look like pirates. Could they be new to the scene? It's possible, after all. The old pirates should be too afraid to come to Rog Town now. Clearly, they did not recognize Kouta and his group. After all, Kouta and Guina's bounty notices had only been issued a few days ago, so it was impossible for them to spread so quickly. It was still only circulating within a small range. At this point, the Navy behind had also caught up, spreading out one by one in a surrounding formation, blocking Kouta and the others at the dock. They all wore serious expressions, tightly gripping their guns. It was believed that as soon as Smoker gave the order, they would immediately draw their guns and shoot. No wonder this is the largest Navy base in the East Blue. It's completely different from other branch navies. Kouta saw only tension among these Navy personnel, but not a hint of fear. Clearly, these Navy members were elite. From this, one could also see their confidence in Smoker. Kouta's gaze turned towards Smoker, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. This guy was one of the few Navy leaders he didn't dislike among the known Navy personnel. Over half of the pirates heading from the East Blue to the Grand Line had been permanently stopped by this guy in Rog Town. This also created the prosperous scene at the Rog Town dock. Otherwise, as the last stop to the Grand Line and the hometown of the pirate King Roger, as well as the place of execution, Rog Town would undoubtedly be chaotic with an influx of pirates. After all, Rog Town could be considered a sacred place in the hearts of pirates. With so many pirates, Rog Town would not be able to maintain the current state where countless merchant ships come here to do business, thus bringing prosperity. This also explains why the people at the dock respect Smoker so much. He ensured the safety of the entire Rog Town. At that moment, Kouta and his group's attention was drawn to a woman emerging from behind Smoker's motorcycle. Wow! The two of Kouta and Ahua exclaimed in amazement as they looked at Tashiji. Their eyes swept back and forth between Dasky and Guina, their faces filled with shock. When Dasky came out, Kouta also felt a flash of surprise in his heart. He didn't expect the two of them to be so alike. Although Guina and Dasky have different hair colors, just based on their face shapes and heights, one could say they are not completely identical, but they are at least 90 similar. If they stood together on the street, anyone would surely think they were twins. It's no wonder Zoro has been unable to look Dasky in the face for so long. They really look too much alike. As soon as Dasky appeared, her gaze seemed to have a magnetic pull, instantly locking eyes with Guina. The two women, who looked almost identical, simultaneously flashed looks of surprise. They were both wondering if the other had some kind of blood relation to her. After all, how could they possibly look so much alike? At that moment, Dasky adjusted her glasses and noticed the sword hanging from Guina's waist. He took out a small book from the pocket of his coat and kept flipping through it. Finally, he stopped on a page. She looked up at Guina, her pupils wide behind the thick lenses, frowning as she shouted loudly. I will never allow a pirate like you to carry that famous sword. The famous sword, Wado Ikamanji, I will take it back. She had sworn to collect all the famous swords taken by evil people. She was a typical sword fanatic. Oh, Ahua, and the others all looked at Dasky with excitement. This woman actually wanted to take Kuina's sword. It should be known that Wado Ikamanji is a family heirloom of Kuina. Usually, only Kuina could use it. For them, it was impossible for Kuina to even let them touch it. Kuina looked at Dasky, tightened her grip on the sword in her left hand, and with a smirk, coldly said to Dasky, if you want my sword, then come and try. Dasky leaned forward, drew her sword tiki, held it with both hands, and raised it diagonally over her shoulder. Dasky. Smoker was about to shout to stop Dasky, but Dasky shouted loudly and quickly charged at Kuina. Kuina looked at Dasky, quickly drew her sword, and waved it upwards. Clang! She easily blocked Dasky's strike. With this little strength, do you think you could take my sword? Kuina smiled contemptuously at Dasky. Although this woman was very similar to her, there was a huge gap in strength and swordsmanship. Dasky was a superior. The surrounding navy saw Dasky make a move, and all raised their guns, aiming at Kuina and the others. Please do not interfere. This is a matter between me and this woman, Dasky shouted loudly as she saw the surrounding navy about to take action. She really didn't want others to interfere, as this could be considered her personal matter. Gritting her teeth, she quickly raised her knife, flipping the blade, and struck towards Guina's exposed chest. With a clang, Guina, as if foreseeing the attack, swiftly raised her hand to block the trajectory of Dasky's strike. No matter how Dasky swung her knife, she couldn't break through Guina's defense. With another clash, Guina remained motionless, while Dasky's hands trembled, and she was already out of breath. I'm sorry, but this knife is absolutely not for you. Saying this, Guina exerted force, and with a clang, she directly knocked the knife out of Dasky's hands. Then she stepped forward, her right hand moving at lightning speed towards Dasky's neck. Due to the incredible speed, others could only see a flash of the blade. Shiger spun in the air for several 360 degrees, and with a thud, it was lodged diagonally into the ground not far away. Meanwhile, Guina's blade stopped at Dasky's neck, just a hair's breadth away from cutting it. Sergeant Dasky. If you harm Sergeant Dasky, we will not let you off. The surrounding Navy personnel watched the knife at Dasky's neck, feeling tense. Smoker frowned. Just as he was about to move, Kouta suddenly appeared beside him. Well, just watch closely. Guina probably didn't dislike this woman and wouldn't harm her. Smoker looked at Kouta, his pupils contracting, his right hand tightly gripping Shirsho. What is this? He couldn't sense it at all. It just appeared beside him. He did not dare to act rashly, because in his perception, Kong Tai seemed like an indestructible sword, radiating an overwhelming brilliance towards him. He felt that as long as he moved, he would be torn apart by this sharpness. He stared at Kouta, his thoughts swirling. How could this guy only have 70 million berries? In his understanding, he had only felt this kind of aura from the admirals. Damn it, is the intelligence department at headquarters just slacking off? A strong person like this is only valued at 70 million, and he even let him encounter him. However, while Smoker was cursing headquarters in his mind, headquarters was also having a headache over Kouta. Half a day was more than enough for Borsellino and the colonels and rear admirals following him to figure out whether the Golden Lion was dead or had escaped. At the bottom of the giant pit in the center of the island where Kouta and the Golden Lion fought, a flash of golden light appeared, and Kizaru's figure gradually materialized at the bottom of the pit. This should be the final battlefield between the silver-haired and the Golden Lion. Kizaru lazily stood in place, hands in his pockets, looking around. So scary. Then a red light flashed in his eyes, and his observation haki instantly swept across the entire giant pit. Not finding anything, he then scanned the entire island, and aside from ferocious beasts, there were no other presences. Although he couldn't find any trace of the Golden Lion, his instincts told him that the Golden Lion must be here, just not detected yet. His observation ability swept back and forth at the bottom of the pit, finally stopping at a crack. The crack was not filled and looked man-made. His observation ability followed the gaps in the soil and swept downward. In his perception, there were two auras radiating endless sharpness below. Since he could sense them, they must not be ordinary blades. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then suddenly realized. The famous sword Sakura Tenmugo Kuro, the two swords of the Golden Lion. It seems that the Golden Lion is indeed completely dead. Just as Keita guessed, the yellow ape did not disturb the Golden Lion, even with two very powerful famous swords below. After all, the person is dead, right? At this time, at the Navy headquarters, in the conference room where important matters were being discussed. Almost all the vice admirals and rear admirals who were at the headquarters and had no particularly important tasks were gathered in this large conference room. Even a Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp, who was in the New World, returned. Upon hearing the news that the old guy, the Golden Lion, had reappeared after 18 years, the Navy urgently summoned Garp back. After all, the Golden Lion had a history of attacking the Navy headquarters. It was only through the combined efforts of Sengoku and Garp at that time that they captured the Golden Lion and imprisoned him in Impelled Down. Who would have thought that the Golden Lion could actually cut off his own legs, becoming the first pirate to escape from Impelled Down? The Golden Lion had been missing for 18 years, and his appearance this time must mean he was plotting some earth-shattering scheme. Most of the generals sitting here had experienced the Golden Lion's invasion of the headquarters 18 years ago. They are well aware of the terrifying abilities that the old man, the Golden Lion, possesses. Therefore, the meeting regarding the Golden Lion is filled with seriousness from top to bottom within Navy. At this moment, everyone in the conference room is quietly sitting cross-legged on both sides, waiting for the news from the Den Den Mushi in front of Admiral Sengoku, who is seated in the central position at the head of the table. They have learned from Kizuru that Kong Tai has left safely, and now they are waiting for news from the Golden Lion. Just when everyone was wearing a serious expression, waiting for the phone bug to bring news, a series of out-of-place crunch sounds came from the upper right corner of the conference room. When everyone realized who was making the noise, they all adopted a nonchalant attitude. Only Sengoku frowned slightly. Crunch, 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 as he listened to Karp's increasingly excessive sounds, resembling a rat stealing food. Sengoku finally couldn't hold back. He stared at Karp and shouted loudly, "Karp, pay attention to the occasion." Hearing the shout, Karp looked up at Sengoku and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Then he clenched his right fist and pounded it into his left palm, looking as if he suddenly understood. "Sengoku, do you want to eat too? If you want to eat, just ask me. I'm not going to deny you." He reluctantly pulled out a piece of sunbae from the bag in front of him and handed it to Sengoku. "Just one, no more." As he spoke, he tucked the bag containing the sunbae into his chest, like a hamster hiding its food, seemingly afraid that others would snatch his sunbae away. Looking at the sunbae offered in front of him, Sengoku finally couldn't hold back. His forehead veins bulged as he yelled at Garp, "If you don't want to have a proper meeting, then get out." The huge voice seemed to make the whole building tremble. Inside and outside the building, the Navy personnel who heard Sengoku's roar all had indifferent expressions. Only Garp could make Admiral Sengoku so angry that he yelled like that. After all, it happened once or twice every month. They have all gotten used to it. Garp looked at the furious Sengoku, nonchalantly digging in his ear with his pinky finger before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. While laughing, he quickly retracted the sunbae he had offered and ate it in one bite, then extended his hand to pat Sengoku on the shoulder and said, "Sengoku, don't be so stingy. It's just a bag of sunbae. I'll return it to you next time." Sengoku thought for a moment and then became furious. "You thief. You've eaten my sunbae again." "Ah," he shouted angrily and lunged at Karp, snatching the bag of sunbae from Karp's embrace. Tilting his head back, he poured all the sunbae from the bag into his mouth. "My sunbae, give it back." Karp snatched the now empty bag of sunbae from Sengoku's hands, utterly dumbfounded. He pouted at the warring states. "Do you have to be so stingy? All right, how long are you two going to keep this up?" Just then, sitting opposite Karp, Chief of Staff Crane couldn't take it anymore. He looked at Sengoku and Karp like two children, fooling around in such an important occasion, and couldn't help but call a stop to them. Sengoku shot a proud glance at Karp. Clearly, it was my sunbae, yet he claims it's his. "Next time, I'll even snatch your donuts." He straightened his posture, adjusted his clothes, and glanced at the generals in the conference room. Seeing their serious expressions, he nodded in satisfaction and restored the air of authority befitting a marshal. Just then, the telephone bug in front of Sengoku rang. Sengoku's expression tightened as he quickly reached for the microphone on the telephone bug. "This is Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. Who is on the other end? Please respond." As Sengoku spoke into the microphone, the head of the telephone bug suddenly transformed into one resembling Kizuru. The telephone bug lewdly spoke, "Yo, it's a marshal. This is Borsellino." The people in the conference room tensed up upon hearing Kizuru's voice. Whether it was the news of the death of the Golden Lion or that he was still alive, it was a significant problem for the Navy. If he was dead, it would prove that silver-haired Sora's strength could rank among the world's top. If he was alive, the Golden Lion could pose an even greater threat to the Navy. A glint flashed in Sengoku's eyes as he wore a serious expression, staring at the telephone bug. "All right, Admiral Borsellino, report your information." "Okay, Kizaru paused for a moment before speaking in an unusually serious tone. It has been confirmed that the Golden Lion is dead. And Sora, through our brief encounter, knows that this guy must have eaten a space-type fruit, allowing him to teleport and fly. Other than that, I don't know for now. Then Kizaru tilted his chin and delivered a famous line. So scary. Sengoku Marshal, if there's nothing else, I will apply to return. Thank you for your hard work. Admiral Borsellino. With that, Sengoku hung up the phone, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Even though he was prepared, hearing the news of the Golden Lion's death still left him momentarily stunned. At 17, a top-tier figure and a pirate. This silver-haired individual might be even more dangerous than the Golden Lion. This made him recall another formidable figure who was also incredibly powerful at the age of 17. Douglas Bullet, a former member of the Roger Pirates. Known as the Devil's Heir. Ha ha. At that moment, Garp laughed heartily and said, "That's truly remarkable. He really killed the Golden Lion. He's indeed a man from our EC. Ha ha." Saying this, he gave a thumbs up to the bounty poster of Sora on the blackboard behind Sengoku. To be honest, he didn't dislike Sora. After all, based on Sora's current actions, there was no indication of any intentions to threaten the Navy. If there was a threat, it would be from the world government. The threat from the world government had nothing to do with him as a Navy officer, right? Garp. Sengoku scolded Garp, who was laughing so hard he was nearly in tears. He then raised his head and scanned the conference room, finally resting his gaze on Tsuru. Tsuru, since it has been confirmed that the Golden Lion is dead, please discuss the latest bounty from the strategy department considering the threat level of the silver-haired individual. Bounties for pirates like Sora could no longer be determined by individuals alone. They required discussions from the Navy strategy department, reports to the world government, and ultimately, a decision from the world government. Tsuru, hunched over with her hands propping up her chin, had a glint of light flash in her dimmed eyes. Calmly, she spoke. According to the previous estimates from the strategy department, we can give silver-haired Sora. She paused before continuing, a bounty of 500 million. 500 million? How terrifying. If I remember correctly, the silver-haired individual was just offered a bounty of 70 million a few days ago. This is truly unprecedented. Although everyone in the conference room knew that silver-haired Sora's bounty would not be low, they were still astonished when they heard 500 million. Silver-haired Sora could be said to be the pirate with the fastest rising bounty. In just a few days, it had increased from 70 million to 500 million. It was certain that silver-haired Sora's name would soon resonate throughout the entire world. Bang! Sengoku slammed his fist into the ground, capturing everyone's attention. He looked at everyone and said, given the strength of silver-haired Kouta, no one in the first half of the Grand Line can stop him anymore. He scanned the room and then spoke a harsh truth. Of course, this also includes our Navy. Wano. Zoro looked at Wano and couldn't help but speak up. Wano raised his hand to interrupt Zoro and then said seriously, it's not that the Navy lacks the ability to capture the silver-haired crew. Considering that silver-haired Kouta can fly, we currently don't have enough forces to capture him. To truly capture him, we would need to deploy at least 2 Admiral-level powers to have a chance of success. And right now, the situation in the New World is a bit delicate. We can't afford to use 2 Admiral-level forces to chase after the silver-haired crew. He pushed up his glasses, a spark of wisdom flashing in his eyes, and then said, so, what we need to do now is find a way for Silverhair to get to the New World as soon as possible and fight against the monsters there. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something and asked Crane, by the way, Crane, isn't Silverhair in Lowtown right now? Quick. Call Colonel Smoker in Lowtown and tell him not to act impulsively. He can turn a blind eye appropriately and let Silverhair and his crew leave for the Grand Line early. This guy is notorious for being a troublesome Navy officer. Otherwise, a Logia fruit user and a student of Zephyr wouldn't have been sent to the East Blue to guard Lowtown. He didn't want this guy to make unnecessary sacrifices. The current silver-haired individual was not something an ordinary naval commander could handle. He then stood up and waited for everyone to rise before saying, all right, today's meeting is concluded. When you return, inform the branch leaders from the first half that they can let the silver-haired group pass when they encounter them. This is the order from headquarters. Understood. Everyone saluted Sengoku in unison. Sengoku glanced over the crowd and then loudly declared, in the name of absolute justice, I announce the meeting is dismissed. He was the first to exit the conference room. He also needs to report the results of today's meeting to Mary Geos and the 5 elders, in order to release the new bounty on Sora as soon as possible. Within less than 2 hours, Sora's bounty appeared in the Navy base in Roadtown, followed by the entire Navy base. Finally, it reached the World News Economic Journal. At the headquarters of the World News Economic Journal in the President's office, A plump figure draped in a black cloak and wearing a top hat adorned with a red and white feather, Morgan, was staring excitedly at a bounty notice on his desk. This guy is a user of the bird fruit, albatross form, and has always maintained his Zoan form, so no one knows his true appearance. He is most interested in major news. The bounty notice in front of him, along with the photos secretly taken by his subordinates, represents unprecedented big news for the entire world. Incredible. He actually killed the golden lion. He stared at the few candid photos next to the bounty notice, depicting the floating island, the golden lion, and the battle with Kouta, his body trembling with excitement. And this guy's bounty is truly terrifying, reaching 500 million on the second bounty. Even though he knows that Kouta is well-deserved, he couldn't help but be amazed. He had never seen such a rate of increase. He has already thought of the title for this big news, which will be the pirate with the largest and fastest bounty increase in history, slaying the legendary gold lion, rising to become the new generation of legendary pirates, silver-haired Kouta. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Then he grabbed the photo and bounty notice, walked out of the office, and shouted loudly at the reporters waiting outside. You guys, hurry up and get to work. This time I want the bounty of silver hair to be seen by the whole world as quickly as possible. With Morgan's command, the whole newspaper office sprang into action. Soon, a flock of newspaper birds carrying the freshly printed news, destined to shock the entire world, flew out to every corner of the globe. In Lowtown, the dock was silent. The tense and quiet atmosphere made one swallow hard. If you want my sword, you must at least have the strength to match it. Guina twirled her sword in her right hand, sheathed it, and said, with your current strength, how can you take my sword from me? Without even looking at Dasky, she strolled past her towards Smoker. She had only one goal now, which was to fight strong opponents and quickly reach the level of a great swordsman. Dasky stood frozen in place until Guina walked past her, then she relaxed. Phew! At the moment the blade came, the fear of death sucked her entire spirit in like a black hole. Now that death had receded, her tense nerves relaxed, and her body instantly went limp like a puddle of mud on the ground. Dasky, are you okay? A Navy officer saw Dasky lying on the ground and hurried over, reaching out to help her up, but she refused. I'm Fina. She turned her head to look at Guina's back and shouted angrily, blue-haired Guina, why didn't you strike? Just because I'm an ordinary person and a woman, born with less strength than you monsters, you can hold back in a duel? That's too humiliating for me. Oh. Guina stopped, turned to look at Dasky, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. This personality is a bit like hers when she was young. Could she really be her relative? She quickly dismissed that thought. Impossible. She stared at Dasky and coldly said some harsh words. So pathetic. Weakling. Right now, you can't even choose your own death. If you want to achieve your goals, you have to work 10,000 times harder. Dasky stubbornly stood up, walked to Shiyu, and with a clang, drew her sword. I'm not practicing swordsmanship for fun. I've been working hard, tirelessly practicing. She raised her hand, pointing her sword at Guina, and shouted loudly, it's true that I'm a weakling, but how can you strong-born people understand our perseverance as ordinary people? And you monsters, do you really think you're strong? Don't be so self-righteous. My beliefs cannot be easily dismissed by your words. Saying this, she yelled and quickly charged at Guina. Clearly, Guina's taunt of weakling completely angered Dasky. Watching Dasky rush towards her, Guina was taken aback. She looked so much like her. Even she thought that the person in front of her was herself. Dasky's personality from a few years ago was exactly the same. Then a flash of anger crossed her eyes, and she quickly turned, drawing her sword to block Dasky's strike. Clang! Guina looked at the face so close to her and shouted loudly, You! How dare you not only imitate my face, but also my personality? Who is imitating you? I've been like this since I was a kid. If anyone is imitating, it must be you imitating me. What? Do you really want to die, woman? Guina exerted force with her right hand, pushed Dasky away, and quickly swung her sword down. Clang. The second strike sent Shiyu flying. And stop mimicking how I speak, especially how I was when I was a child. You make me feel very ashamed for a moment, you know? Then she quickly sheathed her sword, took a few steps forward, and stood right in front of Dasky. Next, she grabbed Dasky's collar and, with a forceful motion, executed a shoulder throw. Bang! Dasky lay on the ground, stunned by Guina's series of movements. Before she could regain her senses, Guina instantly straddled her, grabbed her collar, and pulled her head close. With a grim face, Guina stared into Dasky's eyes and shouted, What's wrong with being a woman? Tell me, what's wrong with being a woman? Dasky came to her senses and stared at Guina with a stubborn look in her eyes. We both know that unless born with great strength, women will never outmatch men in terms of power. Who told you that? Am I not a woman? Am I not strong enough? Guina lowered her head. Her forehead pressed against Daski's, and angrily shouted, "Who told you that women cannot surpass men? Since you know you can't surpass them, then chase after them 100-fold. 1,000-fold. Stop wallowing in self-pity." Guina. Keitai looked at Guina's emotional state and couldn't help but shout. Guina raised her head, reining in her anger. Looked at Keitai and smiled. "Don't worry, Keitai, I'm fine." Daski has indeed provoked her a bit, especially since this person looks exactly like her. Although she has not cared much about the distinction between genders in recent years, sometimes the thought of being inferior to men still pops up unexpectedly. Actually, when she left Shimurazuki Village, she already knew that Zoro had surpassed her in strength. To be honest, even though she knew this day would come, there was still a bit of unwillingness in her heart. Zoro was a year younger than her, trained similarly to her, and now he could surpass her in strength. What about after this? She shook her head, not wanting to think about it anymore. Keitai was right. Power is simple to desire. It just depends on how you choose. Since you've chosen this path, then keep moving forward and make sure every day counts. If you can surpass the person you were yesterday every day, then each day is your strongest self. This infinite accumulation of strength will one day allow you to achieve your dreams. This is indeed Keitai's motivational speech. He has said so many motivational quotes over the years that he can't even remember them all. Guina relaxed her grip on Daski's collar, looked down at her, and softly said, "I once let the fact that I'm not a boy bring me down. But once I crossed that thought, I became stronger. Although women may not match men in strength, there is another kind of strength that is definitely not inferior to men. That is the strength of will." Saying this, she stood up, walked past Daski, and headed back towards Smoker. "People, you can lose everything, but you cannot lose faith in the future. I can feel your determination, and I hope that one day you will stand before me again and try to take my sword. And I will be waiting in the position of the strongest female swordsman for every challenger who comes my way." Saying this, she paused for a moment. "And also, I'm not a naturally strong monster. Saying that makes my years of hard work seem foolish. And also, don't impose your own life onto others. I am also pursuing my dreams and have never stopped." White Hunter Smoker, the last opponent on the Grand Line. Guina walked about 4 to 5 meters away from Smoker and shouted loudly, "Please use all your strength and duel with me, or someone will die." This was agreed upon with Keitai earlier. Smoker is a Logia-type smoke fruit user. Fighting a Logia-type not only helps accumulate experience, but also trains observation haki. She had just received advanced training techniques for haki from Keitai and had long wanted to try them out. Smoker glanced at Daski and then looked up at Guina, veins popping on his forehead. One or two of them didn't take him seriously. Did they really think his title of White Hunter was self-proclaimed? He cast a glance at Keitai. "Hey, don't worry. I won't interfere." Keitai leaned against his motorcycle, picked up the wine gourd, and took a sip. He tilted his head back, the wine gourd hanging upside down, shaking it up and down, 1 drop, 2 drops gone. "Hey, not feeling well." Then he shouted to Ahua and the others. "Hey, we're leaving. We're going to buy supplies first." "Oh, okay. Ahua and the others were momentarily stunned and hurried towards Kouta. "Stop. Who told you to move?" The surrounding navy quickly turned their guns towards Ahua and the others. "Wow, so scary." Kouta turned his head, glanced at Smoker, and lightly said, "Colonel Smoker, could you please ask these navy to put away their guns? Weapons are quite frightening. Pirate, know your place and don't be too arrogant." Smoker looked at Kouta and shouted fiercely, "Move out. Fire. Arrest these pirates." The navy, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately pulled the triggers upon hearing Smoker's order. Bang bang. Countless black solid bullets, like a net, poured down towards Ahua and the others. Kouta looked at Smoker, frowned, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. "I already said not to use such dangerous weapons. Why won't you listen? Do you really think I want to kill?" Then an overwhelming aura swept across the entire dock, and those bullets aimed at Ahua and the others automatically stopped in midair as they entered the space within 20 meters of Kouta. The entire dock instantly became quiet. Then the navy on the dock and the onlookers all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground with a bang. "Conqueror's haki." Smoker stared at Kouta in shock. This is definitely Conqueror's haki, something that only 1 in a million can awaken, possessing the aura of a king. Kouta retracted his haki and domain. With a series of ding-ding-ding sounds, he looked towards Smoker. "I already said it, but you just wouldn't listen. Can't you just behave?" Smoker collected the shock in his eyes and stared seriously at Kouta. "Why is a man like you only setting sail now? How could this guy only be setting sail now? With the aura of a king and such strength, how could he have endured for so long before setting sail? Me? Kontai looked at Smoker and smiled again. Of course, I wasn't an adult yet. He looked at Smoker and said curiously, aren't they all supposed to set sail only after becoming adults? He remembered that Luffy, Ace, and Zoro all set sail as adults. Adult? Smoker's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that Kontai would give this answer, leaving him momentarily speechless. Right? It was only after becoming an adult that one sets sail. Kontai nodded, saying that as soon as he turned 17, he immediately set off to sea without delaying a single day. Then he stared seriously at Smoker and curiously asked, are you hoping I would set sail earlier so you could defeat me? As he said this, he patted Smoker on the shoulder and laughed. Haha, don't joke around. Even at the age of 10, you wouldn't be able to surpass me. You brat. Smoker pushed Kontai's hand away, quickly drawing out his jit and thrusting it towards Kontai. Don't get too cocky. Are you angry now? Kontai immediately teleported in front of Ahua and the others, smiling at Smoker. I'm just stating the facts. Don't be so petty. And your opponent is not me. He added, you might get hurt if you're not careful. Just as Smoker was about to make a move, Kuna had already drawn her wad Ikemanji, gripping the sword with both hands above her head and quickly stepping forward. With a whoosh, she instantly disappeared from her spot. Soro, Tatsuzen. In an instant, Kuina appeared at Smoker's side, just as Smoker swung his jit, unable to defend in time and taking a solid hit from Kuina's sword. The wad Ikemanji cleanly sliced through Smoker, making a complete circle beneath him before Kuina retracted the sword. Ugh, there was no physical damage. Kuina looked up at Smoker, noticing that the area where she had cut him was emitting white smoke, but there was not a trace of blood. Is this the power of a Logia? So amazing. Smoker slowly retracted his jit, spat out the cigarette but from his mouth, pulled 2 cigars from his chest, put one in his mouth, and lit it. He took a deep breath, looking at Kuina whose brows were almost knitted together. Soro, you actually know the Navy's 6 styles. His gaze sharpened, and he spoke seriously. Who taught you? He is now a bit suspicious that behind the silver-haired gang there might be a high-ranking admiral who has betrayed the Navy. Are you talking about those high-speed moves? Kuina looked at Smoker, who suddenly became extremely serious, and said in a cold tone with a mocking edge, isn't this something that comes automatically from training? Don't joke around. You know that only high-ranking admirals in the entire Navy can learn and master these techniques, right? Smoker didn't believe Kuina's nonsense at all. All right, I'm asking you, are you going to fight or not? Stop dragging it out. It's not straightforward at all. If you don't come, I will. Saying this, Kuina looked at Smoker, her eyes flashing with a red light, and quickly drew her sword. One sword style. Draw and slash. A beam of sword light swiftly slashed towards Smoker, and this time Smoker dared not take it head on. He sensed the presence of haki in this strike. He quickly retracted his weapon, the jit in his hand, and with a clang, it was just in time to block in front of the blade of Wado Ikemanji. Then, amidst a shower of sparks, he twisted his jit and instantly locked it with Wado Ikemanji. Don't think that just because you could defeat that foolish woman, Tashiji, you can look down on me, a colonel from the Navy headquarters. As he spoke, his other hand quickly elementalized and struck towards Kuina's head. White snake. A flash of red light appeared in Kuina's eyes as she tilted her head to the left, easily dodging the punch. Then, with both hands pushing down forcefully, she caused Smoker's jit to loosen. In that moment of looseness, she quickly drew Wado Ikemanji, turned around, and swiftly slashed towards the returning white snake head. The snake head was cut open, but just like before, it did not hit the actual target. Good opportunity. Seeing Kuina turn around, Smoker gripped the jit in his right hand, pulled back, and then thrust it towards Kuina's back at a faster speed. Kuina sensed the threat behind her and, realizing there was no time to turn back, stomped her legs on the ground and with a whoosh, disappeared from her spot, reappearing at Smoker's side. Don't underestimate me. I can use Sora too. Saying this, Smoker also flickered for a moment, his jit still thrusting towards Kuina. As the jit approached, Kuina didn't dodge at all. The reason she avoided earlier was to face him head-on. A flash of red light crossed her eyes as she leaned to the right, her arm brushing past the jit. Then she quickly raised her sword, which was covered in armament haki, slashing towards Smoker's wide-open chest. A blade of cold light, like moonlight, flashed by. Bang! This time it struck a solid target. Smoker quickly elementalized, covering his chest with armament haki, but Kuina's blade was too fast, easily slicing through his haki defense. His armed color is just awakened to the point where he can only harden it, and he can't even use it to wrap around anything. Therefore, he couldn't block Guina's fierce strike at all. Although he avoided most of the damage by elementalization, he still received a huge wound on his chest from this slash. The wound isn't deep, but it keeps oozing blood beads. Smoker stepped back a few paces, elementalizing everything except for his head. He stared at Guina and said seriously, "Observation Haki. It's really impressive. Observation Haki is a skill that I haven't even managed to comprehend yet. This isn't like the abundance of armament Haki or the widespread use of observation Haki in the New World. This is just the East Sea. Ever since he was sent to Lobetown, with the power of the natural type that is almost invincible in the first half of the Grand Line, he rarely used armament Haki. This made him neglect his training in Haki. Even something like observation Haki, which high-ranking Navy officers can comprehend, he hadn't pursued. But feeling the faint pain from the wound on his chest, he regretted it. He shouldn't be immersed in the false invincibility of the natural system, thereby neglecting the enhancement of his Haki. If he could also use observation Haki, Guina definitely wouldn't be able to cut his true body. He stared at Guina, retracting his 10 hands. Then, both hands and legs transformed into fists as he charged at Guina. White Fist, faced with a swordsman possessing observation Haki. He now had no choice but to use ranged attacks, trying to see if he could defeat Guina. His domineering defense could not withstand the slashes from the opponent, and defeat in close combat was inevitable. Watching the rapidly approaching white fists, Guina's eyes flashed with a red glow as she swayed left and right, easily dodging the punches. Then, she sheathed her sword, leaned forward, rested her right hand on the hilt, and fixed her gaze on Smoker, who was floating in the air. With a push from her feet, she instantly vanished, appearing behind Smoker in the blink of an eye. One sword style, all things slash. A flash of blade light easily cut through Smoker's body. That was close. He almost got bisected. Smoker looked at Guina, drenched in cold sweat. At the moment the blade light arrived, he felt the breath of death. He quickly elementalized his entire body, enveloping the whole street in smoke. These smoke clouds have no offensive power and can only confuse the enemy. Although the natural type can avoid any attack by fully elementalizing their body, achieving a false invincibility. Once they elementalize, they cannot attack the enemy. Moreover, fully elementalizing is also quite exhausting. Therefore, natural type fruit users generally rarely use full elementalization. They only elementalize the parts of their body that are about to be attacked at the moment of impact. Of course, for those who have developed their fruit abilities to a high level, they can essentially achieve passive pre-elementalization to evade attacks. These individuals can even do so without using observation Haki. However, for those with particularly high levels of observation Haki, passive evasion is ineffective because the opponent is faster than what you can see. Additionally, natural type users can only attack the enemy once their body is solidified. Thus, the best strategy against natural types is to remain motionless in the face of change. If you don't seek them out, they must come close to you for melee combat to be able to attack. Of course, this can only be applied when fighting a smoke fruit user, whose elements deal no damage at all. When facing magma, flames, lightning, or ice, fruits that truly represent the forces of nature, this strategy is useless. Because these fruits not only possess extremely high and long-range attacks, but their attacks can even alter the weather, and elementalization carries real damage. No damage? It seems perhaps. Only the smoke fruit is like that. This is somewhat amusing. No wonder it is called the most useless natural type fruit. It feels like even giving Smoker the swamp fruit would be better than this smoke fruit. This guy's fruit ability seems to be the only one whose elementalization has little damage. In the first half of the Grand Line, it could still be considered invincible, because most pirates in the first half have not awakened Haki yet, and cannot harm the true form of natural types. Moreover, this guy's fruit development has not reached the level to passively evade Haki. Additionally, not using observation Haki makes it difficult to react to fast attacks, especially from strong opponents who can use observation Haki, which may not even be able to react in time to evade. And Guina is a fighter who possesses both abilities, so this guy could easily face a real and devastating defeat. Watching the smoke around her, a red light flashed in Guina's eyes. Found it. She quickly slashed out 2 silver-white strikes toward the front left, then pushed off the ground with her feet and rapidly advanced following the slashes. Smoker, hidden in the smoke, looked at the incoming strikes with a hint of disdain in his eyes. It seems he is still not at the level of a great swordsman. He is basically immune to the swordmaster's slashes. Just as he was slashed by 2 strikes that broke through the smoke, revealing his human form, suddenly Guina emerged from behind the 2 slashes. Without pausing, the blade in her hand, infused with the armed color's dark purple edge, flashed with a faint, cold light. In Smoker's astonished gaze, she quickly slashed at his chest, slicing one sword style, divine slash. The sword techniques that Sora knows, she knows them all. With a PU, Smoker's elemental body was directly cut out of its form by this blow, and then, under a powerful impact, he rapidly shot backward. With a bang, he crashed through a building and then smashed onto another street. Colonel Smoky. Tashigi was not stunned by Sora's conqueror's haki. She stared at the giant hole in the wall of the house to her right, her face filled with shock. In her mind, Smoker was synonymous with invincibility, and she never expected that the blue-haired Guina would hit him, potentially leaving him severely injured. How could she be this strong? Is this the person I am trying to catch up to? Just a moment ago, she had arrogantly thought about stealing the other person's sword. She shook her head and looked at Guina with determination. No matter how strong, my conviction will not lose to anyone. On another street, Smoker, holding his chest, sat up. Is this the true power of a swordmaster? It's truly terrifying. He glanced at the blood on his hands, took out a cigarette and lit it, took a deep breath, placed his hands on his knees, and stood up. It seems he was ready to fight for his life. He can't remember the last time he fought for his life. Since he arrived in Rogue Town, he seems to have become the king here. No pirate dares to challenge him. He is the hardest gate from the East Sea to the Grand Line, and also the thickest shield for the common people here. He cannot lose, at least not so easily. He glanced at the civilians lying motionless on the street, looked up at the white clouds in the sky, and thought of his teacher, Zeff, who often said that if a person relies too much on their devil fruit abilities, they will ultimately not become a true strong person. Because every strong person should believe in themselves the most, believing that they can overcome everything. This power of belief can make anyone, even an ordinary person, become strong. With this thought, he clenched his fist and raised it in front of him, squeezing it tightly. Suddenly, a stream of black haki surged from his arm, eventually wrapping around his fist. Is it the armament haki? He looked up through the huge hole in the roof and saw the ancient Guina across the way. Thank you so much. Blue-haired Guina, thank you for waking me up and helping me find the competitive spirit I lost for so long. He used to be a teacher and a genius student in the eyes of others. Looking at the weapon in Smoker's hand, Guina's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Rap. This guy just fought her, and his haki was only at the beginner level, which couldn't defend against her slashes. Now he had actually learned to rap. It seems that she wasn't the only one making progress. Smoker was also improving in battle. She looked at Smoker, flicked her right hand, shaking off the blood on it. Then she sheathed her sword, leaning forward, her eyes fixed on Smoker. So what if he learned to rap? He was still the strongest swordsman. Not to mention rapping, even the sturdiest defense wouldn't stop her slashes. Hey, Smoke Man, aren't you coming over? Do you want to fight me out on that street? Smoker puffed on a cigarette, his legs elementalized, and charged directly at Guina. There was nothing more to say. It was time to fight. As Smoker rushed out from the hole in the house, Guina drew her sword and slashed at him. Clang, it was blocked. Her reason for fighting was the same as Kouta's, to gain combat experience, attribute skills, and refine her haki. Since Smoker could defend against her slashes, he could accompany her in battle and serve as her whetstone. She wasn't in a hurry to defeat him. She quickly raised her hand and swung at a faster speed. The sounds of clang-clang echoed continuously. Meanwhile, Smoker was fully elementalized, constantly flashing in and out of the smoke, occasionally forming his hands and wielding 10 arms wrapped in haki to attack Guina. Let's go. We need to gather supplies. Seeing that the two couldn't determine a winner for the time being, Kouta yawned, stuffed his hands in his pockets, and led the way toward the town. He hasn't slept for 2 days. If it weren't for wanting to see the scene that appears the most in the One Piece anime, and to replenish the food that was eaten by the villagers on Procious Island, he wouldn't have pushed himself like this. He doesn't want to land in Rogue Town at all. Just take a look at the execution platform, drink up, and head straight for the Grand Line. He couldn't wait any longer. It seemed like his lazy pace had quickened. Ahua and the others were momentarily stunned and quickly followed. Ahua pushed up his glasses, looking at the street shrouded in smoke, listening to the occasional sounds of collisions coming from inside, and spoke up. Aren't we waiting for Guina? He wasn't worried about Guina getting hurt, because Kouta was there. No one could harm Guina. Since Kouta said he was going to replenish supplies, it proved that the smoking man definitely couldn't defeat Guina. No need. Kouta waved his hand and continued forward. By the time we return, it would be good enough if they could finish their fight. Let's go. I'm going to check out the tavern and the execution platform. You do your usual thing. We'll meet here in 2 hours. Standing at the fork in the street, Kouta continued forward, while Ahua and the others each split off to buy the supplies that had already been allocated. In the dimly lit alley, the door of a tavern named GOLD, Roger was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The creaking old door let out a sharp, piercing sound, causing the noisy tavern to fall silent for a moment before returning to its usual clamor. Kouta put his hands in his pockets, ignoring the commotion from the pirates on both sides, and walked straight to the bar. He looked at the old man behind the bar, who wore golden round earrings and small sunglasses, appearing exceptionally aged, and smiled. "Boss, aren't you afraid that others will cause you trouble with a name like this for your bar?" The boss raised his right hand to his face, pressing down the middle frame of his sunglasses with his index finger and pulling it down, revealing his weathered eyes. "It's my tavern. Why should I care what others think about the name?" Kouta nodded, sitting on a chair at the bar. Indeed, after all, the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, could be said to have set sail from here. He stared at the boss, a smile hanging on his lips. "Am I right, old man?" The boss took out a wine glass and wiped it slowly, completely disregarding what Kouta had said. "It's old news, something everyone knows. What is there to pay attention to?" He raised his head and stared at Kouta, saying, "What about you, little brother? Why are you going out to sea?" "Me?" Kouta placed his hands on the bar, fingers crossed, resting his head on the back of his hands. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly grinned wickedly and said, "I was just planning to take a stroll on the Grand Line." The old man's dim eyes suddenly lit up, his face filled with surprise. Kouta watched the old man's reaction, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, and continued, "Just thinking about it gets me so excited. No matter how terrifying that sea is for others, I'm not afraid of those legends at all." Kouta paused, looking at the old man's eyes growing wider, and then shouted out Luffy's famous line, "I'm going to the Grand Line to find the One Piece and become the Pirate King." The entire tavern fell silent, then erupted into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha. Did I hear that right? With your little frame, you dare to boldly claim you want to be the Pirate King? Who do you think you are? Ha ha." Kouta was being serious in the first half of his statement, but he didn't have that much interest in becoming the Pirate King or finding the One Piece. He doesn't have the ability to save the world. Kouta ignored the mocking voices behind him. These pirates can only stay in the East Sea for a lifetime. No, that's not right, because they're about to go to hell. While the boss was lost in thought, a tall pirate walked up behind Kouta. He reeked of alcohol, holding a huge wine bottle in his hand. Upon reaching Kouta, he shouted loudly and smashed it towards Kouta's head. "Kid, being a pirate isn't just a game. Pirate King and all that. You really think you can do it? You're overthinking it." These guys, unable to do what they dare not do, naturally assume that others are the same as them. That's why these pirates can't stand seeing others flaunting their dreams in front of them. Because these guys have never thought of having dreams. Maybe they once did, but it was worn down by the sea. Thus, they resent others for having dreams. Or one could say they fear that others might also have dreams. A red light flashed in Kouta's eyes as he dodged to the right, easily avoiding the wine bottle. The bottle smashed on the bar, making a loud crack, and shards and wine splattered everywhere. The pieces flying towards Kouta seemed to stop midair as if they were stuck in jelly. Kouta was not as magnanimous as red-haired Shanks. Being hit on the head by the Mountain Bandit King with a wine bottle, he would never let it go. In the end, it led to him losing an arm. This is karma. If it weren't for the Mountain Bandit King, maybe Luffy wouldn't have a straw hat. He shouldn't be called Straw Hat Kid anymore. He should be called Rubber Kid. Thinking of this, Kouta couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha. He then turned around and stared at the tall pirate standing behind him. He wouldn't let these guys off easily. As soon as he walked in, he sensed a strong smell of blood from them. These guys must have just started their robbery not long ago. They only dared to come to the remote tavern in Rogtown and didn't dare to go to the main street. A group of low-level but extremely cruel pirates. The tall pirate stood in place in fear, trembling all over. Just as he had finished smashing the wine bottle, he was locked onto by Kouta's imposing presence. He felt as if his soul was about to be pressed out of his body by this sudden surge of momentum. He stared wide-eyed in terror, wanting to speak but unable to make a sound. Kouta's chair turned. He turned around and slowly stood up. His height appeared somewhat small compared to the pirate in front of him. However, the momentum was completely different. The other pirates in the tavern had stopped laughing and were now staring at Kouta, hands reaching for their weapons, their faces filled with cruelty. "Why do you have to look down on me?" Kouta looked at the tall pirate in front of him and gently patted him on the shoulder. Suddenly, the tall pirate knelt on the ground. "Hey, Killager, what are you doing?" A background pirate shouted loudly at Killager, the tall pirate in front of Kouta. "Aren't you going to take this guy down?" At that moment, all the pirates noticed something was wrong. They saw Killager kneeling in front of Kouta, looking up with vacant eyes, and a stream of urine flowed from between his legs. Then, the entire person let out an extremely terrified scream and fainted. They had no idea what this guy saw to be so terrified. Kouta looked at Killager with a hint of disgust in his eyes. What bad luck. This guy looked so brave, yet he had such a small heart. actually scared to the point of wetting himself by his conqueror's haki. He had just tried to control the range of his conqueror's haki on this guy. But who knew that just a slight reveal would lead to this? What'd you do to Chiri? The pirates behind shouted at Kouta, looking at Chiri, who had fallen to the ground for no reason. It was as if they thought this would drive away the fear in their hearts. This guy hadn't even attacked. He just lightly patted Chiri, and Chiri directly got so scared that he wet himself and fainted. That's terrifying. Just then, with a bang, one of the guys couldn't help but shoot at Kouta. Seeing their companion take action, the remaining pirates all shouted in unison and charged at Kouta. You should just fall down. Kouta didn't plan to play with them anymore. Otherwise, to tease the boss here, after finishing his drink, he would directly deal with these pirates. He didn't even glance at the bullet shot towards him. Under his control, the conqueror's haki swept across the entire tavern in an instant, except for the old man. The bullet aimed at him went bang as it hit his skin, as if it had collided with a transparent wall, unable to move forward even a bit. Then, along with the pirates whose eyes rolled back, they all fell to the ground. Ever since Kouta spoke words similar to Roger's, the boss had been staring at Kouta. He is at the age where he is close to being buried, not afraid of anyone or anything, but afraid that the era created by Roger won't have brave pirates who can continue to challenge the Grand Line. But today he saw it. He looked at Kouta as if he were looking at the former Roger. Watching Kouta sit back down on the stool, he yanked off his hat, revealing his sparse, light purple hair. How shameless. How dare he say such things in this shop? I was just stating the obvious. Kouta looked at the old man and chuckled softly. You don't actually think I'm joking, do you? I never do such boring things. Oh, is that so? Then the old man burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Since I can meet a customer like you, I think I can live a few more years. I thought I would never see someone challenge the sea of magic like Roger again. Is that so? Kouta took out a wine gourd and pushed it in front of the boss. Since that's the case, could you please fill this with your strongest liquor and give me a discount? Discount. The old man looked at the wine gourd in front of him with confusion. Then his expression turned serious. Kid, don't even think about it. Even if Roger came here, he would still pay the full price. If you want a discount, you're 100 years too early. Oh, Kouta instantly slumped over the bar as if all the energy had been drained from his body. He looked at the old man and murmured quietly, just now he seemed to really appreciate me, but it turns out it was all fake. He still thought that by saying Roger's words, and even Wang Lufei's words, he could get a discount on buying wine from this old man. All right, kid, since today is such a happy day, let me buy you a drink. Saying this, he took out 2 wine glasses from behind the bar and poured 2 glasses of wine. He pushed 1 glass in front of Kouta. What's wrong, kid? This is the best wine we have here. The old man chuckled. If it weren't for my good mood today, do you think you could drink this? Don't just lie there, let's toast. As soon as Kouta heard it was good wine, the best wine, he instantly perked up. He quickly reached out to pick up the wine glass, his face filled with smiles. He raised it and clinked glasses with the old man. For adventure, for the Grand Line, the old man said loudly. To Pirate King Roger. Cheers. Ha ha ha. Hee gulp gulp. On the way to the central square of Lowtown, towards the execution platform, Sora was walking forward with a large wine barrel on his back, his face flushed. That old man is really something. He stood unsteadily at the entrance of the square. Although the old man had invited him for a drink, after just 1 drink, he found himself comparing his alcohol tolerance with Kouta's. This man, as he aged, would go on and on about stories after having a drink. And he heard many tales about Roger from the past. Raising his head, he looked at the execution platform in the distance, and a hint of a smile flashed in Kouta's eyes. He never expected that Roger, when he was young, was simply a copy of Luffy, and even more mischievous. No wonder they are both the owners of the same hat. How is Shanks different? Sora touched his chin and thought for a moment. Indeed, the hat is the main character, right? Shanks is just a tool for passing the hat, so of course he's different. He shook his head, dispelling the sudden wild thoughts in his mind. Then he raised his head and stared at the execution platform, lost in thought. It was as if the opening of the anime he had seen hundreds, even thousands of times, appeared before his eyes again. Gol di Roger, the scene before his death. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go find it. I've left everything in that place. The final scene froze on the image of him laughing. This guy started the chaotic era of pirates to ensure that his dream would continue. P.P.D. Kouta did not offer much commentary. What he could think of was, can a person really give up their life for their dreams? Although it seems incredible, the answer is affirmative. In this seemingly passionate but actually very cruel world, it seems that everyone is fighting for their various dreams, regardless of good or bad, or right and wrong. Kouta pulled down the wine gourd and took a sip. Who cares? Since he has come to this world, There must be a legend of his. Ha ha ha. Kouta laughed heartily and then instantly disappeared from his original spot, appearing on the execution platform. He turned around to look at the crowd-filled square. His eyes filled with excitement. Whether it's the 4 emperors or the navy, whether it's the celestial dragons or him, they're all waiting for Lord Kouta to come and appreciate it. Since he has come to this world, he will go to every place he wants to see, including the final island Raftal, One Piece. In Lowtown, at the dock, Awa and the others were moving boxes onto the Freedom Ship, filled with food, weapons, and clothes, with the most being fresh water and carrots. To buy as many carrots as possible, Awa and the others can be said to have turned the vegetable market in Lowtown upside down. And around them, a circle of Navy personnel was keeping their distance. This time the Navy had learned their lesson and did not raise their guns. Their colonel was still fighting with the second-in-command across the street. It seemed like he was still at a disadvantage. Now, besides them, there was a single civilian at the dock, as the entire area had been sealed off by the Navy. Kakara, can you eat all these carrots? Indigo stood by the ship, helping to pull up supplies with ropes, and looked at the deck full of carrots, laughing. Those who didn't know would think we raised a lot of rabbits on our ship. Kakara, don't laugh too much. Awa pushed up his glasses and looked at the box of carrots in his arms, nodding in satisfaction. These are our treasures for becoming stronger. He can't wait to start his training career with a carrot. Since they were little, the 3 of them have dreamed of training with Kouta like Guina and Zoro. They couldn't achieve it when they were young due to poor physical condition, resulting in their current strength being described as garbage. But now it's different. He jumped onto the ship, looking at the carrot mountain in front of him, his excited eyes turning red, thinking about how he would become stronger in the future. 2 rabbit ears involuntarily popped up on his head. Then, amidst a puff of white smoke, with a bang, he transformed into a stout, upright walking rabbit. He still couldn't control his fruit abilities well. When his emotions were too intense, he would uncontrollably turn into a rabbit. He couldn't even maintain his half-human, half-beast form. Hey, what are you doing? Aloe looked at Ahua, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Is he thinking about sneaking a snack again? Ahua had already snuck a whole basket of food on the way. If it weren't for him and Ashio keeping an eye on him, they felt that this pile of carrots wouldn't be enough for Ahua for a day. Ever since they ate the fruit, both he and Ahua had instantly turned into gluttons. The one who usually ate the least was now the one eating the most on the ship. According to Kouta, they were now typical examples of just starting to develop. The more they ate, the faster they grew. Guina is still fighting. Ashio was standing by the ship's edge with a bundle of boards, smoking a cigarette, watching Guina and Smoker still engaged in battle. This smoking man, truly deserving of guarding the largest naval base in the East Sea, was able to fight Guina until now. He turned and propped the wooden board against the side of the boat, looking up at the ship. Hey, you two, stop dawdling and help out. If we finish up soon, we can set off as soon as Kouta returns. As he spoke, he shook his head, holding a cigarette, flicking the ash off his index finger, and gazing at the distant sea with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The Grand Line, huh? I'm really looking forward to it. Just then, at the entrance of Lowtown, a sudden sound of shattering steel echoed from the smoke-covered area. Looking closer, it turned out to be Smoker's Jit, which had finally been defeated by Guina's famous sword, Wado Ikamanji, after a long battle, breaking in half. You've lost. Smoker turned his head to look at the sharp blade, glowing ominously across his neck, and let out a breath. He then tossed aside the broken Jit in his right hand and spat out the mouthpiece of a cigarette. Trembling, he pulled a cigar from his chest and lit it again. He raised his head, looking at Guina through the smoke, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Even though he knew he would surely lose this battle, at the moment of defeat, he still felt a bit unwilling. What's the matter? Do you still want to fight? Guina looked at Smoker, who remained silent for a long time, and frowned. No, a loss is a loss. You all should leave. Smoker took a deep breath, stared at Guina, and dispelled the surrounding smoke. Then he asked, what is your purpose in going to the Grand Line, and who taught you the Marine Six Styles? Guina sheathed her sword and slowly walked past Smoker. Going to the Grand Line is, of course, for adventure. As for what you mentioned about the Marine Six Styles, I don't know what you're talking about. After saying this, she ignored Smoker and brushed past Ashiki, who was rushing over, and calmly walked towards the Going Merry as the group of Marines watched. Colonel Smoker, are you okay? Dashiki walked up to Smoker, looking at him with concern. I'm Yufine. Smoker glanced at Dashiki, then turned to look at Guina's back, his expression serious. Adventure? Huh? He didn't know if what Guina said was true, but he was sure that the person opposite was indeed different from ordinary pirates. He didn't know if the group across had just set sail and hadn't adapted yet. Nor did he know if the Navy behind them was guiding this group, making them so different. Without thinking much, he took a puff of smoke, blew out a big smoke ring, turned to stare at a Navy officer walking towards him, and asked, "Do you know where silver-haired Kouta is now?" He just glanced at the other ship and didn't spot Kouta. Following up with his silver-haired colleague, he reported that the silver-haired one should be at the execution platform in the central square now. The execution platform. Yes, it's at the execution platform. The Navy paused for a moment, then spoke. Ever since Silverhair went to the Corgi, Roger Tavern to buy some drinks, he went directly to the central square and stayed at the execution platform until I got the news. Smoker gazed in the direction of the central square, slightly lost in thought. Execution platform, Pirate King, Roger. Silverhair, Kouta. What exactly are your intentions? Just as he was thinking about Kouta appeared in his line of sight. At the end of the street, a handsome guy with silver hair was slowly walking toward him, carrying a large barrel of alcohol on his back. The handsome guy's face was flushed, swaying as he moved at a speed that looked slow but was actually very fast, appearing before Smoker in the blink of an eye. Even after Kouta stood in front of him, the remnants of the street behind him had yet to dissipate. Burp. Kouta patted Smoker on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Smoky man, you're done fighting, huh? I thought you guys would battle for a long time." He glanced at the broken sword on the ground, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, useless guy." He kept patting Smoker on the shoulder. Then his tone became serious. "With you like this, you won't be able to act on your beliefs. Wait another 2 years, and by then, major events will come one after another, and you'll be quickly eliminated." Smoker was standing there relaxed, smoking a cigarette. He is in very bad condition now, with blood still oozing out from his chest, unable to resist Kouta at all. Since he can't resist, he might as well endure it silently. However, when he heard the words 2 years later, he couldn't help it. 2 years later? He looked at Kouta, his brow furrowed, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. "Explain clearly, what major event will happen 2 years from now? And why 2 years? Did I say something?" A moment of clarity flickered in Kouta's eyes. Then he returned to his daze. He shook his head and walked past Smoker, glancing at Dashiki, standing next to him. "And you, Ms. Dashiki, if you want to firmly pursue your ideals, you better put in some effort." Saying this, he gave Dashiki a thumbs up. "Otherwise, you'll be stuck in the East Blue with Smokey for the rest of your life, clinging to your ridiculous dreams. The future world won't always have people as easy to talk to as us." He swaggered past them, heading towards his companions who were already waiting for him at the bow of the ship. After taking a few steps, his figure vanished and instantly reappeared at the bow. Then he placed the large wine barrel from his back onto the deck and collapsed into a lounge chair, relaxing like Guyu. "Haha, let us set sail." His companion shouted, "Let us head for the Grand Line." "Oh!" The three of them cheered loudly and quickly sprang into action. The Freedom ship then swiftly sailed away from the dock under the watchful eyes of countless Navy personnel, heading out to the distant sea. Watching the Freedom ship gradually fade away, all the Navy personnel let out a sigh of relief. Facing Kouta was too much pressure for them, even though they all knew that Kouta and his crew were completely different from real pirates, appearing as if they were easy to talk to and somewhat drunk. The invisible mental pressure emanating from them made it so that they didn't dare to overstep, either psychologically or in action. Did they not see their superior, Captain Smoker, not daring to shake off the hand placed on his shoulder when facing Kouta? Smoker sat on a piece of rubble, gazing absent-mindedly at the Freedom ship from a distance. Meanwhile, Tashigi stood quietly to the side, holding Shigure. She looked out at the sea, her eyes filled with confusion, determination, and hope. She never expected that Guina could actually defeat the seemingly invincible Captain Smoker in her heart. This made her truly see that women also have the potential to surpass men. She tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, and the confusion in her eyes instantly disappeared. Guina can do it, she believed, so she can do it too. Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from the street in the distance. "Smoker! Smoker! Captain Smoker!" An urgent transmission from the Navy headquarters. Accompanying the voice was a Navy officer, panting heavily and soaked in sweat. He ran to Smoker's side, breathing heavily, and then tremblingly handed the fax in his hand to Smoker. This fax was something he had just received a few minutes ago. When he first saw it, he was stunned by its content. Then, thinking that Smoker was still leading the Navy in battle against Kouta and his gang at the dock, he quickly took the fax and rushed towards the dock. When he saw the Navy around him safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid he might miss it and end up seeing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood at the dock. After all, he had never seen a pirate with a bounty of 500 million in his life. Smoker took the fax, took a puff of his cigarette, and lowered his head to read it. As he was reading, his hand trembled, almost causing him to drop the fax. Colonel Smoker, what's wrong? Tashigi noticed Smoker's condition and quickly asked. You take a look, Smoker said as he handed the fax to Tashigi. His face was filled with anger. This department is really useless. Such important information has only just been sent over now. He lowered his head and touched the knife wound on his chest. Although it had already scabbed over, it still occasionally seeped out drops of blood. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed his fist hard on the ground in front of him. What a joke. Is turning a blind eye still the justice of the Navy? Could it be that the ones behind Kong Tai and his gang aren't defected Navy members, but the real Navy? Otherwise, how can you explain their use of such advanced techniques? And judging by their style of action, they don't look like pirates at all. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Then his eyes lit up and the anger on his face instantly disappeared. Could it be that Kong Tai and his gang are undercover agents of the Navy? He was smoking and nodding continuously. Now, he could understand their strange behavior, and also why Kouta and Guina didn't harm them. From the battles and conversations, it seemed that Guina and Kouta had been encouraging him and Dasky. Judging by Kouta's last words, he was indeed encouraging them. With this thought, his mood suddenly brightened. As long as they weren't defeated by pirates, being a Navy undercover agent still meant they were part of the Navy. Fighting against their own people, was that really a fight? At most, it could be considered a spar. And isn't there a win or loss in a spar? Not long after Kouta and the others left Road Town. In the New World, which is the second half of the Grand Line, the Red Line divides the Grand Line into two segments. To enter the second half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, one must cross the world government's Mariehua, or the Fishman Island, located at a depth of 10,000 meters in the Red Line. The rulers of the New World are the four emperors, and this is the most challenging and dangerous sea area. It is also where the great treasure One Piece is hidden, at Raftel. Now, the four emperors have all received urgent news and bounties today. In a section of the sea not far from the entrance to the New World, a gigantic three-masted sailing ship was navigating. The bow of the ship was round and painted silver-white, looking like a giant white whale from a distance, extremely massive and spectacular. Even in the turbulent waters of the New World, this ship sailed as if it were on a calm sea. It broke through the giant waves with an imposing aura, quickly heading towards the unknown waters. On either side of it followed two ships, totaling 4 outer ships. These 4 ships were replicas of the giant vessel, just in different colors. From a distance, it looked like a giant whale swimming with 4 small whales in the ocean. This fleet belonged to the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. The largest ship in the center was the exclusive sailing ship of the world-renowned strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, known as the Moby Dick. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was sitting shirtless on the deck, casually leaning against the bow of the ship. On either side of him, several young nurses dressed in sexy pink nurse uniforms were busy changing his 4 drips. He was looking at the first team captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, who had a golden punk hairstyle and was known as the Phoenix. Marco, what big news makes you so anxious? Here, take a look. It's about your old friend, Shiki the Golden Lion. Oh, Shiki, huh? I remember that guy. Seems to have disappeared for nearly 20 years. He won't come back and cause a world-shocking incident, will he? Waha! Laughing, he took the newspaper Marco handed him and began to read. As he read, he stopped laughing. When he saw the bounty notice of Kouta tucked in the newspaper, he burst into laughter. The old guy has ultimately lost to the younger generation. Waha! Then he tossed aside the newspaper and grabbed a nearby wine jug, tilting his head back to drink. He wasn't really concerned about the sudden appearance of the empty bounty. He just sighed inwardly at another old man falling to the hands of the young, becoming a stepping stone for others. Old man, stop drinking. Malgo shouted to the white-bearded man. You're still on it for? What? Isn't that the old man Golden Lion gone now? I have to pay my respects. Gulalala, clearly. He was just looking for a good excuse to drink. Malgo stared at the bounty notice for the empty bounty on the ground, lost in thought for a moment. So young, in Wano country, Onigashima, the stronghold of the 4 emperors, Kaido. Totland, Cake Island, the stronghold of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. The 4 emperors, red-haired. The 7 warlords. Any pirate, navy, or individual force paying attention to the situation at sea and following the news would have received simultaneous reports today about the death of Golden Lion and the unprecedented 500 million bounty on the empty bounty. Their reactions varied. Shock, excitement, curiosity, indifference, murderous intent, apathy. Regardless of their emotions, they remembered a newly set sail, EC pirate crew. A person called Silverhair. An excessively young man. A person who, after setting sail for the second time, had a bounty of 500 million berries, an astronomical figure. A person who, upon setting sail, took down an old legend, thinking of building his own legend. Hee. Come on, if you can't handle this little bit, how can you become a strong person on the sea? Zoro had adapted to this level of pressure in just a year after arriving at the dojo. On the Freedom. On the middle deck, Kouta stood at the bow of the ship. The spatial domain expanded, pressure exerted on Ahua and the others. Especially Ahua and Aluo. These two had made rapid progress after consuming their devil fruits. Meanwhile, Atao, with the support of the infinite stamina radish, also entered the domain training. Kikiri. Indigo leaned against the door of the cockpit, watching Ahua and the others with great interest. It's amazing. They can actually control pressure. Kouta, delivered. Guina lay on a deck chair, sipping tea, watching the delivery bird flying from the sky, and turned to shout at Kouta. Oh, Kouta withdrew his gaze from Ahua and the others, walked over to the delivery bird standing on the ship's railing, and said, "One copy of the latest newspaper, please." Saying this, he handed over 100 berries. The delivery bird took the money with its beak, placed it in the red pouch hanging in front of it, then took out a newspaper from another pouch it carried and handed it to Kouta. After Kouta took the newspaper, it bowed to him, spread its wings, and flew off to its next customer. Kouta then turned around, leaned against the railing, unfolded the newspaper in his hands, and began to read. About the Golden Lion. As soon as he saw the title, he knew that this news segment was specifically about him. Sure enough, below the title was all his information, along with information about the Golden Lion. In the end, he was even referred to as the new legend. Kouta stroked his chin and pondered. A legend, huh? Since you say so, I'll accept it. He originally set sail to become the strongest and to become a legend. Although this is just one of his reasons for going to sea, it is still a reason, isn't it? Then, as he turned to the next page, a wanted poster suddenly fell out from that page. He quickly caught it and took a closer look. It turned out to be his own. This bounty notice was much clearer. 500 million? That's not low. Looks like this time, he's really going to make a name for himself. Kouta, let me see. Here, take it. It's all old news anyway. Nothing much to see. By the way, how long do we have until we reach Reverse Mountain? Guina casually replied as she took the newspaper. About 2 days, I suppose. Oh, don't think that Road Town is the closest to Reverse Mountain. In fact, this closest is just the nearest island. From Road Town, the fastest journey to Reverse Mountain still takes a few days. Moreover, the closer you get to Reverse Mountain, the more the weather changes and navigation becomes slower. Wow, 500 million. Guina exclaimed as she looked at Kouta's bounty. What's so surprising about that? If you defeat Smoker in Road Town, your bounty will rise too. Yeah, that's true. Guina put down the newspaper, stood up, walked over to Kouta, and wrapped her arms around his as she leaned her head on his shoulder, excitedly looking out at the distant sea. They were about to reach the legendary Grand Line. On this ship, only Indigo wouldn't be too excited. After all, this guy's used to it. 2 days later, Reverse Mountain. The sea around here is particularly extreme due to its geographical position, making it difficult for ordinary navigators to predict wind direction. Additionally, the currents in this area can sometimes create whirlpool-like flows beneath the reefs and waves. A moment of inattention could lead to shipwreck and loss of life. There is only one artificial canal leading to Reverse Mountain. Thus, any ship that manages to reach this point and aims to enter the Grand Line is undoubtedly prepared for death, a true warrior of the sea. As the Going Merry approached, the dark clouds that seemed to touch the sky became visible from afar. The clouds gathered and churned due to Reverse Mountain, occasionally spitting out white and red lightning like giant dragons. Kouta stood at the bow of the ship, watching the spectacular clouds in the distance with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He then turned and shouted to the back, "Ahua, go help Atao steer the ship. Alo, watch the currents. We need to charge through here directly to the artificial canal." Understood. Oh, by the way, Indigo, you should help too. The currents here are too strong. I'm afraid those two won't be able to handle the helm. Understood, Captain. Indigo said as he walked into the steering room. As the distance closed, the ship's speed increased and a huge wave rushed in. The bow broke through the giant wave like a sword, piercing into this sea area. As the seawater rushed toward them, Kouta opened his domain, enveloping himself and Guina within it. The seawater splashed against a transparent space, sliding to the sides. From a distance, it looked as if a transparent windshield had been installed at the bow of the Going Merry. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding currents became increasingly turbulent. A moment's inattention could lead them off course, away from this only route, directly crashing into the Red Land. After pushing through a thick fog, the view suddenly opened up. In the distance, the highest and largest continent in this world stood tall, Red Land. The Red Land intersects with the Grand Line, forming a circular continent. Named for its red soil covering, the Red Land and the Grand Line form two rings, hence there are two intersection points. The first intersection point is the reverse mountain before them, and the second is the Holy Land Mariehua, which serves as a barrier separating the New World from the Paradise. Looking at the Red Land that stretches into the clouds, Kouta couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the celestial dragons and the former god kingdom wanted to live up there. Living there feels like overlooking the entire sea, a feeling of dominating the world, which these fools must surely enjoy. As they got closer, a faint yet bright light suddenly flickered between the mountain walls in the distance. Kouta looked at the light and shouted at the back, "Ah Tao, do you see the light in the distance? That's the entrance to the Grand Line. Steady the helm. We're heading straight there." He then looked up at Alo and shouted loudly, "Alo, take down the sails. We're fast enough now. We just need to ride the current." Understood. Kouta and Guina stood at the bow, watching the increasingly close light, and finally, in the blink of an eye, they saw the only route. They saw a silvery waterway on the mountain of the Red Land, swaying up and down like a ribbon with the flow of water. This incredible engineering work, who knows who carved it out? Guina looked at the waterway with excitement in her eyes and exclaimed, "It's truly magnificent." Yeah, it really is magnificent. Looking at the approaching waterway, Kouta felt a surge of excitement. The Going Merry, with its sails furled, steadily rode the rising current towards the distant artificial canal under the control of Ah Tao and the others. As the Going Merry gradually stabilized, Ah Tao and the others rushed to the bow, while Indigo followed leisurely behind them, leaning against the railing at the bow. Ahua and the others stared excitedly at the distant Red Land. Wow, it's so spectacular. Yes, it truly deserves to be the entrance to the Grand Line. If the entrance is this thrilling and magnificent, I can't imagine how grand the actual Grand Line is. As they spoke, everyone's faces showed expressions of anticipation. Kale, Captain, should we hold a ceremony? A ceremony? Kouta stroked his chin, thinking of Luffy. He pulled over an empty wooden barrel from the side, and with a thud, he placed his right foot on it and shouted loudly, "I, Kouta, want to become the freest person on the sea, the strongest in the world, and go wherever I want." Thud. To become the strongest female swordsman in the world. Tightly gripped her sword, Wado Ikamanji, and looked at Kouta with a hint of tenderness in her eyes, silently thinking. Also to keep up with Kouta's pace. To become strong. To never be oppressed by others again. To go on adventures in various places. Ahua Aluo and Ah Tao each spoke up. Then all eyes turned to Indigo. Indigo looked at Kouta and the others, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. He remembered when he first set sail, feeling just as vibrant and full of hope. At this thought, a slight melancholy appeared on his face. "Indigo, it's your turn. We are partners, aren't we?" Kouta knew that Indigo must have a story, but he didn't ask. Everyone has their own past, good or bad. It's their own business. When the day comes that he wants to share, Kouta believes Indigo will surely tell him. "Partners, huh?" Indigo looked at Kouta and suddenly smiled. Yes. In this group of young pirates, he saw what true partnership looked like rather than the hierarchical relationship like that of the Golden Lion. He felt equality and respect here. Kale. For the captain and everyone's wishes, I will work hard to study various potions. In the days they've spent together, he has already understood why Kouta chose him to be the ship's doctor. First, of course, it was his medical skills. Second, it was the various viruses of the Grand Line. Due to its unique geographical location, each island in the Grand Line is different, which has led to some islands remaining in ancient or even prehistoric civilizations. On these islands, various ferocious beasts live, including viruses and even plagues. What he excels at is creating various virus potions and vaccines. Then they exchanged smiles and kicked the water bucket hard, shattering it. Meanwhile, the Freedom was like a sword unsheathed, encountering no surprises as it rode the rising current, easily entering the artificial canal, heading towards the red soil continent. The Freedom surged up the mountain peak with the sea current and then soared into the sky. Kouta, in the air, stood firmly at the bow of the ship, watching the water flow from the mountain peak converge and collide with each other before merging into one direction. His gaze involuntarily turned towards the back of the red soil continent, which is the direction of the New World. He has the ability to fly. Should he go directly to the New World to challenge one of the four emperors? Although he probably can't defeat any of them right now. Fighting against the four emperors could quickly train his haki. He glanced back at his excited and shouting companions, thought for a moment, and decided against it. Although this was the storyline that the coolest readers hoped for, it wasn't his story. Although he hopes to clash with strong opponents, it is not the right time. His companions are not ready for it yet. It's meaningless for him to go alone. His purpose for going out to sea is not just to become the strongest in the world. He should enjoy the scenery on the way to becoming the strongest, right? The freedom surged to the peak, paused for a moment, and then, amidst a feeling of weightlessness, quickly fell down, ultimately crashing into the only waterway formed by the merging of 4 streams. With a bang, it slid down rapidly. Wow, this experience is much more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. Kouta, what's up? Arlong, standing on the lookout tower, shaded his eyes with his hand and stared hard ahead, shouting downwards. It seemed there was a black mountain blocking the way. A mountain? Ahua instinctively retorted. Are you still half asleep? It should be an endless sea down there. Where did a mountain come from? Whatever, it's there anyway. Just then, the freedom burst out of the clouds, and everyone saw the black mountain wall blocking the exit of the waterway ahead. No way. There really is a mountain. A Tao, holding a cigarette, squinted hard at the distant black wall, and then, as if seeing something terrifying, paused his smoking and shouted loudly. It's not a mountain. It's a giant monster. Who cares what it is? Charge. Kouta looked at the giant beast blocking the exit, which was shouting incessantly, and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. This giant beast could be said to be the most romantic animal in One Piece, right? Right. Laboon seemed to sense Kouta and the others' arrival, stopped its cries, and halted in place. And the freedom, like a moth to a flame, rushed quickly towards Laboon's belly. We're going to crash. Seeing the increasingly close black giant wall, Ahua instinctively took a few steps back and shouted, Kouta, it's up to you. Just as the freedom was about to collide, Kouta's spatial domain instantly unfolded, and he shouted loudly, Hold on tight. Everyone grabbed onto whatever was nearby, except for Tao. Then, they saw that the freedom, which had been moving at high speed, along with the seawater below, suddenly froze in place. The people on the ship, due to inertia, were uncontrollably propelled forward, but fortunately, they all held on tightly to their surroundings, so they didn't look too ridiculous. A Tao was different. This guy thought he was Kouta, standing at the bow, smoking a cigarette, completely still, striking a pose. As a result, when the inertia hit, he was instantly propelled forward. With a bang, he crashed into a transparent wall at the bow, flattening his face. Ha, you're too funny. Why don't you listen to people? When Kouta retracted his spatial domain, and the air and seawater began to flow again, Ahua clutched his stomach and laughed at a Tao. Is this the welcome pose of the Grand Line? Arlong quickly climbed down the mast, ran to the bow, looked up at the huge head towering over 100 meters, and exclaimed loudly, How amazing! It's also quite pitiful and sad. Kouta looked at Laboon, a red light flashing in his eyes. He could feel the sadness of this giant in front of him. Kouta, why do I feel like this guy's crying? Guina tightened her grip on Kouta's hand. Pitiful? How come I can't feel it? A Tao stood up from the bow deck, brushed off non-existent dust, tidied his hair, and then coolly took a puff of his cigarette. You stupid pig, of course. You wouldn't sense it. Arlong extended 2 antennae from his head and moved them. There was indeed a very sad emotion, as if this guy had been waiting for someone who never appeared. Saying this, he touched his chest, as if he was infected by Laboon's sadness. Kouta turned to look at the others at the bow and asked, Do you want to know why this guy's like this? Yes. Everyone replied in unison. If you want to know, can't we just ask someone who knows? Ask who? You'll find out soon, haha. Kouta laughed heartily, used his observation haki to scan the entire Twin Gorges, and found no other presence. So it seems it's inside Laboon. He looked at Laboon in front of him, his eyes narrowing. The Conqueror's haki erupted instantly, trying to stun Laboon and bring that old man out. However, when he unleashed his haki, not only did Laboon not faint, but it became enraged instead. It seemed that Laboon also had a heart that was not afraid of anything. Laboon took the aura emitted by Kouta as a provocation, let out a loud roar, then quickly lowered its head and opened its mouth wide to suck in. Then, under the terrified gazes of everyone on the ship, the Going Merry disappeared in the blink of an eye along with the sea current right in front of Laboon. Kouta, what are you doing? We're being eaten by this guy. Ahua shouted loudly in the darkness. Well, if we're eaten, then we're eaten. Partners. The first adventurous journey on the Grand Line has begun. A red light flashed in Kouta's eyes. He had already sensed the aura ahead. Adventure? I just hope we won't be digested for real. A Tao took a deep puff of smoke, and in this darkness, a single ray of light emerged. Ha! How could that be? You'll find out how romantic this guy is soon. Kouta looked ahead, filled with anticipation and curiosity. If waiting for a person for a full 50 years isn't romantic, then nothing can be called romantic. Just then, a strong light suddenly appeared ahead, and the going merry passed through the bright light, with a bang, landing in a dark green lake. Everyone's eyes were temporarily blinded for a moment. Then everything became clear. When they saw their surroundings, everyone showed shocked expressions. No way. Didn't we just get swallowed by a whale? How could this guy's belly have blue skies and white clouds? Could it be a dream? Aloe looked around in shock, quietly pinching his thigh with his hand. Hiss. It hurts. It's not a dream. So what is all this in front of them? He looked around with a puzzled expression, and then his eyes lit up. Look over there. Isn't that a small island? Wow. There really is a small island. Everyone's gaze followed Aloe's finger. In the distance, amidst the waves, there was a small island with only a single tree and a house, rapidly approaching them. As the island got closer, they realized that it was not a small island at all. It was clearly a boat shaped like a small island. They're people. They saw a sturdy dark figure walking out from the house on the small island. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an old man. The old man was wearing a floral shirt and shorts and flip-flops on his feet, looking more like someone on vacation than in a dangerous place. He stared with wide eyes and furrowed brows, continuously fixating on Kouta and the others without saying a word, slowly making his way towards the only tree on the island. The intensity of his gaze made Ahua and the others feel tense, thinking he might be an extraordinary powerhouse. That stare was too oppressive. The old man remained unfazed, standing under the coconut tree, plopping down onto a lounge chair, unfolding a newspaper, and ignoring Kouta and the others. Hey, say something. The old man glared at Atu. Atu was startled by his gaze, causing him to tremble while holding his cigarette. Angrily, he retorted, What? Are you looking for a fight? Don't give me that condescending look. Do you want to throw punches? Someone could get hurt. Who do you think will get hurt? Me. So it's you. The old man shouted with wide eyes. You guys barged into someone else's home without a word, and now you want to fight? And let me tell you, if it comes to blows, someone will really get hurt. So please don't fight here, and you can leave soon. Oh, sorry. Everyone bowed in unison to the old man. Ahua pushed up his glasses and stepped forward, curiously asking, Old man, can you tell us where we are? I remember we were swallowed by a giant whale. How come it looks the same here as outside? And who are you? This place? The old man pondered for a moment, then looked at Ahua and said, When asking someone their name, you should first introduce yourself. It's polite, isn't it? Oh, that makes sense. My name is... Before Ahua could finish, the old man started speaking again. My name is Kurikasu. I'm a lighthouse keeper of the Twin Gorges, 69 years old, a Gemini, blood type AB. Can't you wait for someone to finish before you speak? Ahua glared at the old man, feeling quite annoyed. All right, calm down. Atu quickly pulled Ahua back. The old man paused for a moment and then said, To ask where this place is, you barged into my private vacation center, and you have the audacity to act so arrogantly. Private vacation center? Aloe looked up at the sky and glanced around. This sky looks fake. I painted it. You don't think you're inside a rat's belly, do you? So that means we really are inside a giant whale's belly. The old man nodded, affirming yes. The place we are now is inside Labu's belly. Labu? Labu is the name of this whale. At this moment, Guina stepped forward and asked Kurikasu, Sir, why are you in this whale's belly? Me? Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm a doctor. What? So yes, a doctor. We thought you were hiding in its belly to hunt this whale. Ahua and the others let out a sigh of relief. Guina, however, was more composed than Ahua and the others, looking at Kurikasu and calmly asking, So, sir, are you staying in its body to heal this whale? Yes. The old man's gaze turned towards the distant sea, and he shouted, It's coming. What's coming? Everyone's faces were filled with confusion. Just then, they heard a deafening wail, followed by a loud crash, and the entire lake suddenly roiled with monstrous waves. What's happening? What's going on? Ahua and the others quickly grabbed onto the objects on the boat to prevent being toppled by the giant waves. Hearing Labu's continuous wailing, Kouta's eyes flashed with sadness. It must be in pain. He then instantly teleported to Kurikasu's side, expanding his spatial domain and directing Kurikasu's small island towards a tall iron gate obscured by a painting in the distance. Old man, hurry and give it a sedative. This guy is really terrifyingly persistent. Do you know Labu? I can say I know it, but also that I don't. Don't give me these roundabout answers. You little brat, Kurikasu shouted at Kouta. He then looked at Kouta, particularly his silver hair and azure eyes, furrowing his brows, and suddenly his eyes widened. Silvered Kouta. What's up? Do you know me, old man? Kouta turned to look at Kurikasu. a hint of curiosity flashing across his face. Has his reputation spread across the entire sea so quickly? What he didn't know was that his name had spread throughout the great maritime route and even the 4 seas in less than a day by the World Economic News Agency. Kurosaka, stationed at the Twin Towers, usually had nothing to do, so he would just read the newspaper and he was basically aware of everything reported, including information about him. A couple of days ago, he was still lamenting that the Golden Lion had actually been defeated by a newcomer who had just set sail. He didn't expect to run into the real deal today. He didn't think much, looking at the large door in front of him, and quickly climbed up the iron ladder. It's important to give Labu a sedative. Wait a moment, I'll bring my partner over, and we can go take a look together. All right, hurry up. Labu can't wait too long. It'll be quick. As he spoke, Kouta instantly vanished from the spot. Teleportation? Kouta stared at the place where Kouta had disappeared, his eyes narrowing. When Kouta first teleported next to him, he hadn't seen it clearly and thought it was just speed. Now he realized it was teleportation. No wonder he couldn't sense it at all. What a monster. Before long, Kouta piloted the Freedom over, arriving at the Iron Gate. Ahua and the others exclaimed in awe, then climbed up the iron ladder. Kouta and Guina followed closely behind, while Indigo stayed on the ship, not interested in any of this. He had seen giant sea kings hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of meters long, so he had no interest in Labu. Everyone followed Kouta through the small iron door on the large iron gate. Inside was a passage filled with steel. Kouta looked at the passage in amazement. Old man, did you build all of this by yourself? Yeah, Kouta said without turning his head, walking as he spoke, to effectively treat Labu's injuries. I had to dig out these passages in his body to administer the medicine. If it were just one person, it would take a considerable amount of time. Not that long. Not that long. Just a few decades. ISNT, a few decades considered long. Ahua pushed his glasses, staring in shock at Kouta, almost tripping over the constantly shaking passage in his days. So, you've been here for a few decades? It's been about 50 years or so. Although I left for a period of time in between, I ultimately returned here. As he spoke, Kouta stopped in front of an iron door. He stretched out his hands and forcefully twisted the round switch on the iron door. The iron door in front of him opened inward with a screeching sound. Kurosaka stepped in first. Inside the iron door, there was a space of moderate size, filled with wooden barrels. The pungent smell of medicine coming from inside indicated that these barrels were all filled with drugs. Kurosaka walked straight to a large syringe that resembled cannon, first turning the needle downwards and plunging it into one of the wooden barrels. Then he forcefully pulled the plunger upwards, and a dark green liquid was quickly drawn into the syringe through the needle. Everyone watched Kurosaka busying himself in silence, their faces filled with curiosity. After the syringe was filled with the sedative, Kurosaka turned the needle towards a wall outside. He pulled, and a hole the size of a window appeared in the wall. Inside the hole was a blood-red flesh wall, which quivered and writhed in response to the anguished cries and constant impacts. Kurosaka pushed the giant syringe forcefully into the flesh wall and shouted loudly, "Stop it, Labu! Don't hurt yourself anymore. That wall is a barrier dividing the ocean of the world. No matter how hard you crash, you will never break through. Labu." As the sedative gradually entered the flesh wall from the syringe, the wall slowly stopped writhing, and the immense cries and impacts from outside ceased as well. "Phew! Has it finally stopped?" Alo said, wiping the virtual sweat from his forehead. Clearly, being inside the constantly shaking giant organism was not an enjoyable experience. By the way, when we rushed down from the Red Earth continent, we saw that Labu's head was covered in wounds, and now it's crying out and crashing again. Guina frowned and stared at Kurosaka, asking, "Sir, could you tell us the story of Labu?" "The story of Labu? Don't you already know?" Kurosaka turned to look at Guina, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He then turned to Kouta, observing this young man who had helped him reach this place quickly and urged him to use the sedative. "Clearly, you know. By the way, I still don't know why you know that Labu needs a sedative." Kurosaka continued, "And you look at me as if you recognize me." Feeling the gaze of everyone upon him, Kouta shrugged. "I guessed it. I don't know if you believe it. As for the way I look at you, well, I seem to look at everyone like this." Saying this, Kouta stroked his chin and nodded. "Right, I look at everyone like this." "Oh, so it was just a guess." Kurosaka had a sudden realization. "I thought you learned about Labu from that old guy, and then recognized me." I really believed it." Kouta's mouth twitched. Kurosaka closed the window and turned to everyone, saying, "The wounds on Labu's head were caused by continuous impact against the Red Earth continent." Impacts against the Red Earth continent? Everyone was surprised. while Kouta remained calm, standing still and looking around with curiosity in his eyes. How amazing! Not only does it have human-like qualities, but it also allows humans to create such miraculous engineering within it. Kurosaka's observed the reactions of everyone with a glint in his eyes. The silver-haired boy definitely knew about him and Labu, but he didn't expose him. Instead, he began recounting Labu's story with a nostalgic look, sharing it with Guina and the others. So, that pirate crew abandoned Labu? Ahua couldn't help but curse after hearing Kurosaka's finish the story of Labu. I don't know, it's possible they really perished in this devil-like sea. Kurosaka's adjusted his glasses and continued, Labu's impacts have been going on for decades. It thinks of its companions, but it can't help it. As its body grows, it can't return to the West Sea. It can only endlessly cry out and crash here, hoping that one day that pirate crew will truly keep their promise and come back to see it. Since Labu can understand human speech, didn't you explain the situation to it? Guina glanced at the room full of barrels of medicine, frowning and softly saying, It must be very painful. Why didn't I say it? The years I spent away from here were to find out whether that pirate crew had escaped or perished in the sea. Did you find them? No. When I returned, I told Labu, but it wouldn't listen and instead crashed even harder against the Red Earth continent. In its world, it probably never believed that its companions would abandon it. Ateo, smoking a cigarette, sighed, It's been nearly 50 years. That's long enough, and it's truly romantic. Old man, I actually know where Labu's former companions are. At this moment, Kouta spoke up. What? You know where the Lumba pirate crew is? Kurosaka's old eyes suddenly lit up. He stared intently at Kouta, his body straight as a rod, extremely tense. After nearly 50 years together, it could be said that Labu was his only family in this world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in Twin Gorges for nearly 50 years. This guy has truly done something extremely romantic for Labu. Looking at Kurikasu, Keita's eyes showed admiration. Labu is worthy of respect. And this old man is even more so. Not everyone can wait for 50 years, nor can everyone accompany someone for 50 years. After the Rumbar pirates set sail from here, they all perished in the sea within 2 years. Did they all die? Kurikasu felt a lightness throughout his body, quickly lowered his head, and the light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. He paused for a moment, looked up at Kouta and asked, How do you know? How I know is not something you need to worry about. I know about the Rumbar pirates. And there's a guy who's been trapped in a certain sea area and hasn't come out yet. Who is it? A guy with an afro, a musician. That's right. They really do have an afro musician on their ship, named Brook. Kalokas looked at Kouta, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Since you know where Brook is, could you please tell me which sea area it is? Kouta looked at Kalokas helplessly. Old man, even if I tell you, Laboon can't go there. I'm telling you this so you can think of a way to give Laboon some hope. Maybe I'll pass through that sea area, rescue that pirate named Brook, and tell him Laboon has been waiting for him. Oh, is that so? Saying this, Kalokas smiled at Kouta and then bent down to bow. Then I'll entrust you with helping Laboon and Brook fulfill their promise. Hey, old man, I didn't agree to that. Kouta looked at Kalokas, stepped back, and waved his hands repeatedly. Kalokas straightened up and stared at Kouta seriously. No, you will. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, he burst into laughter. He's in a good mood now. From Keita's attitude, it's clear that he will definitely help Labu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much to him. Watching the laughing Kurikasu from a distance, Kouta also smiled. He will indeed go to tell Brook Lab's news. A nearly 50-year commitment, and waiting is worth a special trip. As for whether Brook will come back after knowing about Lab, or if he will return after fulfilling his promise around the Great Route, that's his business. When it comes to persuading Lab not to crash into the Red Earth continent, he certainly doesn't have the charm of Monkey D. Luffy. Huh, aren't you the ship's doctor, Gold Roger? Outside the house where Kuroka's works and lives under the lighthouse at Twin Cape, Indigo approached Kuroka's, who was sitting on a stone bench with a series of popping sounds, looking at him with surprise. He hadn't paid much attention when they first met, but now that he was closer, he took a good look. He didn't expect to run into an acquaintance here. Excuse me, are you? Kalokas looked at Indigo with confusion. Me? Indigo spun around in front of Kalokas and then burst into laughter. Kale Kale. Then he performed a lively dance. Seeing that Kalokas still didn't understand, he anxiously jumped up and down in place, and finally had no choice but to say, I'm the ship's doctor on the Golden Lion, the Golden Lion. I saw you on Roger's ship during the Battle of Ait Wool 25 years ago. Oh, you're from the Golden Lion's ship. Kalokas looked at Indigo, puzzled, and said, How come I've never seen you? You weren't hiding at the back, were you? As he said this, Kalokas nodded. That would explain why I didn't see you back then. Of course that's not the reason. There are so many ships and people in the Golden Lion fleet. Who would pay attention to a doctor? Is that so? Indigo nodded and then asked Colokas, you weren't just staying here after the Roger Pirates disbanded, were you? I've always lived here. I was with the Roger Pirates, mainly to help Laboon find the Rumbar Pirates. Wow, Indigo exclaimed. So you were the ship's doctor on the Pirate King's ship when you were young. At that moment, Ahua, wearing a chef's outfit, along with Aluo and Atao, came in, each carrying 2 large plates of fish and meat. These fish were caught by Kong Tai while he was idly fishing after they came out of Labu's body. Since they had arrived in the Grand Line, how could they not enjoy the deliciousness of this magical sea? They planned to set off after lunch, so they also invited Kurokas to eat with them. Ahua put down the plate in his hand and stared at Kurokas, a look of curiosity on his face. Can the old man tell us about Roger's adventures? All right, stop asking. What's the use of knowing these things from the old man? We have our own adventures. Kouta came over carrying several bottles of wine. He gently slapped Ahua on the back of the head. We can go see Roger's adventures ourselves, can't we? Saying this, he gently sat down opposite Kurokas and with a bang, placed a bottle on the table. Old man, seeing how happy you are today, you have to drink with me. Don't worry. Kurokas glanced at Lab, floating by the shore, a smile flashing in his eyes. As soon as he came out of Lab, he immediately told Lab that Brook was still alive and informed it that its companions had not abandoned it. This made Lab very happy, and it stirred up quite a commotion in the water. Then, it wanted to head straight for the Grand Line, but was persuaded by Kouta to wait in place for Brook to fulfill their promise. It seems Lab will never crash into the Red Line again. After all, being abandoned and not being abandoned are 2 different situations. With hope in its heart, it wouldn't be so painful anymore. Kurokas then turned his gaze to Kouta, a look of gratitude in his eyes. Today, even if I sacrifice my old life, I will drink happily with you all. Speaking of old life is not auspicious. We are having a feast now. It's a happy occasion. Yes, yes, yes. Ha ha. After finishing the meal and drinks, Kouta leaned against the stone table, holding a toothpick and picking his teeth. Meanwhile, Kurokas, with a flushed face, stared blankly at the busy figures on the Going Merry. Being young is wonderful. He drank less than a bottle and already felt a bit dizzy. But these guys were acting like nothing was wrong, especially this one, who was drinking hard liquor. His gaze turned to Keitai, looking at the gourd of wine hanging from Keitai's waist, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. This guy only drinks the strongest liquor. 1 sip chokes him to death, while Keitai drinks it like it's soda. He's really getting old. There's no comparison. He imitated Keitai's posture, leaning on the table and shaking his head. Just then, a sudden exclamation from Arrow echoed on the ship. What's going on? Arrow ignored a towel and quickly jumped off the ship, rushing to Keitai's side, asking loudly, Keitai, what is going on? Why can't the compass be used? Compass? Keitai was taken aback as he looked at the compass Arrow handed him. How could he forget this thing? Ha ha ha. You guys don't understand anything. Are you just coming to the Grand Line? When he came to his senses and saw Kurokas speaking, he didn't say anything anymore. He really forgot about this thing. Otherwise, he could have asked Smoker for it in Lobetown. How could he not know that the Grand Line requires a special compass? He must have been too excited in Lobetown. And, on top of that, he had a bit too much to drink that day, so he ended up forgetting. Oh, old man, do you know what is going on? Aloe looked at Kurokas and hurriedly asked. The Grand Line, due to its unique geographical position, has magnetic forces that are completely different from other places. A regular compass. When it gets here, obviously 1T work. A regular compass. So, are there special compasses then? Kurokas nodded, then pulled out a special compass with a transparent spherical glass cover on top. Here, this is a special recording pointer specifically used for recording magnetic information on the Grand Line. Saying this, he handed the recording pointer to Aloe. The recording pointer records the magnetic forces that attract islands to each other, used to guide the direction to the next island. Therefore, every time they arrive at an island, it takes several hours to several months to fill the recording compass. And only then can they set off for the next island. Oh, Aloe said, looking at the recording pointer in his hand, his face full of curiosity. Then he thought of something and raised his head to ask Kurokas, if it takes several months to record an island, does that mean we have to stay on this island for several months? In principle, that is correct, but what? But there is also a special recording pointer that can directly point to a location called the permanent recording pointer. Permanent. Yes, permanent. The permanent recording pointer can always point to a designated island. The Navy uses such pointers to quickly reach any island on the Grand Line. Of course, such pointers are also very expensive and can generally only be found on larger kingdom islands. Oh, all right, Aloe. Kontai stood up and patted Aloe on the shoulder. Let us go. The adventure journey on the Grand Line officially begins. He actually felt a bit embarrassed for forgetting to record such an important thing as the pointer. Don't worry, old man. I will definitely bring Labu's thoughts to Brook. Saying this, Kouta turned and headed straight for the Thousand Sunny Twin Cape Lighthouse. Koloka's gazed at the distant sea, lost in thought for a long time. He saw something distinctly different in Kouta compared to other pirates. Could this be the person Roger was waiting for? He shook his head. It shouldn't be, because he didn't see Roger's shadow on Kouta. The person Roger was waiting for would definitely have Roger's shadow present. The freedom. The entire hull looked as if it had just been salvaged from the water, all wet. At the bow, the sheep head was still damp, shimmering with a golden glow in the sunset, resembling a real sheep. Two streams of seawater flowed down from the eye sockets of the sheep head, as if it had been frightened to tears by this voyage. On the deck in the middle of the ship, Ahua and the others, along with Indigo, lay sprawled out, too exhausted to move. In just half a day, they had experienced all 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. One moment, it was a sunny, warm spring day. The next, it turned into a winter blizzard. Right after a sleet-filled winter, followed by summer's thunder and lightning. Only autumn seemed to offer a bit of relief. But who would have thought that they could encounter a sandstorm on the open sea? Such unimaginable weather. It was truly bizarre. Have you ever seen hail the size of human heads? Have you ever seen a sea current filled with icebergs? Have you ever witnessed waves dozens of meters high whipped up by a storm? They encountered all of these in just half a day. Without Kouta's abilities, their little boat would have surely perished in the sea by now. Was this the welcoming gift of the Grand Line? It was certainly something special. Kouta stood at the bow, looking at the small black that appearing in the distance under the sunset, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart. He was a bit tired after half a day, not physically but mentally. He didn't know what it was like for others just entering the Grand Line. However, their journey so far had indeed been quite exaggerated. Even veterans like Indigo, who navigated the Grand Line, had never encountered such frequently changing weather. The Grand Line is relatively small compared to the 4 seas, like a ribbon wrapping around the planet. Therefore, the chances of encountering other ships in the Grand Line are quite high. Every encounter basically turns into a brutal battle. This is the second terrifying aspect of the Grand Line. If you're not strong enough, you can be sunk by other ships at any moment, becoming a delivery package that makes another ship even stronger. Here, with money, you can buy anything, including but not limited to slaves, which are common goods in the Grand Line. In the first half of this day, Kouta and the others encountered several pirate ships. However, these pirate ships did not survive the beginning of this journey, and thus did not have to engage with Kouta and his crew, being completely buried in the depths of the sea. It is also possible that these guys were just unlucky to run into Kouta. Perhaps it was Kouta who caused their misfortune. After all, Kouta felt as if the Grand Line was resisting his entry. Ha ha ha. Or maybe he's just overthinking it. This time, they did not choose any specific route. On Twin Islands, they randomly charged into the magnetic force. In the end, they selected route number 5, while Luffy and the others were on route 4, leaving Kouta with an unknown ahead. Why not go to the Whiskey Peak Island of number 4? Of course, it's because they wanted to meet other starting islands. Now that they're in the Grand Line, want to go to Alabasta and Drum Island where Chopper is located. Isn't that simple? Both of these are large islands with kingdoms, especially Alabasta, which is one of the 20 royal families in the world. Moreover, Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, has just joined the Baroque works, so it's unlikely she would be at Whiskey Peak now, and there wouldn't be much meaning in going there. So, they decided to be a bit reckless and randomly choose a route. Later, they could find a permanent pointer to mess around with and head to Alabasta. According to Kuroka's, the starting island of route number 5 should be an island with a kingdom called Base Kingdom. It is said that this kingdom is famous for producing a type of wine called base. Thinking of wine, Kouta couldn't help but swallow. Their luck was quite good. Even a random selection led them to his desired island. Creaking, Guina walked over, stepping on the increasingly weathered wooden planks corroded by seawater. Although they had only been at sea for less than a month, the journey had not been easy, especially with the upside-down mountain and the half-day trip they had just experienced. After all, the Going Merry is just a small sailboat worth a few million berries. Being able to endure this journey was thanks to Kouta's ability to take care of things. Otherwise, it would have fallen apart long ago. Kouta didn't pay much attention to the noise. Once they reached the Grand Line, the Going Merry would soon be obsolete. The weather and sea currents here do not allow such a rudimentary ship to sail. He didn't feel any reluctance either. They weren't the main characters. So it was impossible for the Freedom to give birth to something legendary like a ship spirit. Base Island is both Spring Island and Winter Island. Guina quietly walked to Kouta's side, took his right hand, held it in her arms, and looked at the island ahead, which was getting closer, and said, "It's really amazing. There are actually two completely different weathers on one island. Moreover, they coexist harmoniously and pleasantly." They can now see the rough outline of the islands ahead. From a distance, Base Island looks like two large buns connected to each other, spanning across the distant sea surface. The island on the left is shaded by lush green trees, while the one on the right is covered in white, clearly blanketed by snow. Looking up at the sky, a thick layer of clouds is surprisingly hovering over the Winter Island on the right. The clouds seem to be completely isolated by something, forming a distinct straight line that blocks the space between the two islands. It is an indescribable spectacle from afar. As for this phenomenon, Kouta can't explain it, and I believe no one else can either. It can only be attributed to the unique magnetic field of the Great Sea Route, which creates such a miraculous sight. Or it can also be called a miracle. Indigo led the way, with Ahua and the others following behind, all standing at the bow of the ship. This island feels familiar to me. Indigo gazed ahead, a moment of daze, then his eyes lit up. Indeed, I came here with Golden Lion to buy wine. Can you tell me what the wine is like here? How should I put it? Indigo thought for a moment, then looked up at Kouta and smiled. It's been 7 or 8 years since then, but I still remember that Golden Lion seemed to really like the wine here. It's just that we haven't come back since. I've forgotten what the wine here tastes like. He paused for a moment, his eyes filled with reminiscence, and then said, "However, what impresses me the most about coming here is not the wine." Not the wine? A look of confusion flashed in Keita's eyes. According to Kuroka's, the most famous thing about Bas Island is the wine. If it's not the wine, then what is it? Noticing Keita's confusion, Indigo quickly explained, "For me, it's definitely not the impression left by the wine." "Then what is it?" "It's the king of the place." "The king?" "Yes." Indigo nodded and continued, "That king of Bas. That king of Bas." As he spoke, Indigo suddenly found himself unable to continue. He remembers that the Golden Lion came here specifically to invite the king of this place aboard, which left a deep impression on him. However, he can't recall the name or appearance of that king at all. If it weren't for seeing Base Island, he might not even remember having been here. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Indigo shook his head and said to Kouta, "It's strange, I have no impression of the king of Base Kingdom at all now. It must be because too much time has passed." With that, he couldn't help but shake his head. As one gets older, they tend to forget some things that aren't so important. Is that strange? Kouta looked at the two islands shimmering with golden light in the sunset. A strong curiosity flashed through his mind. Being invited by the Golden Lion, even though ultimately refused, should not be someone ordinary. Base Island, Spring Island, Central Palace. The current situation here has long lost the appearance of a royal palace. The palace is filled with pirates. These pirates are either lying down, sitting, or shouting loudly. In short, it's a chaotic scene. In another palace, however, the atmosphere is entirely different. The people here have cold expressions, silently drinking alcohol, their eyes vigilantly observing everything around them. Judging by the aura emanating from these individuals, they're probably not pirates. This is the current state of the Base Kingdom. Looking further out, aside from the two relatively intact palaces remaining around the Central Palace, the entire kingdom is filled with ruins. The villages surrounding the palace are all in ruins. Among some of these ruins, one can still see faces that are numb and filled with despair. There aren't many people, and they aren't strong. They are mostly elderly and children, with very few women. These people are cautiously hiding, searching for something, afraid of being discovered. All of this reminds anyone who arrives here that this place is no longer the prosperous, joyful, and happy Base Kingdom of the past. The island is still the same island, but the great Base Kingdom has vanished without a trace. Now, only the weak and sickly remain. The once great kingdom and dock have completely fallen into a paradise for pirates and bounty hunters. Why can pirates and bounty hunters coexist peacefully on this small island? It seems like the Whiskey Peak, filled with those waiting to hunt, are just some incompetent newcomers who have just entered the Grand Line. Here, pirates can easily turn to bounty hunters, and bounty hunters can also easily become pirates. They not only rob pirates, but also seize passing merchant ships. Some of them can even instantly turn into human traffickers. On the Grand Line, the most sought-after commodity is various kinds of slaves. Bas Island. In the giant harbor between the two islands. The harbor is shaped like a river, deep but not wide. It is clearly man-made. The left bank is shaded by green trees, while the right side is covered in snow and ice, a pure white expanse. At this moment, the free ships slowly sailed in, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. The banks were silent as night, with not a single light in sight. However, the left side of the Spring Island harbor was filled with people. Looking at the flags, it was another group of newcomers. Ha ha ha. The heads of this group of pirates are ours, the Bada Bounty group, to claim. Although Kouta is quite famous, their flag is not as well known. After all, they have only been on the wanted list for a few days. On the left bank, one of Bada's subordinates, hearing the boss's voice, quickly fired at the free ship. The sound of the gunshot was like a fuse. Following that, countless gunshots rang out around them. These bullets were not aimed at the people on the ship, but at the ship itself. They want to first destroy the ships, and then fabricate the pirates who fall into the sea. Once they fall into the sea, isn't that just doing as they please? Damn it, I already said that this group of pirates belongs to our team. As countless gunshots rang out, Badar took the lead and rushed out. He wanted to occupy the advantageous terrain and wait for the group of pirates to fall into the water. At that time, he would catch them without fail. Just then, Bata, who had just jumped into the river and was rushing forward, suddenly paused and then froze in place. "What's wrong, boss?" One of the dozens of subordinates who followed him out asked anxiously. Seeing that the boss didn't respond, he didn't dare to ask further, but just followed Bada's gaze toward the freedom. After just one glance, he also froze in place, his pupils rapidly dilating, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. At this moment, everyone in the harbor, whether they had surfaced or not, all stopped in their tracks. They looked at the bow of the Freedom ship, their hearts twitching. How did this guy get to the Grand Line so quickly? Although they knew that with the bounty on the other party, he would definitely come to the Grand Line, but this was just too fast. They only saw each other's bounty a couple of days ago. You just show up out of nowhere, and they happen to run into each other. The main thing is, they are riding such a small boat, which clearly doesn't match the identity of the new generation of legendary pirates. If it weren't for the Freedom being so inconspicuous, they wouldn't have been so panicked and opened fire, and they wouldn't be so scared now. Some newly emerged pirates quickly lay flat on the ground, wishing they could dig a hole to bury themselves. They don't even dare to breathe, fearing they might be discovered by Kouta. They're staring from a distance at the frozen group of Bada. They couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. Luckily, they had not been the first to rush out. Could this be a special welcoming ceremony held by Base Island? Kouta expanded his spatial domain, blocking the bullets coming from all directions. Didn't the old man say this place was very prosperous? It certainly looked prosperous. Indigo stepped forward with a poochy sound, looking at the dock, which was devoid of any lights. He was stunned by the sight of the two palaces that were still relatively intact on the mountainside in the distance. It couldn't be possible. Judging by the level of desolation, this place must have been abandoned for at least 2 or 3 years. The Kingdom of Base was a member of the world government. It couldn't have been easily destroyed like this. Moreover, it happened without much news getting out. As he shook his head, he seemed to think of something. If a nation were to be destroyed, there could only be one possibility. What possibility? Kouta asked Indigo, puzzled. That is, the country could not pay the heavenly gold and was thus delisted from the member states of the world government. Once that happened, the country would quickly be extinguished by endless warfare. This could also explain why there wasn't much news coming out, because the world government simply did not allow extensive reporting about this place. As Indigo spoke, his expression gradually darkened, as if recalling the past, a glimmer of memories flashing in his eyes. There were many such countries in the New World. These countries were perpetually engulfed in warfare, while their royal families scraped together every bit of wealth and waged wars abroad, all for that slim chance of joining the world government. Oh, Kouta turned his head, looking at the palace on the mountainside, and said in confusion, even if they were delisted, it wouldn't lead to their destruction so quickly. As he spoke, he retracted his spatial domain, and the bullets outside fell like rain, splashing on the water's surface and creating ripples. These ripples reflected Kouta's current mood. He had been hoping that this place would bring him fine wine. Who would have thought that what awaited him was a dock full of pirates and bounty hunters? He looked at the ruined royal palace in the distance, a flash of red light in his eyes, and his observation haki instantly swept across the entire dock. He didn't find a single civilian. Even if a country were destroyed, there shouldn't be no one left. It's impossible that everyone has become a pirate or a bounty hunter. His domineering aura continued to expand, gradually enveloping the entire Spring Island. With his extraordinarily powerful spirit, his Kinbunchika haki could easily cover a small island. Of course, he was still not at the level of Enel. That guy's devil fruit ability, combined with his Kinbunchika haki, formed his unique heartnet, which should be the broadest Kinbunchika haki in the entire One Piece world. Suddenly, Kouta froze. In his perception, on this island, apart from these pirates and bounty hunters, there were only the old, weak, sick, and disabled left. There wasn't a single able-bodied young man. Even the children seemed to be hiding like frightened mice, their presence weak and terrified, having endured long periods of hunger. He then swept over Winter Island, finding not a trace of life, dead silence all around. Base Island, on the beach under the riverbank to the left of the long harbor. If you were to ask what Bada's current mood was, it would surely be one of wanting to die. He has always been following behind large teams, picking up some leftovers. Just a few days ago, he worked hard and recruited some buddies, and that's how he managed to get the first prize today. Who would have thought that on his first time competing, he would randomly encounter the Kouta gang? He was wondering if he had stepped in dog poop on his way out in the morning, or if he had encountered a crow. Just then, he heard the last voice he wanted to hear, followed by a weight on his shoulder. Wow, this welcome ceremony of yours is quite special. Kouta appeared silently beside Bada, casually wrapping an arm around Bada's shoulder like a good buddy. Let's chat for a bit. Bada shuddered all over. Thump, thump, thump. The moment Kouta appeared, everything around him suddenly fell eerily silent. Even the sound of the wind ceased. He felt as if he were in an abyss where he couldn't see his own hand, with only the sound of his racing heartbeat echoing in the emptiness. And the scythe of death was resting on his neck. He now feels a chill rushing from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head, as if his soul has been frozen. His face was pale, his pupils dilated rapidly, and his whole body was stiff, unable to dare to turn his head to look at the empty Tai who had his arm around his neck. If it weren't for his terrified, stiff body supporting him, he would surely have collapsed to the ground at that moment. He quickly lowered his head, letting the sweat dripping from his forehead, tick-tock, gather on the ground. Is this the strength of the bounty of 500 million for a pirate? It's really outrageous. This unparalleled sense of oppression he has never felt in his life. And the speed is just too exaggerated. Like a ghost, it appeared beside him silently. Between life and death, he nostalgically remembers the days of following behind a big group, picking up leftover scraps. He swore that if he escaped this time, he would never be the one to stick his neck out again. Behind Bajia, his brothers watched as their leader was held by the neck. They all drew their knives and guns, aiming them at Kouta. Even though the opponent was a bounty of 500 million, a great pirate, they were not afraid at this moment. The boss was the boss, their boss for life. At this moment, the aura emanating from these guys really had a rare sense of brotherhood found in the world of One Piece. Oh, interesting. Kouta looked at the lackeys behind Bajia. A hint of curiosity flashed across his face. Although these guys looked like they were trembling at the sight of Kouta, they did not step back even half a step, which was quite interesting. Logically speaking, these were mostly a temporary team, and they shouldn't have any loyalty. At that moment, Bajia suddenly spoke up. He didn't dare to look directly at Kouta. Instead, he turned to his little brothers and shouted loudly, "What are you all doing with your guns raised? Hurry up and put your weapons away." "Boss." The little brothers looked at their leader, confusion flashing in their eyes. "What boss?" In front of the silver-haired big brother. "I'm not a boss at all." They clearly saw that standing before them was someone who had just set sail a few days ago and had already defeated the EC overlord, the Creek Pirates, and even the formidable Evil Dragon Pirates that were strong even in the Grand Line. He had also taken down the legendary pirate Silver Lion Shiki, becoming the captain of the new generation of legendary silver-haired pirates, Kouta. "We know." The little brothers looked confused, but obediently put down their weapons. Bajia didn't dare to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He turned around, bent over, and fawned over Kouta. "Silver-haired big brother, my little brothers are foolish and shot out of impulse. You're my idol. Ever since I heard you were coming to the Grand Line, I've been waiting at the dock every day. I finally got to see you. I was just following someone else's lead when I fired. As soon as I saw it was you, I couldn't wait to rush out." Saying this, he slapped himself a few times, then looked up at Kouta with a face full of flattery. "I'm so happy to see my idol today. Silver-haired big brother, I promise, I am definitely your fan." He looked at Kouta with anticipation, his eyes filled with fear, as if he was really scared of having fired at his idol. Then came the excitement. It was hard to tell if this guy had learned to change expressions, but his performance was quite impressive. "Oh," Kouta looked at Bajia, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "To be honest, you are quite funny." At that moment, the Freedom ship stopped behind Kouta. Guina jumped lightly from the railing, landing next to Kouta with a bang. Following her were Ahua and the tall Indigo. They all heard Bajia's shout, "Fan? Ardol." They didn't expect that they had only been at sea for a short time and already had fans even on the Grand Line. They just didn't know if this guy was speaking the truth. Everyone curiously stared at Bada, wanting to see what else this guy could say. "Oh, This big sister must be none other than the stunningly beautiful and youthful blue-haired girl who could rival the world's #1 beauty, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Looking at Guina beside Kouta, Bada quickly flattered her. Your beautiful face is dazzling to my eyes. The infinite radiance you emit is like the lights in the night or the morning sun, making one feel ashamed to look directly at you. Bada's little brothers and other teams not far from here, upon hearing this extremely shameless praise, twitched their mouths. Hey, is this the Navy headquarters? There's an ultimate sycophant here. Come and catch him. Guina looked at Bada, the corners of her mouth curling up, her eyes filled with laughter. Although sycophants might be a bit disgusting to others, for the one being flattered, it was a different state altogether. At least this guy's compliments weren't that annoying. It's no wonder that nobles like to bring a group of sycophants when they go out. Verbal praise and flattering gestures can indeed give someone a false sense of greatness from the heart. Some people sink, some lose themselves, some enjoy it, while others become even more excessive. Bada felt Guina's smile and inexplicably relaxed a little. Then his spirit jolted. It's not over yet. For the sake of survival. He had completely let go of his pride. He turned his head to look at Ahua and the others, but when he saw Indigo, there was a moment of daze. However, this guy concealed it well. His expression didn't change at all, and instead, he started to praise them vigorously. It was as if he wanted to use all the words of admiration he had learned and seen throughout his life on the silver-haired group. That was amusing, yet also not amusing at all. Kouta looked at Bada and the little brothers behind him, gradually withdrawing the smile from his face. This guy wasn't doing it for himself, but for these little brothers. People striving to survive shouldn't be laughed at. Even if it's still unclear whether the other party is a bad person, they shouldn't be mocked. Come on, tell me. What exactly is going on here? Kouta looked at Bada, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. I remember this is the location of the Kingdom of Bas, right? The Kingdom of Bas used to be very prosperous. How did it end up like this? He didn't care whether the person opposite was a sycophant or truly a fan of his. From the aura he sensed, there were basically no people left on this island. He absolutely didn't believe it wasn't these remaining pirates and bounty hunters who were responsible. And the pirates at the dock were just a small fraction. Most were in the palace. Bada felt a shiver under Koungtai's gaze, quickly turned around, bent down, and stared at Koungtai's shoes, not daring to look up. He cautiously replied, The Kingdom of Bas was destroyed 3 years ago. 3 years ago? Yes. Then how did you all get here? On this island. Most pirates and bounty hunters had only come from other places in the past 2 years. Oh, Koungtai then asked his most concerned question. Could you please take me to meet the remaining ordinary people from the former Kingdom of Bas? Brother, there are hardly any people left in Bas. Why don't we just go to the palace? Hearing that Koungtai wanted to meet ordinary people, Bada's heart tightened, and he quickly spoke up. After all, ordinary people aren't that interesting, are they? I want to meet ordinary people. Koungtai looked at Bada, his imposing aura rising. Hey, don't think we're afraid of you just because you're a big pirate. We're from Ba. Shut up, Ba suddenly shouted, interrupting his subordinate who was about to speak. He then raised his head, looking at Koungtai with pleading eyes. Brother, can we not go looking for ordinary people? There's really nothing to find. Clearly, Bada and his group seem to be protecting something. Koungtai stared at Bada, remaining silent for a long time, and then an overwhelming aura surged, sweeping over the entire dock. Bypassing Bada and his group, everything fell silent. Even the chirping of insects at dusk vanished in an instant. At the moment Koungtai unleashed his aura, Bada and his group thought Koungtai was angry and was going to start a massacre, so they all raised their weapons, glaring with bloodshot eyes, seriously staring at Koungtai. Conqueror's Haki. Bada fixed his gaze on Koungtai, his pupils contracting, a momentary look of surprise flashing across his face. Now you can take us to meet the remaining people of Bas, right? Who exactly are you? Bada looked at Koungtai, straightening his hunched body. He retracted the look of fear on his face, transforming into someone completely different, exuding an aura that was entirely different from his current image. This was an aura only someone who had long been in a high position could possess. It wasn't strong, but it was resolute. Brother. His subordinates looked at Bada as if they were meeting him for the first time. Was this still their brother, who was filled with a lewd aura and would do anything for food? Impossible, impossible. It must be an illusion. How could their brother exude such a noble aura? They had only felt this kind of aura from the nobles and palace ministers before the Kingdom of Bas was destroyed. Us? Koungtai looked at Bada, a smile flashing in his eyes. You can call us partners of justice. This guy finally stopped pretending. He saw that this guy was humbly seeking survival for his subordinates, while his subordinates dared to look directly at this big pirate for his sake. It was clear that this group of people was definitely not ordinary bounty hunters. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 500 million, a unique figure in the first half of the Grand Line. Since he learned of his identity, this group was the only special one at the dock. It was hard not to notice. In the world of One Piece, there weren't many pirates, bounty hunters, or Navy members willing to advance alongside their companions. Coexisting with companions is actually a rare quality, and such people often have a purpose they must uphold. Partners of justice. Hey, don't joke around. Does such a thing still exist in the Grand Line? His subordinates shouted loudly at Kouta upon hearing his words. People who only know how to live in peace cannot understand the sorrow of being in a chaotic world. Isn't justice just a trick played by the world government? Kid, stop flaunting your little, not-so-impressive sense of justice here. Clearly, these subordinates must have all been persecuted by justice, leading them to no longer believe in it. Just like the mad cow pirates from the EC, they didn't know whether they were persecuted by nobles, pirates, the Navy, or simply the world government. Kouta didn't know. Since he didn't know, he directly asked, seeing how excited you are, you guys aren't the remaining people from the kingdom of BS, are you? The subordinates all paused. This was an identity they could not reveal on this island, no matter what. All right, stop talking. I can answer anything you want to know. Bada looked at Kouta, speaking seriously. But you have to tell me why you must meet the remaining people from the kingdom of BAS. If I say, I want to drink the famous ball wine from the kingdom of BAS, do you think you believe me? Kouta stared intently at Bada, his tone serious. Without a hint of frivolity or mockery, Bada fixed his gaze on Kouta, a flicker of inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. Everyone around was watching Bada, perhaps for a moment, or perhaps for a century. He spoke up. Okay, I trust you. With that, he revealed the first genuine smile he had since meeting Kouta. They are indeed the remaining people of the BAS kingdom. As for his identity, it cannot be revealed yet, although he did not detect any malice from Keita's attitude. After all, the other party is a pirate. In the Grand Line, speaking of kindness and trust to pirates is a rather ridiculous idea. Then his face returned to his usual lewdness, as if the noble aura he had just emitted was not his at all. Huh, boss, you're finally back. We thought you were possessed by someone. Yeah, the way you looked just now was noble, but also quite scary. What are you talking about, you little brats? Bada turned and shouted at his little brothers. In fact, these little brothers were not very big, only about 15 or 16 years old. Indeed, just kids. Then Bada turned to Kouta. His expression changed, and with that guy's fiery red hair, he looked indescribably lewd. Boss, from now on, just call me Little Bada. I'll take you to meet the remaining people of BAS. Are we really taking them there? They're all pirates. Seeing their boss's demeanor, the little brothers seemed to genuinely recognize Kouta as their boss. All right, regarding this matter, I know what I'm doing, Bada said as he took the lead and walked toward the shore, signaling Kouta and the others to follow. When they reached the embankment and saw the people lying on it, Bada asked, Boss, how should we deal with these guys? What do you want to do? Kouta looked at Bada, the corners of his mouth curling up as he laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Since they are willing to be my little brothers, then let you handle these guys. Upon hearing this, Bada paused, a hint of surprise flashing across his face as he looked at the countless figures lying on the ground. His eyes turning cold. He really wants to keep these guys here forever. Because although these guys at the dock are not the main reason for the current state of the Kingdom of Base, they are indeed the culprits behind the remaining people of the Kingdom of Base hiding everywhere. Boss, this is the original brewery of the Kingdom of Base. Bada stands on one of the large bridges over the river that separates Spring Island and Winter Island, looking at the ruins of buildings on the bridge. Memories flashing his eyes. Base Island, being rare for having two climates, is very rich in resources. Spring Island, which is good at growing grains, and Winter Island, which has unique hot spring water. Therefore, the combination of the two gave birth to the unique base wine of the Grand Line, which also led to the past prosperity of the Kingdom of Base, making it once a well-known kingdom of wine throughout the Grand Line. He gazed at the ruins behind the river, his expression tightening, and then spoke. The ruins before us are what used to be a distillery, and during the peak of the Kingdom of Base, there were as many as 13 such distilleries. 13? Kouta followed Abada's gaze to the ruins on the bridge, then looked down the river. He saw several large and small bridges distributed along the river. Each bridge had buildings similar in style to the ruins in front of them. These dilapidated structures appeared even more desolate and lonely in the afterglow of the setting sun. He could feel the former prosperity of this place from the bridges and buildings. It must have been a scene of bustling crowds and swaying boats. Countless ships came here, filled with the local base liquor, heading for the Grand Line and even the Four Seas. Let's go. Keitai said little and asked no questions. All right, Captain. Badar took the lead and stepped onto the big bridge, followed by dozens of his younger brothers carrying oversized packages. Although Badar did not kill the pirates and bounty hunters who fainted at the dock, he cleaned out their food and money. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is a bounty hunter. He actually killed many people. To make them kill so many at once, they wouldn't be able to do it. Although they knew these guys deserved to die, no one knew if there might be some truly good people among them. The moment they crossed the big bridge, Keitai and the others shivered in unison. Only the Grand Line could have such a magical place. One moment it was the warm spring, and the next it turned into the cold winter. The drastic change made one marvel that this surely wasn't a natural occurrence, but rather a creation of the gods that resulted in such an eerie yet balanced scene. In stark contrast to Keitai and his group was Badar's gang. As they entered Winter Island, they shed their previous caution and instead became spirited and excited. They gave the impression that they were not entering a dead winter, but rather stepping into a hopeful spring. The light emanating from their eyes was different. Feeling the changes in Bada and his group, Kongtai and the others didn't ask anything. Instead, they tightened their clothes and followed Bada, quickly making their way deeper into Winter Island, treading on the thick snow. In this silent Winter Island, where everything was still, only the sound of their footsteps broke the tranquility, giving them all a sense of adventure. As they gradually delved deeper, they climbed over a small slope, and suddenly, the view opened up before them. Looking at the empty plain ahead, everyone's gaze turned toward Bada. A red glimmer flashed in Kongtai's eyes, but he detected no signs of life. He turned his head to stare at Badar and said with a smile, Badar, you didn't bring us here to hold a banquet and eat Snow Mountain hot pot, did you? Hey, is there really such a thing as Snow Mountain hot pot? Ahua was taken aback for a moment and then pushed up his glasses, excitedly saying, why didn't I think of that? Endless snow is the best refrigerator and water. Eating hot pot in the snow must be amazing. Oh, Aluo stuffed his left hand in his pants pocket and brushed his hair with his right hand. The wind was a bit strong, messing up his shamade hairstyle. No wonder Badar and the others were looking for so much food. So it turns out they came for a Snow Mountain banquet. Ha, what a great idea. Atao took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep breath while watching the two excited ones. Really, what idiots. Anyone with common sense could see that Kongtai was joking, but only these two guys took it seriously. He tilted his head to one side and looked at the plane in front of him with confusion. No matter how you looked at it, this didn't seem like a place where people could hide. He remembered that Keitai was the one who brought them to meet the remaining people of the Bas kingdom. The elder brother just needed to follow along. Bada didn't pay any attention to Ahua and the others who were excited about wanting to eat hot pot on the snowy mountain, but instead walked up to a protruding rock and stopped. Is the boss really going to take them inside? A younger brother looked at Bada and couldn't help but step forward to speak loudly. Although Keitai's group didn't show any malice and even let them take so much food and money, they were still pirates. Moreover, they were notorious pirates with a bounty of over 500 million. If they reached their destination and really showed malice, it would all be too late. Not only would they suffer, but those hiding would also be discovered by other pirates on the island, leading to them being captured and sold into slavery. This was the last thing they wanted to see. It was also the reason they had been hiding their identities. The destruction of the Bas kingdom had turned all the villagers here into targets for human traffickers. So far, over 90 of the villagers have been captured and turned into slaves. It's fine, I believe in them. Boss, seeing that the younger brother still wanted to say something, Bada quickly raised his hand to interrupt him. All right, if you don't believe in them, do you not believe in me? He didn't believe in Keitai and his group for no reason. Rather, he inferred from the news and their behavior during meetings that Keitai was indeed different from ordinary pirates. Moreover, he possessed a unique ability that no one else knew about. That is, he awakened his observation haki at a very young age, which allows him to see a person's true thoughts. Therefore, when Keitai referred to them as allies of justice, he believed him. Ever since Base was removed from the world government, leading to the destruction of his country, he has witnessed countless people who speak of justice but are extremely evil at heart. These individuals have captured countless people from the kingdom of Base, leading to countless families being torn apart and husbands and wives separated. This has led Bada and his group to no longer believe in the concept of justice. This is also why they were so angry when they heard Keitai's words, because they used to believe in justice so deeply. When a truly just-hearted person comes along, they instead do not believe and loudly question. They have simply been hurt too deeply to trust easily anymore. They're not slaves like mad cows. So they didn't become pirates, just bounty hunters. This also shows that they still have a heart towards the light. Upon hearing their boss's words, this little brother didn't ask much more. He slowly retreated into the crowd, keeping a wary eye on Kouta and his gang. Although he trusted his boss, it was necessary to remain vigilant. Kouta ignored this little brother and turned to look behind him. What's wrong? Guina, who had been watching Kouta closely, quickly asked upon noticing something unusual about him. It's nothing, just a few pesky flies and a reporter. A reporter? Guina understood what the pesky flies were, definitely some pirates. But she didn't know about the reporter. Yeah, Kouta turned to look at Guina, a smile on his face, not paying much attention to the people behind him. He had sensed this reporter at the dock. After all, he was the only one who hadn't been knocked out by Kouta's Conqueror's Haki. Every year in the Grand Line, new generation pirates emerge, and behind these pirates, there are always reporters. Only these reporters can spread the news of these new stars across the seas at the fastest speed. One could say that every year, the emergence of new stars is a battle among reporters. The reporter who follows the most talked about new star naturally receives the most attention and anticipation. Is that so? Guina nodded, then her eyes brightened as she looked at Kouta and asked, so, does that mean we are new stars too? Us? If we're counting as newcomers, then certainly. But in terms of fame, probably not. Kouta stroked his chin and thought for a moment. We should be considered, I don't know how to describe it. If you want to know, just ask that reporter later. Oh, let's go see how the people of the BAS kingdom are hiding. I can't even sense a hint with my observation haki. As they spoke, their gazes turned towards Badar. Behind Kouta and the others, behind a snow-capped mountain. A reporter from the World Economic News Agency, Firebird Vance, dressed in a bright red coat with a pink crest hairstyle, was excitedly leaning against a snow pile. He discovered Kouta when they entered the port. When he saw Kouta in person, he almost jumped up with excitement. Every year, there are superstars emerging, which is great. But not every reporter is lucky enough to encounter them on the first island. Especially now, when their president refers to him as the new generation legend silver-haired Kouta. The president of their company has issued an order. Whoever can be the first to discover news about Kouta will be promoted and given a raise. It's no wonder he's so excited. When he saw Kouta use his Conqueror's Haki to stun everyone at the dock, he felt as if he had been favored by the goddess of luck. Indeed, as the man designated by the president for special attention, Kouta delivered such significant news right away. And judging by Kouta's actions, it's clear that this is just the beginning. He is a reporter for the World Economic News Agency, so he certainly knows about the Kingdom of Base. Although the world government doesn't allow extensive reporting, he can report on Kouta, and thus report on the Kingdom of Base. This is another big news story. Just thinking about it makes him want to laugh out loud. He. Remembering that Kouta is still ahead, he quickly covers his mouth and chuckles quietly. Thinking of Kouta, he hurriedly raises his binoculars and camera, crouching on the snow slope, taking a flurry of photos of Kouta and his group. At that moment, he stiffens all over because in his lens, Kouta is looking directly at him. A glimmer of cold light flashes in those azure eyes, making his breath catch in his throat. If he didn't know that Kouta and his group were not ruthless pirates, he would have turned and run away. This is the second reason for his excitement. Although there are supernovas every year, very few reporters dare to photograph them. If caught in a candid shot, it's better if they happen to encounter a relatively amicable supernova. If they run into a vicious supernova, they can only consider themselves unlucky. Whether they live or die depends solely on the other's mood. Every year, there are a few unfortunate reporters who die directly or indirectly at the hands of supernovas. Being a reporter is a high-risk profession, yet he is lucky to encounter a rare type of pirate among them, one that seeks adventure. Such pirates generally do not pose a life-threatening danger to him. Of course, he shouldn't provoke them. After all, a pirate is still a pirate. He has seen many, and even pirates with dreams can suddenly turn into extremely ruthless ones. In the Grand Line, the best way to ensure one's safety is to keep a distance, avoid contact, refrain from asking or speaking, and remain quiet. At this moment, his years of experience in the news industry and his skills in covert photography come into play, until Kouta turns around and the gaze disappears. He touched his constantly beating heart and let out a sigh of relief. Is this what a 500 million man feels like? The sense of mental pressure is too strong. He had seen big pirates before. After all, he was a reporter, and he had encountered a few supernovas and even secretly photographed some of them. Among these supernovas, none of them had the same overwhelming pressure as that one. Once his heartbeat calmed down, he excitedly raised the small transponder snail on his right wrist and dialed out. World News Agency, headquarters. Suddenly, the president's office was pushed open hurriedly from the outside. The sudden noise made the president, Morgans, tremble his right hand holding the red T. almost dropping it on the floor. He must have raised his drink and taken a sip, then looked at his subordinate holding the phone bug and said, "What's the urgent matter?" He didn't blame his subordinates, because if it weren't for the big news, they wouldn't have rushed to find him. "President, that guy Firebird is on the line. He says he has news about silver-haired Kouta." "Oh." Morgans quickly put down his teacup, reached out to take the phone bug from his subordinate, placed it on the table, and picked up the receiver to speak. "Moshi Moshi, this is Morgans, I'm listening." As Morgans picked up the receiver, the phone bug suddenly transformed into the appearance of Firebird Vance and spoke. "President, I'm currently on Base Island." "Base Island?" Morgans was momentarily stunned upon hearing Firebird's voice, and then a glimmer of excitement crossed his eyes. "The former Kingdom of Base. Located on Base Island?" "Yes, it's the Kingdom of Base. This is getting interesting." Morgan's eyes lit up, and he continued, "Since you're in Base, Kouta and his group will definitely cause a huge stir. You must capture it as soon as possible and send it over." "Understood. Don't worry. Once this news wraps up, I will definitely promote and give you a raise." Morgans encouraged before hanging up the phone. The Kingdom of Base. His thoughts were similar to those of Kouta. The world government did not allow extensive reporting, but reporting on Kouta should be fine. Moreover, judging by the actions of Kouta and his group, they seemed to have a strong sense of justice and would definitely not abandon the remaining people of the Base Kingdom. At that time, there would surely be a conflict with the world government. With this thought, he stood up excitedly and walked back and forth behind his desk. "Big news. It's another big news. Gaga. Gaga gaga, gaga gaga." Base Island, Winter Island. In a snow-white plain, a sudden rumble was heard, not very loud. Baida was seen groping under a stone in front of him for a while, and suddenly it seemed like he pressed some mechanism. The stone slowly slid to the right, revealing a dark passage sloping downward. Baida turned to look at Kouta and walked in first. The little brothers, following him, quickly followed with large and small bags on their backs. It was really amazing, hidden within the mountain body. No wonder his observation Haki could not sense it. Kouta looked at the not-so-large entrance of the passage, his mouth curling into a smile, full of curiosity. It certainly wasn't built by the Base Kingdom during its fall. It must be from before. Perhaps this was once the cellar used by the Base Kingdom's winery to store wine. With this thought, he hurriedly followed inside. There might still be a lot of base wine left. Once Kouta and the others entered the passage, Baida, who remained at the entrance, reached out and pressed on a stone on the right wall. Suddenly, the stone at the entrance of the passage quickly slid back into place, completely sealing off the entrance, leaving the passage in total darkness, as black as an abyss. Everyone stood still, not panicking, waiting for Baida. Baida didn't keep them waiting long. He pressed on a stone next to the switch again, and the entire passage suddenly lit up as bright as day with a flicker. Looking up, it turned out that every short distance along the walls of the passage was equipped with a light. When the lights lit up, they could see the layout of the passage clearly. The entire passage was spiraled, twisting downwards, resembling a castle staircase. "Let us go this way, boss." It was unclear if it was an illusion, but Baida and his group seemed to have lightened their steps and were much more eager, as if there were people waiting for them ahead. Following the spiral staircase down for a while, they stopped in front of a huge wooden door. Baida stepped up, grabbed the handle on the door, and gently knocked. The sound was not loud, but in the small underground space, it was deafening. The creaky wooden door suddenly opened from the inside. "Wow, it's Uncle Baida, you're back." Several small children rushed out first. They shouted inside, and then ran to Baida's little brothers, wanting to take the packages from them. A few of the little ones took a package from one of the younger brothers and sniffed the delicious smell of food coming from inside, swallowing hard. However, these little ones did not open it, but lifted it up with all their might, walking towards the wooden door while shouting, "Come out to help quickly, Uncle Baida," and then brought back a lot of things this time. Hearing the shout, more children rushed out from inside the door. All these children had a common characteristic. They were very small. It seemed they had been malnourished due to long-term hunger. The little ones were not noisy. They politely greeted Baida first, and then took the packages from Baida's little brothers, their faces beaming with excitement, as if it were New Year. Several of them carrying the packages into the wooden door. The younger brothers had lost their previous hostility and were now filled with gentleness, all smiling as they looked at the little ones. Some of the younger brothers, looking at the little ones with admiration, proudly puffed out their chests. Kouta and the others quietly watched all of this, without making sound. Ahua and the other two had long lost their earlier smiles. The scene before them was indeed not something to smile about. Kouta looked at Baida, his eyes flashing red. He scanned the entire passage in an instant, all filled with children and the elderly. "Baida, are you the only ones left in the Base Kingdom?" Please come in, boss. Although the Base Kingdom is gone, We still have some base wine left. I think it's enough to entertain you. Saying this, he chuckled lightly. Ha! Boss, please don't think we are not hospitable. How could that be? Kouta stared into Baida's eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Even in the endless silence of Winter Island, hope for life could still be nurtured. He felt Baida's spirit and the smiles on the faces of the children here. He felt that they did not hate the world. No matter how bad it was, they still faced it with a smile. Ha ha ha. Let us go. Bada, let me see the bar that I've been longing for. Boss, this way please. Bada suddenly regained his noble demeanor, straightened his back, and walked ahead into the door. Once inside, he saw a spacious area filled with packages in the middle, surrounded by hundreds of children, while countless elderly people sat along the walls. All of these elderly people looked at Bada with smiles, as if they were gazing at their king. If it weren't for Bada in these past years, they didn't know if they could have made it through. Bada, you finally came back. Just then, a stunning red-haired beauty in maid attire, around 16 or 17, quickly approached Bada and started scolding him. I told you not to work so hard. This time you almost got wiped out. Clearly, this woman was aware of what had happened to the dock. As she spoke, she turned to look at the little brothers who followed Bada in, and seeing that everyone was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she saw Kouta and the others, she suddenly froze in place. Her face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out. Noticing the maid's condition, Bada felt a pang of sympathy in his eyes. He then reached out his big hand, ruffled the maid's hair, and gently said, "Don't be afraid, Leah, they're not bad people. This food can be said to be from them." Oh, Leah felt a weight lift off her shoulders after hearing Bada's words. She then curiously stared at Kouta, especially at Guina behind him, who was about the same age, but had already become a renowned figure in the Grand Line. Kouta smiled gently at Leah and politely introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Kouta. I am Uncle Bada's guest." Leah was taken aback by Kouta's sunny smile. Then her face flushed as she hurriedly responded, "Why you hello? I am Ba Leah. You can just call me Leah." "Hello, Leah. My name is Ahua." Ahua adjusted his glasses and quickly asked Leah. Seeing Ahua take the lead, Arrow was unwilling to be outdone. He styled his hair flamboyantly and winked at Leah. "Hello, Leah. My name is Arrow, the one and only handsome man from the East Sea." Ugh. Ahua bent over and began to gag. "You? A handsome man? Don't joke around. What did you say?" "I said you. A handsome man?" Ahua straightened up, dug at his ears, and looked at Arrow with disdain. "Did you not hear me? Do you want me to say it again? You seem to want to fight again." Arrow's forehead was bulging with veins as he charged at Ahua. "Let us see who wins." Ahua was not to be outdone and charged at Arrow as well. Just as their heads were about to collide, two fists came down mercilessly, smashing the two guys to the ground, each developing a big bump on their heads. When you're a guest in someone else's house, don't embarrass yourself. Guina withdrew her hand and smiled at Leah. "Don't mind them. These two are usually like this. Just think of them as a circus troupe." Saying this, she extended her hand. "Hello, my name is Guina." "Hello, hello." Leah looked at Guina, extended her hand, and shook it lightly before quickly letting go. A Tao puffed out a smoke ring and looked at the two who were down on the ground, sneering. "Idiots. Kakaru. Pucci. Miss, have we met somewhere before?" Indigo walked past Ahua and Arrow, coming face to face with Leah, looking at her with confusion. You are. Leah looked at Indigo and suddenly took a step back, a glimmer of memory flashing in her eyes. The old man's assistant with the ship's wheel on his head. I think his name was Golden Lion, right? With that, she stared at Indigo with curiosity. The impression he left on her was quite profound. After all, that unique walking sound and laughter were hard to forget. And the Golden Lion was actually related to her father. Father? She shuddered, covered her head, and suddenly tears streamed down her face. What is wrong? Guina looked at Leah, concerned. I don't know, I just thought of someone, and suddenly it happened like this. That person had no impression in her mind, but she just wanted to cry, not knowing why. Leah raised her head, looking at Guina, trying to stop her tears, but she couldn't. She didn't understand why. But every time she thought of her father, whom she had no memory of, she felt uncontrollable sadness. This sadness, which erupted from deep within, left her in tears every time. Moreover, she completely didn't know what was going on, as if another personality inside her was crying. Guina looked at Leah, a hint of sympathy flashing in her eyes, wanting to reach out and hug her, but then she stopped herself. She could feel Leah's helplessness and sadness, but this inexplicable emotion seemed completely different from what the Leah in front of her was expressing. She then turned to Indigo. Since Indigo knew Leah, perhaps he knew about Leah's past and could understand why she was like this. Indigo looked at Leah in a daze, then raised his head to stare at Bada. Should I call you Bada or BAS? Ba? Everyone looked at Bada in surprise. Keitai looked at Bada with curiosity. This guy was really not simple. He had noticed something different about him at the dock. However, from Indigo's words, his guess might still be conservative. He previously thought this guy was just a noble at most. He didn't expect that he might be the king here. A king could actually show them such a gesture of flattery. What a real man. The only thing he can think of now is these 3 words. I don't know why I can't remember who you are at all, but my heart tells me that I must know you. Indigo glanced at Leah and realized when he saw this princess. You must be the former king here, because I have only seen 2 people in the kingdom of Base. One is your daughter, Princess Leah, and the other. Saying this, he looked at Bada and confidently said, It's you, am I right? Bada ignored Indigo and instead looked at Leah with concern, slowly walking to her side. Amidst Leah's disbelief, he hugged her tightly. I'm sorry, my princess, my daughter. It's your father who is useless, letting you and the people suffer so much. His voice was deep and filled with sorrow. Since he had brought Keitai and the others back, he actually intended to reveal the truth. Now that Indigo had seen through his identity, he no longer needed to hide. Keitai and his group were the only true righteous people he had encountered in the past 2 years. He is willing to gamble everything on Kouta, betting the fate of the Base Kingdom. Because of him, because he has no time left, he can already feel the crisis in his heart gradually consuming him, leading him towards the abyss, towards death. Once he dies, this place will surely become a hell on earth. And Leah, and the people. Father? Leah lies in Bada's arms, dazed. Bada releases his hands, looks at Leah, and reaches out to touch her face. I am sorry, Leah. As your unworthy father, I've caused you so much suffering. Today, let me return everything to you. Saying this, he extends his right hand and gently taps his head. A ripple spreads through the air. Everyone feels as if something has happened. Yet it seems like nothing has happened at all. Looking at Bada again, he suddenly transforms into a phantom, from which steps out a robust man wearing a crown, clad in a golden-yellow cloak with fiery red hair that burns like flames. The man appears to be around 40 years old, exuding an overwhelming aura. As the aura flashes and disappears, everyone comes back to their senses, staring blankly at the man. Then, a wave of shouts erupts around them. Bada's subordinates, seeing the transformed Bada, are momentarily stunned, then all kneel down to the ground. Your Majesty the King. They all remembered. Who else could the person in front of them be, if not their king? Although they had only seen the king from a distance when they were children, they would never forget his appearance for the rest of their lives. This is their king of Base, a king who is benevolent, kind, and loves his people as his own children. How could they forget their king? At this thought, all the little brothers couldn't help but cry. Amidst a flurry of footsteps, the surrounding elders all gathered around. They stared wide-eyed at Badar, the dimness in their eyes gone, replaced by excitement and, of course, resentment. One elderly man, who looked quite authoritative, suddenly pushed through the crowd and rushed to Badar, grabbing the collar of his clothes with both hands and shouting loudly, You still know how to come back. You still know how to come back. The kingdom of Ba is gone. What are you back for? As he spoke, he loosened his grip and fell to the ground, crying loudly, We really thought our king of Bas would never return. You bastard. What are you back for? Badar allowed the old man to act as he wished, standing still with an expression of extreme sadness. Father. Leah looked at Badar, her eyes brightening, her mind clearing. The shadow that had always hidden in the darkness of her mind gradually overlapped with the Badar in front of her, eventually transforming into Badar himself. At that moment, images of her time with her father flashed through her mind like a movie. She remembered everything. The man in front of her was her father, who made her cry just by thinking of him. Looking at Badar, Leah could no longer contain her excitement and stepped forward to hug him tightly. Tears erupted from her eyes like a volcano, quickly soaking a large area of Badar's chest. Badar reached out to embrace Leah, his eyes turning red. When does a person become considered completely dead by others? Is it when the heart is pierced by a bullet? No. Is it when they contract an incurable disease? No. Is it when they drink a poisonous mushroom soup? No. It is when they are forgotten. Keitai looked at Badar, recalling this thought. This guy must have used some method to make the world forget him, thus creating an illusion of complete death. It was also this illusion of being completely forgotten that allowed him to escape death. Badar held Leah for a moment, then remembered that Keitai and the others were still watching. This was not the proper way for them of Bas to receive guests. All right. He gently rubbed Leah's head and pulled her out of his embrace. The guests were still watching. Leah, with red eyes and a reluctant expression, left Badar's arms and stood obediently on his left side, while her hands tightly gripped Badar's left hand, unwilling to let go. He was afraid that if he let go, Badar would disappear again. Forgetting an important person is truly terrifying. It feels like someone has cruelly torn a piece out of your heart, and she never wanted to experience that again. Boss, don't call me boss. You're in your 50s, I can't handle that. Kouta quickly interrupted. This one do. If you call me boss, I'll be your boss for life. Badar stared at Kouta, his expression serious. Didn't the boss at the dock recognize me as his little brother? He really wants to get Kouta's help, so how could he possibly cut off ties? Are you really that confident in me? Kouta looked at the serious-faced Badar and helplessly rolled his eyes. I said, aren't you going to introduce yourself? I still don't know who you are. Badar glanced around at the elderly people and the little brothers kneeling on the ground. All right, you all get up first. Didn't we agree that I would be the boss for life? Even if my identity has changed, I'm still your boss. The little brothers looked up at Badar in surprise. They liked the king, but they liked their boss even more. Badar's few words made them understand that their boss was still the same boss, just with a different identity. A smile appeared in Badar's eyes. The little brothers all got up. Your Majesty, call me boss. Yes. Boss, I thought I wouldn't be able to call you that anymore. Yeah, being your little brother is the happiest thing in our lives. As they spoke, they started to cry again. All right. Men shouldn't shed so many tears. MHM. The little brothers quickly wiped away their tears and nodded vigorously. Badar then turned his gaze to the elderly people, finally stopping at the old man in front of him on the ground. He bent down and pulled the old man up with all his strength, brushing the dust off him, and said, Uncle, don't worry. Now that I'm back, I will definitely save the people. The uncle grasped Badar's hand, trembling all over, wiped his eyes, and stared into Badar's eyes. As long as you can come back, we believe that Ba will definitely get better. Although we don't know why you disappeared for the past 2 years and became another person, we believe it was for us. Do whatever you want. We support you unconditionally. As he spoke, he glanced around and then looked up at the cave's ceiling. Although we're old, we don't want to die here. I'll set off tomorrow. Badar stared at the old man, a cold light flashing in his eyes. His time is indeed running out. Even if there is no time for Tai, E, and his group to arrive, he will still use the last moments to save his people from the BAS kingdom. This has been his life as a bounty hunter for the past 2 years. He has found out that his people are being held there. Bada let go of the old man, straightened his clothes, and adjusted the crown on his head. Looking at Kouta, he wore a serious expression. I am Bada, the 25th king of the BAS kingdom. Ha, you really are a king. Ahua, with a big belly, walked over to Bada, patted him on the shoulder, and looked at him in amazement. It's surprising that a king would lower himself to such a degree for a little brother in front of pirates. Saying this, he gave Bada a thumbs up, full of admiration. What a real man. Boss, I'm not a real man. Only someone as wise and powerful as you can be called a real man. Bada looked at Ahua and said something extremely lewd with an extremely serious expression. Kouta looked at Bada, his mouth twitching. All right, Bada, tell me what exactly happened to the BAS kingdom. If you want my help, you need to tell me the reason. Okay, boss. I told you not to call me boss. Kouta couldn't help but yell at Bada. Okay, boss. Can you not say such lewd things with that face full of justice and authority? It's really awkward. Okay, boss. You. Kouta stared at Bada and suddenly felt like all his strength had been drained, his back bending instantly, looking completely defeated. Does this guy really need to go to such lengths? You are the king of a country. He couldn't understand it. However, he could see the determination to die in this guy's eyes. Could this guy be thinking of leaving a will? Tai touched his chin and pondered, then looked at Badar with a surprised expression. You're not planning to die, are you? Only those on the verge of death would be so reckless. Upon hearing Kouta's words, Badar was taken aback, then turned to look at Lia, who was staring at him with concern, gently removing her hand from his. Although our kingdom of BAS has come to an end, it's not to the point where we can't host guests. Lia, please go prepare for the banquet with the uncles. Seeing that Lia remained unmoved, Badar's tone became firmer. Lia glanced at Kouta and the others, then turned and went to prepare for the banquet with the surrounding uncles. Badar turned to his little brothers, a hint of a smile flashing across his serious face. You guys go help too. Take out all the BAS wine from the warehouse. We're going to hold a grand banquet today. Okay, boss. The little brothers were quite obedient, responding and walking toward the room inside. Clearly, Badar's actions were intended to prevent others from overhearing their conversation. Crackle, crackle. Babada. How did you make me forget your existence? Indigo looked at Badar and chuckled lightly. I remember when I came to the kingdom of base 8 years ago. You hadn't eaten a devil fruit yet. I only ate my fruit 3 years ago. Brothers, this way, please. I will tell you anything you want to know. Saying this, he took the lead and walked to the edge of the void, standing beside a rectangular table. Seeing Kouta and the others coming over, Badar hurriedly pulled out chairs for them one by one, as if he were not a king, but a waiter. This guy was constantly showing a flattering attitude towards Kouta and the others. No one knew what kind of huge trouble had led a dignified king to take such a posture. Kouta and the others were all curious. Once seated, they all stared at Badar, waiting for his explanation. Kouta looked at Badar and took down the wine gourd from his waist. Gulp, gulp. He raised it and tilted his head back to drink a few sips. If they're S.A. story, it's certainly good to have some wine with it. Badar sat down, looking at Kouta's wine gourd, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. No wonder Kouta asked about BAS wine right away. It turns out he is a wine lover. A wine lover is great. This makes it even easier for him to ask Kouta and the others for help. He cleared his throat and gently said, I am the forgotten one who has eaten the fruit of forgetting, able to make myself completely forgotten by the world. Then how did you become another person? Atao took a deep breath of smoke, pinched the cigarette with his fingers, shook off the ash, and blew out a smoke ring. He squinted his eyes through the smoke rings and asked Bada, Moreover, this person is completely different from you. Even their height is different. This is not a transformation ability. This is entirely another person. He is no longer the person who knew nothing about devil fruits. Although it is said that those who develop their abilities properly can generally possess multiple powers, these abilities have a hierarchical relationship, rather than being two completely different abilities. Clearly, Bada's ability to transform into another person can be considered a different ability. Bada crossed his arms on the table, his brow slightly furrowed. I don't know. After eating the fruit, I can erase my existence, and then become the external appearance of that Bada. After a pause, a glimmer of thought flashed in his eyes. And he continued, You can think of me as a person shrouded in an illusion. This illusion acts like armor, hiding my true self inside, allowing me to completely disappear from this world. Illusion? Kouta stared at Bada, his eyes narrowing. So, it can change into other things. Since it's an illusion, it shouldn't be limited to just the human form. It can. Bada looked at Kouta and nodded. Using my ability on myself, I can not only become another person, but also transform into toys, humanoid objects. It can only be things in human form. Other things are not possible. That's too amazing. Ahua stared at Bada, his eyes shining. Using it on myself. Toys. Kouta stroked his chin, thinking, his expression gradually becoming serious. He looked up at Bada and asked, So you can use your ability on others? This ability reminded him of someone in the Ming family, the toy fruit user, Sugar. This was a very dangerous and evil fruit user. Bada nodded slightly, paused for a moment, and said, Although I haven't used my ability on anyone else yet, I know for sure that I can use it on others. If it can be used on others, then your fruit ability is too dangerous. Kouta took a sip of his drink and asked, Are there any limitations? How could there be no limitations? Bada looked at Kouta and suddenly laughed, Haha, boss, you don't think this thing can be used without limits, do you? If it could be used without limits, then I'd be invincible. Oh, Kouta leaned back in his chair, looking at Bada with curiosity. Tell me more. First, you have to make contact with the other person to activate the ability. Another requirement is that the other person's armament haki can't be too strong. If it's too strong, I can't activate my ability either. The main point is that you can't be too far away from me. If you're too far away, the ability automatically. Oh, is that so? Kouta relaxed his furrowed brow. This guy's ability seems powerful, but it's useless against strong opponents. The toy fruit is different. That kind of unlimited, overpowered ability is truly dangerous. Erasing a person's entire existence in this world is even more painful than killing them. Overall, Bada's ability to make people forget can be considered a lower-level version of the toy fruit. Of course, since it's called the forgetting fruit, no one knows if this guy can develop it to be as overpowered as the toy fruit in the future. What about the transformation ability? Can you turn into someone else? No, I can only become someone who has never existed in this world. Oh, all right, enough about your ability. Besides escaping, it doesn't seem to be useful for anything else. Kouta muttered while drinking. Maybe it could be used on a king of a country, thus overthrowing that country. Other than that, that's about it. Why are you all looking at me like that? Kouta suddenly felt the surroundings go quiet and looked around in confusion. Crackle, crackle. Captain, your idea is really dangerous. Indigo laughed heartily, thinking, no wonder he's the man who killed the golden lion. He is thinking about overthrowing countries. Crackle, crackle. No, don't say that. Kouta quickly explained. I was just saying it casually. You can't take it seriously. Ahua and the others nodded repeatedly. How could Kouta have such thoughts? He must be drunk. Of course, these were all jokes. They knew Koutai's character. With his lazy personality, even if he were made a king, he wouldn't accept it. When asked why, it's simply too tiring. Looking at Bada, who had been deep in thought since hearing his words, Kouta couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Bada? You're not really considering doing that, are you?" Ha. I was just saying it in passing. You can't take it seriously. A glint flashed in Bada's eyes as he raised his head, looking very serious. I think I know why the world government wants to eliminate BAS. Oh, by the way, after saying so much, I still don't know why Ba was wiped out. Kouta sat up straight, looking curious. Quick, tell me. All right. Bada rested his chin on his hand, his eyes filled with reminiscence. The story begins 3 years ago during the annual BAS wine carnival. At that carnival 3 years ago, a celestial dragon came. Celestial dragon? Yes, that's right, a celestial dragon. When mentioning the celestial dragon, a cold light flashed in Bada's eyes. This celestial dragon immediately took a liking to Lia, and I just happened to not be there at the time, which allowed this celestial dragon's subordinates to capture Lia. By the time I found out, the carnival had already ended. My wife, who is Lia's mother, was killed while trying to stop the celestial dragon from capturing Lia. Although 3 years had passed, every time he thought of his wife's death, his eyes couldn't help but become moist. He regretted it more than once. Regretted why he wasn't by his wife and daughter's side at that time, which led to his wife being killed and his daughter being captured. It also subjected his daughter to so much inhumane torment, leaving her possibly unable to escape from the shadows for the rest of her life. When he heard about the celestial dragons, the parasites of the world, he already understood what was going on. It must be that a celestial dragon had taken a liking to Lia's beauty. What a beast! Lia was only 14 or 15 3 years ago. Truly a Lilicon. The celestial dragons are the descendants of 19 of the 20 kings who formed the world government 800 years ago, considering themselves the offspring of the creators, enjoying all privileges. Once offended, a Marine Admiral or CP0 must be dispatched for protection. Therefore, basically no one dares to resist the celestial dragons. Anyone who goes against there will not only suffer, but also put their family and even their country at risk of destruction. These guys are a bunch of stupid pigs raised by the entire world government. They have no fear whatsoever. They not only think of themselves as gods, but also live in the world as if they truly are gods, looking down on any ordinary person and treating all ordinary people as servants. These guys are also the largest slave owners in the world. They can choose any person they fancy as their spouse and can discard them once they are bored. It seems Lia was chosen by a celestial dragon in this way. Kouta looked at Bada, raised his hand, and took a sip of alcohol. Come on. Since Lia was captured by the celestial dragons, how did you manage to rescue her? Bada snapped back to reality, stunned for a moment, then spoke. When I got the news, the celestial dragon's ship had already set sail. However, this guy was out for leisure, so the ship was not sailing fast. I managed to use the transformation ability that comes with the fruit to sneak onto the celestial dragon's ship. By the time I found Lia, it was already too late. Too late. Kouta naturally knew the nature of the celestial dragons. Since they captured her, they would definitely brand her with a slave mark. As for whether she was violated, that's for the individual to ponder. Yeah, too late. At this point, Bada suddenly burst into tears. It must have been painful. No one could remain indifferent after seeing their daughter being tormented. Everyone looked at Bada with heavy expressions. Even if one had never seen a celestial dragon, they would have certainly heard of them. For Guina, who had been reading the newspapers for a long time, she knew even more about the cruelty of the celestial dragons. So a look of pity flashed in her eyes. She could hardly imagine how desperate a 14 or 15-year-old girl would feel being captured by a celestial dragon. Thinking of this, a murderous intent emerged in her eyes. Bada wiped away the tears on his face. I'm sorry, it was involuntary. It's okay, it's human nature. If it were me, I would definitely kill all the celestial dragons. Kouta looked at Bada, his expression calm and his tone indifferent. Bada was taken aback by the killing intent radiating from Kouta, then clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his arms bulging. Of course, I've thought about killing the celestial dragons too. Suddenly, he relaxed, as if all his energy had been drained, and spoke in a low tone. But thinking about the entire kingdom of Bias, I just can't bring myself to do it. Kouta was taken aback and didn't ask further. Not in their position, not seeking their job. He is not Badar, he is Kouta. Anyway, if it were him, he would not only kill all the celestial dragons, but also eliminate all forces related to them. This is the confidence that comes from strength, right? If he were an ordinary person, he might not have such thoughts. Therefore, he does not have any contempt or mockery for Badar's actions and plans. Instead, he admires him greatly. Behind this guy, it's not just one person or a few, but tens of thousands. If he really killed the celestial dragons, all these people would die. So how did you save Princess Leia while the kingdom of BAS was destroyed? Indigo looked at Badar and asked in confusion, also, with your strength, how could you let these pirates and bounty hunters ruin BAS Island like this? Badar was a strong man who was actively invited onto the ship by the Golden Lion. Just look at Kouta to see the Golden Lion's judgment. Saying this, he cast a glance at Kouta, muttering in his heart. Both were invited and both refused. One ended up as a failure, while the other killed the Golden Lion and became a true powerhouse. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but shake his head. It really is the same body, but different destinies. The kingdom of BAS? Badar stroked his chin in deep thought. By the time I returned with Leia, the kingdom of BAS had already been breached by CP0 in the Navy. And I, too, was injured while fighting against members of the World Government Spy Organization. A few people claiming to be CP0. This forced me to use my abilities to erase myself to protect the remaining people of BAS. As for the pirates on BAS Island right now, saying this, he slowly opened his coat, revealing his strong chest. He reached out and touched a long-heeled scar on his chest, looking up at Kouta, and said, this scar was left from the battle with CP0, following Base's hand down. Upon closer inspection, the scar was not large, but very deep. Even though it had healed, it looked as if a piece had been gouged out. Even the scar has healed now. With your strength, it shouldn't be possible for someone to incapacitate you with a single shot. Indigo looked at the scar, his confusion deepening instead of dissipating. It certainly wasn't that simple. Just because it had scarred over, what was going on inside? The bullet inside hasn't been removed. Indigo gazed at the scar, gradually coming to a realization. While a regular bullet might not be too fatal for a strong person, a special bullet with hockey attached would be deadly. Is it that it can't be taken out? Or is it that it shouldn't be taken out? He needed to clarify this. He himself was a doctor, and there was a distinction between the two. If it can't be taken out, it should be due to the doctor's lack of skill, which isn't too troublesome. But if it shouldn't be taken out, then that's problematic. It can't be taken out. Bada fastened his buttons and looked up at Kouta. This is why I can't eliminate the pirates on Base Island. The bullet from this gunshot wound in my chest is a special bullet from the world government, containing a small bomb. As soon as I exert my strength, even if I become overly emotional, it will completely detonate this time bomb. This leaves me with strength but afraid to act. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He then stood up, walked in front of Kouta, and slowly knelt down. Kouta looked at Bada, remaining silent and not extending a hand. A person endured for 3 whole years for their beliefs, for their country, and for their people. He didn't understand how this guy could suppress the impulse in his heart and not immediately go to save his people. But this guy was definitely not cowardly. So there must be a reason he had to hold back. That was why he had not taken action for so long. He looked at the hundreds of children around him and gradually understood in his heart. Is it for Base's future? If he really dies, then what will happen to these children? He didn't dare to think. Then Bada definitely wouldn't dare to think either. The sound of the bang wasn't loud, but it was shocking. Hey, there's no need to go this far. Everyone looked at Bada, their faces showing expressions of shock. This guy was not the bounty hunter Ba that they encountered when they first arrived on the island, but the king of the Base Kingdom. Base Bada. Bada ignored the others. In his eyes, there was only Kouta. Boss. The younger brothers who went to get the alcohol came out and saw their boss kneeling in front of Kouta, thinking something was wrong. They quickly put down the wine jar in their hands, grabbed their weapons, and rushed over. You guy, finally showing your true colors? A pirate is a pirate. If you want to harm the boss, you have to go through us first. As they spoke, the younger brothers all raised their guns at Kouta. Kouta ignored the younger brothers surrounding him, put down the wine gourd, looked down at Bada, and smirked, revealing a smile. You guy, when asking someone to do a job, there should be a sequence. Who comes in and immediately recognizes someone as the boss, and then expects the boss to do things for the younger brothers. Saying this, the smile on his face disappeared, and a powerful aura rose up, making Bada's younger brothers break out in a cold sweat. However, the younger brothers did not take a step back. Instead, they stepped forward. Or do you think I'm really a nice guy who has to lend a hand when I see someone in trouble? Don't joke around. I want to help someone. But it can't just be forced by others. Kouta. Guina looked at Kouta and couldn't help but speak up. She felt a lot of sympathy for Bada, especially for Leia. Kouta raised his hand to interrupt Guina's next words. Then he retracted his aura, reached out to pat Bada's shoulder, and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. You guy, although your method is a bit simple and rough, I can't help but not dislike you. Although I can't be like you, I really admire you. As long as it's not something foolish like exterminating the whole world, I'm in. Saying this, he stood up, controlled a jar of base wine to fly over. He slapped the lid off and raised it, tilting his head back for several big gulps. Glug glug. He had long wanted to drink this renowned base beer, and now seeing the barrel, his craving for alcohol surged, making it impossible for him to resist. Oh, nice. Then he turned to meet Ba Da's gaze. Since I've already drunk your beer, he said, shrugging his shoulders, there's nothing I can do about it. Go ahead and say it, but you have to get up first. He looked around and said, look at your little brothers. They seem like they want to swallow me whole. It's quite scary. As he spoke, he sat back down in his chair, placed a wine jar on the table, and grabbed Ba Da's shoulder, lifting him up. Don't kneel so easily. A man should kneel to heaven, earth, and parents. For everything else, there's no need to kneel. You've lived this long and still don't understand it as well as I do. Ha ha. Ba Da stood up in response, looking at Kong Tai with a sincere smile. The most genuine one he had shown since meeting Kong Tai tonight. Ha, the boss is right. It's the little brother who doesn't understand. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Saying this, he reached for the wine jar in front of Kong Tai. What are you doing? Kong Tai quickly grabbed the wine jar, glancing sideways at Ba Da with a protective expression. Ba Da's outstretched hand froze in midair, not knowing whether to advance or retreat, feeling quite awkward. Just then, one of Ba Da's little brothers, noticing the awkwardness, quickly brought over another wine jar from behind. Boss, what? Wine. Ba Da turned around to take the wine, giving the little brother an appreciative look. Seeing the other little brothers still holding guns, he quickly shouted, what are you all holding weapons for? Can't you see I'm about to drink with the boss? Get lost, it's annoying. Ha ha ha. The boss is right. We'll get lost right now. The little brothers, realizing it was a misunderstanding, quickly put away their weapons and retreated to help set up the banquet in the middle. In the center, the open space was already filled with food. Hundreds of children were either talking loudly, laughing heartily, or helping to carry food. They were all very obedient and considerate. Without any adults saying a word, none of them stole a piece of food. It was heartwarming to see how well-behaved they were. Ba Da looked at the hundreds of children in the center, his eyes flashing with a unique tenderness that belonged to a ruler. Looking at these children, it was as if he saw the future of the BAS kingdom. No matter how lowly the situation, he was determined to revive the BAS kingdom. It's just, he might not see that day again. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch his chest, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, followed by extreme sadness. Damn bullets, damn world government. Why am I showing such sad emotions again? I really can't stand others displaying such emotions in front of me. Because someone once said, no matter how the world changes, we must strive forward and live each day well. It's not in vain to live life. So, a little sadness is fine occasionally. But don't be sad all the time. Kong Tai picked up the wine and took a sip. Then he controlled several jars of wine to float in front of Ahua and the others, as well as Indigo. Try it, all of you, it's really good. No wonder this wine is famous along the Grand Line. Saying this, he couldn't help but take another sip. This wine doesn't have a strong taste of ordinary wine, nor is it as bland as rum. Instead, it has a unique chill. Yet this chill doesn't feel cold. On the contrary, it feels very warm. How strange. It must be the unique terrain here that can brew such a distinctive wine. After finishing, he placed the jar on the table and pushed it in front of Guina. He knew that Guina wasn't very fond of the taste of alcohol. However, he thought she would surely like this wine. Give it a try. Sora looked at Guina with anticipation, like a child sharing candy with a good friend. Guina looked at Sora, a slight smile on her lips. She raised the wine jar to her mouth and took a delicate sip. Even holding the wine jar, she exuded the elegance of red wine. No wonder she was an elegant swordsman. Noticing the blush on Guina's face, Sora quickly asked, is it good? Guina put down the wine jar, smiled gently, and her laughter was like silver bells, possessing a magic that made one feel gradually calm. He looked at Kouta and gently said, it's really delicious. Icy and refreshing, yet very warm. Is it that good? Ahua and the other 3 looked at Guina and said it was delicious, unable to resist. They grabbed the jar, lifted it up, and took a big gulp. After 3 loud swigs, they all exclaimed together, refreshing, seeing how much everyone liked the base wine. A smile also flashed across Ba Da's face. He looked at the crowd, unable to hide a hint of pride in his eyes. He was proud that his wine could conquer Kong Tai and the others. And of course, he was also grateful to meet Kong Tai before his death. All right, let's talk. What is going on? Kong Tai leaned back against the chair, looking at Ba Da. Ba Da picked up the wine jar, walked back to his original chair, and sat down. He first knocked open the wine jar. Glug, glug, glug. Cough, cough, cough. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I've drunk like this, sorry. Boss. Bada, with a flushed face, put down the wine jar and stared at Kouta, laughing heartily. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that after I rescue the people, I would like to ask you to lend us your pirate flag. Do you want our protection? Kouta raised the wine jar and took a sip. But our reputation isn't enough to protect a kingdom. I believe in you. I believe in you. Bada stared at Kouta, his expression serious. I believe you can become a top-tier pirate crew in the world. Oh. Kouta looked at Bada, the corners of his mouth curling up. Being acknowledged by others is inherently a pleasant thing. He didn't know that this was actually perceived by Bada through his senses, as Kouta exuded an indomitable spirit. This spirit was so powerful that if such a person couldn't achieve it, then no one could. Ha ha ha. I thought it was something serious. Gudu. Kouta put down the wine jar, stared at Bada, and said seriously, all right, I can agree to you. Just when Bada breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed, Kouta spoke again. But Bada quickly raised his head and asked, but what? As long as there are any conditions, I can accept them. Even if the kingdom of BAS doesn't have much to offer anymore. But please believe that the future of BAS will be good. That's not a condition. Kouta patted the wine jar and said, what about the reward? Didn't you already give it? Ha ha ha. Kouta laughed heartily, leaning forward with both hands on the table, resting his head on his hands and staring at Bada. What I want to say is that the future of the kingdom of BAS can only be entrusted to you. Me? Bada was taken aback and lowered his head, looking at his chest, but I can hardly suppress the bullet that's pressing against my heart. When we go to save the people this time, it should be my death date. I'm not afraid of dying. I just fear that after I die, there won't be a strong protector for the people. When I say the future of the kingdom of BAS has you, it definitely has you. Kouta looked at Bada and chuckled. Isn't it just a bullet? Although this thing might be useless for most people in this world, for me, it's child's play. Kouta waved his hand in a rather showy manner. What? Hearing Kouta's words, Bada quickly raised his head, excitedly staring at Kouta. Boss, do you mean you can help me take out the bullet? After saying that, he looked at Kouta with eager anticipation. Although he had long been prepared for death, who doesn't want to live? He also wanted to personally build base, watch these children grow up, and be with Lia. Kouta didn't keep Badaki waiting and nodded affirmatively. Ha ha ha. Seeing Kouta's nod, Badaki couldn't help but laugh out loud. As he laughed, he suddenly started to cry like a child. No one knew how much he had wanted to personally end the lives of the pirates on Base Island over the past few years. No one knew how much he had wanted to welcome the citizens of Base back. Even fewer knew how he had endured countless nights over the years. He endured humiliation to survive. He was despicable. He was extremely afraid of death, and he knelt down more than once. All for that one mouthful of food, to sustain the hundreds of frail children in this boundless dark cave, and those hundreds of uncles who should have been enjoying their old age. Crying and crying. He raised the wine jar and started drinking deeply. What he drank was wine, but also tears, and more importantly, his helplessness as a king towards Bas. Kouta quietly watched Badar and smiled gently. This guy, ever since he met him, there's been a sense of death surrounding him. It was as if he were a terminally ill person. On the surface, it seemed fine, but inside, he was already decaying and rotting. To make this guy shine again, not only must his expectations of death be shattered, but also the shackles of the celestial dragons and the world government must be broken. This world is like this for most people. It is neither glamorous nor fun, but rather filled with cruelty. He also didn't expect that when they reached the first island of the Great Sea Route, they would encounter such a tragic country. From what was already known, it was understood that the celestial dragon had taken a liking to Bada's daughter, Basilia, and forcibly abducted her. Meanwhile, Bada's wife was killed by the celestial dragon's subordinates while trying to stop them. By the time Bada received the news, the celestial dragon had already left. He had to temporarily give up his wife's funeral and rush out to sea to chase after this celestial dragon. Although he ultimately caught up and rescued his daughter, it was too late. His daughter had already been branded with the slave mark of the celestial dragon. However, for Bada, this pain was just the beginning. What filled him with despair was that when he returned to base with his scarred daughter, base had been attacked by the Navy and the world government, and the entire kingdom was engulfed in flames and ruins. He had no time to grieve and had to join the battle, but unfortunately, he was overwhelmed and defeated by the world government's spy organization, CP0, leaving him with a fatal scar that could lead to his death at any moment. As the fire consumed the whole of base, the severely injured Bada had to use his abilities to make himself disappear, preventing his enemies from finding him. From then on, the kingdom of Base fell, and Barda was forever erased from people's memories, as if he had never existed. Kouta turned to look at the children in the distance, laughing and playing, and his heavy heart was lifted once more. The world is like this. Where there is light, there is darkness, and darkness is often invisible. To protect these fragile people, they must all live in the spotlight. The world government also cares about its reputation. He has already figured out how to help this country. With his mood lifted, Kouta grabbed the wine jar on the table and started drinking. After putting down the jar, he looked at Badar and said with a smile, all right, stop crying. You're in your 30s. Isn't it a bit embarrassing? To save the kingdom of BAS. We first need to save this admirable king of BAS in front of us. I'm not crying. Badar wiped his tears and stubbornly replied, it's just that sand got in my eyes. Ha ha ha. Yes, you're not crying. Ha ha ha. We all know that in this underground space, sand is flying everywhere. Ahua pushed up his glasses, his face flushed as he stared at Badar, and said seriously, look, I'm even in tears. Ha ha. Saying this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Their laughter was like the wind, instantly sweeping through the entire underground space and filling it with joy. Everyone burst into laughter together. Those who had never given up hope, even in the depths of despair, deserved to laugh joyfully, not to be sad. In the giant space beneath Winter Island, filled with laughter and hope, a swearing-in ceremony was taking place in the palace on Spring Island. Pirates, human traffickers, and bounty hunters from all over Base Island gathered in the palace on Spring Island, filling it with an atmosphere of brutality and lawlessness. Among this atmosphere, a few figures on a sofa at the head of the palace were particularly powerful. They are respectively the captain of the Pork Leg Pirates with a bounty of 70 million berries, Haas Pork Leg, the captain of the Mad Sword Pirates with a bounty of 55 million berries, KB Mad Sword, and the famous bounty hunter known as Black Gun, who is quite well known in the first half of the Grand Line. These guys have gathered here to deal with Kouta, whose total bounty is 530 million berries, enough for them to squander for a long time. This is also their motivation to willingly ally and fight together. The tall and robust Haas Pork Leg, wearing a huge black mane hat, speaks first. A glint of extreme excitement and bloodthirst flashed in his eyes. I don't care whether he killed some golden lion or silver lion. He is just a rookie who just set sail, and with so many of us, it's easy to take him down. Saying this, he arrogantly grabbed a jar of wine and tilted his head back to drink. Yeah, he is just a rookie who just set sail. If we kill him, our bounty will increase significantly. Cloaked in a large cape and with a long knife at his waist, Kirby the Mad Sword had a face full of madness. The captain is right. It's just a bunch of rookies. They're still far from playing the pirate game. Ha ha. The room was suddenly filled with wild laughter. Among this laughter, there were some who couldn't laugh at all. Those who had been knocked out by Kouta's Conqueror's Hockey at the dock and then robbed of their food and money by the group of Bada. Although they didn't know why they suddenly fainted, they knew it had to be the work of Kouta's group. For so many of them to fall unconscious without a sound, it was a monster, and even powerful pirate crews like the Pigfoot Pirates and the Mad Sword Pirates felt a bit intimidated. While they were in a daze, the others around them quickly pulled them into the feast. Ha ha ha. You guys aren't scared silly by the silver-haired group, are you? They're just a bunch of rookies. With Captain Pigfoot and Captain Mad Sword here, the silver-haired group is just meat on our table. We can eat them however we want. Saying this, they glanced at Black Gun and swallowed hard. And with Lord Black Gun here, who has shot down more than one pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. He has a big shot. Clearly, these two had never heard of the Golden Lion. After all, the Golden Lion had been active 20 years ago. Only old pirates, the Navy, and those with some strength knew about the terror of the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha. We were overthinking it. After hearing their companions, these pirates looked again at the three big shots sitting at the forefront, suppressing their inner fear, their eyes turning fierce. Yes, with Lord Black Gun, Lord Pigfoot, Lord Mad Sword, and so many of them around, what were they afraid of? With so many of them, it would be impossible for the Navy to easily annihilate them. Thinking of this, they laughed heartily, mingled into the crowd, and began to eat and drink wildly. The Black Gun, completely shrouded in a black robe and wearing a black and white mask, did not pay any attention to the two pirates, despite their arrogance. These two were merely low-level pirates who only dared to act tough on the first island. The Black Gun elegantly raised a goblet, gently swirled it, brought it to his lips, and took a sip. Then he gently set it down and used a handkerchief to wipe his lips. After that, he did not touch the rum on the table again. Clearly, this guy was not accustomed to the low-grade rum that these pirates drank. He also remained silent, sitting quietly there, looking at the surrounding pirates with an extreme indifference in his eyes, as if he were looking at a group of dead people. The surrounding pirates did not dare to disturb him, not even the two pirate captains. Clearly, these pirates all knew the terror of Black Gun. However, what they did not know was that the Black Gun they feared was currently feeling extremely anxious inside. He is actually a member of the world government's spy organization, CP0. 3 years ago, it was he who ambushed and injured Bada, quickly ending the war in the kingdom of BAS at that time. Otherwise, how could Ba be so easily destroyed? 3 years ago, their team originally came to BAS to track the Forgotten Fruit. Who would have known they arrived just a step too late, and the Forgotten Fruit was ultimately eaten by the king here, Bada of Bes. Eating it is one thing. They then extended an invitation to Bada, hoping to recruit him into CP0 to work for the world government. The Forgotten Fruit has abilities beyond just making oneself forgotten. His previous owner was an old man from their spy organization, which had been secretly working for the world government. If it weren't for this old man's sudden death during a mission, the Forgotten Fruit would not have appeared on the sea. They had no choice but to search everywhere like looking for a needle in a haystack, and finally, through the powerful intelligence of the world government, they accurately learned that the Forgotten Fruit had fallen in the kingdom of BAS. After Bada decisively refused to join them, they were all prepared to return and report to their superiors. After all, the kingdom of BAS is a member state of the world government, and they had no right to force Bada. At that moment, they suddenly received a mission to protect a celestial dragon who happened to be coming to the kingdom of BAS for tourism. The CP0 member responsible for protecting this celestial dragon was their commander. Their commander clearly already knew what kind of person this celestial dragon was. They devised a plan to let this celestial dragon inadvertently encounter the princess of the kingdom of BAS, Leia. Their original plan was to have the celestial dragons capture Baslia in order to coerce Bada into joining them. Who would have thought that this celestial dragon would be so foolish as to suddenly order his subordinates to kill Bada's wife? This sudden gunfire completely disrupted their plans. With no other choice, they could only escort this celestial dragon away first. They are well aware of the terror of Badar. As for why the BAS kingdom was ultimately destroyed, it was because this guy foolishly attacked the celestial dragons they were protecting. Although the celestial dragons were unharmed in the end, they were quite frightened. This gave the world government an excuse to eliminate BAS, considering the danger of the Forgetting Fruit. Since they couldn't obtain it, they decided to destroy it and look for the next one. Badar also didn't expect the world government to act so decisively and quickly. While he was still slowly making his way to BS, the world government held an emergency meeting and completely delisted the BAS kingdom on the grounds that BAS had not delivered the heavenly gold. Moreover, before the meeting, the world government had already informed the naval bases near BAS Island, coordinating with the CP organization that arrived quickly to reach BAS first. And how could Badar's small boat be faster than the Navy and the world government's ships? Therefore, before Badar could return, they had already wiped out the defensive forces of the BAS kingdom. Just recently, shortly after Kouta and his group landed on BAS Island, a sudden image of Badar appeared in Black Gun's mind. He knew that it must be Badar who had revoked his abilities, intending to fight them to the end. He quickly contacted his superior in the CP0 organization and stayed here to oversee the alliance. 3 years ago, they didn't know what they had lost in their minds, but they would never forget the fruit of forgetting, and they wouldn't forget the process of searching for it. They learned from some documents about a person named Base Bada, and thus became aware of Bada's existence. This guy was shot in a way that should have been fatal, endured for so many years, and suddenly couldn't take it anymore. Which surely meant he had found a backer. To be honest, he is not afraid of Bada at all now. Even if this guy has recovered, he wouldn't be able to clear his bullets. Special bullets from the world government wouldn't be so easily dealt with, or else they wouldn't be secret weapons. Moreover, this guy was shot in the chest. It's likely that his strength has significantly declined. A Bada like this is definitely not a match for their CP0. What he fears is Kouta. The silver-haired Kouta reached his peak as soon as he went out to sea. His initial bounty was 70 million. But within just a few days, the Navy and the world government had no choice but to raise the bounty to an unprecedented 500 million, which is clearly not the final bounty. He is a member of the world's largest intelligence organization, so he certainly knows the terror of the Golden Lion. Don't be fooled by his old age. He is not someone an ordinary vice admiral can handle. It is not easy for an admiral to capture this guy either. Just because the Golden Lion is old doesn't mean he is easy to catch. In fact, it is precisely because he is old that he is difficult to capture. One must understand that a top figure in the sea, even at the brink of death, can unleash devastating power, And then there's Tai, who directly killed the Golden Lion. From the fight scene, it seemed like he was dominating the battle. Based on the known intelligence, Tai's fruit ability is the most terrifying. A space-type fruit ability. Teleportation. What a fearsome ability that is. There are very few fruits in the world with space abilities, especially those that allow for teleportation. As a CP0 member, Black Gun naturally knows that the silver-haired individual's teleportation has no unnecessary movements at all. It's simply impossible to defend against. For those with weak observation haki or slow reaction times, encountering the silver-haired person could lead to instant death. These individuals might not even be able to escape. It seems that this guy's ability can ignore obstacles and directly penetrate objects. Moreover, he is a strong man with all three types of haki, not being weak. Relying solely on his great swordsmanship, he can secure a place in a new world. Thinking of this, Black Gun's body, hidden under the black cloak, couldn't he help but shudder. He can only hope that this time the Navy and CP0 will send strong fighters. Otherwise, relying on just their few people's strength. He didn't dare to think further. Lost in thought, he suddenly stood up. What is wrong, Black Gun? Haas the Pigfoot, who was drinking, froze for a moment as he saw Black Gun suddenly stand up. It's nothing. I'm going out for a walk to check on Tai and his crew's ship. Ha ha ha. You're not thinking of escaping, are you? Haas the Pigfoot looked at Black Gun and laughed. As he laughed, he suddenly stopped, looking at the dark muzzle in front of him. His red face quickly turned pale. Just kidding. Black Gun raised his gun at Haas the Pigfoot, his eyes cold. Want to die early? I can help you with that. Saying this, he was about to pull the trigger and shoot Haas the Pigfoot. Sensing Black Gun's killing intent, Haas the Pigfoot quickly put down the wine jar and pleaded softly, Lord Black Gun, I was just joking. Please let me go. Besides, aren't we allies now? Although he didn't believe that Black Gun could kill him instantly. After all, a person's reputation is significant. This guy has killed countless pirates. If it weren't for dealing with the silver-haired Tai, Black Gun wouldn't have allied with him. Black Gun looked at Haas the Pigfoot for a while, but ultimately didn't pull the trigger. Although these guys were weak, they were still somewhat useful. At least they could slow down Tai's progress, allowing CP0 to prepare a little longer. There was no time to waste with these guys. He had to hurry to the nearby island where the citizens of the Ba Kingdom were imprisoned and meet up with the Navy and CP0 to prepare for Tai and Bada's arrival. Since Bada has recovered, he will definitely go to rescue his citizens. By then, whether fighting Tai or Bada, they will be well prepared, unlike on Bas Island, where they had no preparation at all. With this in mind, he quickly reholstered his gun, strapped it on his back, and walked quickly outside. Realizing that Tai could arrive at any moment, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. He didn't want to face such a terrifying guy with silver hair alone. Watching the Black Gun gradually walk away, Haas Zhujiao quickly reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He just got a bit carried away and forgot that the Black Gun is not someone he can easily offend. It wasn't until the figure of the Black Gun disappeared that he suddenly leaned back and slumped onto the sofa. Then he grabbed the wine jar and took several fierce swigs. Only when his face regained its flush did he stop. Ha ha ha. Everyone, let us continue. When we get news, let that kid with silver hair go meet God, and we'll enjoy his bounty. Ha ha. Pirates are indeed pirates, one moment terrified, the next moment becoming reckless. I wonder if these guys can still be so arrogant after meeting Kong Tai. It must be quite interesting. In the depths of Winter Island, in a massive underground space, the banquet has ended. Many people are lying on the ground. The old men are leaning against the wall, smoking and chatting as if they are not in the desperate place beneath Winter Island, but sitting under a roof basking in the sun. They looked at Bada, and a glimmer of hope shone in their eyes. Their king has returned. They believe in Badar, trusting that he will lead them back to the prosperity of the kingdom of Base. They yearn and look forward to it. On the ground, in the middle, the children, with their chubby bellies, are sound asleep with smiles on their faces. Judging by the tear stains at the corners of their eyes, it's clear that these little ones, even if they are happily full, probably won't have such beautiful dreams. After all, for them, all their loved ones are gone. They can only hope that when these little ones wake up, the kingdom of Bus will have returned to its original state. Even if this is a wishful thought, it is still a hope. The little brothers of Bus, on the other hand, carefully carry the children one by one towards the rooms around the space. Clearly, even though everyone was very happy and had drunk a lot, they did not forget to tuck these little ones in a bed and cover them with blankets. They are all such gentle souls. After eating and drinking enough, Kong Tai looked at Bada and stood up. His body swayed slightly, and a red light flickered in his eyes. The observation haki instantly swept across the entire Winter Island, then swept towards the Freedom. No, they're drinking here. If the pirates destroy the Freedom, that would be terrible. However, fortunately, aside from a few small flies, he didn't sense any other presence. Huh. Just as he was about to retract his observation haki, a dark aura, different from the wild aura of the pirates, suddenly intruded into his observation haki. This aura was distinct from everyone on the island, so it definitely wasn't a pirate, nor could it be a bounty hunter. There was only one possibility left: the world government's CP organization. Kouta stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and decided not to pay attention to this guy. Since he was with the world government, he would naturally see him tomorrow. He blushed slightly, looking at Badar. Hey, are you drunk? Not drunk. Let's find a room and take the bullet out of your heart. Badar was initially confused, but then quickly stood up, shaking his head continuously. Once his mind cleared, he looked at Kouta with a flushed face, excitedly saying, No, I'm not drunk. Upon hearing that Kouta wanted to help him take out the bullet, he could no longer hold back. His slightly tipsy mind was instantly cleared by the surge of excitement. Leah, who was sitting next to Badar, quickly stood up, reaching out to support him to prevent him from falling to the ground. Father, I'm Yufina. Badar waved his hand and rubbed Leah's head. At this moment, Leah had already put on her princess dress again, dressed in a pure and holy white gown, radiating an air of nobility, elegance, and gentleness. With this outfit, coupled with her beautiful face and slim figure, it was no wonder that the celestial dragons couldn't help but want to take her into their homes as soon as they saw her. Let's go. Despite the simplicity of the place, there was indeed a medical room. Badar held Leah's hand and walked towards a door marked with a red cross. Come on, let's go together. Kouta followed with his hands tucked in his sleeves. Guina quickly caught up, standing to the right of Kouta. Behind Guina, Ahua and the others also shook their heads, unsteadily getting up, grabbing the weapons leaning against the table, hanging them on their waists, and following along. Finally, it was Indigo. Indigo chuckled, leisurely finishing the drink in front of him before standing up. He followed with a series of sounds resembling flatulence. He looked at Kouta, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Although he knew Keitai's abilities were extraordinary, it didn't seem likely that he could help with healing. Even he was powerless against Bada's injuries, which were as lethal as the helm of the Golden Lion. Once moved, it could mean death. Bada's wounds were deep in his heart, arguably worse than those of the Golden Lion. The helm could still sustain life for a while, but a bomb was different. It would explode instantly with the slightest movement, extremely deadly. Therefore, he was very curious about how Kouta planned to extract the bullet. Standing at the door of the infirmary, Bada paused for a moment before pushing the door open without hesitation. Although he didn't know how Kouta intended to remove the bullet, he could sense that Kouta was not lying, merely appearing nonchalant about it. As for the bullet in his chest, it seemed like a minor surgical procedure to him. The infirmary was small, only a few dozen square meters. There was just one operating table and a few desks, with hardly any medicine available. On one of the desks, he saw some common anti-inflammatory and cold medications. It was likely that these were all hard-won from the pirates. Some of the medicine bottles even had dried dark red bloodstains on them. Upon seeing Bada enter, an old man in a white doctor's coat quickly stood up from the desk at the back. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Do you need a hangover remedy? The old man, clearly misunderstood, quickly making his way around the desk toward another table. Wait, I'll get it for you. Libor, it's fine, you don't need to rummage. Bada hurriedly stepped forward to stop the old man. The old man looked at Bada in confusion. Not here for a hangover remedy? He suddenly trembled all over, staring at Bada in fear. It can't be. Is your gunshot wound acting up? After saying this, he tightly grasped Bada's arm, panic-stricken. It turned out this old man was the doctor who had helped Bada stop the bleeding 3 years ago, also the royal physician of the former BAS kingdom. After being injured in BAS, the first person he sought was this doctor. What gunshot wound? Leah stepped forward anxiously, staring at Bada with a worried expression. She had no idea about Bada's injuries. When Bada had returned with her, he had hidden her here right away, and afterward, she lost all memory of him. Not knowing why she was here, as more and more people arrived, she gradually stopped caring about these things. It's nothing, just an old injury, Bada said, looking at Leah and Libor with a smile, and it will be fine soon, so don't worry. As he spoke, he turned to look at Kouta and the others who had just walked in, waiting for his orders. Kouta ignored the curious gazes from Leah and Libor, stepping past them to the operating table. It was simple, just a bed with a lamp hanging above it. It was even worse than the operating table in their ship's infirmary. He turned around and looked at Bada. Come over. Oh, Bada hurriedly broke free from Lia and Liber's hands and walked over quickly. He took off his upper garment and lay down. Bada did as instructed and slowly removed his shirt. It was only at this moment that he noticed the numerous wounds covering the guy's back. Judging by the scars, they seemed to be left from 3 years ago. The largest wound was about the size of a fist. It was obvious that it was made by a fist. It seemed there was a powerful martial arts expert in CP0. Bada ignored the strange looks around him, quickly climbed onto the bed, lay flat, and looked at Kouta with an expectant expression. Lia and Liber hurriedly gathered around, staring at Kouta with nervous expressions, especially Liber. He is the only one here who knows what Bada's injury really is. If asked whether there is any ability in this world that can save Bada, he believes there definitely is, but he knows for sure that there isn't. However, since Bada believes in this silver-haired kid, he has no choice but to trust Kouta, believing that he is the one who can save Bada, even if he doesn't know how. Kouta glanced at Ria and smiled gently. Don't be nervous. To me, your father's injury is just a minor one, nothing to worry about. You can step back a bit, so you won't get caught in the aftermath. Oh. Looking at Kouta's gentle face, Ria suddenly felt a sense of relief in her heart. Her face flushed, and she quickly took a few steps back to stand beside Guina. However, Libor did not step back. He wanted to see for himself how Kouta would treat Bada. Kouta glanced at Libor, but said nothing. The spatial domain activated instantly. He looked at Badar and said, if you feel any discomfort, don't resist. Just relax and leave it to me. After saying that, he pushed his domain to the extreme. An invisible space appeared around Kouta's body, completely enveloping Badar and Liber. From the outside, it seemed like there was another space around Kouta, where everything was still, as if time had paused. Kouta then quickly drew his knife and struck Badar's chest with a single blow, perfectly slicing open his gun wound. Father. Seeing Kouta draw his knife, Lia couldn't help but take a step forward, but as soon as she did, she was frozen in place. The fact that he could achieve this was astonishing. Indigo's pupils rapidly contracted as he looked at Lia, then turned to stare at Kouta, his eyes filled with shock. Meanwhile, Guina and the others appeared to be much more normal. They had seen each other long ago. When Lia rushed in, Kouta was taken aback for a moment, but it did not affect him. Lia was too weak. If it were a stronger opponent, it would have been troublesome. His domain can stop anything from moving, but it also depends on the strength of the object. The more powerful a person is, the more vigorous their life force, and the harder it is to keep them still. Therefore, he won't use this move unless absolutely necessary. Kouta watched as the nebula swirled in his eyes, fixating on the wound of Badar, from which a large bullet, 5 centimeters long and rusted, slowly rose up from the wound. It then came to a stop in Kouta's hand. Kouta stared at the bullet in his hand, taken aback. No wonder this guy looked like he was on the brink of death, judging by the state of the bullet. It shouldn't be long before it was corroded and exploded by the blood. And this guy's wound. Impressive. Kouta glanced down at the wound on Badar's heart and tightened his grip. The bullet exploded in his hand, but not a sound was made. Then he squeezed even harder, leaving not even a shred behind. He glanced at Indigo and slowly shrank his domain. Indigo, come here. Oh. Indigo hurried over, and as he approached, the space around Leia began to flow, instantly bringing her back to movement. Her mind was still lingering on what had just happened. So when she tried to regain her composure, she instinctively wanted to move forward. However, this time her hand was pulled back by Guina. If you don't want her father to die, just stand still. Hearing Guina's serious words, Leia's leaning body trembled, and she quickly stopped in place. She nervously looked at Bada lying on the operating table, and tears could no longer be held back. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, fearing that she might make a sound and disturb the 3 people in front of the operating table. Libor had also woken up. He had no idea what had just happened. Suddenly, he saw that there was a hole in Bada's chest on the operating table, and the bullet inside had disappeared. Indigo approached and leaned down to look at the wound on Bada's chest, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It's a miracle that this guy has survived until now. It turns out that when the bullet was shot at his heart, it wasn't lodged outside the heart as they had imagined, but the front half of the bullet had actually entered the heart. Who knows how he endured this excruciating pain for the past 3 years. Looking at the wound on Bada's chest, Indigo quickly turned to Libor. Do we have sutures and medicine to stitch up the wound? Yes. Libor hurried over to the table where the medicine was placed, bending down to take an iron box from under the table. They might not have many of the medicines here, but they do have quite a few for treating wounds. Indigo looked at Libor, took the box he handed over, and opened it. Looking inside, it was quite complete. He took the needle and thread, first using the chemical agent hidden in his glove to disinfect, and then looked at Badar. Just as he was about to proceed, his hand stopped in midair. He quickly turned to stare at Kouta. Kouta looked at Bada's chest and slowly released the suppression of the spatial domain. The space on the operating table twisted and then began to flow. Bada, who had been completely still just moments ago, suddenly felt his heart start to beat. Blood then burst out like a fountain, rushing quickly outward. Indigo was quick-witted and pressed down swiftly. The entire process took less than a second, and in the blink of an eye, he sewed up the hole in Bada's chest. This guy's movements impressed even Kouta. It was the first time he had seen Indigo in action. No wonder he was one of the top doctors in the world. This surgical suturing skill was truly exceptional. Don't move. Seeing Bada's eyeball move, Indigo quickly shouted. The wound on his chest couldn't be simply stitched up and left at that. Indigo's hand emitted a ball of pale green flame that looked like ghost fire, radiating a faint cold light. After stopping Bada, Indigo pressed the green light onto Bada's chest. The wound quickly sprouted blood vessels, and soon the exposed heart was wrapped inside. Then Indigo withdrew his hand and completely stitched up the wound on Bada's chest. Everyone watched Indigo, especially amazed by this fire healing technique, which truly opened their eyes. They felt they had struck gold. The earlier green flame must have been a chemical agent derived from a plant, capable of healing wounds rapidly. Only in this miraculous world could such incredible medical skills exist. Kouta looked at Indigo, his eyes brightening, a smile appearing on his face. After putting away the needle and thread and closing the medical box, Indigo clapped his hands and looked at Bada. All right, you can get up now. Although I've used a chemical agent to heal the wound on your heart, it has just grown back and isn't strong enough yet. So you shouldn't exert too much physical strength in the next few days. Saying this, he turned to look at Kouta. When he saw the admiration in Kouta's eyes, he couldn't help but puff out his chest. He is at least a world-class doctor. If he doesn't show his skills, would they really think he is just a bystander? Ehua and the others looked at Indigo with shining eyes. After all, he is their ship's doctor. He was able to quickly heal the wound on the chest. Moreover, his dazzling suturing techniques left them in awe. This is the most impressive doctor they have seen so far. Indigo held his head high and walked towards Ehua and the others. They won't think of me as a juggler now, right? Ha ha ha. Kouta looked at Bada and laughed heartily. We'll head out first. Your wound is just healed, so take your time to rest. But remember to gather at the dock tomorrow morning. We won't wait if you're late. Hearing that Kouta was leaving, Bada quickly climbed down from the bed and looked at Kouta with a grateful expression. He now feels relaxed all over, although there's still a slight pain in his chest. But compared to the previous injury, it can be said to be as if he has no injury at all. Although he doesn't know how Kouta managed to remove the bullet from his body, it must have been quite complicated. He looked at Kouta. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't know what to say. For a moment, he stood there in a daze. Kouta looked at Bada, chuckled softly, and patted his shoulder. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked out with his companions. They are about to return to the Freedom. We can't let the Freedom stay alone in a harbor surrounded by pirates. Badar looked at Kouta's back, his lips trembling, and finally bowed silently to Kouta's back. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a new life. He touched his chest, feeling a vitality he had never experienced in the past few years. Tears could no longer be held back and fell drop by drop to the ground. It's really good to be alive. In this moment, he was filled with hope for the future. Bang! The palace gate of the Central Kingdom was suddenly pushed open violently from the outside. The huge sound caused a momentary pause in the noise within the palace. Huh, you little rascal are still so reckless. A pirate, swaying his body and holding a bottle of alcohol, walked over to a small lackey standing at the door and threw his arm around his shoulder. What's going on? As he spoke, he lifted the bottle and took a swig. Clearly, the lackey, who was there to relay information, ignored the pirate leaning on him and took a deep breath, excitedly shouting. The silver-haired gang has come out from Winter Island. Hearing the shout, everyone in the palace immediately stopped what they were doing, their eyes flashing with ferocity as they grabbed their weapons and stood up. Ha ha, that little brat finally came out? A pirate raised his sword and said loudly, yeah. I thought those guys would wait until tomorrow to come out. Saying this, he turned around, his face full of excitement as he stared at Haas Pigfoot. Captain, are we going now? Ha ha ha. Bang. Haas Pigfoot put down the bottle and pulled out a massive wolf-tooth club from behind the sofa, slowly standing up. What do you think, Crazy Sword? Since Kouta and his gang are eager to seek death, let's go take care of them now. Of course. KB Crazy Sword. Gripping his sword with his right hand, his eyes blood red, grinned widely and licked his lips. A 500 million bounty head will definitely be thrilling to cut down. Saying this, he also stood up. Has Black Gun not returned yet? He seemed to remember something and turned to look at one of his subordinates. Report to the captain. Lord Black Gun has been missing since he went out. After thinking for a moment with his head down, he raised his head and said, Lord Black Gun should be waiting at the dock for the silver-haired crew. Then let's hurry over. We can't let him get the silver-haired head alone. Saying this, he kicked over the coffee table in front of him and stepped forward. The surrounding pirates quickly made way, waiting for the two captains to pass before excitedly following behind. At the door Haas, the pig's foot suddenly paused, turning to stare at the pirate who had just conveyed the message behind him. Have you seen the Eight crew? Although the Eight crew is weak, they are quite famous on Base Island because this guy would do anything for food. Recently, they even recognized one of their crew's officers as the boss. He also heard the news about Badar from this officer. Overall, Badar's gang is just the jokers on Bas Island, bringing everyone joy. No, it seems they were taken care of by the silver-haired group. This pirate laughed heartily and continued. After all, with Badar's gang's strength, they probably couldn't even manage to escape. Does Badar's gang still have any strength left? Aren't these guys just a joke? Ha. The others laughed loudly. Haas Porkleg just casually asked. He really didn't care about the demise of Badar's gang. Let's go to collect the bounty of 500 million. Saying this, he raised his Wolf Fong club with a bang. He rested it on his shoulder and walked out first. The younger brothers shouted and rushed out after him. On the Freedom, Kouta, who had just fallen asleep, suddenly froze, his eyes flashing red. Do these guys really want to die this badly? He was already preparing to sleep, thinking that he would clean up those guys tomorrow. But sigh, what a tiring life. Kouta, feeling quite displeased, picked up the coat that was placed aside, stood up, and draped it over himself. Although the Freedom was not large, it was enough for them, so most of the rooms were single rooms. Of course, the single rooms couldn't be too big either. Each room could only fit a small bed at most. Kouta, wearing slippers, took down the Void Slayer hanging on the wall, strapped it to his waist, and stretched his arms while yawning. With his left hand on the sword and his right hand scratching his head, he walked out of the room. Outside the room was a corridor, and at the end of the corridor was a wooden ladder leading to the upper deck. Just as Kouta stepped out of the room, the door next to his room suddenly opened. Guina, wearing a bathrobe and rubbing her wet hair, walked out. Among all the rooms on the ship, only Guina's room was the largest. So it not only had a big bed and a desk, but also a separate bathroom. Kouta, do I have any enemies to fight? No. Kouta looked at Guina, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. You should go to bed early. There will be plenty of enemies to save the citizens of the base kingdom tomorrow. All right. A hint of regret appeared on Guina's face. Then she looked up at Kouta and said gently, you should come back early too. Okay. Kouta walked past Guina, heading forward. Dealing with these small fry wouldn't take him long. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This time was different. Previously, he could forgive these people out of ignorance because he didn't know if there were any good people among them. This time was different. Since they knew who he was and still dared to come, it proved that these guys were prepared to die. He wouldn't show mercy to enemies and scum. Indeed, he was a man who naturally brought topics of conversation. Thinking about the number of people wanting to take his silver-haired head, there were quite a few. On the roof of a building, a man resembling a turkey was lying down, hearing the noisy shouts coming from the direction of the kingdom. The Firebird Vance's face was full of excitement. In front of him was a long, cylindrical telescope. He looked through the telescope at the people rushing out of the palace, muttering to himself, Hospig's feet, KB Mad Sword Long Kakopa. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. It seems these guys have formed an alliance. He shook his head, a hint of pity appearing in his eyes. These guys are really naive. Do they really think the world government's bounty of 500 million is just for show? The high bounty is naturally because of silver-haired Kountai's strength or threat level, which matches this bounty. However, these guys' lives and deaths had nothing to do with him. He only cared about Kountai's plans. Then he turned the lens and looked at the Freedom. How will you respond? Silver-haired Koutai. He has no doubts about the power of the silver-haired one. Even if the Pirate Alliance had 10 times more members, they would still not be a match for the silver-haired one. He was wondering how the silver-haired one would deal with these guys. After all, they had gathered almost everyone from Base Island at this point. Just the elite personnel alone numbered at least 500 or 600. Adding in some bystanders, it was likely to exceed 1,000. Should he kill them, injure them, or knock them out and let them go? Heh. Deep down, he hoped the silver-haired one would eliminate all these pirates. That would be big news for him. And the president loved big news the most. At the bow of the Freedom ship, Kouta glanced up at the roof, where H. Torai Vance was. Then he looked at the moon in the sky. It's so big. He didn't know if there were really moon people up there. On a moonless night, killing without a trace. He couldn't let these guys rush over here. His companions were all asleep. With that thought, he jumped off the ship and walked towards the town inside the dock. There was a straight street leading from the palace to the canal. At this moment, on the street, Hospork and Kobe the Mad Sword were at the forefront, leading dozens of people who looked like either executives or small group leaders, followed by a long line of others. Just then, from around the corner at the end of the street, a sound of footsteps came. The sound was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Following the sound was a figure with silver hair, clad in a moon-white coat, whose face was not visible. Although they had never seen the true appearance of Kouta, just by the person's hair and the particularly striking cerulean eyes. They knew at first glance that this was the one they were looking for. As Kouta approached, Hospork was the first to stop. The people behind him then passed by Hospork, surrounding Kouta from both sides of the street, making it look like a group of gangsters bullying an ordinary person. The pirates wore arrogant expressions, while Kouta in the middle appeared calm, as if he were just out for a stroll. Kouta stood still, scanning the surroundings, and finally fixed his gaze on the tall Hospork and Kobe the Mad Sword. Oh, there are quite a few people here. He glanced disdainfully at the sword of Kobe Kwangjian. There's also a swordsman. I'll give you a chance. Use all your strength. Otherwise, once I make my move, there won't be any opportunity left. Saying this, he tucked his hands into his chest, ignoring the countless gun muzzles around him. Since you're so eager to find death, then go die. As Zhu Jiao looked at Kong Tai, a fierce rage emanating from him. Make your move. Hearing Zhu Jiao's voice, the pirates surrounding Kong Tai all pulled the triggers in unison. Amidst a continuous barrage of gunfire, countless black bullets pierced through the thick smoke, shooting towards Kong Tai in the center. Why don't you guys ever learn your lesson? Kong Tai stood still, not moving at all. As the bullets approached within a meter of him, they automatically halted in midair. Kong Tai withdrew his gaze, glanced at the bullets around him, his eyes narrowing, and a force acted upon those bullets. Then, to the horror of everyone, they shot outwards at an even faster speed. You should have taken the chance I gave you. Yet you came back. What else is that but seeking death? With the first PU, there was a second, and soon amidst countless PU sounds, dozens of pirates around fell down. Guns are useless against this guy. Everyone used swords. Seeing the fallen pirates in front, those behind did not retreat. With so many of them, could they really be scared by just one person, Kouta? One of the pirates shouted loudly to those around him, drawing his sword and charging forward. Charge! The bounty of 500 million. The word 500 million completely stimulated the surrounding pirates. And these guys looked at Kouta with nothing but greed in their eyes. They all drew their knives and charged towards the sky, following the pirate. They usually fight hard for just tens of thousands of berries, let alone a bounty of 500 million. They did not expect to kill the silver-haired one themselves. They just want to perform well and share the spoils afterward. Kouta looked around at the pirates charging towards him, sensing the madness in their hearts, and furrowed his brow. To be honest, he didn't want to waste time with these guys. Just as he was about to unleash his conqueror's haki to clear the area, a loud rumble echoed from behind the pirates. Get the hell out of my way. Behind the pirates, a massive dark figure wielding a spiked club stomped on the ground, ruthlessly clearing a path through the surrounding pirates and heading towards Kouta. Hearing the commotion, the pirates rushing towards Kouta suddenly hit the brakes and hurriedly backed away. Harvey the Pigfoot was notorious for his brutality. During battles, he not only killed his enemies with excitement, but would also mercilessly slaughter his own comrades. Kouta looked at Harvey the Pigfoot, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Beiji. Could this guy have eaten the mythical Zoan-type pig Beiji fruit? He looked too much like the Beiji he had seen in his past life's journey to the west. The only difference was that one was white, while the other was covered in black fur. You little brat, you still dare to be distracted when death is imminent? Harvey the Pigfoot charged in front of Kouta, noticing that Kouta hadn't changed his expression even slightly, instead looking as if he were in a daze. Then you can go die. With that, he raised the spike club and swung it heavily towards Kouta's head. He looked at Kouta, his face full of excitement. He has already seen 500 million berries waving at him. However, his excitement did not last long. With a bang, the item in his hand,